Good morning, duelists, and welcome to day 2 of your coverage here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series, live from Dortmund, our 300th YCS celebration here in Europe. Yesterday, we had 9 days of Swiss, 9 rounds of Swiss for our first day, and now we have 6 more rounds of Swiss before we get into our top 8, top 4, and our grand final. 2,609 players have made their way into this entire tournament, but only one can be crowned our champion, and we're very, very excited to very shortly be bringing you the opening match of today's coverage, our round 10 feature match. Now remember, there is a very special trophy for people who are going to be taking part in this. If they can completely take home the win for this 300 special, they get a gorgeous trophy with lovely intricate pillars, a special 300th YCS thing, and also the card in the middle. It's going to be very, very exciting to see what happens. My name is Ed Templar, and it's a pleasure to be your stage host this weekend. We've had a great time. We still have all of our commentators rearing to go as we get closer to getting into that feature match, which we'll be bringing you shortly. Our duelists are just getting themselves ready, and we're very, very excited. For those of you who are watching in the venue, remember that we actually have a giveaway. So if you guys go onto our socials, you can find more information about the giveaway, where we're giving away a stainless steel version of the Dark Magician Girl card, signed by Erica Schroeder, who is the voice of the Dark Magician Girl, but also the voice of My Valentine. And considering yesterday was Valentine's Day, that is an appropriate giveaway. So make sure you guys, if you're in the venue, sign up and you come and you join this. We are actually going to head over to your casters so they can welcome you in the morning, and they're going to throw straight over to me at the desk with our duelists. So gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you, Ed, and welcome to day 2 from us as well. It has been an exciting day of duelings yesterday as we dealt through the first 9 rounds of Swiss, but 6 more remain to figure out who will be those top 8 duelists, not only competing for the exclusive trophy, but also will get an exclusive prize for this event, which is the Millennium Ring necklace that we have shown yesterday. So again, it will be even more stakes today, because we saw yesterday how much diversity there is, but now I think we can just ring it with the welcome to day 2.
So in front of me, I have our 2 duelists for our round 10 feature match, Diego Zillia and Vincenzo Orofino. These are 2 well-known duelists in the scene, and what a great way to kick off our second day of coverage. Now, they've actually already done their high roll. Vincenzo is going to be going first, so with that in mind, it's time to duel. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you, Ed. So here we are.
I mean, what a way to start day 2 with such a class of YCS champions, right?
Not only that, these are the 2 last Italian YCS champions. Of course, Diego much recently in Lille, but technically, if you go back to 2022, when Vincenzo won here in this same venue, YCS Dortmund, with his tier element deck, although we have had winners in the last European Championships, these are technically the last 2 Italian YCS winners. So that's great that they go to clash against each other, both really young players, up-and-coming duelists. Vincenzo now, of course, for a longer time in the scene, but it will be nice to see these new generation of players clashing one against each other.
I mean, super talented, especially because we saw how Diego crashed the field at YCS Lille, for example, with his Apophis deck, and here once again showing up strongly with Vanquish All, which honestly it's no surprise, whereas on the other side, Vincenzo is on Radiant Typhoon. So it's going to be a very interesting one, but I really feel like both of our duelists are ready. So without no further ado, let's jump into game 1.
And here they are. I mean, the die roll might end up being extremely important. Nice handshake. Of course, they know each other really, really well. I think Lorenzo Muselli, European champion, is one of the links between these two. They have both, tested in the past with him. And Diego, of course, representing the deck with which Lorenzo won the European Championship. And there it is, part of extravagance to start things off on this Sunday from Vincenzo.
How do you feel about this matchup, though? I mean, Radiant Typhoon is one of those decks that wants to utilize the quick play spells. However, Vanquish All is one of those decks that can utilize their monster, for example, Caesar, in order to dodge all those spell cards.
Yeah, I mean, on the one hand, yes. I gotta say, still, I do believe that the die roll plays a significant role, because the latest Forbidden Unlimited list changed the K9 Vanquish All deck from a deck that was extremely good, also going second, to a deck that now can struggle a little bit. And so the thing is, now we see this Ash Blossom, and I do think it makes sense. And let's see if Vincenzo has playables.
However, why do you think that Diego hesitated there to activate us? I mean, is there any better spot to activate us against Radiant Typhoon?
Maybe it's also a matter of attributes, because, I mean, Olisu is now limited, but it's always a matter of, do I actually need this fire in my hand for playing next turn? You know, it's one of those decks where you really need to pay attention to those details.
I mean, the thing is that you really want to usually use the Ash Blossom on the Crozia, which is the main key card of the deck.
And here is an interesting ruling question.
If he can activate another one.
No, if he can draw, basically, cards. Because the Radiant Typhoon deck can definitely draw. And Part of Extravagance says, for the rest of the turn after this card resolves, I think you might
You cannot draw any cards.
Yeah. Because Ash Blossom negates the effect, not the activation.
It resolves without an effect.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure you cannot draw. And let's see. I mean, any level 3 would be great. And we do have one for Vincenzo. Do we have a response from Diego? He is playing a few interruptions. But if he gets his hand on one of maybe these impermanents, no, it's going to resolve. And I think it might be one of the first times we actually get to see some Radiant Typhoon combos this weekend. One of the, the second most represented deck.
I mean, we also already featured Vincenzo in the backup feature in the day one. So we got to experience a little bit of Radiant Typhoon power. But I think right now that it is in the main stage that we can actually see all the plays.
I mean, the deck is really extremely powerful. Sometimes it lacks consistency. Usually the end goal is surely go for the Varuron, the new Link monster, and set up the Radiant Typhoon mandate, which is, I think super powerful. Is one of the one-offs of the deck. And by having 3 quick play in the graveyard, you can shuffle them back to draw 1 card. And the good thing is that it's once per chain. So the card is great, yes.
And never mind here drawing playables. We added the chant, but we don't even need it because we had both the level 3 starters. And this is extremely good for Vincenzo. Of course, it's worth mentioning, they know what the other is playing. They are both well aware of what they are playing against. And this can change a lot. What you go for?
I think that we can assume that they probably have also played this together.
Maybe not directly, but yeah, I mean, some of the testing circle do have, some connecting links, let's say. But yeah, this is the main card that changes Radiant Typhoon as a deck from Genesis format. And advanced. And mentioning Genesis format, for today we will have as backup future match the Genesis Invitational that is happening. So we will get to see some of this amazing alternate format today.
We also had a very quite interesting match, me and you, in the Genesis format.
I mean, I don't know how much you want to reminisce about that one. You might want to erase it from memory.
And YouTube.
Yes, exactly. Maybe you can get someone to take it down, But okay, here it seems like we are pretty much uninterrupted. I don't know if Diego is playing cards like Nibiru. Usually, by the way that the attribute is, you don't really expect it in Vanquish Soul. And yeah, just take a look at this. I mean, Corsair just gives you so much advantage. The ending field can vary a little bit. I know Vincenzo was struggling a lot to figure out these last few cards, and here he is met with a Ghost Spell, which is pretty good to just stop some advantage, but at the same time, Vanquish All needs these attributes. It needs card in hand to function. You're not that unhappy.
You had Izuna. In which scenario will you activate here? You wait for the end of the main phase?
It's rough. Yes, I think it's often a case of baiting and trying to get Vincenzo to set the quick spells. And yeah, here we see the one of in the deck, although Vincenzo is playing more later on, but like the Megala is just a unique one. It's the only one that alone doesn't do anything because it needs a spell to function. But once it does, it can get you even those powerful level 9 Radiant Typhoons from deck.
Yeah, I mean, Vincenzo now is missing some quick play spell cards in the graveyard, honestly, to let this engine go. I think he has another Extravagance in hand, which now it's, it's useless. Yeah, quite unfortunate.
Allora, yeah.
I mean, you can tell it's just considering his options. Now that also the Ash Blossom has been activated, it's, you know, could be navigated better, but
yeah, I guess this Ghost Bell really did hurt, and
that's maybe it. Huh?
Let's see. I think we are just setting a couple of cards. Let's see if we do have Izuna or Olisu. Diego thinking about it.
The thing is that he has Mystical Space Typhoon in hand, but he was still missing the third quick.
Oh, and we do have the Izuna
as well.
What a hand!
As we mentioned before, if you have Izuna against Radiant Typhoon, I think the better option is to wait. However, we see that Vincenzo had held a Mystical Space Typhoon in his hand and showcasing why he's a wisest champion.
Absolutely, like what a great read here from Vincenzo. I mean, not everyone would have done this, and this changes the matchup completely. Really, really well played. I mean, yeah, look at this. Now, not only do you get to negate the Izuna, you made your quick spell better, and this way you can trigger the Megala and you get those level 9s. In this case, it could be what many call it the whale, even though it's completely not a whale. But, you know,
so
it's a powerful interruption.
Just to explain a little bit, Mystical Space Typhoon had been activated as a chilling 2 to Izuna, targeting the Mandate. Then Mandate as a chilling 3 activated the third effect in order to negate one face-up card that Diego controls.
That is it, I think. Yes, Diego immediately picks up his cards. I mean, imagine opening, you know, Ash Blossom, Ghost Bell, and Izuna, and you get completely outplayed just one Mystical Space Typhoon. I mean, crazy, or really, I mean,
it was well played by Vincenzo, honestly, by keeping the Mystical Space Typhoon in hand, recognizing that there would have been an, you know, potential Izuna from Diego, and by doing that, essentially the mind that's in sealed the game.
And it wasn't an easy thing.
No.
If Izuna was not there, Vincenzo would have been punished greatly. Because as Alberto mentioned, the set was Extravagance, and then you lost on using this Mystical Space Typhoon, and it can impactful a lot, you know?
I mean, it was one of those plays that I think that Orofino acknowledged that the only hand-up right now that it may affect his field is Izuna, and since he wanted to counterplay it, he kept the Mystical Space Typhoon and took the chance that Diego might have it, and I think those are the plays that you know, make a good player from a wisest champion.
Yeah. I mean, high risk, high reward for sure. Honestly,
Yeah, and I mean, it's worth mentioning at the same time, not to take anything away from Diego, that it might look extremely risky, but it's not as risky as it looks for Vincenzo, because Izuna can only be activated during the main. And then if you don't have Izuna on the other side, once you enter the end phase, you can activate the Typhoon on your own trap if you want to prioritize the Megala, and you can still set back the trap and special summon. But basically, you just lose out on the Mystical Space Typhoon negating a card. So definitely you lose out a bit, but you can still get the Megala going. So anyways, now I think it will be back to Diego, showcasing again this difference between what the Vanquish All deck was before and now. Now I feel like going first, it's really even stronger because of the consistency. So let's see if Vincenzo can turn things around, go in second, or whether we will be heading to a game 3. Our duelists are ready. Let's go back to the table.
And as you mentioned, Vanquish All, it is one of those decks that going first, it is a very, very strong strategy.
Yeah.
I believe that Vincenzo needs cards like, for example, Purulia in order to counteract with Diego. However, I don't know if Radiant Typhoon managed even to play Malcharmis or prefers to just play going second cards, for example, following the Virtuos.
I mean, I think they pair together pretty well, and never mind, no Mulcharmis here from Vincenzo, but it's the Ash Blossom on the Noroi. Do we have a way to continue playing from Diego? We do with the one of Olisu. Wow.
Good start here. Not sure what he revealed with the Olisu, but...
we don't have the right attributes yet, but I mean... do we play the quick spells? Is the question.
I think that...
No, might not actually. Wow.
Not even the side deck?
Ooh, that's surprising, I gotta say a little bit. I think it's such a good interaction. I mean, I get the consistency aspect of it, but I don't know.
Yes, right now, having also the quick play would be amazing for Diego.
Yeah, but I guess in general it just adds an additional layer, especially against Radiant Typhoon, like having a quick spell in certain scenarios also as a way to chain block can be really good. But
And we activated Lantern in order to target Noroi and Special Summon.
yeah.
And Cage also has been added.
Now
And
we can get a peek if we want.
I mean, obviously, Epic is very strong, right?
Yes. Let's see what's hiding in the end from Vincenzo. Ooh, I mean, it's a really good hand. At the same time, I mean, we need to deal with this Reaper. I mean, there is my favorite card in the deck, which is
Mystical
this
Space
new...
Typhoon.
No, I mean, maybe my art, but no, I mean, it's this new addition from Burst Protocol, which is maybe not including Radiant Typhoon in its name, but it's such a powerhouse. I mean, able to return every single monster on the field to the end. It just creates so much value, going second especially. This Sheena.
However, I think K9 Vanquish, it might be the only matchup that you don't want to do this.
Yeah, maybe
Giving back
not.
attributes and also all the K9 cards.
Here it's the card I was talking about. Sheena Twin Tempest of Celestial Thunder. And I mean... Oh wow,
SHUEISHA?
we are giving up on the Lupis and we are just gonna go for this School Dread Saruya.
I mean, we are looking for Ash Blossom probably.
Yeah, I mean, Diego saw Vincenzo's hand, so he's definitely looking for hand traps and a seat.
Shifter a little bit too late, unfortunately. But I mean, it's also, I feel like, not really the greatest against Radiant Typhoon overall. Like, it's a bit annoying to shut down the Mystical Space Typhoon interactions, but I know some Radiant Typhoons are even siding Shifter and Dimensional Fissure themselves.
So the logic behind Shifter against Radiant Typhoon is that they eventually run out of resources and Mystical Space Typhoon will be banished. And I think that if Diego finds a way to stop Vision, he's in a very good spot, right? Because Sina is already one of those cards that needs a monster in the field in order to interact. Crosshair will be in the hand since Ash Blossom will be activated, and Mystical Space Typhoon it will be the third option.
Yeah.
I also feel like there's no quick spells in Diego's deck because of the Radiant Typhoon, because like otherwise you just give your opponent the window to go for Crusade and then potentially with the Sheen as well, which, you know, looking at Vincenzo's hand right now, that would have been the only option available for him. So pretty good start, honestly, here from Diego. Like there was the Ash Blossom for sure on the Noroi, but with the Holy Su here he navigated it quite well.
We're gonna fish for a couple of throws here, and I mean, just take a look at how many cards Diego has drawn this turn. This deck can really find some of these side deck options, and as Alberto hinted at, of course, Drawn and Lock is one, but we do have a few others. For example, finding that triple tactics talent could also be extremely good here, but we do not. We have only monsters left. There is a card, I gotta say, in Vincenzo's side deck, which I would be quite excited to see. Of course, we know it's not there yet, but if he was to top deck it, it would completely swing this game upside down. And I'm not gonna say quite yet what it is, but I can tell you it's a pendulum monster. Let's just say that.
Looking at this field, I think that Vincenzo needs to prioritize a way to make Sina alive and enable to activate the effect.
Yeah, but this is not the most impressive. Pretty, we can say, minimalistic field in a way. Because we don't have access to Olisu at the moment because it's still under Reaper, and we don't have the Rock. So,
Ubas is 6 card,
yeah,
quite unfortunate.
very unfortunate top deck from Vincenzo, who really needs to find a way to deal with the Reaper. So maybe we might see just going for the draw 2 effect, no?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I mean, I don't think he has any other option, huh?
What was the end? It was like Sheena,
Sina, Mystical Space Typhoon, Crusade, Vision, and now
Fuva, yeah. I mean, yeah, because Reaper keeps that in check, and yeah, I think so as well. We need to go for a draw 2, maybe find Droplet. It would be an amazing one for sure. I mean, we are really kind of like one Droplet away from going off, or like, you know, let's see. Of course, we do know that Diego has draw, but we cannot draw here. What do we draw? Another Crusade.
Oh
my god, the
mandate. Wow, that's so unfortunate for Vincenzo.
I think this might honestly be it. We don't really have anything.
And we are forced to discard Mystical Space Typhoon, which is quite relevant in this matchup. Or we can also discard the Radiant Typhoon card, right?
You could discard Mandate, honestly.
Yeah, you can discard just a Radiant Typhoon card.
Yeah, discards the Mandate. It's
but I don't know. I mean, we saw Vincenzo creating value out of maybe not the most splendid card last game, but now I don't see it. And I think he is also well aware of this. I mean, he can take a little bit of his time just because there are 32 minutes left. The game 1 was quick, but yeah, I think maybe Typhon is the only way you can try and turn this around, but I mean...
And also Sina can activate right now, right? Because Fugalus is win-win.
That's a very good recognition. And here comes Mystical Space Typhoon Baraktar.
And I think that Diego has already acknowledged this. I mean, in this spot, if Diego chooses not to activate any card and lets Vincenzo access his Typhoon, is the correct play to go. Otherwise, Sina can be chained.
And here comes No Devil. But also, do you have a bait, no? Because does... no, that's it, okay. I was thinking... Skull Thread is continuous, right? Or does it trigger the effect to give the boost when you summon it in front of it?
Is it continuous, no?
I don't remember.
If a monster is normal special summon to zone this card points
No,
to the monster gains 300 attack.
No, it's not a continuous.
No?
No,
It activates. It's a
triggers.
mandatory.
If it activates, then you can you can do the Sheena like that. That would have been an interesting question, because that would have changed everything, no? If it is, I don't know, I think it might be continuous, but if it's not, you can just normal summon it in front of the school.
I remember that you could ogre this Ryuja, right?
Yeah,
And
maybe.
it was one of those scenarios.
If that is the case, I think there was
Let me
maybe an
check.
opening. Let me check. And and if you
check?
I checked. I mean, that would have been interesting, but let me just read this through. Because
While Marcello is checking.
Yeah, well, Marshall is checking. I mean, pretty quick game too.
Yes, this will be a very good option. Just to explain what we are debating about is that if Vincenzo chooses to normal summon the Fugalos in the pointer of Saryuya, Saryuya would activate the effect to as a mandatory effect to give to Fugalos the attack boost, and then Sina could activate the effect to special summon herself and bounce all the field.
Yeah, Marcello is contacting his resources from above.
I think that he's looking for the Reshukat deck books right now.
No, but in the meantime, I really feel like we all deserve
Yes,
to
it
see
is.
a game 3.
it is a trigger. So
Yeah, I remember
Okay.
the ogre.
yes, I mean, in that case, I guess you can normal summon Fuvalos in front of Saryuja, and then activate the Sheena. Like one way would
He
be
also gives
activate.
on the normal summon or only special though?
No, every time I think, no? Yeah, also normal, I remember. So if you go normal Fuva in front of Skull Dread, then you activate the Sheena to force out the Reaper, then you can go Mystical Space on the Snow Devil, and in a new chain use the Crosea and try to play. I mean, that was an option, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, nice call.
We'll see.
Yeah,
I
nice
mean,
cards.
regardless of what happens, we might be able to ask Vincenzo if he is the one advancing, but I mean, we'll see, and we are about to find out in just a matter of minutes as our duelists have finalized their side decks and are heading into only one more game to advance to an 8-2 record and keeps their hopes alive of making it to the top 8. Let's find out who it is going to be. Nice final handshake. Okay, we start things off with the Mystical Space Typhoon. I see a lot of Radiant and an Ash Blossom, just in case we do see a Mulch Army. Not quite going to be the case, but again, we will play in the draw phase. This is the important thing after siding. You wanna just play around Roll and Lockbird, and I'm pretty sure... Is that a Crosea? I saw a monster, I'm not sure that would change things
Vincenzo's end looks good.
quite a lot, but
And I am pretty sure that Diego has already a copy of Troll and Lockbird.
yeah.
However, we can see the power of Radiant Typhoon to activate the quick play spell cards in the draw phase, which
Okay,
not enabling the Troll and Lockbird to activate.
so do we have Crosea here? We do not, but we are gonna go for Chant.
Yeah, gets him the Megala here.
And that's a good add as well. Because if you are thinking about Drone and Lockbird, Megala is the best one to get. Because it's the one that plays the most around the card. And I think we now enter main phase, and we do have a Pot of Extravagance, but... Oof, this could be an interesting one, because for as good as the card is, it's probably the worst way to play when your opponent has a draw.
But I mean, Vincenzo has already generated so much advantage.
Yeah, I know, but I don't know if it translates necessarily to threats. But we do have the chance to draw call by... We don't quite, but we can. And we now see the draw from Diego.
And I think that
but-
I see one bedroom card in the,
Oh, really?
yeah, in the hand of Vincenzo.
Oh, wow. Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
I think that
he gets the
we
MSD.
have already the cards that we want.
Oh, wow. I mean, we have been hinting at a spicy card being in the deck for Vincenzo, and when you draw 4 cards, there is a good chance that you find it, and yes, I do believe you might be right.
Oh, but this is good, because essentially with the Megala here, and also now is able to trigger with the Ascendance.
But again,
it's a good one.
One of those plays, once more, I want to remark it, that shows that Vincenzo is a really, really good player. I think many would have added one of the level 3 that search. Instead, Vincenzo recognized that by having Pot of Extravagance, he was already exposing himself to the draw, and that's why he went for the Megala. And here you see he's gonna go for this chain of Mystical Space Typhoons, resetting his own spells, and then activating the Megala. And I'm surprised Diego allows it.
Yeah, because by doing this, you essentially chain block the Megala, and then you bring up the Crozia onto the field.
Yeah.
And this is great, honestly. Very good catch
Because
from Vincenzo.
I thought there was an impermanence, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Anyways.
I mean, if it wasn't permanence, Diego would probably activate it here,
Yeah,
right?
I don't know.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
probably I didn't see right, but. And here you can see that Crozia allows you to add from the graveyard as well. And so Vincenzo playing through draw with 6 cards. And now just continuing his plays.
This is great, because now you can go for the Link monster, and then you can also set up the Mandate, and with double Mystical Space Typhoon in hand, also looks very, very powerful. Yeah.
Are we going to see an
And
Durham
here it
activation?
is.
Oh, and here it is. This is the card we were talking about.
It is
The rainbow.
Performable 5 Rainbow.
So for anyone who doesn't know what this card does, let me tell you, it's the closest we have to Mystic Mine in 2026, because essentially what it says is that any player who does not have a card face down in the spell and trap zone cannot attack or activate the effects of the monsters they control.
Sounds like Mystic Mind.
Yes.
And also has a second effect for if you have 4 sets, right?
Yeah, it doubles the attack of your monsters. And yeah, you can see here Diego reading. Essentially, this means that, especially against a deck like Canine Vanquish Soul, which is a bit light on spell and traps, it can represent a huge disruption. And then, thanks to your own Mystical Space Typhoons, you make it even harder, because as soon as they set one, you just Mystical Space it, and then they need a second spell and trap, which essentially they can never activate. That's the big part of it. They need to keep it face down, and that's huge. At the same time, you should keep in mind, as opposed to Mystic Mine, the pendulum says only control. So as you can see here, we can still use cards in the end or graveyard. So, yeah.
I think that Vincenzo is really fine, even if Diego can activate, for example, hand traps or a potential Holy
Yeah.
Soul.
I mean, surely it makes things just a little bit closer, and as you can see here, Vincenzo is making sure that he can activate both his Megala and the Link monsters to get the trap card, and as you can see here, he's chain blocking the Megala to just have, prioritizing, maximizing the chance that he resolves. And I think we might have this impermanence. I don't know. I thought I saw it, so maybe this is what Diego is thinking about now.
But right now, do you activate the permanence or you set it?
I think if you don't have other spell and traps, setting it is just much, much better, no? But I mean, let's see. Because I mean, even if you allow it, this will be tough, because Vincenzo gets the trap and it gets to search for one of the level 9s on the field. And I believe that's the impermanence. And even though we are using it in the same column, when it comes from the end, that doesn't quite work.
I like those mind games.
Yeah, maybe. Okay, we are prioritizing the trap card from not being placed. And wow, Vincenzo again goes for value.
Yeah, I think he acknowledges right now that Diego needs to utilize a lot of resources to interact with the performable 5 Rainbow. And
I like it.
In this scenario, you just need follow-up.
Yeah, anyways, if you have a spell, another spell, you can still special summon from the end. So I really like this. You know, this is so much value. And again, a spell activated. I'm a bit surprised, honestly. How many spells do we have?
In the perma column. However, Impermanence has the second effect only if it is set and rerolls.
Yeah, and here from Vincenzo, soon we will have the chance to set up another Monster Negate, which at the moment we don't need because of the Pendulum, but that Varuron is in the end.
And we see a set card. However, this is why Mystical Space Typhoons are there in order to interact with any set that Diego might have.
Diego, I think,
and that's it, actually. No way out of this Pendulum. And Vincenzo is the winner. What a match, honestly. I mean, it does that a lot. I mean, game one, we saw what makes Vincenzo, you know, former YCS champion, just that mind game with Mystical Space Typhoon playing around the Izuna. It was great, honestly.
And I think that you called it early on that Dice Roll played a huge role in this matchup, as we saw both decks going first, dominating each other. However, I really like the fact that Vincenzo find a way to utilize such a powerful card like Performable 5 Rainbow, for example.
But speaking of interesting cards, I think we can just put on pause our comment on this amazing match we just witnessed, because there is Genesis format waiting for us, so we can just jump back into, or jump for the first time, into a Genesis format future match. Talk us through it, Mike.
I mean, Archmages. Well,
I think that
I think it's quite in control of the game.
Yeah.
Not sure what happened before.
We were talking about, you were suggesting Archmages for the Genesis format, I believe.
Yeah, and just as a reminder for anyone watching, for this event there were different rules for the Genesis event. Last time we had basically some pods where you know, our duelists could compete on Friday and Saturday, and then there was just a huge direct elimination tournament held on Sunday. This time around it was different. It was essentially like a Genesis format YCS, where they competed yesterday in, I believe, 5 rounds. And then in total it will be something along the lines of 11, I want to say, rounds of Swiss, and then a cut to the top 8. So right here we are in round 6. Both of these duelists are on an X1 record, and I don't think they can really afford to lose another one if they want to make it to the top 8. So let's see. I mean, we are in game 2, but it looks like Tony is in control.
I think this may be it, because both players having a smile, and I think Christian went for the Typhoon here, the clear battle phase, end of battle phase. Yeah, and I think
Tony.
it's I think that's I think this is it. Just
it might be, and let's see. I mean, there is a lot of damage on the line, and it is it. Tony absolutely completely crushing his opponent, who reveals an Ibiro, but he managed to play around it. I mean, I'm sorry we couldn't showcase more of this. I'm imagining an amazing match, but who knows? Maybe Tony just keeps on winning, and we'll see him in the top 8 of the Genesis events. But now, just going back in time a little bit, again, we were commenting on, I mean, some of these, I think we are feeding you guys really well, you know, start of day 2, and we have the 2 latest Italian YCS winners, one against each other. In the end, it's Vincenzo taking it home, and I'm really curious to hear it from him. I mean, I've known him pretty well across the years, so I know some of the decisions that went into playing this deck. But in particular, I hope maybe Leo will be able to ask about game 2 and this interaction that maybe could have changed the game around with the School Dread Saruya. And we'll see whether he was paying attention while we were doing our analysis. So. Anyways, for the rest, I mean, you still gotta give it to Diego. He had a fantastic season. He was the first winner of the new format when we switched over to this top 8 cut. And with Apophis.
And with a unique strategy, right?
Completely unseen before. So I mean, he deserves his credits, and still with such a impressive performance at the start of the season, you must be feeling confident that maybe you can qualify for the Pons playoffs. And again, even though maybe you will not make it to the top 8, you can still make it to top 32, top 16. Who knows? You're still on an X3 record. You keep playing, keep winning, and hopefully you'll get there. But I guess, again, as mentioned, we want to hear it from someone who maybe didn't have the best luck in the last couple of years, but the last time it was in this venue, won it all.
I mean, he has already won. It's okay.
Exactly.
Maybe wants to do it again, so we will have the chance to hear it from Vincenzo and Leo.
Thank you, Alberto. I'm indeed joined by previous YCS Dortmund champion Vincenzo Orofino. Vincenzo, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good, but also pretty anxious. The tournament is very, very long still.
That is true, but you are on a quest on repeating your title, right? You won YCS Dortmund before.
I am, and I topped the other Dortmund, so I never didn't top here. It's very important for me. For some reason, in Dortmund, there are always the YCSs I prepare the most for. It's a coincidence, or maybe not, but I'm a bit worried. There's a lot to do still.
Well, I think that the Ruhrgebiet just absolutely loves you. You're very welcome here. You have also had massive success at the Master Duel World, so by now you are one of the top duelists in the world, and you played another top duelist, the YCS Lille champion Diego Zile. Let's look into the first game actually, because it looked quite tough for you. Your opponent had 2 hand traps.
Yeah, I've tried to play around the Gospel here. I thought a lot about chain blocks line to not get it by the Gospel, but I couldn't find a valuable one. So after the Gospel I was a bit worried, and here we can see I had a clear read on Izuna because my opponent was thinking on someone of my Megala, and what can it be? It's only Izuna. So I kept my MST in end. I kept MST in end. And my plan was, if he has Izuna, I just MST and it's free value. If he doesn't, whatever, I'm gonna pop my own trap and trigger the Megala either way. So I think it was free value. Anyways, the cool thing I think I did was setting the other bluff, Extravagance, to not give clear read. I had something kept in my hand. Because if he kept the Izuna in hand for the turn later and somehow I did live, it would have been annoying maybe.
Can you speak into the microphone a little bit more?
Sorry.
Don't worry. But it's also like pretty nice versus the Vanquish Soul deck if they have very little attributes in hand after your first turn. I think it's good to win with a minimalistic field. Actually, let's go into game 2. There was an interesting interaction there.
Yeah.
You won this game, of course, immediately after this turn. You played into the field and... Oh, actually, you asked your opponent. Your opponent had the hard draw Holisu. That was a bit hard. Were you surprised by hard draw Holisu?
No, it was either Holisu or Izuna. I knew Ash was not like 100% stopping him. I hoped that it just passed, but no, it didn't work out. The game got interesting even later on, but it just had full combo with SHUEISHA.
Yeah.
I was pretty sure he would have thrown roll, so I had to play in a weird way and try to high roll and didn't roll super high.
So now I have a question that the commentators also brought up during the match. You played your Fuwalos just to prepare a Sheena. Of course, you need a Wind Monster.
Yes.
Why did you not play it into the Saryuja zone to trigger the Saryuja?
Didn't think about it.
Okay. All right.
Would have made a difference? No.
I don't think so, right?
Okay.
There was also a Ripper on the field.
But my plan here, I had, as everyone saw in the feeder match, I had Crozea in hand, plus MST, plus a spell. So I could have went for a chain-blocked Crozea in draw phase instead of just drawing. But I thought about it a lot. He resolved SHUEISHA, so I was pretty sure he had either a draw or Ash or some very good cards. So I tried to just eye roll for the Pendulum guy. I was like, I need to draw Pendulum guy to win, and then I Pendulum guy, and then I pop back row, and then I win the game. Because if I chain block, it's safer, but it's not strong, I think. I lose, I think.
But Actually, let's look at game 3, because there you got the
Yeah,
pendulum guy, as you call him, the 5-star rainbow
the
magician.
band guy.
You side him in going second as well?
Yes, for sure, for sure. It's extremely good going second because you always have MST and Vanquisol has only one trap, so you just force the trap, activate Mystic Mine, and then play from there or pass.
You heard it here first. It's 2026, and we're having some Mystic Mine action again.
Yeah, she's back.
The pendulum card, the 5-star rainbow magician, actually closing out that game here. Your opponent played into it quite a little bit. Were you ever worried that something was going to happen?
No, I also had Ashin and I knew it was over.
All right. Were there many games like this, or was it a rather sweaty YCS for you?
No, it's the hardest tournament I've ever played in my life. I won only 2 dice rolls and 3 with this. Never resolved Fuva. I had to IoTK through full DDD combo. It was super hard tournament for me. Super hard.
So what's your favorite matchup with this Radiant Typhoon deck? Radiant
Dracotail.
Typhoon? Dracotail?
Yes. If they don't open with the Albats, it's free. Also, it's the most skill expressive, which I think Dracotail against Radiant is very skillful, so I like it quite a bit.
Okay, so how's the mirror matchup for you?
The mirror match is also pretty skillful. My problem with it is I tested a lot with my friends, the mirror, and they are very good. So at some point, I mean, you stop believing it's that skillful, because if you play perfect and they play perfect, you start losing. But I never played it against people out of my circle, because I didn't play against any in the YCS so far. But the mirror sounds pretty fun to play.
All right. Thank you so much, Vincenzo. There's one more question. You won a YCS in Dortmund already. Are you going to do it again?
Yes, for sure.
All right, you heard it here first, or maybe future, again, YCS Dortmund champion here at the 300th Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series in Dortmund. Thank you so much. We're going to go into a short break, and we'll be right back with the next round of Swiss.
Welcome everyone back to the coverage of the 300th YCS here in Dortmund. I am joined by former Master Duel World Champion Emre. And Emre, in the TCG and Burst Protocol, we got some nice additions to one of the decks that actually brought you that World Championship title. Exosister got some interesting support, and we're here to talk about it. So what do you think? Are the cards bringing the deck to a new level? Is it much stronger than before? What is your opinion?
The new cards, they fix a lot of problems that the deck had, such as consistency.
Okay.
Or playing through hand traps, which was a problem at first, but now, especially with the new Carmel, it's really good through hand traps, especially in Nibiru.
Nice.
Which was like the biggest choke point.
True.
So I think now this deck can be a pretty good meta contender.
All right, and we are going to look into that. So let's go to the top-down camera, and we're going to talk about a couple of the new cards, and you're also going to explain a couple of the combos with the old cards, and we're just going to dive a little deeper again into what Exorcists are actually doing at the moment in the current state of the metagame. So you brought us the 2 new cards there right away, right? So explain to us, first of all, what these cards are doing for the deck right now.
So Carmel is the new rank 4 XYZ that needs 2 Exorcister cards.
Yeah.
On summon, it can set a card spell trap in the end phase from anywhere face down. So
in
even
the end phase, it's so cool, yeah.
So even if the cards are banished or in the graveyard, you can reset them, so you can like recycle your resources.
From anywhere?
Yeah.
Really? Oh, that's cool.
But the very good part of this card is that once per turn, you can, if your opponent uses a monster effect, a normal spell card or a normal trap card, you can detach every material of this card and then change the effect to your opponent has to target 1 card in your graveyard and put it back to your hand. And why this is so good in this deck is it forces the opponent to move a card out of your graveyard.
Yeah,
so
that's what all this deck is about, right? That's the whole point. That basically, you want me to move cards from the graveyard, and this card makes me do it, right? I don't have to do it myself, so
exactly.
you have to. That's really good.
And Betrayal is the new continuous spell card, which I think is probably the best support I could have ever imagined. On activation, it searches 2 Exorcister names and discards a card. Yeah. So even if you go first and draw a card like Mulchami Fruvalas that you usually don't want to see, you can use it to discard for free, basically, and get 2 names for it. You can, additionally, if you have, for example, a Martha on your field, and for some reason you already specialed Alice, you can use Betrayal's extra effect to summon a normal summon the pair to the card.
Oh, because it has to be mentioned on the card, right? And then you can summon it out, And the Alice is mentioned on there. Okay, I see.
Exactly. So because it's a pair, you can normal summon it for free. And the really good part about this card is if a card goes to your opponent's graveyard, a monster, you can make him banish one of those cards.
Ooh,
so again,
same thing again. You're making him do it.
Exactly.
Nice.
We force our opponent to banish the cards, and then we can rank up our Exorcisters just like this.
Oh yeah.
And win on a turn.
Easy. So now you can pretty much make way more exceed summons on the opponent's turn as well. Like usually it was only going for Magnifica and Magnifica then tagging out into something else as well. But now you have way more ways to actually exceed summons. So that's really, really cool. So maybe show us what maybe one Martha is doing now. That would be really cool to see. So let's get into it.
One Martha never comes alone, right? So if you open Martha and like, for example, any hand card.
Fair.
You special the Martha, special summon the Alice.
Yes.
Rank them up to your Michaelis.
So far, so standard, I would say. Yeah.
Exactly. Use Michaelis effect to search Betrayal. And then we use Betrayal, search Stellar and Sophia.
I see.
And then we discard our random card in our hand.
Okay.
And because we haven't normal summon yet, we can normal summon the Stellar, use Stellar's effect to special summon Sophia.
Okay.
Use Sophia's effect to draw an extra card. So even the card that we got rid of comes
We're
back.
replacing it. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Nice.
And then we go into the new Carmel, use its effect, and in the end phase we can set our Vades.
Nice.
Usually what you would always do is you would rank these two up into the Magnifica.
Of course.
But I think in this instance you don't need to, because this is an interrupt on your opponent's turn.
Yes.
And now the really good part about this card comes up. So we have a card in our graveyard that we discarded off Betrayal.
True.
If you, for example, normal summon Albus.
Let's say I am.
Yeah.
This is Albus now.
You want to use the effect, I chain my Carmel. So the Albus effect becomes target one card in your opponent's graveyard, bounce it back. So let's say you bounce the Sophia, you want to bounce the Sophia back.
Yes.
I chain my Vades.
Oh, and you get even more monsters onto the field, right?
I summon two more monsters. For example, I summon these two from my deck because I play multiples.
Of course.
And because you move the card out of my graveyard, in a new chain, I can summon Azothiel, for example, and Jibreen. And what this means is I have a Abyss Dweller on the field in Azothiel.
The Exorcist version of it, yeah, of course.
And the Jibreen that's an infinite impermanent. So basically one Martha on your opponent's turn gets to a total of 4 rank 4 XYZs, which is pretty strong.
Yeah. And do you even go into Magnifica at all now in this combo, or like only if you have additional names in your hand that you open?
I think if you have additional names, you can do Magnifica, or if you hard draw the Returnia.
Oh yeah, true. I almost forgot there's still another trap, because you have now basically always access to Vades through this, but you also of course have the Michaelis search maybe if you drew, for example, the
if you draw
spell
packs,
already.
or whatever, you can also search the card that you need. So pretty often you basically end on this end board, which I think going first wins against every deck.
It looks very strong, not gonna lie, because usually like the Exorcister always had that charm of being really good against graveyard decks and like countering T-elements, of course, back in the day when you did it at the World Championship, but it was struggling against other decks that were not really relying on the graveyard. But now it's just, with you forcing your opponent to banish from the graveyard and getting all of your stuff off anyways, it looks a lot more consistent and better into all of the different matchups. I like that.
And there is also one new card that came out in Doom of Dimensions.
Oh yeah, true. Tell us about that.
Ishiki Sayuri Hime. It's a spirit card.
Yes.
Why we play spirit cards in this deck is very simple. They cannot be special summoned.
Okay.
And since Martha locks you into Exorcist for the rest of the turn.
For special summoning,
exactly,
right?
before and after.
Yeah.
For example, if we draw, let's say, Stella and Ichigo Hirime.
Sure.
We can normal summon the Stellar.
Yep.
Use the effect, reveal it in hand.
Okay.
Normal summon it. On summon, it searches any light or dark monster with 800 attack or defense.
Okay.
And funnily enough, every Exorcist card.
Okay. You can just search Marva. That's so crazy.
You can search any card.
Yeah.
And also one very nice interaction that I like after siding, if you go first. And let's say you have these two.
Yeah.
You can use the Martha, get the Alice, normal summon the Ichiki Orime.
Yeah, let's get it out.
And since Thunder King Ryo.
Oh my, you gotta be kidding me.
A card from the very late 2000s, funnily enough, has 800 defense.
All right.
So before we do
Those coincidences always, right?
We can now basically here go for Michaelis, get the betrayal, like do all of our stuff, and at the very end we can just normal summon the Ryo, which makes the board even stronger.
Yes,
and
it
since
is.
you can basically search it for free, I think it's very, very good as a one-off in this deck.
Yeah, I mean, at least for post-siding purposes, for sure. I like that a lot. That's,
for sure, yeah.
That's very strong. And I mean, that spirit from Doom of Dimensions really is upping the consistency as well, right? Because usually you were playing the other spirit cards, because like Aratama and Sakitama, they were kind of staples in the deck before the new spirit release now, before the Ichiki release. But are you still running these even, or?
We're still playing Aratama.
Okay, we're still playing Aratama.
Aratama is still, I think, the best one-card combo in the deck. I can show you why.
Sure, go ahead.
So if we only have the Aratama, we normal summon the Aratama. And because it searches any spirit, we can search the...
Oh, obviously, yeah, of course.
Reveal it in the hand, normal summon it, use the effect, and Martha also has 800 defense.
Let's get Martha once more, of course.
So
easy.
first, we have to rank them both up to Michaelis.
Nice.
And because we only control one Exorcism monster right now, or XYZ...
You can summon out the Martha, of course.
We summon out the Martha, get the Alice, and then we can go into...
The Carmel as well, yeah, easy.
And now, depending on the hand, what you want to usually end on is either Betrayal and Vadis. But if we have any of those or packs in the hand, we can also we also have access to Returnia, so we would end on these three. And as I said before, I think this end board, no deck is breaking it.
Seems pretty valid to me.
Yeah, that's basically the one-card Aratama combo, which is my favorite combo of the deck. It ends on, as well, 4 rank 4 XYZs on the opponent's turn. If he does something, we just detach 2 materials of this.
Yes.
Chain the Vadis, get 2 bodies, and then rank those up to maybe another Michaelis, a Caspitel, or whatever we want. We have Jabreen, we have Azophiel, so a lot of options, which I think elevates the deck even to like a higher tier as it was before.
I'm really excited. I can see this deck actually making some waves this weekend at the 300 YCS. We shall find out throughout the weekend whether we're going to see it on stage in the featured match. Best of luck, of course, to you and your tournament run. And we will see all of you viewers at home soon after with more live coverage coming from the 300 YCS here in Dortmund.
Hello Duelists, Phantom Revenge is releasing December 4th, and in it you'll find 3 new themes, one of which is Cool Tune, and I have Barcode here with me who is going to tell us a little bit more about that archetype.
Absolutely, Cool Tune is such a cool archetype which lets you synchro summon using monsters on the field but also monsters in your hand, and I'm going to talk to you a little bit more about that. So the Cool Tune strategy actually revolves around the synchro summons, and you can facilitate that through multiple effects. So we are going to watch the core main monsters of the main deck, the first one being the Cool Tune Q, the second one being the Cool Tune Mix, the third one being the Cool Tune Rico, and the fourth one being the Cool Tune Clip. And all of those monsters, they share the same ability, being that if they are used as a synchro material for a synchro summon, you can also use a tuner in your hand as one of the synchro materials.
Ooh, that's very cool. That's going to make summoning synchros with this a lot easier. How do they interact with the opponent?
Well, that's when their second effect just comes into play. You see, all those main deck monsters, they have an effect which can be activated when they are sent to the graveyard as a synchro material. For example, Mix will be able to target an opponent's monster and destroy it. Same for Rico, but this time for spell traps only. So you'll be able to just interact with your opponent on your turn, but also on the opponent's turn, because those monsters have a third effect. Those Cool Tune monsters will also have a third effect, which will let you add some more engine to your hand or to your field, which is pretty cool. So you see, the Cool Tune Q, Mix, and Rico will all have a summon effect when they are normal or special summon. The Q will just let you special summon a tuner monster from your hand, deck, or graveyard, which is pretty cool. And this is a tuner monster, so not only Cool Tune monster, but also some other monsters. The Mix and the Rico monsters will just let you add some cards from your deck to your hand, some Cool Tune monsters. Mix will let you add Cool Tune monsters except level 2 monsters, and Rico will let add you a Cool Tune monsters except level 3 monsters. And finally, the Cool Tune Clip is very, very cool during the opponent's turn, because this is how you will be able to perform a synchro summon during the opponent's turn. This is a quick effect that you can use only during the opponent's main phase, which lets you special summon Cool Tune Clip from your hand onto the field, and then immediately after perform a synchro summon using Cool Tune Clip and a monster in your hand. We have talked about the main deck monsters, but of course there are going to be more cards to try to support the entire strategy. And there are going to be some spell cards and also some trap cards. The first one will be JJ Cool Tune, which is the field spell. It will have 3 different effects and all of them will be very good to try to get your engine going. The second one will be the Cool Tune Synchro, a quick play spell, which is of course very good on your turn because it will let you search some engine, but also on the opponent turn because you will be able to perform some synchro summons during the opponent turn and therefore be able to use all the effects of the main deck monsters. And finally we will have the trap card, the Cool Tune Playlist, which will be able to interrupt your opponent on the opponent's turn.
So now that you've taught me about the main deck monsters, the spells, and the traps, why don't we talk about the synchro monsters that this archetype is trying to summon?
Well, absolutely. So there are 4 synchro monsters and one of them is level 4, 2 of them are level 5, and the last one is level 6. And as you can see, all those synchro monsters, they share something. They are all tuners, which is, of course, pretty cool for the archetype, considering the fact that some of the effects of the main deck monsters lock you into only special summoning some tuners. So let's talk about the first synchro monster, which is Cool Tune Track Maker.
We're back. Hello, welcome to more of your coverage here at YCS Dortmund 2026. So, as you can see, we're in our analysis zone, and I have 2 of our commentators with us. Guys, how are we doing?
Great, yeah.
You guys caught us as we were boogieing and didn't realize we were going live. So here we are with a little bit of energy. So are we having a good time so far? I mean, we're only a single duel into day 2. Are you excited with how the rest of the trajectory of today is going to go?
I mean, it was absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, it was a great start.
It was a banger.
Great start.
It was a banger, honestly.
Great start.
Great, 2 exceptional duelists coming together. We both, we've seen both them many times over these competitions. So an exciting way to kick off day 2. Are you feeling excited for what we might be seeing in the top 8 cut?
No, honestly, no.
No, just cool. Thanks for going with me.
It's all about participating, not winning, It's just.
That's a good way of thinking about it, yeah. So what we're going to do, guys, because we're in between a couple of rounds before we get into our round 11 feature match, going to do a little bit of a quiz with these 2. So, gentlemen, I want you to buzz in for your answers, and I'm going to go through some of these questions that we have prepared. Are you ready?
Yes.
Buzz.
Buzz, yes. Okay, question 1. What is the attack of Dark Armed Dragon?
Buzz.
2,800.
Is correct. Okay, next question. Remember, keep count of your things because Lord knows I won't. 1-0 to you. Which attribute is access code
Buzz.
talker?
Dark.
Correct. Okay, that's 2 for Leo.
Bravo.
Question 3. Which cards must be banished from your graveyard to special summon Chaos Sorcerer?
Buzz. Dark and light.
Correct.
Monsters.
Yep, I'll give that to you.
Dark and light
so that's
spells.
3.
Monsters? How
What
many?
monster
How
type-
many?
Guys,
One each.
lock in. We've got another question coming.
Sorry.
What monster type is Albion the Branded Dragon?
Buzz.
Go on.
Is it a dragon? I don't know. I mean, no, is it not?
Yeah, and
What?
it's got 2.
2 types.
Yeah.
What? No.
Yes.
I mean, that's not a thing.
There's not a
That
card in
is
the game
not
that has
a
2 types.
thing.
Yes, there are monster types. Normal, effect, fusion,
Oh,
XE.
but that's
okay.
not a type.
That
okay.
is types.
It's
Effect fusion.
Yeah, those are types. Those are card types.
yeah.
you get things like Dragon
okay,
Tuner.
okay.
Yeah, no, I was
Effects,
right. I was
that will
like
be types.
Generational rage bait.
Don't, come on, dudes. I've got the answers written
Yes,
down.
okay.
Yeah.
Go
Okay.
ahead.
3-1.
Well, what was the answer? There was a second type.
I said effect fusion.
You didn't say effect fusion.
Yeah,
you,
I said
no,
so.
you said Dragon Fusion, didn't you, initially?
No, effect.
I've got Dragon Fusion written here.
Yeah, oh my god. Are you really?
You said fusion, but it was Dragon Fusion.
He knows the card. I think he
my-
got it.
Okay,
I
fine,
think he got it.
It's your funeral. I'll give it you. So, guys, considering we're at
I think
the
Ed likes me more.
Yeah.
Considering-
I got it.
Okay, we'll say we say you got it, even if you didn't. So,
Thank you.
We're at the 300th YCS celebration. Which deck won the 200th YCS?
Buzz. Sky Striker.
Correct. So that is now 3-2 currently to Leo. So let's go on to question 6. Which summoning mechanic was introduced in Yu-Gi-Oh! Vrains?
Buzz. Link.
Correct.
Good job. Good job. Good job.
What
Thank you.
level is Fiendsmith Engraver?
Buzz. Seattle. No, 6.
No.
Seattle 7. No.
Buzz. 6.
Okay. Well,
Six. Siete. Ay.
okay, so that was a monumental fumble at the hurdle
Oh
there.
no!
Okay.
Why did I don't even know what language this is. Is it Spanish? Is it Italian? I don't
Yes.
even know.
What
Stick
number
to
did
your
you even
lane.
say?
7.
7?
Yeah. 6, 7. What did you just say? I don't know. What did you just
That
say?
is
I don't know.
tragic. Okay, so hang on. Does that mean now it's even? Is
Yes.
it? Okay, so that's 3-3.
Is it? I don't know.
No, wait.
4-3.
Probably 4-3 for you.
4-3, 4-3,
Yeah.
yes.
Which is
Okay,
7, by the way.
next. What new special variant art cards are being released first in Rarity Collection 5?
Buzz. Overframes.
That's not the official name of them. You'll think of the right thing, but they have an official terminology
I
name.
thought that was it.
No.
Yeah. I also thought it was it.
It's not the answer I've got written here, and these are all Konami-approved
of
answers.
course. That's not a question I want to answer. Overframe is not so.
Ed, please release us.
It is extended art cards.
Yeah, now that you say... Oh,
Yeah, now
man.
that I've said it, now,
Right.
now you understand. Next. What is the official name of the highest ranking judge at a YCS?
Buzz. A judge.
Correct. Nice and easy. Yeah, you were overthinking there.
It was like, Sebastian?
Well, now, guys, it's... if you go for his actual name.
Rob?
Is it Brian?
Dave?
So now you guys are 4 apiece. Next question.
Generational comeback.
What was the name of the first player set that Droll and Lockbird appeared in?
Buzz. A stone? Bastion. Is it? No.
No.
Which one?
Is it Star Strike Blast?
It is Star Strike Blast,
good
correct.
job.
Okay, so
Storm was the
5-4.
Storm of Neos, where DD Crow was introduced.
There we go.
Too old.
Okay, here's a nice easy one for an interestingly controversial card. What is the attack of Max C?
Buzz.
I've rock, paper, scissors for this one. 1, 2, 3, go.
How do you want to say? Rock, paper,
1,
scissors,
2,
go?
3, go. 1, 2, 3, go. 1, 2, 3, go.
Yeah! What was the question again?
I'm not going to...
500.
Yes,
Good job,
correct.
good job,
Okay.
Good job. Good job. Good memory.
Okay, do you remember how many answers you've got right now?
He's got 6-4, I think, for him.
I think it's
Yeah.
6-4.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I fumbled on the head judge as well.
That is true. Okay, what are the names of the original 4 Charmers in the Spirit Charmer theme?
Buzz.
You know,
Kita,
yeah.
Area,
Yep.
Win,
Yep.
and of course, the good old Osa.
Correct!
Oh.
Nice. Well, you have basically won here, and I am seeing that a lot of the players are starting to make their way there, which means, I believe, we've got pairings, guys, which means we'll be back very, very soon with a feature match for you guys. Congratulations there to Leo. It was a generational comeback from Marcello briefly, but sadly, it wasn't enough. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with your next feature match.
Monster requires very specific monsters to just get special summoned. You will require one cool tune tuner plus one or more tuners. And this is very important because all the cool tune monsters are indeed tuners. It has multiple effects, and the first one will be shared with the main deck monsters. Indeed, if this card on the field will be used as synchro material, one tuner in your hand can be used as one of the other materials. But it also has some other effects. The second one is pretty cool during your turn because when it is synchro summon, it will be able to just search a cool tune card, any card from your deck to the hand. And it also has an effect that will be very useful during the opponent's turn, because if this card is sent to the graveyard as synchro material, you can return one card your opponents control to the hand. The second synchro monster is Cool Tune Remix, and it requires even more specific tuners because you will require a Cool Tune mix exactly and one or more tuners on top of that. It will have two different effects. The first one will just let Cool Tune Remix gain 1,500 attack points while your opponent has a tuner in their field or graveyard. And the second effect is more important because during your opponent's turn, you can tribute this card and choose two non-synchro tuners in your graveyard. You will be able to add one of them to your hand, and if you do, special summon the other, then immediately after this effect resolves, you will be able to synchro summon a tuner synchro monster. The third synchro monster is Cool Tune RS, and it specifically requires Cool Tune Rico and one or more tuner monsters as materials. It has three different effects. The first one will let it gain 300 attack for each tuner in the graveyard. The second one is very good against some decks, because the levels of monster your opponent control with 1,700 or less original attack are increased by 1. And the last one is of course also very good, because during the main phase, in quick effect you can banish one tuner from your graveyard, then target one face-up card your opponent control, and you will be able to negate the effect of this card until the end of this turn. And finally, the last synchro monster is Cool Tune Loudness War, and this monster is very interesting. First of all, you will require two or more tuners to just synchro summon this card. It has two different effects. The first one is very cool because other tuners you control cannot be destroyed by card effects. Also, your opponent cannot target them with card effects, which will allow you to just protect your whole cards. But the second effect is even better. When your opponent activates a card effect, you have the ability to respond, and you can banish one Cool Tune monster from your graveyard, and then you'll be able to apply that banish monster's effect that activates when it is sent to the graveyard as synchro material. For this specific combo, we are going to use two main deck monsters, and those two monsters are Cool Tune Clip and Cool Tune Mix. To start things off, we are going to normal summon the Cool Tune Mix, which will just let us activate its effect so that we can add from the deck to the hand a copy of Cool Tune Hue. Then we are going to perform a synchro summon using Cool Tune Mix on the field and Cool Tune Clip from our hand, and we will be able to synchro summon a copy of Cool Tune Trackmaker. On summon, Cool Tune Trackmaker will let us just add any Cool Tune card from the deck to the hand. So we have multiple options there. We can, if we want, add a copy of Cool Tune Synchro, the spell card, but also the field spell, the JJ Cool Tune. It could also be the trap card, the Cool Tune playlist, or even any monster from the main deck to the hand. But for this specific combo, we are going to just add from the deck to the hand a copy of Cool Tune Synchro. On top of that, we have another effect that can get declared. The Cool Tune Clip was sent to the graveyard as a synchro material, and therefore we are going to use its effect to just banish one random card from the opponent's extra deck. Once we've done that, we'll just be able to set the Cool Tune Synchro on our field, and this will be the end of the turn. So it might not seem a lot, but to be honest, there are a lot of interactions during the opponent's turn. First of all, you will be able to activate the Cool Tune Synchro, adding from the deck to the hand a copy of Cool Tune Mix, and immediately after, synchro summoning using the Cool Tune Track Maker and the Cool Tune Mix that you just added from the deck to the hand, special summoning a copy of Cool Tune Loudness War. On Synchro Summon, you will be able to activate two different effects from your graveyard. First of all, the Cool Tune Track Maker will let you return one card your opponent's control to the hand, so that's one type of disruption. But that's not everything. You will also be able to activate the effect of the Cool Tune Mix to target one monster your opponent's control and try to destroy it. So that's already two things that you can do. That's not the end of everything, because the Cool Tune Loudness War will be able to activate its effect. So you will be able to banish the Cool Tune Mix, for example, and to destroy another monster your opponent's control. So from those two cards, you had a lot of interruptions, and on the next turn, you will also be able to just start things off once again, because remember, you still have access to the Cool Tune Q, which is a starter. On the Synchro Summon of the Loudness War, you will be able to activate two different effects in your graveyard. First of all, of course, the Cool Tune Track Maker was sent to graveyard as a synchro material. Therefore, you are going to be able to activate this effect to try to return one card your opponent's control to the hand. But that's not everything, because the Cool Tune Mix was also sent to the graveyard as a synchro material, and you will be able to activate this effect, target a monster your opponent control, and try to destroy it. That's not everything that you can activate, because of course, on field, the Loudness War has an effect. When your opponent will activate a card effect, you will be able to chain the Loudness War so that you can banish a monster, a Cool Tune monster from your graveyard, for example, the Cool Tune Mix, and you will then be able to apply the effect of the Cool Tune Mix when it is sent to the graveyard as a synchro material. Therefore, you will be able to destroy another monster on your opponent's field. So out of those two cards, we managed to just put so many disruptions on our opponent's turn, but that's not everything, because of course, you will have your own turn after that. And there is some follow-up, because of course, you still have the Cool Tune Q in hand, which is a very good starter. So you manage to disrupt your opponent, and you have some cards to just start things off again on your own turn. So of course, this is one way to just play the Cool Tune cards, but there are many other ways to play those cards and try to beat your opponent.
That sounds awesome. So that was a little bit of an insight into how the Cool Tune archetype is supposed to function. Thank you so much for teaching me about those cards. And you can also pick up these on December 4th in Phantom Revenge.
Welcome back to your coverage here at YCS Dortmund 2026. In front of me, I have our round 11 feature match, Fabian Biesbrauch versus Patrick Baumann, and they're already decided on who's going to be going first. Patrick has won the dice on, will be going first. So with that in mind, I'm going to hand you guys over one more time to your commentary trio to take you through this round 11 feature match. Boys, take it away.
Thanks a lot, Ed, and yes, we are back for this new round, and what a round it will be, because there will be a deck that we have not featured yet. I am also very excited about this one. What about you, boys?
I think the most excited person about this is actually Sebastian Lemke, huh?
Have I told you that 11 is my lucky number? So round 11 is only fitting that I'm getting a deck delivered right to my taste, really, because I have always liked this deck. I actually did a segment here for this YCS with Emre about the deck, who's also a big fan of it. And who doesn't know in chat just yet what deck I'm talking about has missed out on the last couple of years of Yu-Gi-Oh! History. But I'll still hold back for a little longer, and I will not tell you just yet. But let's just say... Yeah, let's just say...
Let's go over to the table! Yeah. That wasn't the smoothest segment, was it? All right, okay, so
let's break it down a little further. 300 YCS, day 2, top 256 players making their way. So basically, you could say after the first day, we took 1/10 of the players and made them able to go into the second day. So they have already accomplished that day 2 pack as well, and they are ready to, of course, deliver now some more performances over overall 6 rounds of Swiss still, which is still almost the same. So quite the long way to still go. Both of our duelists for this one are X2, so they are pretty much on the bubble, but they are ready. So let's get into this dueling action for you. Round number 11, let's go.
I just want to call you out one more time, Sebastian. You said that you always liked Exosister, and if you want to fact check that, I think you should watch the broadcast from European Championships in 2022 when Power of the Elements came out.
I like Shifter a lot, and I don't care. Ooh, and there we have it. But yeah, you said the magical word now. Exosister. Sadly not XO anymore, but X2 will do. 8 wins out of 10 rounds is massive, but he will have to face that. Molchami Fuvolos being discarded by Fabian there in the draw phase to play around cards such as Dracotel van Mena, but there is no such thing as Dracotel van Mena in the deck of Patrick as he now activates one of the new cards, and there is Dimension Shifter. I mentioned the card. I like this card. It's a one-off nowadays, but doesn't matter when you just draw it in your opening hand, does it?
Absolutely, and this card is so strong, of course, against the meta game, against especially Dracotel that you just mentioned, but against the Yomi strategy, it is as strong as against the Dracotel because you want to rely on the graveyard effect. You want to just get back your monsters from the graveyard so that you are able to build your strategy little by little. And I mean, yeah, you have the Fuvolos. You will be able to draw some cards, but you'd better draw some good cards like hand interactions, otherwise it's going to be very hard for you to win the game.
I was going to say, do you, when you get Fuvolos and you have Shifter, do you give the turn away and say, hey, I'm not going to give you any draws, I'm going to let you play a little bit because you can't really set up a full field? Or do you just go, well, I mean, during the Shifter turn, you probably can't win the game against me, so I'm going to set up, give you a bunch of draws, but in the end, I'm going to have such a strong field.
Okay, so we discard the math of that we have Search with the Betrayal because we have to afterwards give something up. Leo, to answer your question, there is the Fuvolos in the graveyard, which actually is a massive advantage here for Patrick, because usually when you activate Shifter, you have the problem that you cannot actually interact with the opponent's graveyard anymore, as there usually is no cards in the graveyard. But now you could just go for a combination of, another Fuvolos here from Fabian. You could go for a combination of Vadis and Returnia then on your opponent's turn can make things happen, but this now with the double Fuvolos really makes it a decision whether you want to commit into an Exceed Summon here. It's very tempting.
Tempting to just pass here.
Yeah,
you know what? Before Fabian can draw any cards, of course, the classic Exosister. We all know Martha, but the other ones are not as common. But we had there, of course, the Exosister Sophia, only a one-off, which gave us a draw. But now with the summon of a new Exosister, a new free of Exosister Carmel, we have to give Fabian 2 cards now.
And that's very interesting because, yeah, it was very tempting, to be honest, to just pass and let your opponent with 4 cards so that you are able to... You are going to see your turn anyway, you know? Maybe Patrick is not aware of what his opponent is playing and maybe he thinks, okay, if my opponent's playing Malice or something like that, I might be in trouble.
But there's also so many decks that you're absolutely losing to if you just leave 2 Exosisters wide open, Shifter is active, and they just run over your monsters. You also don't have follow-up anymore at this point of the game.
But yeah, carefully reading this Exosister Carmel is Fabian there. Rightfully so, as this has been quite the addition to the Exosister deck, as it provides multiple things at once. First of all, you can, during the end phase, which I think we're in right now, set one of your Exosister trap cards from the deck. So you're not as reliant on searching for your trap cards with Michaelis anymore on your own turn, because this card provides it for you. But then additionally to that, it also has that incredibly powerful second effect. When your opponent activates a monster effect or a normal spell or trap card, you can just detach all the materials off of Camille and then make that effect. So you're negating the effect, pseudo-negating it, changing it to you put the card from your graveyard back into the hand,
that is
triggering your Exosisters.
And that is going to be Dimension Shifter, because the cards that you are detaching, they go to banishment because Shifter is still alive. So if your opponent is activating an effect, you can shifter them forever, basically.
Ooh, Sky Striker, mobilize, engage. Of course, the tournament yesterday has already been kinda... Wow, we negate that with Ash Blossom and Joy Spring. It has already been kind of shaped by the striker cards, as we both saw Joshua Schmidt and Din Kabui on the pure version of the deck. But Fabian just plays a couple of them, sets 1 card, sets 2 cards, sets 3 cards. That's good news for Patrick, as that is a pass turn, and his Camel is surviving. And now in the end phase, we can of course still activate the Returnia that we set, as we control an Exorcister Exceed. Oh, we have the Vadis too, though. The combination of both of them is incredibly strong here.
Honestly, as Fabian, do you just play a little bit until your opponent tries to remove your spell and trap cards, and then you scoop bluffing that you're playing pure Sky Striker? Because this is the information that Patrick has now versus the Yummy deck. I don't think you would ever really want to Ash Blossom the Sky Striker Mobilize Engage. You would wait for a Cupsy or something, but this is really interesting with 3 sets cards now. If I was Patrick, I would be 100% convinced that I'm playing versus pure Sky Striker, also because it is strong in this tournament.
Oh,
it actually makes sense.
Look, Fabian is contemplating Forbidden Droplet. Okay, still no information revealed, really. Could be the Sky Striker deck, but we're now going to go into Michaelis as well. I love this. I have been doing this so many times. You do not only get rid of 1 card, but we're trying to get after a 2nd card as well. And Fabian is conceding, not revealing any further information. Exo Sister on the rise, X2 in the tournament right now, and winning game 1 here in round 11 too.
We gotta love an X2 Sister. This is a strong performance so far. Dimensional Shifter, of course, is a card that is,
it helps.
It's really hard to beat, but also if you're playing a more pure version of the Yummy deck, it tends to have some worse hands if you don't have multiple engines to bridge into it.
Yeah.
It looked like, actually, even though there was a Dimensional Shifter, there was not a lot of agenda for his opponent here.
Not
It
necessarily.
also doesn't work under Shifter, right? The Hornet Drones is not a 1-card combo into the Yummy combo.
You can't activate the Droplet either. It was really like, against the Shifter specifically, it was quite the painful hand to have there in the shoes of his opponent. But I think Patrick enjoyed that turn. Not necessarily too concerned. But, I mean, you gotta give him, let's analyze, you gotta give him the 2 draws, right? Under Shifter, you get Camel, which is a superb interaction on their turn, and you get the free Returnia in the end phase as well. It's such a trade-off.
Carmel loops Shifter.
Yeah, that too.
That is the first thing ever. If you're playing versus a non-Malice deck, having Dimensional Shifter is incredible. Okay, versus Vanquish Soul would be tough as well. But even then the play makes sense, because against Vanquish Soul, they have the easiest time removing your 2 bodies on the field, and then you're left with nothing, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think that the Dimension Shifter is, of course, a key piece of this deck. The deck is strong.
Has always been.
Yeah. But against a lot of decks in the meta game, when you open this Shifter, they are pretty much cooked, to be honest. Even the Drake Hotel strategy, which is praised to be the best strategy, they cannot do anything. We've talked about cards like Dimension Fisher, which are very strong against the deck. And, of course, if you open this card, this is strong. But now, what I want to put an emphasis is on the fact that you don't know that you are playing against Yummy. So what do you side? You know that the Shifter was very effective because your opponent had to pass on 3 cards. You probably think that you are playing against Striker, but you don't know that there's a Yummy cards. What do you side in?
I feel like in the current metagame, there's a lot of just generically good options to bring in. Evenly has seen a bunch of popularity, so I saw a lot of people winning games off of Evenly alone, so I feel like that is just the classic standard card that we could have. But why theorize when there is both players already ready and looking into the camera? So let's go back over to the table. Let's see the 2nd game of this round 11 featured match.
Let's see, let's hope that we get more of a grind game this time around and not again another 5-minute slaughter here of that first game. Dimensional Shifter completely taking out the Yummy strategy that appeared to be
my
goodness!
Another Shifter!
Patrick, look into the crowd as well after the Shifter. He enjoys every single bit of that Dimension Shift there.
2nd game in a row, and remember, those players backs against the wall because they have to win if they want to stay in the top 8 race. And having the ability to draw 2 times in a row the Shifter against this strategy, this is so strong. And look at that, we're seeing playing pure Sky Striker right now.
Honestly, right? Just having the engage every single time, and now Patrick might think, oh, Hornet Drones is not the ad I would expect from my fellow Sky Striker opponents.
It actually really isn't as well with the deck that Fabian is bringing, because I see that there is a Sky Striker Widow Anchor in his deck. So I feel like he must have drawn that, because in that particular scenario that you're in right now, surely that's a better card to have instead of the Hornet Drones.
He must have drawn that, but indeed, he picked the drone from his deck. And let's see what he has set. This is a very good start.
Another betrayal coming. Exorcist betrayal resolving once more. And we get the Marfa to the hand. This is just so good. I was about to say, you're allowed to get 2 here, Patrick. This is not just Exorcist packs. You are able to grab another card. Nothing as important as the Marfa, obviously.
I mean, you have the cost of discarding a card, which is not a cost, that was just a figure of speech. You will have to discard a card after this. And discarding the Fuwalos, of course, is phenomenal. That is the thing with Fuwalos, or with Mulchamis in general lately. There are so many discard effects in the decks right now, or cards that fuse from your hand with generic monsters. They really play with the downside of those Mulchami cards, that if you go first or if your opponent does a special summon, you can actually still use them valuably.
Yeah, and we saw this effect of Exorcist Betrayal now multiple times, but there's 2 more things about Exorcist Betrayal. First of all, you can normal summon an Exorcist from your hand, additionally to your regular normal summon, when it is named on the card that it already is on the field. So for example, on Marfa, there's Alice mentioned, so you could just in that combination, on a lot of them Alice is mentioned, so that will usually be a good combination. And then, if a card is going to your opponent's graveyard, I will admit it doesn't look like there's any cards going to the graveyard on Fabian's side right now, you can banish one of them, their choice. So that of course could trigger your Exorcist Marfa once again, but none of that for now. Kamel on the field, able to tackle those cards that are set. One important note though, Kamel can only go after normal spell and trap cards, meaning if there is a Widow Anchor, it would still be able to interact with this Kamel.
I mean, yeah, and I hope for Fabian that there is a Widow Anchor, because let's face it, I'm a bit concerned about those set cards. We are under Dimension Shifter, which means that we cannot activate cards like Forbidden Droplet that we saw earlier. So there is a limited amount of things that you can do under this card. Will Fabian be able to stop this wave of Exosisters?
How about Ichiki Zayorhimi, though? That card did not come in Burst Protocol, but already in Doom of Dimensions. And that card is so good because both effects, it does, first of all, give you more level 4 monsters, just a random German word in there as well.
But
to
what
work
card?
with. You can negate it though.
But there will be something.
Oh, it is infinite impermanence. That is massive.
Can you dodge that somehow? Most decks right now have dodging effects.
Wow.
No, we completely played into it.
And we got a game now all of a sudden.
We love to see it. Nibiru taking out this whole Exo-Sister field. Carmel felt a little too secure being able to negate a Nibiru, but with 2 set cards and your opponent searching Hornet Drones, you would think that there is a monster negate, no?
That is interesting, but I gotta say, that must mean there is no Widow Anchor in there, right? Because surely before you put a monster into your own main monster zone, you would have preferred that over the infinite permanence that we have just used. So maybe another piece of information. Do you think against Exo-Sister, it seems pretty okay?
I mean, you rarely end on just the monster and the extra monster zone in the first turn.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, good point. You're probably right. Good argument by you there. One set card from Patrick. That Nibiru came completely unexpected. We felt so safe to that Dimension Shifter, but
because we're going second, right? You wouldn't expect your Sky Striker opponent, because this is where we're at right now. If Patrick hasn't seen Fabian play before, he thinks this is pure Sky Striker. Going first, you wouldn't think they have Nibiru the Primal Being in their deck, if at all.
That's a fair point, to be honest, yeah, and that Nibiru totally unexpected. But now, as you just said, we have a game, actually, and Fabian is going to showcase why his deck is at X2 right now. The Yami strategy, very, very good to navigate around the interactions, around the interruptions. Will Patrick have what it takes to stop Fabian in his tracks?
Interestingly enough, we see him with the Camel, which does not need to be on the field in the end phase anymore to set a card there. We decided to set Exorcist Pax.
And he needed something to play with,
Meaning either he already Oh, Radiant Typhoon Vision now in the draw phase. He either has a trap card already hard drawn there, or he just sided out all the trap cards going second, which would also, of course, be a viable thing to do. Now, finally, cards can hit the graveyard, so the Vision becomes more appealing. I can see the Vision once more here.
And there was a Widow Anchor in the deck that we could see there. So apparently we kept the card in the deck, wanted to still go for Hornet Drones, to perhaps have some follow-up. Searches for the Mystical Space Typhoon. I mean, I should have thought of that when I saw the player going through their deck instead of drawing the top 2 cards.
It actually makes sense because you want to remove all the unknown cards and to be able to play and execute your combo very well while you know most of the interaction that your opponent has.
Actually, but I mean, drawing 2 and discard the Hornet Drones that you're not going to be able to use also seems like a valid solution to the issue right now. This looks like Fabian is just going to attack over the okay, so we want to activate the Hornet Drones, crash the Nibiru, but that is quite the investment, if I'm being honest. I think 2 draws could have helped as well.
Yeah, but you only invest your battle phase, so you are able in the main phase to just keep comboing.
Did you just say you only invest your battle phase? The battle phase is so important.
I'm a runic player, so...
Alright, okay. Well, okay, that solves that mystery.
One thing we could have also done, though, we could have used the Mystical Space Typhoon in the battle phase, where the Exorcist packs cannot be activated, because that is a main phase only card, but we chose to now, in the main phase 2, go after the Infinite Impermanence instead.
But then you get hit with the Impermanence by the
on
the Kagari. And
I think that you want to remove the unknown card so that you can play as safe as possible, because the Exhauster packs, I mean, yeah, it is a good card, but you'd better, you know what is there.
Oh, wait, which zone was that? I think the Impermanence wasn't activated even. It was the Mystical Space Typhoon. I completely forgot about that.
Yeah.
Oh, we're activating Akroki, and now Patrick is like, what is going on here? I was already surprised by this Hornet Drones, but Pax, the cards together knows this is not Sky Striker, but this is yummy. And Fabian takes game 2 in a convincing manner with the Nibiru, the primal being, that while it is sometimes a card that players do not include into their main deck or sometimes even their side decks anymore, when Nibiru is coming as a surprise, it is incredibly strong.
And I mean, we do now in Exorcist have that answer with Kamel, but with the Infinite Impermanence backing it up there as well, that was just the perfect combination. And I was thinking about the packs. Actually, on its own, it doesn't even really do anything, because all of those Exorcister monsters were not in the graveyard. An Exorcister packs needs the other name of the monster in the graveyard to be able to special summon it instead of just searching it. So if the Ellis would have found its way into the graveyard, we could have gone for Marthar, and then Marthar, getting that out when your opponent activates Kagari could be huge, because then you trigger the Marthar and all on and so forth. But in that case, where there were nothing in the graveyard, it wasn't possible at all.
Yeah, and I think that was very clever to go after that Infinite Impermanence, so that you just remove what you don't know, remove the unknown. You know that you are able to combo afterwards with the Hornet Drones. You can give up on your battle phase, to be honest. This is not a big of a deal, because after that you can just perform your whole combo and you just win the game from that point. But having the Acro Key was also very good, because after that, if you want to remove some bodies from the field, then you just special summon a yummy monster. So
I have a question for you guys, though. When your opponent sets a card into a column where you already have a card, do you just auto-assume they have Infinite Impermanence? Because that's what they did there. It was an Infinite Impermanence. Do you just... how likely is it for you in your head when they do that?
It depends on the metagame, to be honest, because, you know, now the Infinite Impermanence is not a card that is that played, to be honest, even if we saw it right here. So it really depends on the metagame. But usually you would assume that, yes, this is an Infinite Impermanence.
Yeah, I would also go with that, but that's also making it more powerful, right? Bluffing those cards. But then again, when you're bluffing and your opponent's card, where you're putting the card into the zone, is an Impermanence, you might get cooked by bluffing. You might have bluffed yourself.
The bluff of the bluff of the bluff, yeah, for sure. But yeah, those are those mind games where top-level competitive Yu-Gi-Oh, of course, becomes the most interesting when players try to outplay each other, and sometimes actually just while trying to outplay the other, outplay themselves. You're very right with that.
I've done that so many times.
Yep, same here. Have to admit.
That's why we're here and not there on the featured match stage here in day 2 of the 300th YCS. It is the second round of Swiss today. In total, we have now with this had 11 rounds of Swiss, if I'm not completely mistaken.
Yeah.
What was your favorite match so far?
Ooh, good question. I think I really did like the Kyutun match we had together. That was a fun one to go through, even though the Kyutun deck could not get it through against the Lunar Light deck there in the end. But what was your favorite?
I think it's gotta be with Sky Striker, with the Sky Striker cards. There is one victory for Sky Striker and one loss, so I'm gonna go for the victory with Josh.
Fair, fair. Leo, what about you?
Well, phenomenal game there. I think it's just this one, and I think the players are also on their way to being ready for Game 3. So let's go into this decider, let's go into the table.
Interestingly enough, both of these decks are completely relying on the light attribute and therefore are called Purge decks, if you want to say so, because they have the ability to play Dominus Purge. No Shifter just yet. We could still chain it to this, though. No Mulchami Fumulus this time around, though, on Fabian's end, as we would have definitely chained it to the Exorcista Martha, so that is already good for Patrick. How far can he go off of one Martha here is the question. And I feel like we can go very, very far nowadays with this deck. But let's see.
Absolutely, and I think that the Exorcister, I mean, the usual field is pretty good into the Yami strategy because you have the ability to remove a lot of the body presence on the field, which Yami wants to have, so it's still very scary even if we don't have the Shifter in the graveyard.
Ooh, normal summon Exorcister Stella, we control once again. Another Exorcister monster, and we can on normal summon, special summon another Exorcister from that. Plenty of engine cards here in the hand of Patrick, and it's like the old usual engine cards. It's none of the new spell cards. Here comes Michaelis, which could give us access to Betrayal. But do we even want Betrayal here? Because Betrayal only gives us even more monsters.
Yeah, I think at this point we are good on the monster side, so I think you go for Vadis or Returnia and then set the counterpart, well, not really the counterpart, just the other trap card with Caramel in the end phase. The cool thing about Caramel is it can search for follow-up or set follow-up from the deck. However, it is not going to extend your turn any further. So basically, if you want to go for big fields and you only have a Martha, you have to kind of play into a Nibiru. But since Patrick has such a monster-heavy hand, he can just summon out Michaelis and Carmel, set 2 of those cards via effect, and set 2 other cards from hand. That is looking very, very strong.
This is absolutely scary, having those set cards, and Fabian will have to navigate through them. It better have a very, very good hand. I mean, we've seen some players play something like Evenly, and we've seen some droplets. So could it be something that would win the game for Fabian?
I would like to see a Cupsy. I would like to see a Yummy card first. Oh my days! Evenly made it happen. Carmel just
negate it. There's no way!
And the droplet as well.
Patrick, he can't even Judgment that. Even if he had a Judgment, he couldn't use it on this as a trap card was sent. Oh my, Patrick.
Do you have something to pop your own Carmel? Can you get rid of that card? No, this is negated now, so I think this is the first card you want to banish. That is a huge combination, and now I think I'll have to agree with you, Jean-Alexis. The battle phase does not matter to Fabian at all, and I think he'll take that trade. Trade.
That is a very good trade. To be honest, I didn't expect Fabian to have the Evenly and the droplet, but that was something that was maybe happening. Having access to that, now the field is totally even and you are now in a way better Cupsy, you wanted a Cupsy and it's there.
That is the best normal summon you can have. Of course, you can argue for a Marshmallow start, but just the OG Yummy card, Cupsy, the cat in the cup, is going to search you a Yummy surprise. And now you go into your one-off Yummy Snatchy. And I feel like you actually go into the Linker Evo. I feel like ever since Snatchy is at 1, I feel like more people play Yummy.
It really feels like that, and I can tell this is not really Patrick's kind of tier right now. Ooh, the Lollipo. Not using the effect wisely enough.
Not trying to manipulate any graveyards here, faking a card from hand. And now we're going to go into the Cupsy Yummy way.
It's gonna resolve, which is a very good news for Fabian, of course. We already have access to the surprise, but now we will have access to 2 more names, and especially the Marshmallow, which is so good to extend and to get back some resources. The Yummy surprise, indeed.
But yeah, Leo, let's analyze that. Why are there more people on Yummy at the moment? Because I have the same feeling. Everybody was kind of saying this deck is now struggling with only 1 Snatchy available, and also, of course, no more Herald of Arclight. But all of a sudden, people are just coming from left and right, from everywhere, and bring this deck to the biggest stage.
I mean, I've got the feeling that a lot of people, they do not expect Yummy to still be there on top table. So as the deck is less expected, you may have more room to just get the victories and go into top cut.
I mean, fewer breakers in the side decks definitely do help. There's loads of hand traps running around. And, you know, breakers are the arch enemy of the Yummy deck. We've said this time and time again, especially with Mitsurugi being less prominent in every single deck. I think that held Yummy back for quite a while. Akroki being now played from the hand as we go into probably a Lollipo Yummy way to just get rid of the last back row and actually see where it's going. But if we are trying to activate the Yummy way and we pop, then the Grave Manipulation is not even going to be seen. We're going for a Vadis here.
Vadis, of course, we knew about that pretty much. Of course, we're chaining the effect of our Synchro Monsters, so the summoning from the graveyard happens before the Vadis resolves, which is massively important here.
But I mean, we activated the summon effect, right? So the Vadis is going to resolve, and then we're going to... Actually, if we target it with Lollipo... Wait, let me read that card again.
It does very much target,
right?
Of course, yeah.
So we can actually stop ourselves from summoning those monsters.
Yeah, perfectly executed here. Perfectly executed by Fabian, and Patrick summons out 2 Exorcisters, being Irene and also Sophia, but they don't look particularly happy right now as they cannot use their effects right away.
This is a very well play to navigate through the interruption. Because, yeah, if he had moved some cards from the graveyard, it would have been a little bit...
and we're moving cards from the graveyard.
He is.
Okay, we were 1 step ahead of ourselves and also ahead of Fabian, because Fabian did target different cards than the one he was bringing back here.
So the cookie that was summoned out is going to pop here, but I think the cookie is going to probably miss its target because the Exorcisters can activate and chain their effects.
Also, on that note, actually Lollipo Yummy Way does not target, so therefore we had to special summon the remaining monsters from the graveyard to correct on that, but there is now Yummy surprise, and we can just get those cards back into the hand, and from the hand it's pretty hard to perform an Exceed summon, at least that has not been created yet. Surely maybe at some point we get that too, but for the very moment that's not possible.
I mean, we have hand synchro summons now with the cool tunes.
Exactly.
So I think we're getting closer and closer to that phenomenon.
But yeah, thanks to the Yummy surprise, we can navigate through the interaction of the Exorcister, and we are going to get back the Yummy surprise afterwards with the Marshmallow that we added to the hand. So it looks promising, to be honest, for Fabian. I don't see a world where he loses this game.
It's going to be real hard for Patrick. Surely an uphill battle, and Fabian is just trying to find the best field possible. The thing about the Yummy field, it's so interactive. Like, you don't even need to put up any crazy negates here. Just on the opponent's turn, you keep on synchro summoning, keep on bringing back monsters from the graveyard with your synchro monsters and create your interruptions through that. So even just passing on this, honestly, would probably suffice.
If there is so much you can do with exactly this field. There's still the cookie that you can synchro off and later on summon back. There is the Lollipo that you can use in the exact same way. There is the cookie Yummy way that you can use, and you have just now added the Yummy surprise. But of course, something like a Herald of the Arclight that can work as an interruption, a floodgate-ish effect already that you can protect with multiple cards.
But we go for Hoka no Mitsune no Onari, and that is the link to they can just set back the Forbidden Droplet from the graveyard.
That is huge. Actually, with so many quick play spells that are dominant right now.
And also the Ensemble, which is special summoned, and that is... Wow, that is so many interactions, to be honest. It's going to be very hard for Patrick to be able to go through that field, because it's not once per turn. You are able to just remove the bodies from the field and send them back to hand multiple times. So indeed, in that case, 2 times during the turn of the Exorcister.
Now we use the graveyard effect of a Crocky, putting itself and 2 other Yummy monsters back into the deck. And I feel like that field should be pretty hard to crack here from Patrick's side. But he gets the Destiny draw, he gets another turn, never say never. Let's find out.
I was gonna say, what stops you from just no, all of the Exorcists have 800 attack points. That stops you from just running over the Ensemble Robin.
No, they don't. They have 800 somewhere, but Martha, for example, is a little bigger. Martha has 1,600 attack points. Irene, though, which is the one we have just normal summoned, is not particularly big in terms of attack points, as it's only 400.
Because otherwise I would have said you can just attack over this monster, because otherwise they would have to use Yummy Surprise to summon back the cookie.
But now that becomes very scary because we just triggered the Synchro Monster, and on top of that we activate the Forbidden Droplet to stop the opponent from playing, and there is the victory for Fabian, and the Yummy strategy backs against the wall. He had to face 2 times the Dimension Shifter, and still he pulled out a convincing victory thanks to the Forbidden Droplet in couple with the evenly matched. Such a great game of Yu-Gi-Oh!
Massive.
Yeah, the deck, it was a huge Exorcista field, honestly, but then evening out the match with this almighty trap card. This is also evenly matched, or for example, something like in Nibiru, if they come unexpected, they can just win games completely. But of course, as you know, we don't only have our main feature match, we also have a backup feature match, so let's take a look at some Genesis action.
There we have them. We have Mats and Konrad engaging in a Q-Tune versus Vanquish. So Regenesis matchup here. Both of them undefeated 6-0 so far. So doing pretty well for themselves in this prototype Genesis YCS.
And yeah, you talked about Genesis, but now I can see the Genesis cards in action. And we've got the Sage on the field, which is already an Amneni Gate, and we can perform all our combos with the Vanquish Soul strategy. So we see that they are at 1-1. They have to win here. And looks like Matt in a very
Gen X Ally Birdman in there.
position.
And Konrad doesn't even know the card, of course. OGs will remember that card was pretty popular back in the day, but it has been a couple of years. So good to see this card seeing some love again in Genesis format.
I played this card in Agent Chaos to bounce back a Mystic Shine Ball and then summon it back from hand with Venus. That is crazy.
I'm also pleasantly surprised to see it. The best thing about it back in the day was that it was a tuner, right? Just having that level 3 tuner ability, oftentimes having some tokens next to it to also perform synchro summons. But let's see what we're trying to cope with it here in this Vanquish Soul Genesis deck.
I like, first of all, you get access to some cool synchros. You know, you have a bunch of different levels. Your X-Ray is not that needed as well in Vanquish Soul, so I think you can just go at it. But also, you can manipulate the attributes in your hand. You can just take monsters from your field. If you need a fire monster or an earth monster, you can just exchange them with the Gen X Ally Birdman.
100%. By the way, do you get a first round win if you have cards with Genesis in the name in a Genesis tournament? Is that how it works?
That would be great. We don't know, but I don't think this is the case. For now, Matt has all the attributes in his hand. He has some dark attribute, some earth attribute, and the Raisin, which is some fire attribute. So he's in a pretty good position. I'm surprised, to be honest, that the Cool Tune player, Konrad, didn't activate anything now, because we know that the Cool Tune strategy likes to have some hand interactions, like to activate some cards during the opponent's turn, especially the Clip, which is able to put some disruptions and put some body presence on the field. So it doesn't look very good for Konrad for now, especially considering the fact that in the end phase we are able to set this very powerful trap card, the Vanquish Soul card.
Yep, that's quite the field to crack here, Konrad. Best of luck with that. Let's see how he tackles it. First things first, I think. One thing that's very popular in Genesis at the moment, and pretty much has been from the beginning, is Kaiju's. And that Gameciel there trades immediately with that Regenesis monster.
I mean, you really need them for something like a Lunar Light deck as well. So Lygadance probably something you would want to out. There are multiple decks. Kaijus are just easy removal, right? And if you have a deck that can bounce some cards, especially, you can reuse them. They're such good breakers because they just take out opponents' monsters by game mechanic and not by effect. So everything that is unaffected can just be outed by a Gameciel, except for the cards that say they can't be tributed, like anything that has been targeted by Forbidden Crown.
Yeah, indeed. And speaking about points, for example, the Kaijus, they don't cost a lot, while some other cards, they cost so many points that you can't put them all in your decks. That's why we play something like some Gameciel, which are some generically good cards going second, to be honest.
Definitely. So there is now the Cool Tune combination. Q brings out another monster, and so far Mats does not feel like interrupting that.
Yeah, bringing the mix is very clever here for Conrad, because you don't want to special summon something which has no effect on the summon. Otherwise, it's just gonna get destroyed with this trap card and will not give you any advantage in hand.
But there is now the Snow Devil, and Snow Devil reveals all 3 required attributes. Interestingly enough, though, we cannot special summon from the hand here, as our field is completely full. I feel like the destruction effect may be more valuable here anyways, though. Oh, okay.
So we activate the Cool Tune Synchro, which is very interesting, to be honest, because if we decide to Synchro summon, the monster that we summon will still get destroyed. But here we just add a Rico to the hand. Will we do anything? We will do something. We will perform a Synchro summon.
I think you want the Synchro effects of the monsters of Q and Mix, or Q and Rico, what you have added to the hand.
So we special summon the Loudness War.
Now we are resolving the Snow Devil, though, and that was the initial plan from Mats. He's reading.
Other tuners you control cannot be destroyed by card effects, of course.
Only the others, so...
Yeah, but you still get to keep your mix.
You keep your mix, yeah.
Which is
that is something.
Worst.
That is something.
For sure.
And you get to trigger 2 effects. So that is nice. Also, your opponent loses some monsters, which is the Gameciel, the Regenesis Archfiend, and of course the Genex Ally Birdman. Keep in mind, this has to be banished. Good. Good job. And now this field doesn't look too impressive anymore. Keep in mind, of course, this is Vanquish Soul, so there's Holly Sue, and there is still, of course, the Caesar Valius.
So you're gonna have to face 2 destructions, which can be annoying for the Cool Tune strategy, because if you, I mean, you can Synchro Summon from hand, but if you don't have anything on the field, you are kinda stuck and you can't do anything. So one way to try to play around that would be to have the field spell in hand, and to activate the field spell so that you are able to normal summon twice during this turn.
Yeah. Will we find that, though? Because there's not that many cards remaining in hand for Conrad either.
I like that. I like that so much. And I think that Conrad is not even trying to go for a destruction here.
No, you take control.
Yeah. You take control, and then you need to reveal the Caesar Valius. For it, you need to have an Earth, so you can next off just go into Caesar Valius, bounce the Holly Sue back perhaps to get another Earth monster back to the hand, and then get another pop with the Caesar Valius.
And we have access to the JJ Cool Tune, which is the field spell. So good going second into some fields, because you are able to just resist the fact that your opponent try to remove the bodies. So he's going to be able to normal summon twice this turn.
Oh, he's actually gonna let that resolve.
And also the Vengeful Start went to the graveyard with that.
Oh yeah, of course, that was one of the synchro
It was
effects.
the Rico.
Oh yeah, true. So resolving that. Here comes Rico. And Rico will resolve. Is there really an opening here for Conrad? Would be impressive to see that kind of a field being dismantled here by Q-Tune.
I think that now you just remove the body, you try to bounce, you try to just get back the Rico in hand, thanks to the Madlove effect.
Madlove is so incredible. What a card. Just not only being a starter, just like Razin, but also being removal on the opponent's turn. But just way better than Razin, in my opinion. Razin needs to immediately face that monster in the same column. But Madlove just goes, once you let it slide and have a low defense monster on the field,
and
bounce.
I don't see Conrad keep playing, to be honest, unless he has some spices in his deck list. But you remove the first normal summon, you remove the second one, you used the quick play spell twice, so yeah, you cannot do anything. Now Conrad needs to have something to synchro summon during the opponent's turn. For example, something like a clip, which is the in-archetype card that allows you to do so. I mean, it will not win you the game.
Synchro it.
We take over again.
We play Genex Ally Birdman. There have to be some synchro monsters in Conrad's
You want to see it?
I want to see it. Of course I want to see it. Go in there. Go for something completely crazy, something that we haven't seen before.
I think it will remain more classic, to be honest, and it is going to be the Caesar Valius being special summon on the field.
And that's just a lot of attack points that are being accumulated here right now at the moment by Mats. And Konrad is already down to 6,200, so it's really not missing much that he needs here. But can he do it here this turn? Maybe we just go into the battle phase here, possibly?
I mean, there was a rather easy way to go for a game by using Valius to add back the Rasen and use Rasen to search out a heavy Borger. And then kick for quite some damage, and then also having the burn effect of heavy Borger.
It's going to be the case because I think we just saw the Borger on...
All right, okay. If you already have the Borger, then you don't need that, of course. There's also a Stake Your Soul being ripped off the top of Mats. So we're going to see if there's anything that Konrad can do. Right now, the situation looks hopeless for him. Of course, he is 6-0 in the tournament still. One loss wouldn't hurt too much. I think there's still a lot you can do with that. But no.
Of course.
God,
oh, we are in the battle phase. Okay, so we allowed him to go into the battle phase. Don't know whether there even necessarily was much to prevent that, but that will bring us in that discussed Borger range.
200 life points. That is everything range, honestly. You just have to look at your opponent funny. This could be a Gaga Cowboy range. There's 2 level 4 monsters.
Through that. Borger. Oh, hold on though. Clip will be chained.
But will it be enough?
Q-Tune Clip, synchro summoning with the material from the hand.
You do the RS, and you just try to prevent the Borger from...
But you have Valius, right? Can Valius destroy your own Borger?
I don't think you can. I think Valius needs to be on one of the opponent's cards, but correct me if I'm wrong.
Destroy one other card on the field.
One card. It is one card. So you can protect your... burn, to be honest.
Okay, revealing for Borger. That is a fire in the dark. Aris being chained. Does Matt see that play to just destroy his own card to make sure this goes through?
I think he's just waiting. He's just waiting to activate the Valius effect. Does it resolve?
Yes, we are chaining Valius on our very own card. Konrad sees, is there another opener in the hand, or is this just it? It is it. And therefore Mats is 7-0 in this Genesis event, which brings them very, very close to a top 8 finish already. Being, I think they are playing 6 rounds total today as well. So they played 6 and 6, so that's 12 rounds, and that's huge already. He is almost there, really.
Yep. And the Vanquishal strategy, very strong, of course, in Genesis. One of the best decks, if not the best deck, facing the Cool Tune strategy. And we saw the flaws of the Cool Tune strategy. If your bodies are removed too early in the turn, it is very tough because you have some limited amount of ways to put some bodies on the field. So this is the peak weakness of the deck, and the Vanquishal player just recognized that. And I mean, so many interactions.
Still,
even
I feel like in Genesis, the Cool Tune deck still is pretty relevant. I saw walking through the top tables that there were multiple people with that deck performing decently well there. So it's cool to see that in the current advanced format, we had it on feature. It's definitely out there as well. It's having some showing, but in Genesis it really is where the deck is shining at the moment, where it's getting some more love and recognition.
I love that we're seeing so many synchro-based decks recently, just like we had in the main featured match where we played Yummy. I know Yummy also has some Link monsters, now fewer than before. But there's also some pretty powerful synchro monsters like the Cupsy Yummy Way, Cookie Yummy Way, or the Lollipo Yummy Way. And we've seen the deck succeed on the 11th round featured match. And now, of course, we have the winner's interview prepared for you. So let's give it over to Mike.
Hello, everyone. I'm here with Fabio, the winner of our round. And I would like to know how you feel about your unique choice of deck.
I feel really good about my choice of deck. It's really fun to play. I had been playing Yummy before as well, and I felt the hand trap variant was just coming up short most of the time. I feel like you lose the grind game. You run out of hand traps, your opponent still has plays, and you just lose the game. Whereas with this gives me a lot more flexibility to just play the game and play in a way more reactive manner instead of just having to trade one-on-one with hand traps.
So, post the Forbidden Unlimited list, how do you feel about the deck, and why you choose to go for a pure variant instead of, for example, a Tri-Brigade build or even a Radiant Typhoon Yummy?
Too snatchy loss is very harsh. That is definitely something that has made the deck a lot weaker. Herald was always coming. That card wasn't healthy, in my opinion. And I've never liked the hybrid version, so Mitsurugi or Solfa Chord. I tried Solfa Chord, but it didn't feel right for me. So I've always just been an enjoyer of the pure variant, and then just either play with hand traps or breakers or a mix of the two.
Yes, I will come back to this because I have some questions for you.
Oh, sure.
But for that, I would like to know, how do you feel about the first move that Patrick did? So right now he activated Shifter. How do you feel about this card in the current meta state?
I mean, yeah, Shifter is a card, I guess. It was a card twice this time. It's something that with the right hand I can play through, but this build definitely has a lot more trouble because I have multiple cards that need to send to the graveyard for cost. So yeah, it's really harsh for me to play through. Don't like to see it, I guess.
That even if you just summon Snatchy and another Yummy monster and pass turn, it still feels quite awkward to play against, for example, an Exorcister deck.
Especially Exorcister.
Yeah.
Because first of all, you can just either have Returnia, because I think he set Returnia that turn, so my normal summon would probably be cleared. And then other cards, he also has at least 2 non-target banishes as well, probably during the same turn. So there's no chance of any of my boards sticking around. So there's just no shot with the Shifter as well.
I see. And in the same game, your opponent had special summon Carmyle. And I want to know your feelings when you have activated double Fugalos, because me as a player, when my opponent will still summon under double Fugalos, it means either that he doesn't have such a good hand, meaning that he is desperate for an exotic monster, or his hand is really, really good. So can you tell me about your feelings right now?
The only reason I immediately went for the double Fugalos on seeing the second body is because I needed to see as many possible cards to actually play under Shifter. Whether his hand was good or bad was at that point irrelevant to my play. I assumed his hand was okay, and especially with the set in the end phase as well from Carmel, he would have been fine to play on my turn as well. So it was mostly just having to see cards that could actually either stick around on the board long enough so I could out or play on turn 3, or find something to play. But otherwise my hand didn't do anything, because you saw him banish one of my droplets. There was another droplet, and then another card that also needed to send for cost to the graveyard. So,
but I really like the fact that you just kept giving information to your opponent, but to a point that he was starting to think about you might play Sky Striker, for example, since we have only shown during game 1 engage and droplet, and I think that then you committed to game 2 in order to not give information about the Yami strategy, right?
Yeah, honestly, using engage to add Hornet drones probably does give away a very big chance of me playing Yami, because otherwise I don't think Sky Striker ever adds Hornet drones in that situation. So I'm not sure if that was actually correct. Other than that, yeah, all of my back row essentially just gave him no real idea of what I was on, and he didn't know beforehand either. So.
However, in game 2, we still find the same scenario that you have been under Shifter and your opponent has summoned Carmyle. However, you were able to dodge this with one of the oldest combo of the game right now, with Nibiru, the effect of Carmyle to change the effect of Nibiru, and the infinite permanence. How did you feel? It was like something that could save you at that time?
Yeah, it was definitely saving me at the time. I couldn't play beforehand, because this turn again I added the Hornet drones off of engage. That was also my only starter. The rest was just non-engine. Because I think I opened a Croaky both games 1 and 2. So we both opened one-offs. Sadly his was a little better. And so this was definitely a game saver. And if he had extend beyond this point, then I think he would have still had the game, but luckily he didn't.
Yeah, I mean, you have to take the bet, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And lastly, I told you that I want to come back to this. I want your thoughts behind, since you mentioned about hand wraps. However, we saw in game 3 that you activated 2 very powerful going second cards, Evenly Match and Droplet. Can you tell me how you feel about evenly comparing with hand wraps and how you approach this tournament?
So I think Evenly in general is a fairly good card right now, because Draco Tail doesn't really get an out to it. The out for Radiant Typhoon is also that they have to chain MST and then also chain Mandate, which I can usually easily respond to with another quick play of my own. So that way I can also play around Mandate. And I think there's a lot of decks that actually don't make specific Omni negates, where Evenly can at least force a lot of the interactions so that I can play in the second main phase and break the board and then establish a board of my own. So, and then especially with the combination of Droplet or versus Radiant versus Draco Tail, I can also Fallen in the Virtuous, my own Evenly. It works out really well.
I see. I think that you are absolutely correct. It is one of those cards that really have saved it a lot during the current meta and have caught people off guard, to be honest, in this tournament. Thank you again for this interview, Fabian. I hope the best for you in the rest of the tournament. And please stay close, because we'll be back very shortly with more YCS matches.
Welcome back, everyone, to the coverage here of the 300th YCS in Dortmund. And as the name suggests, 300 YCSs have been played so far already. And of course, a main figure in many of them is joining me here, Joshua Schmidt. Joshua, we're going to look at a very specific YCS here in this one, and that is going to be your YCS Prague final against Billy Break.
Yeah.
And that was quite the special one, wasn't it?
It's probably to this day the most special final I've ever played. Simply based on the fact that it was the same opponent from the previous YCS final, which he walked away winning the first one, and then I guess the second one was my redemption arc. But I still look back on that whole thing very fondly, and also whenever I meet Billy, it's a very special connection that we have that I don't think other people have.
I mean, it is still unmatched to this day, that rivalry of just going back-to-back in 2 consecutive YCSs, just playing in the finals, right? Just the pure math of that happening is actually just ridiculously unlikely, but still, it did happen to you and Billy. And I think let's go into this first clip here, as there's some more lore involved with all of this, because we see here on the first clip, of course, we are in the year 2017, we see you and Billy sitting down, and that apple was joining you on your journey for that tournament. Tell us more about the apple that was there with you throughout the entire tournament.
Yeah, this is just now bringing back memories, because it's been 9 years for me as well.
Yeah.
But this was just a running gag. I don't know where it really originated from, but it originated from YCS Bochum.
Okay.
Which was the first YCS, where I had an apple that my mom gave me when I left from home. She was like, here, take this apple with me.
Be healthy with me.
And I just put it in my bag, and then I carried it around all day, but because I was playing Paleo, a lot of my rounds were going very long, and so I never had the time to eat it. And then eventually
hilarious.
A friend of mine was saying like, oh, is it your lucky charm, this apple? Because it was always on the table, but
I
never had time to eat it. And then so for this YCS, I brought one back as a meme, which, against what people made believe, is not the same apple, because this was 2 months later, so it's a different one, of course.
Also, is there any relationship to Totally Awesome? Because there is some fruits involved on the Totally Awesome artwork as well.
People thought that's what it was, but no, it wasn't. It was just a meme, basically, that started because I never had time to eat it during YCS Bochum. And I think what Totally Awesome has is an orange on its head, yeah.
Orange apples, kind of the same thing if you ask me. But okay, we already see the decks, and both of you, of course, came with a 60-card deck.
Yeah.
For the people that were maybe not that active back in the day, was that very common? Were there a lot of 60-card decks in that format, or was it basically just the 2 decks that you guys were bringing?
Well, I mean, the whole trend of 60-card decks started because this is right after That Grass Looks Greener came out. So there was a couple of decks that were playing 60 cards. There was the Infernoid variations. I believe there was some Lightsworn, but that might have also been later in the year that was more popular. But the Paleozoic deck was a little bit different than the others, I feel like, because it actually wasn't trying to like resolve grass and then auto-win the game off of it. It was more like, well, I mean, you're playing a bunch of Paleos that are good in the graveyard. You have some Lost Twins in there, and that's really, and then Ronin Totem, and that's like that's all there is, right? It's not like you're milling like 25 Infernoids and then going off completely. It was just a solid card in the deck, and you just also happened to have a counter against other 60-card decks, because that was one of the main theories behind this deck. Is like, well, you're playing a 60-card deck, and other people are playing a 60-card deck, and so they can't grass, but their deck is more reliant on grass.
There we have it.
Which might make you wonder why Billy was able to activate grass against me in the finals, which is the only scenario that didn't work, is if I activated Pot of Desires.
Which you did here. But yeah, I mean, this was matchup-wise then such a clear advantage to your side, right? Because both of you, of course, not really able to resolve that grass looks greener, except for that very specific situation here that you found yourself in. But you're not really relying on your deck as part of the main strategy. So if Billy's deck, the 60-card Infernoid Zodiac deck, was not able to resolve grass, it was struggling, right? Because it just, all the Infernoids, when you draw them without having the graveyard set up, they don't really do that much, right?
This is something that people will disagree, or were disagreeing on at the time.
Come a little closer to me.
My standpoint was always that some of those decks that needed grass to resolve were not as good because, well, they needed grass to resolve, and I always liked that my deck didn't. But of course, people that were fans of the Infernoid deck or fans of other strategies like that, they were thinking about that differently. They were like, no, my deck is fine even if I don't resolve grass. And I mean, obviously, Billy did not get to the finals while activating grass every single round, I'm sure.
Fair.
So I think there's a truth to both sides a little bit. I preferred the deck that didn't need, or those decks were significantly better if they had grass. Let's say it like that.
Also, still your end field of turn 1. Is that the regular Paleozoic end field that you presented Billy with there? Just 4 set cards and a set monster, right?
That's peak Paleo gameplay from that time period, yeah.
Peak Paleo gameplay. I mean, yeah, there was just not much comboing going on the first turn, right? You needed the traps to be more level 2 monsters.
The only way you do more than this is if you draw a Swap Frog and a Water, because then you can set up a totally awesome on the first turn, but I believe I did that 0 times. Because, or like maybe once or twice during that YCS, because 60 cards and 3 Swap Frogs, it's just not going to happen very often. Or you have Grass and Swap Frog or something like that. Or Grass can hit both Ronin Totems and 2 Frogs, then you can like make a Toad. But most of the time it's just set your traps, set a monster and pass.
Okay, next highlight we have here, actually a little deeper into this game here. One very important thing about this whole deck was that you could actually recycle your Ronin Toadin with the Paleozoic Leoncolia, right? Is that how you secured the grind game mostly in this deck? Because the Inferno deck, of course, had that answer with like all of those DD Crow-esque effects to go after your Ronin Toadin. So that was just like a crucial thing in that matchup, really, right?
In this matchup, yes.
Yeah.
For most of the time, the Leoncolia actually puts back the regular Frogs to fuel additional Ronin Totems. So in that form, like 1 Leoncolia in the grind game is basically an instant rank to exceed because it'll trigger a Paleo in the grave, as well as give you a fodder for 1 extra Ronin Totem, so it's 2 level 2 monsters in 1 card activation. But of course, in matchups where they can banish your stuff, then it's really important to get it back. And also one very important thing about Leoncolia is that it can return face-down banished cards as well. So that in that way, it can really help with desires. Like if you ever happen to get so unlucky that you banish both Ronin Totems in your 60-card deck, you can go back, you can put it back in the graveyard. But even if you have something valuable in the banish pile, like a Lost Wind or something, you can just activate the Leoncolia and get it.
Yeah, that's very, very strong, absolutely. And I think, for the most part, it all looked like it was very favored in your direction, that first game. But still, the game kept on going for quite a while. Would you say that was just simply because Billy did not want to concede in that first game? Or were you just not really drawing the right cards to close it out? Or what was the reason this first game kept on going for so long?
Well, I mean, I would probably say it's just because I'm playing Paleo, which is like a really...
the slowest deck in the world?
It's a very slow and grindy deck. And from his perspective as well, to be fair, it's always like, well, if the Paleozoic player maybe messes up on the next turn, then I still have a chance to be in it, and you never know, you know, like it is Infernoid after all, so let's say, you never know what the deck count is like, but like sometimes you can draw that Grassless Screener off the top, or Pot of Desires.
Of course.
There's a lot of high impact cards in the format, and so you never know until it's over, basically, with Paleo, and it takes a while until it's over, so.
All right, now, we saw a little bit of yours, but this was the end field of Billy then in the second game, because eventually you did win game number 1.
Yeah.
And, well, it was quite the impressive field for that time, but you had quite the easy answer, I want to say, in your opening hand there, because you could answer this. Was that field in general, okay, you go for the Desires first, let's watch this through, but in general, even without power cards like Dark Hole or something, Was that a field you could just outgrind with your Paleo deck? Was that just a game plan for you, or did you need those blowout cards like Raigeki and Dark?
This is exactly the field that this deck is targeting, essentially, at the time, because
so?
except for the Totem Bird, that is exactly the board that Pure Zodiac also makes.
Yeah.
It's a Daigusto Emerald and a Trident. The Totem Bird, of course, is because Billy Hart drew the Terratop and also had to play with it.
Yeah.
So he was able to do that instead of making Invoker. But realistically, the scariest thing on that board is just the Emerald, because it creates card advantage for them. But Trident, and this is the reason why Paleo was good at the time, Trident cannot pop face-down cards.
True.
So that's why Paleo was good against Trident, because can't pop the face-downs, but also all the Paleos are unaffected by it, so it's a very low value card in the matchup.
I mean, the format overall, because the Inferno deck that Billy was playing was a little bit of an outstander. It was not like the meta deck, but all of the decks sort of were working with the Zodiac cards, right?
Yes.
So your deck was just a perfect counter to all of those Zodiac strategies?
Pretty much, yeah. That is the reason why this deck was good in this format, is because Zodiac is a really strong matchup for it.
All right, then we have one more highlight from this, and this was almost towards the end of that second game, and it felt like a little bit of a Billy was just trying to make that last move, activating that 1-for-1 while Skill Drain was on the field. And you were probably thinking, what are they going to do with the Decatron if that Skill Drain is currently face up on the field? So you didn't even bother negating the 1-for-1 there in that situation, right?
Well, let me analyze the situation.
Okay, for you it has been a while as well, of course, go ahead.
So is the 1-for-1 the last card in Billy's hand?
Yeah, they have no other cards in hand.
Okay, so I think I'm keeping the Totally Awesome around because it is a big monster and there is a Skill Drain on the board, so I'm a little worried about tributing off my Totally Awesome, and then I won't be able to finish the game, because I also don't know if there's any frogs in my graveyard right now to add back with Totally Awesome to apply more pressure.
Yeah.
So it's very well possible that if I tribute this Totally Awesome, I can't apply the remaining pressure because there's a Skill Drain on the board. In the long term, Infernoid would win this game if I don't wipe out the last 3,100 life points soon. So I feel like I'm holding the Totally Awesome for that reason. And like you said, the Decatron probably doesn't do much here.
Yeah, under the Skill Drain it doesn't. And I mean, eventually in the end, that was just the pinnacle of that cool rivalry between you and Billy. Yeah. I still remember just after the match how happy Billy was as well, right? He wasn't sad, like he was happy for you that you now got your revenge, that this story was continuing in such a cool way, that he wins one, now you win one, and just the whole timeline of it even happening, that you get to meet in the finals again, was just so special. And as you just also mentioned, it connects you still to this day, right? That whole story that you have together there.
We talk about it every once in a while, and then we joke about it, and he's like, oh, I should have won 2 back-to-back or something, and then I tell him like, no, I should have won Bokum if you didn't draw Vanity's Emptiness off of Metal Force Fusion. But ultimately, I think both of us look back at it very fondly, and ultimately, I can say for myself, I'm very happy that we both got one each, because of course, I mean, winning another YCS would have been awesome, winning 2 back-to-back would have been awesome, but I think sharing a story like that with someone else, where we both walk away a YCS champion from the same story, I think is more than fair. So I'm happy about it.
Absolutely is. And I mean, after this YCS title, you then got to win 2 more YCSs. What would you say on a rating, if there even is such a thing of rating different YCS successes, where would this one rate?
It's my favorite.
It's the favorite one, this most special one, because of that rivalry with Billy?
Everything. It's probably my favorite deck of all time that I played in that YCS. The whole story surrounding it is one of the coolest things that's ever happened to me in this game, I think. And they are all very special, but if I had to pick one, I'd pick this one.
All right, so I picked a good one to analyze with you then. So that was Yu-Gi-Oh! History. And we're about to write some more history here this weekend in Dortmund for the 300 YCS. Who's going to be our champion? We will see. Definitely stay tuned for more coverage here coming from Dortmund.
Welcome back to your coverage here of YCS Dortmund 2026. In front of me, I have your round 12 feature match. 2 duelists a lot of you will know, Jordan Gallagher and Tom Kleingraber, and they're ready to kick things off. You've actually already done a dice roll. You're going first, Jordan. So I'm going to hand you guys one more time over to your wonderful casting trio. Boys, take it away.
the Vice World Champion, the runner-up of Worlds versus one of the strongest duelists in this season. He has won so many tournaments, back-to-back opens. It's Tom Kleinegräber versus Jordan Gallagher. It's a match that we have been waiting for to finally show you these big names clashing up against each other.
I mean, they want to become even more of a part of Yu-Gi-Oh! History here at the 300 YCS. Tom already at a GB League YCS, of course, was very close to taking a title in London back in the day, but fell short to Samir Bakar, of course, or Bashar rather. But
he likes those finals.
He is aiming for another final, but Jordan, as you said it, he seems unstoppable with the Draco Tail deck. I talked to him earlier and he was like, yeah, the deck kind of likes me, I feel like, because he just cannot lose. He did lose in the last round, though, as both of these duelists are now on an X1 record, which is still super impressive at the very moment. Still, they're getting into a situation where they rather should be winning from now on if they want to make it to top 8. Let's see who can win in this match, as this match is about to start. Let's go to the table. Round 12 coming your way.
And this match just goes to show how hard it is to get to the top 8 of a YCS, how big of an accomplishment it really is, because those duelists, actually Jordan did not lose the last round. He is 11-0 and got, oh no, both of these duelists are X1, so we have a little bit of an error there. But if you are trying to aim for an X2 record to reach the top 8, in round 12 of 15 rounds, you're already playing against players of this caliber, so it cannot be understated how fantastic this is. Normal summon the Alt Art Cartesia and then fuse a Secretarian Dragon from hand with using, I think it is Mululu and the Lukias.
And this is a great way to start, to be honest. Yes, there is a Purulia which has been activated by Tom, but we have kind of a way to play around this. And this is a good thing about Branded Dracotail, is that you can play around the Charmies, which are just everywhere in the current metagame. But yeah, Jordan, you talked about this guy, and this guy is literally unstoppable, winning the French Open a few months ago, and now on his tracks to try to win this YCS and keep his winning chain, literally. But very interesting between those two players, two of the best players and two of the best decks. What better than a mirror to decide who is the best between the two of them?
Yeah, almost as if that was Leonard Koenig's words. Yeah, that's what Leo said before the round. Yeah. I cannot wait to see them fight it out with the same deck here, trying to see who's piloting it better. Will be tough to see because they're both so incredibly good with it, but we see Jordan going into the new Synchro addition to the deck, Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon, using its effect, resolving its effect as well. And have we given any draws to the Purulia yet?
Yeah, we have given one draw
right?
Thanks to the Cartesia, but apart from that, I think that we are not going to give that many draws to Tom, which is, I mean, to be fair, this kind of expected. But a good thing is that we have put the Secretarian on the field, which is such a good card in the mirror match, of course. The deck is full of dragons and spellcasters, and being able to prevent the opponent from activating the effects on the field is, of course, very good.
It absolutely is, and there is the alternative artwork of Ecclesia. They're also shining on the field of Jordan. I mean, when you have such a special relationship to a deck, when you're playing a deck for so long and it is being so kind to you and you're having such massive success with it, I think you just go the route to just max rarity everything, right? Like when you're playing it so well, you kind of reward yourself with a couple of nice cards.
Also, every time I see Jordan play the Dracotail deck, he has to go for non-standard lines, but it always works out so well for him here as well in this game. Started with the Secretarian Dragon. He's already at plus 4 or 5 cards. Hasn't even used Dracotail Arthelion yet, which is usually like the ace monster of the deck.
And the new cards bring so much to the Branded Dracotail strategy, to be honest, because yeah, before it felt like the deck was lacking a little bit of ceiling, but now we've got the feeling that the board feels so strong and it is so hard to break. We've seen that yesterday with the Sky Striker strategy with Josh and also Dinka. They managed to break the field, but after that you have so much follow-up that is really hard to just win versus this deck.
Now there's just one thing that Jordan needs to pay attention to, and that is to not leave the Fallen of the White Dragon on the field, because that counts as Fallen of Albas, and then you can fuse away the entire field to summon out an Alba Lenatus.
I mean, it surprises you once in life, but not twice, usually.
Okay.
Yeah, it surprised me once.
How did you feel after that?
Oh, well, I felt a little bit stupid, actually. But then you know, you learn from your mistakes. That's the beauty of Yu-Gi-Oh! The more you play, the better you get, usually.
And now we get to the Arsalian.
So this doesn't really feel like there's anything to stop him here at the moment. Okay. It looks like we're using a Fali on our own Fallen of the White Dragon, right? That's how we get rid of it. That's how we get it back into our hand. Ooh. Seems like it, because we saw him just moving that card a little bit, indicating that it probably was the target for a Falion.
Imagine you had like space for one more level 8 Synchro monster, then this would have actually, with the normal summon of Cartesia, would have actually worked there to just go with the Fallen of the White Dragon and, of course, the Ecclesia to go into an Omega. Now you can't do that anymore because Rahu was activated, but before that, that would have been really, really cool. But I agree, the extra deck space is getting a little bit tight on the Draco Tail branded end, so I agree with only running Ecclesia, the Black Dragon.
Now starting to add those powerful trap cards in the back row with the Flame and the Horn.
That is usually before Burst Protocol, when you got Mul Charmit with the deck, you ended on a really lackluster field. I mean, it was still good. You gave basically only 1 or no draws. You had a bunch of follow-up. You had 2 or 3 traps with a 5 mana in hand and possibly some interruption. This looks like a lot more. You have the Secretarian Dragon, which is good in the mirror match as well. You have the Ecclesia as well, and so many interactions in hand.
Ooh, okay.
Another draw.
And you will get the Fallen and the Virtuous in the end phase as well. Do we just special summon that and give another draw?
It did look like Tom just drew the other cards.
Absolutely, yeah.
Ooh,
and we get rid of the Fallen and the new Albas. Yeah, absolutely, by fusion summoning, by special summoning the Alba Lenatus.
Yeah. I mean, I get why you would want to trade the 1 card that your opponent draws for your Fallen and the Virtuous. If you don't have it in hand yet, you get to set it in the end phase, because before that, I do not think that we actually got to send a branded fusion monster into the graveyard, or a monster that names Fallen of Albas in its card text.
What a turn from Jordan's side. And we see that Jordan is running all 3 different Draco Tail trap cards, and that has lately just been the absolute norm. Like, everyone has decided, hey, all of these 3 trap cards are so good. They are just our main way of interacting with the opponents, so that's what we want to have. We want all of them. Interestingly enough, though, Tom, on the other hand, playing the same deck, has actually decided to not put all of these 3 trap cards into his main deck, which is quite interesting, because everyone agrees on something, but then a mastermind like Tom says, hey, maybe you're all wrong, and I just know how to do better.
What, did he cut Horn?
He did cut Horn indeed, yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Some players have decided that this card was probably not the most useful of the 3 traps, and you don't want to draw that going second, to be honest. This is kind of annoying to get that in your hand. This is not a monster that you can fuse with, and this is not something that you can break the field with.
You know what? I like it, because I think before that you really needed the ceiling. You really needed every single piece of interaction that you could get with this deck.
Yeah.
And now with this Ecclesia and another Ecclesia on the field, and basically this Fallen and the Virtuous that is part of your end board, I think you're good. You actually can be fine with just 2 trap cards.
Okay, now Tom, show us what you can do with this deck.
Oh!
Jordan's side looked impressive, but how about you? Normal summon Draco Tail Lucias. I think we haven't seen it at all on Jordan's end, but Tom got to start off with it here as his normal summon, and it will go unanswered, and therefore fetches us another Draco Tail monster from the deck, which oftentimes, and also in this case, is going to be the Draco Tail 5 mana.
So far, so good, right? I mean, you are starting to plus as well. Tom should be now at 7 cards in hand with the Lucias on the field. 5 mana is activated. With so many cards in hand, I don't think you pop the Lucias at all.
Oh, fusing with another Perulia is never great, and the Lucias. So we're only going to trigger the Lucias, which is Of course, going second playing into a field, not necessarily the one you want to fuse off, because you rather want to go for, of course, cards like Pan, cards like Urgila, cards like Mululu, who actually have some additional value, but here it's only Vulkias able to set another spell or trap.
I kind of really like this. If you have so many more cards in the deck, you want to have multiple pushes, and now he also has the Gulamel on the field there, but does not use the pop effect, it feels like. Or was there anything on Chainlink 2? I think we just activated Lukias and then we were chilling.
Yeah, I don't think so, but having to use the 5 mana so early in the turn is not a very good sign, to be honest, because usually you want to keep it so that you can interact with the opponents, try to chain block something, or even to try to bait some interactions.
I mean, Leo, there is Secretarian Dragon on the field. I was for a second thinking, what do you mean? Why is he not using it? His opponent literally is preventing him from doing so because of that powerful Secretarian Dragon sitting there pretty on the field. Oh, we're now using the effect of Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon.
And that's where the Forbidden Unlimited list hit the deck, to be honest, because having access to only one Mululu in that situation, in that case, hurts a little bit.
Also only one K2, right? Because K2, I mean, you have said it now, but these spells usually tend to help you by sending Mululu or Pan from the deck to the graveyard or from the hand to the graveyard by fusing it and then triggering the effect so you can remove the Secretarian Dragon. That is now a little bit harder.
But it does feel like Tom's hand is not the greatest. It is fine, he can play, but I've got the feeling that he doesn't have such a great hand to try to break the field. No access to the Mululu, no access to the Pan, as you just mentioned. Only some Purulias.
We shall see. It is Jordan now, Fusion summoning on his opponent's turn as well, and he does have access to Urgila. And Urgila, I mean, we're not really going through a field here, but immediately going after the now limited K2 Draco Tail hurts, because Tom will not get that search if this Urgila resolves here.
It actually doesn't feel very good. Secretarian still there on the field, and the set cards will soon disappear.
If there is not something like
a call by the grave.
You can dodge that so easily with the Draco Tail trap cards, right?
All right.
Oh yeah, that's so hard.
Yeah, we resolve it. K2 is gone, and you're absolutely right. By not going for anything like an Urgila or a Pan, it is looking like Tom's hand is not the greatest at all. And there's still so much follow-up. Jordan hasn't used any of the traps. He has the Ecclesia still on the field. There's only one main monster zone left open for Jordan to play cards into with his 4 cards in hand.
Okay.
He doesn't have a field spell, so that's
Fallen of the White Dragon, sends Titanic Lad. That can open up a lot of things, but I mean, Jordan's still prepared. We know that. All of those set cards. Any response to the Fallen and the White Dragon? Yes, we just used Fallen and the Virtuous on it. Tom was about to pick up his cards, and...
No, I mean, you still have another push, right? The summon effect is still being activated. You summon out Ecclesia, and Ecclesia can get you another Fallen of Albus.
True, but I've got a feeling that it will not be enough, to be honest. But there is the Branded opening! What a great card to add to the Branded Draco Tail strategy. Usually players do not play this card unless they are playing pure Branded, but Tom decided to surprise his opponent, being able to special summon or add from the deck to the hand.
He has no effect of Fallen and the White Dragon because, again, the Secretarian Dragon is denying it. I keep forgetting this card on the field. How can that happen? Now...
Ooh, discards Velukias. And we bring out Aluber, but I mean...
Aluber is a fairy, at least.
It is a fairy,
sure. It can activate its effect.
It can, but it doesn't do anything to the Fallen and the Virtues, really. So our Fallen of the White Dragon is still gone.
But you can search for a Branded Fusion that gives you another push if it does not get Draco Tail flamed. And then Branded Opening can protect your Fusion monsters from being destroyed once. So that is maybe, perhaps something. Branded Fusion is now being activated. I think you flame that immediately if you're Jordan.
Of course.
He doesn't want any of that.
Is there a response?
Oh!
Yeah! We've seen that before again and again, having access to a quick play spell to try to dodge.
Wow.
The Draco Tail Flame is so strong in the current metagame, and the Forbidden Droplet just fulfills its purpose here.
And you can see the patience of Tom Kleinegräber in this situation, because some people would have just immediately thrown out the Forbidden Droplet to negate the Secretarian Dragon, but he knew, I'm going to get the Branded Fusion in 10 steps or so, and I'm going to need it to resolve so I can Forbidden Droplet, then I can play with all of my effects. And now, does it even look that great for Jordan anymore? He still has the Fimena, he still has an Urgula in hand.
It's still fine.
Yeah, I can see it.
It is still fine, but yeah, the Forbidden Droplet here is huge. You get rid of the Ecclesia as well as the Secretarian. And yeah, you're right to praise his patience. Waiting patiently and activating like these 10 steps after the beginning of the turn. Wow. But Jordan still sitting on a pretty convincing number of monsters and on some huge follow-up after that. So not only he has to break the field, but after that, he has to make some card advantage.
Yeah, because Thomas is sitting at 1 card in hand. I mean, he is now negating 2 cards, but he is going to resolve that Branded Fusion, and that is now only an Urgula.
Urgula and Fawn of the White Dragon are chosen to be fusion summoned away. And here comes our very own Alba Lenatus. I think that's a first for me, seeing Alba Lenatus on both sides actually in the Dracotail branded mirror match. But both of them want to have it here.
None of them summoned with monsters of the opponents, I want to mention. So that's also very interesting. But you get to trigger the Urgula. But I think that Urgula just forces out the Dracotail Sting immediately. And that is a really, really good Sting target. Because you get to, first of all, respond to it. Yeah, so Sting just is going to take out the Urgula. But you actually get to set a Rahu. Then the thing is, if you set the Rahu, I think there might be the time for Jordan to activate Fimena. I think he has Urgula in hand, but even if not, wow!
Last card in hand, I believe, in Tom's hand is Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. So Jordan's plan being denied here. We're negating the Dracotail Sting, but Dracotail Horn shall still follow and puts the Alba Lenatus back into the extra deck. And how much can we do off of that one singular Urgula effect now? Because that's all we're getting.
Exactly. We've got no card in hand, so even if we set the Rahu,
Urgula and Graveyard to add back a monster.
Yeah, we can try to add back something.
But I think that now is the time for a Fimena. You could use Fimena if you have the Urgula. It would be actually really insane here.
Gets Fimena back. I mean, are we playing Star Stars Dragon or extra deck? Because that would be a good way to get rid of the set Rahu now by just using the effect of Fimena, possibly. Is that what we're going to go for? Because then it's just a lonely Fimena in hand, which really does not do a whole lot. Jordan, is that the plan?
Tom really found a great way to play around this field, but it was so much. Jordan says you had so many pushes, but I have more defenses. Activates Fimena and is now going to choose a fusion monster that he's going to bring to the field. And you said it, Chaos would be the absolute end of the turn for Tom. Dracotail cards are incredibly powerful, but they cannot be used alone.
Do we have enough dragons for that, though, is the question. Because the Alba Lenatus cannot be used as fusion materials, so... Okay, that is two dragons, though. Yeah, okay, but
it's gotta be the Chaos Star Source being special summon.
I mean, that is kind of the same thing. Same thing for him, but Tom checking the graveyard once more. Last round, Dracotail destroyed, and Jordan still sitting there, even getting his own K2 Dracotail back, looking like he is going to claim this first game.
I think you just really needed one other monster in hand, because you also have the Athelion in graveyard from first turn. So Athelion could trigger on the Gulamel summon, and then Gulamel chains to take care of the Rahu.
But Tom is just nowhere near conceding. He's heading into the end phase, activating his Titanic Lad. He knows that he's able to win games out of positions that seem unwinnable, and he believes in his deck that he built so carefully. But now he has made the decision that he does not believe it strongly enough anymore. As game one goes to Jordan Gallagher, who just seems unstoppable with this Dracotail brand attack.
I just love this quick motion of Jordan when Tom said pass, and he was like, really? You're going to make me do this? He was like, yeah, you're right. Okay, let's pack it up. There is no way you're going to fumble this, because you already have 9,000 points of damage on the field.
True that, but that was very interesting. This game showed us that the Dracotail deck now is so strong going first. You have so much more ceiling thanks to the new branded cards. The addition of those cards is absolutely amazing. And now you have so many lines of plays to try to play around some cards like Mulcharmies. We've seen the Perulia being activated, but only with 2 draws. Look at what you can accomplish on the side of Jordan. And after that, the hand of Tom was not that good, so he couldn't have the push and wasn't able to out the Secretarian, and also many cards that were there. He was not that far away from accomplishing something, but yeah, the hand was really middle range, and no access to the Pan, no access to the Mululu, which are such incredible cards, especially against the Secretarian. Now, Tom, going probably first, will have to build a strong field and try to even it 1-1 against Jordan.
One of the takeaways here, though, for me from this first game is the reveal of branded opening. Like, the decision to include branded opening and Aluber into your branded Draco Tail deck is something we haven't seen really at all from many players. So when someone with the name of Tom Kleinengräber does as our Wise World Champion, it must mean something. When he considers those cards to be good enough to be included into this deck, maybe this is just going to be the direction moving forward.
You know what? I really dig it, because you lacked ceiling before, but you really want this branded engine. So he says, I'm going to increase the ceiling of my deck by making it more consistent, more consistently getting to this branded fusion, forcing hand traps where they shouldn't be forced from your opponent as well, having multiple bodies, and of course also sometimes protecting your fusion monsters. Like this plays around Pan, no? You have the Aluba, I mean, the Aluba just special summons itself back and negates something. But still, there is more stuff that you can have. Well, actually, the Branded Fusion does protect the Secretarian.
And I mean, the branded opening graveyard effect also is really all about protecting, because when your opponent has something like Fallen and the Virtuous, they can't just put it on a Secretarian Dragon, and that Secretarian is so good in the mirror match. But as players are already staring at each other, ready here for the second game, we shall wait no longer. Back to the table we go for game number 2.
The protection is really, really strong. I like this shift in the metagame, as basically every player in this tournament agrees on the Fallen and the Virtuous being an absolutely insane card in this meta. Just sometimes those simple solutions, they can win you a tournament.
Yeah, and it lets you get access to the branded engine, and the branded engine, let's face it, it's one of the best things that happened to the Draco Tail engine. So having more access to it, having more pushes also going second. It didn't work during the last game, but I think that it might be the decisive factor when you want to win going second against the branded Draco Tail strategy.
All right, we start with Fallen of the White Dragon once more, but there immediately is an Infinite Impermanence meeting it on Jordan's end, and that has been a card he has been siding a lot in his branded Draco Tail decks. Not necessarily something you expect from the Draco Tail deck, because it is a trap card, and you cannot fuse with trap cards, of course, naturally, but he always felt that it was strong enough to include somewhere in his strategy, and once again, he has included it into his side deck here for this tournament.
It is very interesting, especially to see this trap card, but I think that paired with some other end interactions, it is very, very strong. If you have an Infinite Impermanence paired with something like a Ghost Bell, like an Ash Blossom, it might be enough to try to lower the ceiling of the branded Draco Tail strategy, and then after that you have so much push that you can just get rid of everything, get your card advantage, and win the game from that point.
100%, and quite frankly, Infinite Impermanence against the Draco Tail deck got even better, because you have a main target now that you want to use it on with the Fallen of the White Dragon. Sure, Aphelion also still a prime target.
Good. I like it.
But yeah, even more option now to use that Infinite Impermanence efficiently.
I think that Jordan just says, I will immediately use this on the first card that is happening. We're adding Lucias with special summoning the Blazing Cartesia, because we just can now, since we have Fallen of Albus in the graveyard, or a card that is actually treated as Fallen of Albus. Now we can additionally normal summon the Lucias. I like that Jordan is not waiting for something like an Arthalion, because he knows his opponent is Tom Kleingräber. He's not going to mess up. If you give him any sort of room to play, he's going to get so much value out of it. So with cards like Infinite Impermanence, your best chance is to maybe throw them immediately. And see that your opponent can't do anything about it.
But look at that. You have so many lines of plays that now you are able to just play around a single interaction so easily. Now he's going to special summon the Ecclesia from the extra deck, I guess, and just keep comboing.
Yeah, the Cartesia basically worked as a negate, right? This is basically like a Called by the Grave on the impermanence, because you just get to freely special summon out your level 4 tuner anyways. The question is, does he play 2 Blazing Cartesia? Because what you want to do with Ecclesia, the Black Dragon, is to special summon out the Blazing Cartesia, the Virtuous, to have another monster that can quick fusion summon for you.
I mean,
nope.
But you can also summon from
Cartesia in
graveyard.
there, so that would do.
You can also summon from graveyard.
Yeah,
so
that would suffice.
Basically that.
Cartesia, it's all about finding different and new ways to fusion summon. Usually it was just really the couple of fusion pushes that the deck had. It was just simply either having hard-drawn access to Cartesia, and then of course Varahu and also the 5 mana. But now it's a little different. Mululu, of course, also additionally to that, which is now limited.
Yeah.
But here we just have so many more different ways trying to get into our fusion cards, using the access to Fallen of the White Dragon to get Ecclesia and all of that. So the deck has changed quite significantly with the introduction of Burst Protocol.
Absolutely. Before, we even used to play some Shadow cards, some Pendulum cards to try to have access to more ways to fusion summon, to try to surprise our opponent. Maybe an Impulse was on the branded fusion or something like that, and after that, yeah, you could still fuse, but now with the addition, you are totally right. You have so many ways to fusion summon.
Yeah.
And now we'll have to pay a little bit of attention here, because actually you cannot summon Gulamel anymore, since you summoned out the Fallen of the White Dragon with its effect, because it locks you into Fusion and Synchro Monster level 8.
And Gulamel is level 6.
Of course, Tom knows. And we see there now also is a Dracotail Horn. So the plan is to just bring it in from the side deck whenever you are going first, or maybe also going second when you have like a super favorable Link matchup where you want to have it. I could see it being in against Malice, for example, even going second. And in that matchup, it's of course better than Flame most of the time. But Tom has access to all 3 different trap cards. Still, he was shaking his head a little bit there, right? He wasn't super satisfied with this turn. Still, though, this field looks very impressive, and Jordan will have to do some heavy lifting here to get through it.
And I think this is very interesting, because we see no Secretarian yet on the field, which is not so surprising, because usually players want to keep it for later in the turn. You don't want it to crumble under a Mululu or Pan Effect.
Yeah.
So I think that it might arrive on the table later on, but for now, no Secretarian to face for Jordan, but still 5 set cards.
All right, let's head into the main phase where the main action is going on, and it will be the hard-drawn K2 Dracotail. I feel like it's always like that.
You kind of have to flame that, I think, but we've seen
At
so
least
many
try.
hard-draw
At least try.
K2
I wouldn't flame him if he does, and he does use Dracotail Flame there on the K2 Dracotail, but there is the Forbidden Droplet. This card is everywhere at the moment in the current meta game, and it will be once more dodging a Dracotail Flame.
But now that's a little bit better for Tom than for Jordan in the game before, because the Droplet is not negating anything that is really important. First of all, you only get 1 card gone, so Blazing Cartesia can be still... Oh, Blazing Cartesia is actually being chained to the Droplet because it was sending a spell card, and now we summon out the Secretarian into the Droplet.
So it is going to get negated.
Yes.
Yeah, and Tom is as confused as we are, really, because he was
Excuse me?
making sure that it's even playing field. I negated your Secretarian, so you are allowed to negate my Secretarian as well here in this game.
I mean, yeah, I was praising him for not summoning the Secretarian, but he really wanted this one on the field, to be honest.
I get it. It's a great card. But honestly,
it's a very beautiful card.
Even the best players in the world, when you're playing a mirror match versus possibly the best branded Dracotail player ever, the icon of the deck, then you can get a little nervous. You want to prove yourself, maybe a little too much, and this is where Jordan Gallagher gets ya.
Indeed, and I mean Jordan with those double open titles that he has claimed this season already. Ooh. Not yet with a top 8 finish at the YCS in this particular season just yet with the deck, so that's something to kind of crown it. He is, as you say, pretty much considered to be maybe the best Dracotail player in all of Europe, possibly the world, but that Called by the Grave on Urgila still hurts even him.
Ring, ring, I want to say. And that is actually it's not usually confusing because Urgler gives you a lot of value, but since there's a Secretarian Dragon on the field, I would have understood if you try to take out the Lokias, because that is the most valuable target that you can have for Secretarian Dragon. However, you probably get another monster in there. And if you don't get another monster in there, the Lokias also doesn't do anything on its own, since Secretarian Dragon needs a Spellcaster and a Dragon monster to target.
Now Tom thinking whether on resolution we are just going to use Fallen and the Virtuous on the Secretarian. So we are trying to make sure the restriction of it is no longer applying. Oh, he's checking the graveyard. Of course, we did put Albion into the graveyard on the opening turn.
Still, there are some targets in the extra deck, so we can resolve it. We can resolve it. Not as good maybe as he expected, but this is a very good target, to be honest.
That's pretty decent.
Taking out the Dragon that devours the Dogma is a really good target to summon on the opposing turn with your own Fallen of Albus, because it takes away 2 monsters. However, this version of the Dracotel deck does not always have light or darkness monsters. We're bouncing away our own Secretarian Dragon. The bait. It was a masterful bait by Tom Kleinegräber. Also shaking his head and just knowing, hey, my opponent is going to waste a negate from the Forbidden Droplet on the Secretarian Dragon, leaving my Ecclesia, the Dark Dragon, open so I can use the effect later on. And then I'm going to resummon the Secretarian Dragon later on with my 5 mana. Masterful.
Really, really clever. Once again, he surprises us every single time. But I mean, here, a branded opening in the graveyard for Jordan would have been so sweet. So you really do understand how Tom came to the conclusion that including that card into his deck is worthy. So how much more can Jordan put up here? We have already worked through multiple things on Tom's end, so it doesn't seem unreachable, but he will still have to push a little further.
Push, push, push. Jordan is at not too many cards in hand, but if there is one player who can make a lot of few cards, it's Jordan. That Rahu is looking pretty strong against this demolished field. 2 cards in hand for Tom. One of them should be 5 mana, but what is the other one going to be? Also, if you want to resolve that Fallen of Albus effect on the opposing turn, you have to discard another card. So it is getting more complicated. If you want to summon out the Secretarian Dragon to stop your opponent from doing some funky effect stuff, you would have to give up a spellcast. It's so tough.
It is really tough indeed.
Keeps on looking at the cards that he has in his hand. And of course, the one, as he said, is the 5 mana. And I think I spotted the color of the other card. I think that was the card we drew off the horn, and we used that at that very moment to make sure to draw another monster to fusion summon with the 5 mana. I think it is a purple card though, indicating that we drew a trap card of the trap effect. So that surely is something he is quite unhappy with here at the moment.
All of a sudden it seems like it is totally doable for Jordan. He might be able to break the field and try to install his own field. He's special summoning the newest addition to the deck.
Dracotail Shawlas, my sweet Shawla, and now we're going to chain to the Molulu, the Ecclesia, the Black Dragon effect. That is going to have the basically exact same effect as the Secretarian Dragon that was summoned into a Forbidden Droplet resolution. None.
Dracotail
but I mean, you want to get it back in the end phase.
Is now another difference, though, between the 2 decks. Jordan, on the one hand, saying, hey, this card is new, this card is good, this card will be included into my deck. Tom, on the other hand, says, I'm focusing more on the branded part, and we are ending the game must mean that Jordan has conceded here, not seeing the vision anymore to make it happen. And Tom's still shaking his head, winning this game, though, interestingly enough.
I mean, I mean, he must be thinking about that move, about the Secretarian move that we saw before. But, I mean, it didn't matter in the end because he got the victory. So now 1-1 between the 2 players. Remember, those players are 2 of the best players on Earth, and they are facing each other in a very decisive game because they want to stay at a record of X1. Now, there's going to be a last game in this duel, and this time Jordan will go first. We've seen that during the first game. Going first, this deck is very hard to break. So will Tom get what it takes to try to break the field? We've seen some very tech cards with the branded opening, which brings you some more engine to try to break the field. In the first game, the hand was not very good, but if you get access to some Mululu, to some Pan, or some spices in the side deck, maybe you can do something and get the second victory.
I mean, you're saying the hand was not really good, but he had a lot of different cards that were playing good going second. He was playing the main deck Forbidden Droplet.
Yeah.
I think what he really needs in this game, that is basically the OG strength of Draco Tail going second, right? You want to have a 5 mana with good fusion targets on your opposing turn. But when you're taking a look at the decklist of Tom Kleinegräber, Branded Opening, Forbidden Droplet, when was the last time you fusion summoned with a spell as a material?
Well, has been a while, but you've been mentioning the Forbidden Droplet here quite a bit. That shows you how good the card is currently in the format, right? When even the deck that was always scared of playing too many spell and trap cards in the deck is now running it as a free-off. That should be enough of a reason for you to believe that if you're playing a deck at a tournament at the moment, and it is the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game, then you should include Forbidden Droplet into your deck.
I would like to see some stats, which cards are the most used in this tournament. I can still see Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring on top, of course. Card is phenomenal still.
I mean, not necessarily, because during the last tournaments, it wasn't the first card being played. It was actually Molchami Fuvalos, which was the most played at something like 88% if you take the recent percentage. And right behind, it was the Ash Blossom at 86 or 87%.
All right, well, I think those percentages do not matter in this game. Number 3, Tom Kleinegräber versus Jordan Gallagher. Who is going to take it? Both duelists are at X1, so they really want to continue winning. Let's go over to the table for game 3.
Well, Jordan, your game 1 looked very, very strong. Can you repeat that? Or is Tom going to be the one fusion summoning more than you do on your own turn?
So let's see what Jordan decides to do, because in the first game we saw that he wanted to get the Secretarian on the field to try to use it to bring back some monsters from the graveyard, as well as interrupting the opponent from playing with the dragons and the spellcasters. So will it be the case right now as well? That is a very good question. On the other hand, Tom decided not to play the Secretarian, trying to play around those cards, like for example the Fallen Virtues or the Forbidden Droplet, and to bring it later on the table. It didn't work that way, but I think that was the plan. Jordan now is going to special summon the Arsalian first.
Draco Tail, Mululu is limited, but it came into the opening hand of him and it allowed him to fusion summon. We're setting a Ketu, we're setting a Rahu. So far, so good. And Tom is left watching for the very moment. He is waiting for his moment in this third game eagerly. But for the moment, Jordan the one in the driving seat, in the fusing seat, you could say, with his Draco Tail deck.
And you talked about that earlier, Leo. The fact that if you have to get the 5 mana in your hand, I mean, your chances are way better going into the game. But for now, we didn't see that during the first and the second game. But yeah, 5 mana with, for example, an Orgula would be absolutely awesome, because you would be able to special summon something to get some cards back in your hand, and also getting rid of the Rahu, which is set on the opponent's field.
Yeah, Leo, you said that in the first game as well. With Jordan, it really seems like it doesn't matter what kind of opener he has, right? He always knows exactly which route to go. He doesn't even waste a second thinking about the line. He knows, okay, if I start Mululu with that Urgula in the hand, we just got to do this, and that is what he's doing right now.
But that looks very much like a standard Draco Tail opening without any branded cards. That makes this field significantly worse. I mean, you have to draw some cards, so I can imagine that he has some hand traps in hand for a Virtues.
Okay.
No branded.
Oh, it is branded Eldritch now, or rather Draco Tail Eldritch with all 5 sad cards. Tom, do we have one of his signature cards? I remember him using Lightning Storm back in the day plenty of times. Is this another moment where that could happen? Ooh.
Oh, is this another 6th card pickup? That is not one you're too happy
it's
about,
all
but
right, though, in this
okay.
matchup. Yeah, it's okay. And we have Branded Fusion, which in itself also is a superb field-breaking card, because you can get, for example, an Urgula into the graveyard and summon out even a Chaos Starshell Dragon. Demands a response in the form of Draco Tail Flame, but does Tom once again dodge it?
There's going to be an answer, right?
Draco Tail Flame that ever resulted. No! Forbidden Droplet taking out Gula Malefact in the process, probably getting rid of that branded fusion. So we're starting to slowly but surely dismantle that field. Are we going to see another hard summon of Alba Lenato sending an Urgula to the graveyard?
I could see a Chaos Star Source Dragon maybe as well, just simply here.
Yeah, it forces a lot, to be honest, and I think it would be a great choice right here.
How do you summon that with Brand Diffusion, though?
I mean, you have to go for Albion first, and then Albion into Chaos Star Source Dragon, so you have to take an extra step, sure, but eventually you could get there.
But yeah, the Dracotail Flame, I feel like this should be the best card going into this format because a lot of spell cards are being played, but it never resolves thanks to the droplets, thanks to the Fallen of the and the Virtuous. So is it the worst card of the trap cards?
It feels like it, but everyone is playing an answer for it. I totally am with you. So Tom gets that extra information. The graveyard isn't as packed as in the first game, so he doesn't take much time to look through it there on Jordan's end. But Tom still not willing to do any kind of mistake here. What is the second fusion material? What is the fusion monster that we bring out?
The thing is, if you go for the Albion line for the Chaos, you're going to play hard into the Sting.
Yeah.
So we're going instead for a Pan that looks like a Titanic-lad, perhaps.
Ooh, it is a Titanic-lad.
So Pan now, that is very interesting that you try to destroy one of your opponent's monsters, because the only monster that interacts with you is going to actually... It is already negated from the droplet. What I have seen players do is use Pan to destroy your own Albion after summoning it and then activating Rahu to send the Pan, just to get a Fallen of the Virtuous in the end phase. But I do not know if we want to do that necessarily.
Honestly, here in this case, I would rather go after the Aphalion, because you want the Gulamel to stay on the field for the moment where it is negated, because if you get it into the graveyard, it can at some point just come back due to its graveyard effect, and therefore you want to keep it where it is negated for now. And I mean, Jordan, he will need to find mana, and then there is not that many fusion materials next to it, so it's getting kind of hard for Jordan for the moment to interact.
Yeah, when you don't see the branded cards, I mean, the Dracotail field looks like it is pretty much breakable, and that was the flaws of the deck before the addition of the new branded cards, and we can see it right here. The Keru being activated, which is such a strong card. So many cards that are very good going second. We saw the Grand Fusion, of course, and the Keru doing some work here as well.
We saw that also Tom was almost surprised to see that Jordan allowed him to resolve that card. Raised his eyebrows, now thinking about how to even resolve it, because he just didn't expect it to resolve. I mean, there's not that many answers to it, to be fair, here in that case.
I mean, what is he going to do to it, right? I mean, Fallen the Virtuous destroys a face-up card on the field, your Gulamel is negated, you have no way of getting rid of it right now.
I mean, to be fair, Fallen and the Virtuous on your own Gulamel at least would have denied the Keto Dracotail the additional effect to fusion summon, but I don't know where that's necessarily where the crux is right now. I think Tom will find a way to further fusion summon, so I agree that's not necessarily what we are concerned about.
If you chain that, there's just going to be normal summon Lukias.
Yeah.
And that is then going to be very, very tough for you to handle, because, I mean, maybe there's an infinite impermanence going first. I cannot imagine that it is, because this card really sometimes stops you from playing yourself.
Yeah. I think this is way better going second, to be honest, because you want to stop your opponent from playing.
Lukias has been searched, has been added to the hand.
No fusion summon.
No fusion
summon indeed.
Actually.
That is very interesting.
Oh, there is infinite impermanence. We were debating whether that card would still be in Jordan's deck going first. His combo was weaker. His non-engine supporting the combo is even stronger, though, and the Lukias shall be negated.
And looks like Tom didn't expect that, to be honest, when we looked at his face.
Wow,
he gives the deck to Kat.
I mean, look at this hand. Those are very purple cards that he's having there.
Really?
And Jordan, you could tell he was smiling almost a little bit there, facing those two set cards, facing the end phase, facing his turn here once again.
But why did Tom not fuse with the Lukias? I think the last card in hand is actually Urgula, which would have been perfect. Urgula forces out the Sting immediately. Of course, gives your opponent a draw, but you get to activate your own effects. You get to search for a Rahu. You threaten the follow-up with the Urgula. You're going to get another trap set. I mean, you only play 2 at this point, I think, if you're siding out 1 horn after that, but you still also have the Arthalion that can target cards. I think there was plenty of opportunities for Tom to take over this game. But now if he passes over the turn, Jordan, he is quietly thinking, does he have follow-up even? I think.
Good question, actually. Okay, actually, let's bring it over to us for a quick moment because there is an appeal incoming, so we will have to wait for the head judge for a little bit. So let's just discuss the situation a little further. Is there follow-up for Jordan? I mean, he did not get to draw a card with the flame. So one card less, but he will get, of course, the regular draw in his draw phase.
Yeah.
But from just the field that he created, we set a lot of cards. Were we already able to maybe set an additional Rahu? We had the free cards, we had the infinite impermanence, so maybe the last remaining card was a Rahu?
And on top of that, you have another draw because you can still activate the trap card so that you get some more draws. And I think that with 2 draws, it might be pretty good to just keep playing. We know that there are a lot of engine cards, so I think this is a pretty good situation. But to be honest, I didn't expect the field to hold that well. I didn't. I expected Tom to just break the field, let's be honest.
Tom was basically playing with 4 cards, right? Actually with 3 because he had Fuwalos as the 6th card and 2 trap cards in hand. That is so bad if you want to break a field, even if it is not the greatest field we've ever seen. But Tom has another ace up his sleeve, maybe. If there is a Rahu set, if this is the follow-up that you're talking about, he probably has a flame.
Maybe, yeah.
But maybe that could be answered by a droplet.
As usual.
Or the Fallen Adventures.
The situation that we really would have needed for Tom to be enough here in that game would have been a double combination where we would have been able to dodge both the flame and the infinite impermanence. Like imagine they go flame first and then they go infinite impermanence too, somehow in the same chain, and you change the droplet and be like, none of that happening, I resolve everything. Otherwise, with I feel like 2 trap cards in his hand, going second, it's just always going to be real hard.
In my head, he should have just gone for the good old fusion summon with the K2.
You really like this one.
You like fusion summoning,
I mean, you were playing Draco Tail, you better like fusion summoning. Because if you sent the
Fair point.
And, I mean, you're playing into some cards, yes, but I think it advances your game state more than it stops you from playing if you're getting hit with a sting. Actually, okay, let's go through this. You actually resolve this. You have an Urgula with the Lukias, you don't get the Surge. You summon out the Secretarian because this is what gives you most value. Your opponent has Sting. That is huge. If you want to set a Rahu, you're cooked. If you want to go for Athalion instead of Secretarian Dragon, you could target the Lukias, but then you also get cooked by a Sting.
True.
You always get cooked by Sting.
All of those lines get cooked by
stings,
Sting.
really.
What can you actually do? I mean, you're expecting the Sting. You're forcing the activation of Sting 100% because of the Urgula effect. So what you could do is Arthalion target the Fuwalos in your graveyard. And then
so
you
that
set
you get a monster.
you get a monster.
So you're still able to fuse, to fusion summon. But to be honest, I think that Tom didn't expect at all the infinite impermanence. He was a bit surprised when he saw it, and maybe he thought that Jordan just sided it out and kept it only for going second. And
I mean, that play also loses to impermanence.
Exactly. So pretty hard for Tom right now, having to pass his turn back to Jordan. And Jordan, we could see on his face, he was a bit of a relief.
He was relieved for sure. He definitely was 100%. That one infinite impermanence really made it an infinite game for him here to get back to his turn and delay that push that Tom was trying to get through.
And look at one thing: you are able on your own turn to activate a trap card and then chain the Gulamel because the Gulamel is not negated anymore, so you can literally just destroy the field. Tell me.
Looking at the field, Gulamel was droplet negated. Lukias could have attacked over it at least, because now, if you're playing versus the deck and you have your set Flame and your Sting, your opponent can just start with a Sting, target the cards in your hand, and then in your graveyard, and then chain the Gulamel to get rid of your Flame. So you're forced to chain your Sting to his Sting, and that stings.
And I chain the conclusion of this game. I think the appeal has been done, so we are able to jump back onto the table. So here we go.
Plenty of things not going Tom's way there. Of course, Jordan did not have the mightiest opening. But I mean, Draco Tail was a meta deck before Burst Protocol. And I mean, that deck has won tournaments before just with trap card set and FI mana in hand.
Oh, okay. We go Sting first. So we want another draw. We want the destruction effect of Gulamel, of course, as well.
Yeah, and that forces out the Sting of Tom on basically no targets, unless you want your opponent to just activate Gulamel.
But you have to do it. You have to do it.
The Sting. Staying on, yeah, just the Pan then, or yeah, rather the Aphelion even, because you don't want it to return, of course.
And it doesn't matter. The second one literally doesn't matter. You can choose the Flame, you can choose the Dispel, it doesn't matter.
Because these cards can recycle banished Dracotail cards as well, which is such a strong thing that they can also get you back into the Aphelion loop, which is not that relevant anymore because the deck doesn't need to grind that much as it used to when you were only playing with Dracotail cards, but the branded cards give you so many pushes. It really helps you.
Okay, now this is a very difficult situation.
That looked very green, blue. Spell card.
It's hard, Leo, I know.
Absolutely, but you made a fair point. You could just add Akovar to Gulamel and it would have been a way better situation. Not a winning situation, but a way better one.
I mean, I like dodging Gulamel, but that deck, and Jordan has found the Dracotail 5 mana, always finds a way to chain the Gulamel. Eventually, we destroy the Dracotail Flame before it even having a spell card to negate, and Jordan gets to Fusion Summon now, still with the effect of the 5 mana, and is there going to be some more Dracotail monsters to use besides the Gulamel on the field, which will not have the most impactful graveyard effect, and yes, he does! Mululu and Urgula together here.
And another card, I think it was something Quarter Century, so it could have been Ecclesia, Cartesia, something on the lines of that. You can add back 3 cards now with the Aphelion taking 5 mana and Pan.
You saw 3 cards? I only saw 2 cards, but...
I think there's another one, no?
Looks like no.
Okay, well, no.
Okay, we get the K2. We get the Rahu, that's all we need really. We are also just going to put that Titanic Glad back into the extra deck.
So I wasn't dreaming, good. And that's the handshake. Tom says, well, I'm going to bed. I'm going to dream now about this matchup. Jordan defeats him swiftly 2-0 after some 2-1. I'm sorry, I'm losing my anything here.
It still looked swift though. Like the games that Jordan did win, he really was commanding. He really was dictating the pace of the game. He really was showing why he is so feared as a Dracotail player at the moment, as he just knows every move in and out.
I felt like he was commanding in game 2 as well, the game that Tom won. This is why I went with the 2-0 here, because it really did not look like Tom had any agenda in the end game of that, but then he just scooped after the Shawless.
I mean, it is really hard when you are facing someone that is just with the deck for such a long time now, playing it in and out. And we know with, of course, Tom having that Lunalight love since the World Championship. He tried with it a couple of times after that as well, I think for the first YCS and for a couple of regionals. He still was with the Lunalight strategy, then trying out some different decks, and now for this event going with the Dracotail deck. He is sort of new-ish with the deck, of course. He's still probably, he's a lot better than us, for example, but
of course. I mean,
definitely still a master of the deck, but when it comes to maybe the most fine nuances, of course, someone having all those tournament runs with the deck already will be in the end the one outperforming.
But it was a very interesting game. We saw every single strength of the Dracotail deck and also the weaknesses as well. Yeah. We also saw that when you don't open the branded cards, I mean, your deck feels like a little bit lower in ceiling. Yeah. It worked, yes, but I think that usually it shouldn't work that well. And even Jordan was pretty happy with the situation. Sure. He didn't expect it to be that good. So yeah, this Lucius play, it didn't work that well.
Yeah, but I mean, with the combination of impermanence and the other cards, it's really hard to push through all of those cards. The thing is, if you are not drawing into your branded engine, you have non-engine, right? The deck is so compact that there is basically no way you have 5 Dracotail cards in hand, right, when you're starting.
Very unlikely. And likely, even likelier now, is that Jordan Gallagher is on his way to maybe a top 8 finish at this YCS.
So deserved.
It would be very deserved. And I mean, he also, of course, is representing the UK in the World Championship qualifying points race at the moment, where he is currently in one of those top 16 spots. So he has also, of course, his eyes eventually maybe onto WCS on the World Championship in Tokyo later on in the year, and is working hard for that. I mean, when you're winning 2 Opens and now possibly making top 8 in the YCS, that would be a very, very demanding result at the end of the season to possibly go to the World Championship too.
I mean, it has been absolutely crazy. And in this tournament as well, Branded Dracotail has such a huge target on his back.
Yeah.
So many... I mean, you've seen it. Even the Dracotail players have adapted, and they are playing Forbidden Droplet now. And this card is just used to counter this deck because you have your power spells. You need them to resolve. Dracotail Flamer is your biggest enemy, so you're playing cards to dodge it. People are side-ticking cards like Double Cyclone just to dodge your Dracotail Flame. They want to take away your resources and use their power spells against you. So Joshua Schmidt going for a Harpy's Feather Duster, and then, of course, also using the linkage on it to get rid of the flame targeting effect. So everyone is trying to beat Dracotail right now, and if you're still X1 with especially this deck, it is a crazy performance. Run of a lifetime again from Jordan Gallagher.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think that this deck really deserves a lot of attention because this is the best deck of the tournament, in my opinion. This is the most played deck, and also this is a deck that allows a lot of great players to just perform very well, because if you are the better player on the table, this deck allows you to just take the opponent field apart, try to build your field, and it's a very convincing field, way better than it used to be before, thanks to the branded cards, thanks to the addition of all the cards. Yes, of course, they want to target you, but are the cards that you want to side against this deck strong enough to try to prevent them from winning the game?
I mean, I always felt like the trap cards were really where the Dracotail deck was the strongest before the release now, but not anymore. I'm with you. Like, of course, the trap cards are nice. Of course, you want to set up the trap cards, and you can just, in the process of producing your field, also put them onto your field as set traps. But additional ways, multiple ways of fusion summoning on your opponent's turn is really where you are getting the value from now in the new Burst Protocol format. And that is what also, not in the third game necessarily, but what Jordan Gallagher was able to show here in this match too.
I mean, just having all of your Dracotail cards, maybe also having an Albion the Sanctifier Dragon or another fusion, plus your Ecclesia, plus your Cartesia, so you can get multiple bounces from Arthalion with a 5 mana. You can use the Cartesia, you can summon a Chaos Star Source Dragon. You have so many cards that you can summon off Mirror Jade Dragon from the Ecclesia, summon out another Ecclesia, that's summoning out of Fallen of Albert. You have all the fusion summons that are interactive in the world. So the deck is incredibly powerful, and you can't even really compare it anymore to the Dracotail we have said before Burst Protocol, because the deck just set three traps and then passed, and then maybe there was a bounce.
I mean, we've seen that yesterday, like Josh literally resolved Feather Duster. It removed every single trap, but still with all the monsters, it worked. It worked because you have so many interactions. So yeah, the deck is so strong right now.
All right, but of course, we have talked about the match a lot, but there is more to come from the match from the analysis corner, so we're throwing it over to Machalo.
Thank you, Seb. And yeah, indeed, we can go through what was an amazing match. Unfortunately, we do not have Jordan here with me because the new pairings have already been posted. And so while we just go through some of the highlights, we'll just pick the new match and we'll be able to just show you guys in a few minutes. But yeah, I mean, what a match it was. It's a shame we cannot interview Jordan because, as you know, our commentators have mentioned, he's probably the best Dracotail player in the world right now, on an absolute generational run, winning 2 different Opens, and now with a good chance to make it to the top 8 after barely missing out on, you know, the top cut in Bologna. So I think really it was an amazing spectacle. And overall, I mean, here what I wanted to ask him was the plan in general. You do not often see this Secretarian summoned before the Arthalion, but it does make a lot of sense to play around your opponent 5 mana and just in general trying to shut down the mirror match. But I think here we saw a very interesting line where we bounced with the Arthalion our own, you know, Fallen of the White, because we didn't use the effect from end, and then we special summon it, finally setting up the graveyard effect so that in the end phase we can then search for the Fallen of the Virtues. And that was, you know, one of those lines where I think really Jordan is one of those creative players, and I appreciate him a lot for that. Many, I think nowadays, especially with decks as complicated as this one, tend to just follow through some specific lines that they've learned. But Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a lot about just improvising, and given that there are a lot of you know, entrops flying around, you really need to adapt quickly. Especially, I mean, Purulia does not hurt the deck that much, but like in the main deck, maybe it's not the most popular card. And again, you need to adapt a little bit to it. And I think Jordan did a fantastic job at that. One key difference again that I wanted to ask was this decision from Tom not to include the horn in the main deck. I guess again we have speculated that is a bit of a balanced decision for, you know, when you go second or in certain matchups, but I mean we'll be able maybe to ask them about it later on. Moving on to the next clip, we had again a very interesting interaction where Jordan tried to shut down the situation thanks to his Secretarian. Most of the cards that Tom were summoning were not doing all that much, but we see a pretty hype sequence with this branded fusion. First of all, the branded opening, which is a card that not many players at all are playing, and of course the Forbidden Droplet, I think the star of the show in this match. Every single time the player going second add Forbidden Droplet as a way to play around Flame. And overall here it seems like it was successful as well, but in the end actually the field, you know, that Jordan set up was just too much, even though Tom did a good job at pretty much making everything here useless. We still had in our end the 5 mana plus a name, which was relevant because Tom did a good job of playing around what he knew, but then just the additional name was good because then the Gulamel makes sure that the face down spell that here, you know, Tom will be able to set pretty much does nothing. But then, when we move to the next game, the situation is reversed. Again, as mentioned, we will see a similar, you know, scenario where we see the Flame, and then Jordan has his own copy of Droplet, but here everything crumbles because, I mean, even a player as phenomenal as Tom, who has multiple top cut finishes and just got second place at the World Championship, I mean, maybe gets caught in the heat of the moment and here tries to play around this, you know, Forbidden Droplet, but doesn't realize, and you can see it by his expression, that by chaining the Cartesia, all he is doing is making sure that this Secretarian will be negated by the Forbidden Droplet. And yeah, you can see here a little bit of a confusion, and Tom was really kicking himself over, you know, some of these maybe mistakes that he was having during this match, but again, the competition is absolutely tough. Already 12 rounds and 2 days of Yu-Gi-Oh! Played at the absolute top level. It's never easy, and thankfully, he was able to stay in this game. He had to really panic here because, for example, later on in this turn, he will use the horn on his own Secretarian just so that he can summon it again. But luckily for him, he stayed in this. He stayed as calm as he could, and he took game 2 home, which means then we were walking into another game 3. We have seen a lot of game 3s this weekend, but look at this. Jordan, for the first time, doesn't open any branded cards, so he has to go for a little bit of an older, you know, traditional Dracotail opener, a bit underwhelming, if you would say so. And once again, we see this Flame followed by the Forbidden Droplet, and this will be, you know, an interesting sequence of plays from Tom, where he just tried to navigate these interruptions, and overall in his mind, I think when your opponent does not open any you know, branded card and is playing a heavy package, you must be wondering, okay, what cause those face downs be? I've seen an infinite impermanence, and I heard, you know, Leo and Seb speculating about this. They were like, I don't think Jordan is keeping impermanence, but I do think that his side deck is not as deep as you would expect. And so when you need to take out stuff like the Mulcharmies, actually impermanence was there, and unfortunately here was the winning moment because Tom, looking through his deck for the Keto, in the end takes the bold decision not to fusion summon with it and to actually go for this normal summon, and he is met by the infinite impermanence from Jordan, indeed in his deck going first, and it was the winning card once more for the UK representative. And I mean, what can you say? Congratulations to both. Tom absolutely still in it when the next two score, but Jordan must be one of the favorites when the deck he's playing is finally the top most represented deck. He's absolutely crushing it, and now he has a very good chance with the last remaining rounds to make it. So we wish both of these duelists best of luck. Maybe we'll see even a rematch of this later on in the top 8, but thank you guys. And as mentioned, we do already have pairings, so it'd only be a matter of minutes before we can go back live with the next match. Keep watching.
Hello and welcome to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Legendary 5DS Decks breakdown, and here we are talking about a little bit how this is gonna change our format, not only the TCG but also Genesis format and Time Wizard format. I really like that we got a variety of new cards coming in, but also how we can adapt these cards during our format. I'm thinking, for example, as a Time Wizard enjoyer, how, for example, the Crow deck will have an impact and like the accessibility of those cards in the Time Wizard. But for example, on the other hand, I also really feel like that for the Genesis format, we quite have a few options in mind. And for example, if you will be approaching a tournament for the TCG or the Genesis format, how would you be adapting those decks?
So the one that stands out the most for me is the Stardust and the Synchron capabilities that you now have. So what you have the ability for within the point.
Welcome back. We've got even more coverage for you here at YCS Dortmund 2026. We have our round 13 pairing, Mathieu Bricard versus Samir Bashar, two YCS champs and even a European champ from a decade ago. This is going to be an exciting duel for your feature match. So we're going to do a high roll. Samir's going to roll first. That is a 4. And then for Mathieu, we've got a 11. You're going to go first, Mathieu? Mathieu's going to go first. So guys, take it away for our round 13 feature match.
And here we are once more, and oh wow, we had, you know, an all-Italian future match to start the day, and now we get France on top, and what are those two representatives? I mean, amazing stars of the game.
It feels like every match right now it is in a hot stake, right? Meaning that it's not only a French civil war, but also YCS champion, right?
I mean, no, you really want to win this one. These guys know each other very well. I mean, they're talking at the table. They have been playing multiple times for sure against each other. Yeah. And I mean, I can't wait to see who's going to advance with a win. We know how much energy Samir brings onto the table, and on the other side, of course, the experience that also Matteo has as former champion. So. What a battle. Yes.
Yeah, I honestly don't think we should speak about them anymore, because let the car speak for themselves. Let's bring the action. So, here we are. As we could say, they might be from the same country, but the deck selection is quite different. Mathieu on Radiant Typhoon and Samir on one of the few Mitsurugi we are seeing in action, and it's Mathieu going first.
And we discussed this yesterday, how pure Mitsurugi can interact with Radiant Typhoon, because it feels like that a deck like Mitsurugi doesn't have the right actions for Radiant Typhoon. However, I think that if one player has think about this and brings Mitsurugi to YCS Dortmund, it is Samir that has potentially find an answer to this question.
But this is stuff Crosea gets to resolve. That's never a good feeling. You really want to save your interruption there to try and slow things down, because this gives so much advantage to Mathieu. And I mean, we are used to seeing him do well with quick spells, aren't we?
I mean, yes, Samir's list is quite particular, especially because it's full of one-offs. We have seen his deck list being always, you know, particular, I would say. But this matchup is for sure very interesting, because yesterday talking with Samir, it was, I think, X2 from the very beginning, so he's being on the bubble for at least 6 rounds, I would say. But he's one of those super experienced players which you're always feared to play against because of his experience. Previous YCS champion as well. Marcello has the chance to interview him for YCS memories, and you know, always a pleasure to see the guy in action. But on the other side, of course, Mathieu, for those of you watching, former French national champion as well, has always been super competitive at the European level. And yeah, I think he's playing the deck that we were talking about for sure this week, and the Radiant Typhoon one, which, sometimes lacks consistency, but for sure, when get things going, it's one of those decks that for sure here needs to be interacted by Fuvalos.
We see the Fuvalos, but honestly, this is one of the decks that really can play through the card with no issues. Like, you can't even give 0 draw. Usually you want to give one,
yeah.
But I mean, that's
to
about
prioritize the trap, at least.
Oh, and this is a bit of a rough one though, because usually when we see the self MST, you want to hit one of the quick spells, not the other one, because that's essentially a -2. But I mean, it's just gonna work out fine here for Mathieu.
And one thing that both players have in common is that they are both deck building geniuses, right? You never know what Samir or Mathieu will bring to the table, since both give so much time to deck building and finding those correct non-engine options.
Looking at the top tables before this round, I've also noticed that there are quite a few Mitsurugi, and are you surprised? Like, we talked about it in the meta deck discussion, that the deck was still a viable solution.
But here comes Nibiru.
Interesting.
Definitely an interesting timing as well. Okay, so Mathieu just gonna chain this MST so that he will get, when everything resolves, to set his powerful draw engine back. And here Samir is just thinking whether he's gonna be attack or defense. I think Samir is just in love with Nibiru in general. We always see it in the deck. But my question is it just a one-off for the Gallant? Yes. Oh, wow. I
mean, there was someone we knew who used to play one-off saying, yeah, I mean, if I draw it and activate it, I don't need the other ones. So, for now.
If I draw it, I draw it.
It was you?
No, definitely not. No. And yeah, I mean, this has worked out perfectly for Samir. Like, honestly, making quick work of what would have been a threatening field. And now he's back on track with a full end.
And right now I think that Mathieu, if he doesn't already know, he understands that Samir is probably into pure Mitsurugi, and activating Ice Blossom to preparation of rights. It is one of those spots that you need to interact with Ice Blossom instead of waiting, for example, for Saji.
Yeah, I mean, again, two of the most renowned Frenchmen, you can expect maybe to know what they're up against, and probably Mathieu knew, about Samir's deck and knew that the Nibiru was only a one-off. I don't blame him, honestly, for playing into it. And now we see, of course, the Ash to stop this. But again, Mitsurugi lost a lot of consistency, and so nowadays in Samir's deck we see multiple copies of those cards that used to be only run as a one-off. For example, Mitsurugi Ritual could always come down more often than it used to.
Also, I'm very curious to see how the matchup for Mitsurugi is against Radiant Typhoon, because most of the cards are quick spell cards, It's I'm very interested. It's I think it's difficult, no?
Yeah, but looking now at the field, I think that we're talking about consistency. However, I see prayers with the tribute of Saji, which is quite good.
Quite good, yeah.
A little bit.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
I think, honestly, I don't know, the only thing going for it is the trap card. I think once they develop the trap card for Radiant Typhoon, it becomes easier because you can just prioritize using your MSTs to negate the spells. But this is not the case, and I think in this sort of game state, it's where Mitsurugi really is happy, and I really give the advantage to Samir in this game.
Yes, Nibiru played a crucial role in this scenario, since, as you mentioned, Mathieu I don't think that he thought about Nibiru at this moment, since he probably thought that it is a one-off due to Granite. However, Samir, as you said, if he has it, he has it, and he activated Nibiru. And I think that he has the upper hand right now.
So let's see. In terms of interruptions, I mean, we know that Mathieu just can use these Phoenix to shuffle back 2 cards from the field. And we already know that the vision is face down if he wants to just fetch for more cards off the top. And I believe the other card should be the MST, because we added one with the link. So probably Samir knows everything, but at the same time, I'm guessing you would keep the MST in hand to discard it with the vision. So there is a chance that there is an unknown face down.
Should Samir right now prioritize to ritual summon from hand or deck?
Okay.
If you have Murakuma, I think
Easy answer.
Easy answer, right?
Yeah, also because now you pretty much force the hand of Mathieu. Technically, yes, technically no. I mean, it depends also. Does he have only 1 card in hand, Mathieu?
Maybe.
But also has the vision and can resolve it on...
For Murakumo, I just mean, you know, because it could be very annoying.
Chain 1 Murakumo, chain 2 Phoenix, chain 3 Murakumo, chain 4 vision.
No, because there is a world in which it's tough. If you let this resolve... No, because you can always summon the Phoenix back from grave, no? Ooh, but it's the Sheena, and this changes so much. But I mean...
If you discard the Sheena, does it work like Nibiru?
No, because it's the effect on field.
He needs to summon. Okay.
I'm pretty sure. I don't know. Let me check, but I think it's 2 different effects. Then apply. Yeah, then apply. But I mean, now as you've mentioned, he lined up the interruptions in a way where he can still discard the card off the vision. And so yeah, the last face down is Mystical Space Typhoon. Wow. I mean, I love Samir's spot still. Like he has a full hand.
Yeah. And also has Prosperity, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Prosperanos, yeah. And yeah, here comes back this Phoenix. Phoenix with the, again, Mystical Space Typhoon, which can be used. But, I mean, Samir has 6, 7 cards? 7 cards in hand. Like, oh.
So you probably go for mirror right now.
I think so. I think you go for it, yeah.
Or we are debating about normal summoning Kusanagi. Yeah, normal summon Kusanagi, not targeting the ritual.
Which is your favorite effect monster from the Mitsurugi archetype? Excluding the rituals, I mean. Just the level 4s.
Kusanagi.
Kusanagi?
Yeah, I like all these follow-up that brings to the table that even ritual spell has been banished that can broach bats to the hand. Would say Saji?
I mean, if you're talking about value, sure. Definitely the best one in my opinion, but in terms of everything else, actually like...
Aramasa.
Yes, Aramasa. Ooh, and here we see everything going, and yes, this is the last line of interruption available to Mathieu, even though, you know, we used to say this was one of the first things you learn in Yu-Gi-Oh! That using your Mystical Space Typhoon against a spell does not negate it. In this case, there is still value to it, thanks to the Phoenix effect. Ooh, and Samir? Yeah, I guess already committed to this Murakumo, and now the Phoenix will be able to activate on both. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, we still have the mirror and we have Murakuma in the graveyard, so...
Yeah, and Mathieu is showing him, I mean, maybe Samir not super familiar with the deck, that this is not once per turn, because there are 2 different effects. is not, you know, sometimes card says you get special summon from hand or graveyard. In this case, no, they're actually two different, you know, conditions. Even so, because you can summon the one from the grave only if you activate Mystical Space Typhoon specifically. But I mean, again, this is not quite over yet. We do already, you know, we have activated the effect of just Raigeki. But in terms of attack points, Murakumo is still a threat.
And also being able to discard every turn one card from Mathieu's hand, otherwise the effect will be negated. I mean, it is very crucial, I guess. More control deck like Radiant Typhoon.
Indeed. And as we can see here, we just attack over and...
Mathieu had left the top deck, right?
Did we use the extra?
And we have also the Purification added from the tribute of Habagiri.
We didn't use the extra deck at all, right? So not even Typhon is an option. Yeah. So yeah, this looks absolutely rough, and I'm sure Mathieu might be just moments away from picking up his cards. But let's take a look at what he picks up. I think it's a monster, and yes, he has seen enough, and it is Samir who is able to just completely disrupt what the Radiant Typhoon deck was. I mean, putting up on the field. You gotta give credit to the Rock.
Not only the Rock, to be honest, because I feel like we mentioned this yesterday. I know your point, but it is more like an engine versus engine, which engine can grind more. And as we saw, yes, Mitsurugi has a little problem in order to starting fighting the combo pieces. However, if it starts to popping off and find, for example, the ritual spell, the Murakumo, it feels like a day has never changed, right?
No, but I really also feel like, of course, the Nibiru helped Samir out a lot in this game one. But overall, I mean, it really showed us that Mitsurugi is super powerful. Like, we've mentioned it plenty of times this week, and the deck is super valid. And I really feel like also Mathieu has had a very good starting hand. On the other side, talking about the side deck, I really feel like Samir has a little bit of anything, you know,
as usual.
Yeah. But for sure, like, consistency is the main, is key. So for sure, there's Draw and Lock, there's the Double Cyclones as well. I mean, there's the number one enemy, Denko Zeka. One.
In 2026?
I think we only saw it once, maybe this weekend, and when it was summoned, I think it was maybe round 2 or 3, I don't remember.
And also, interesting, Pot of Extravagance in the side deck.
Yes, the third one.
I mean, just, probably for Mulcharmy's patterns. But yeah, it's something you don't really see from anyone else. I guess overall the plan for, you know, this kind of matchup is to keep them at bay from, again, accessing the trap card. That's the main goal. It's tough to do so. Mulcharmy Puluria is your best friend because that card is really, really annoying for, you know, Mathieu to deal with. From what concerns him, it's still more on the combo heavy side. Is he running Rainbow, the pendulum we have seen from Vincenzo?
No, he's not there.
Okay, so we won't be seeing, you know, just a card that completely shuts down, and Dimensional Fissure, another popular option, is completely useless against pure Mitsurugi overall. So I don't think that will bring any help as well. And let's just see. Of course, you gotta be scared, but at the same time, in your mind, do you really respect any Nibiru now? I don't think so. Like, unless you're expecting, you know, Samir to bring more from the side deck, I think just because you lost game 1 to it, I think you should still go for it, and the gameplay is clear.
And if he has it? Again.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's right. It's a one-off. If he didn't have it, it was just game, I'm pretty sure. So I believe Mathieu will not, you know, be biased looking on what has happened. But let's find out. Since our players are ready, let's go back. If anyone has seen my stray, please bring it back. They took it away from me.
So the card highlight is relevant to Radiant Typhoon or Mitsurugi?
My heart. But here we see Mathieu not wasting any time. No Purulia, which is a great sigh of relief from his side. And yeah, I mean, we just gonna go.
And in the hand of Samir, I can see the Ash Blossom.
And we go for Ash here.
Oh, very brave Ash Blossom here being used by Samir.
Yeah, on the Swan. And I mean, you can just pray that it gets you there. In this case, it will be not even close. And Mathieu not only gets these cards off the vision, but then he will be able to summon from deck with Megala. And he has Art drawn. As we can see,
vision on the
the Varuron. So pretty much everything. At this point, the only thing you're missing, which will be quite annoying since when was negated, are actually spells. But let's see if this resolves. This is the key. It does, and this is quite big.
However, Mitsurugi is one of those decks that can go second even without any hand trap and still bring threats to the table and manage to play into any field, right?
Yes and no, because again, it is true, but to do so, Mitsurugi needs those spells to resolve. And if you can just set up your mandate and then keep those Mystical Stays Typhoons to negate the ritual spells, I don't know how many push you can find, you know?
One way to find out.
Yeah, we're about to find out, as this will be the way to access the mandate. And again, the question rises, do we have Nibiru from Samir once more? Because now we have double MST. And here comes one of the newer cards, which is the Radiant Typhoon Ascendance, which allows you to special summon a level 6, but now we are still going for the other effect to search for the third and final copy of Mystical Space Typhoon.
And now, yeah, he gets to use the link as well to set up his mandate. I think this is, of course, what you're really looking for with the deck, to set up the mandate, something that was missing in game one.
Great, and now Nibiru is off the table because we have set up these Varuron and Mystical Space Typhoon in the graveyard, so that's even an additional interruption.
Best of Protocol provided this powerful link too, and I think that Radiant Typhoon find the missing piece of the puzzle in order to be one of those competitive decks right now.
Yeah, I honestly don't see how you get out of this. Like, it's extremely tough for any deck, because you still have the Megala, which can bring the Phoenix next turn, and then you have basically two cards that can negate any card, thanks to the double Mystical Space Typhoon, and maybe even Totem Bird to add an additional layer. Yes, Totem Bird on the field. What an opening.
I think we got the chance to experience the full potential of Radiant Typhoon right now, as we can see a full field from Mathieu's side.
Yeah, and this is what I was saying. We now have 3 ways to negate a spell and trap, which means you will need 4 ways of ritual summoning to get, you know, that Murakumo on the field. And even if you do, you have, you know, the negation effect for 1 monster, so...
And I think that Samir has in his hand as a 6th card an Impulse.
Wow! We go all in on this. Are you surprised we didn't set the other copy of Mystical Space Typhoon?
Not sure, honestly. Yeah, maybe Mathieu thought that this was already enough.
No, there's no way.
Yeah, it is. I don't know, honestly. I would have said it.
Maybe we wanted this card for Vision?
But I mean, you do have monsters, and again, I don't think you really need to go for more draws. You don't need any. And we don't go for Megala. That's interesting. I mean, I thought, yeah. that was just pretty straightforward. You know, you get an additional spell, you get the trigger off, you get the Phoenix, and then you have, you know, basically 2 additional responses. But anyway, Samir recognizes when he's backed up against a wall, and his only way out seems to be this Typhon here.
It was actually 2 summons from the extra deck, so we could play around without Totemberg, which doesn't bring so much to the table, right?
No, honestly, all in all, no.
I mean, we always see it there, like part of the combo, but I really feel like it's the card that you need the least, honestly,
Yeah, I
from
mean,
Radiant.
if this field is only weak to Crisis, why not just to pass with 5 monsters, for example?
Yeah. No, but like in general, I really feel like with such an opener from Mathieu, I really find it difficult for Samir to come back into this.
Yeah, don't get me wrong, I still think this is going Mathieu way. But I think we just had such an overwhelming opener that we should have gone fully committing, because like usually the only way you don't is when you're expecting your opponent to play cards like Lightning Storm, evenly matched, but you have outs for those. So like they need a very specific combination of like Droplet plus those, and I don't know if it's worth not going for it. Anyways, here we are still back on our turn.
And I think that any deck right now, if can resolve 3 times the effect of vision to draw 2,
yeah, I mean,
it is in a very good spot.
Yeah, just look at this. We give up the Droplet. We know we don't need it. And again, although it's a level 9, when we take a look at the Radiant Typhoon monsters, in this case we have the negation ready because
it's enough.
We only have 0 attack, you know, for the Vibrant. And that is indeed it. Samir recognizes this is not his game anymore. And although there is time, because we still have 27 minutes on the clock, you really don't want to risk, you know, having a double loss. It would mean both of them have no chance to make it to the top 8. And so he picks up his cards, and now he will go first for the first time this match.
How do you feel about Impulse in the current meta? I think it is one of those cards that obviously is very powerful.
It's always good, yeah.
But I think that at this moment, for example, against Radiant Typhoon, it's not quite an option that you really want to see. It is more like a side card against the other strategies.
I mean, yes and no. I mean, it's one of those cards that for sure in some, you know, formats it will be meta-defining and like an absolute blowout.
Like the previous format, for example.
But I still think it's solid. It's like similar to Ash Blossom overall. You're always going to find a target for it in most decks. And again, against Radiant Typhoon, it depends a lot on how they play. If they expect it, they can use Crosea in a way where you cannot use it from your end. And so that way is really good. But for example, when you go first and you can set it, it's even better. And I still think against Dracotail, which is the most represented deck, you have a lot of, you know, ways where you can use it. And
I mean, it's the best card against.
Yeah,
it is. It is. No,
so the second, the first one is Shifter, of course.
Yeah. And talking of, you know, speaking of Shifter, it is one option for Samir. We have mentioned again, his side deck is a lot of one-offs, like not even joking. And that part of Extravagance probably will make its way through since we are starting. And I see actually a really underrated trap card from all back in the day, which is Magic Deflector. So that was played, you know, even against spellbooks, like we're talking 12 plus years ago, Sky Strikers afterwards. And I mean, you have a lot of quick spells in this deck, so I think we easily bring it in, and it can really shine. So this is what Mathieu must be on the lookout for. But most importantly, we just want to, you know, see Samir acting, you know, uninterrupted, going first, see what his own version of, you know, this combo is. Maybe just, you know, this Granite searching for the one Nibiru and call it a day. But I mean, let's see what he's gonna come up with. He always brings something new to the table, and only one of these 2 amazing players representing France can advance with an X2 record. So let's find out who it will be. Here they are. And there is your Impulse, so I guess we'll find out if it's good or not.
but I see a card in Mathieu.
I see full monster from Mathieu.
Yeah, full monster,
Yeah, do you see the right one?
No.
And I see also the left one though, which is Fuva.
I can't see anything, guys. I don't know.
I mean, prayers is always pretty much the best thing you can do.
Especially with tribute of Aromasa also.
Yeah. And I mean, it's similarly to how the Radiant Typhoon deck plays. It's a quick spell. You can play it in the draw phase to play around draw and lock. And, you know, it's really what you need to pretty much get things going. And this is what we are going to see. Chooses to go for Saji second, sending maybe some signals.
Yeah, I also thought about this. I think we prioritize to find Mitsurugi Ritual monsters. We already have the mirror in the hand.
Yeah. I mean, we haven't seen a lot of Abakiri. I mean, we haven't seen Abakiri pretty much at all, but let's see if that is going to be the case, or I mean, if we already have access.
Yeah, you can go for Murakumo straight away to play against Roll.
And we actually get Purification, which is another great way.
And also Fugalos.
Yeah. So here comes the ritual. It's probably going to be from end. Well, let's see. You do have both options.
I think it's from hand, but Mathieu might think about Fugalos right now because otherwise he will need to also discard a card.
Yeah.
So I think a very good call from Mathieu. So despite that Mitsurugi Ritual was activated to ritual summon from hand, Mathieu chose to activate Fugalos in order to protect one card from his hand.
Yeah, it's the small details that matter, and again, you know, it's those things that come with experience and playing a lot of matches. I saw also at the top tables, you know, some decisions when it came to using this vision in the draw phase and then chaining Purulia to it just in case they draw into Ash Blossom or Call by the Grave. And, you know, it's a lot of these things that at the top level you really should consider. And let's see.
And I think right now we just activated Mirror to ritual summon from the graveyard, and we can play under Nibiru, under Fugalos, because we don't provide any draw, and just pass with Fucho, Murakumo, Saji on the field, Purification Prayers.
I mean,
I think
that's quite of a good start, honestly.
Yeah.
If there's a deck against Fugalos is not super impactful, it's Mitsurugi, because he can play very well around it.
And keep in mind that Mathieu also has a draw in his hand.
Yeah, but this is what I wanted to ask you. Like, I agree the play with Fugalos was good, but do you think there was merit to just activating the draw and discarding the Fugalos for Murakumo instead?
I mean, it used to play a playback in a previous format in Rachel Mitsurugi strategy that you activated selling one Fugalos. If they Ash Blossom, you just change Roll and Lockbird. Otherwise, you just always do use Roll there as a chilling 2 because it's very strong against Mitsurugi.
Yeah.
But
so,
I think
sure.
also it is depending on the Mathieu hand.
Yeah.
If he needs those draws to find more engine, for example.
And I do believe I see a second trap in the end from Samir. Could that be the deflector?
No, I think it's the...
the impulse. No, with the impulse we saw at the start, right. I mean,
no, it's a good start, huh?
It's good. Again, he's here considering whether he should even commit to
a draw.
Yeah. What do you think?
I think I would be happy with this.
Give.
No, I think so. Yeah, you don't give it to the...
Especially to Radiant Typhoon.
Yeah. The only thing is that we already are under Nibiru, if that's what you're afraid of.
Bravo, Samir, yes.
No,
I think it makes a lot of sense. Bravo.
Wow. And we set the full end. Completely committed to the field, no cards in hand. Or last minute change. Yeah, never mind. At the very last second, we change our mind and we are just gonna, I guess, insulate ourselves furthermore with this Nibiru.
So we provide so much value to Nibiru against Radiant Typhoon.
I see the card that was being drawn from Fugalos.
I mean,
I can tell you that here it's cold in Dortmund, and
on the one hand, yes. On the other hand, it's not the greatest against this deck. But anyways, here we start things off with the Swen. But here it's important to mention, this is not a special.
Yes, since Samir controls spell and traps in his spell and trap zone, and Mystical Space Typhoon is not in Mathias' graveyard.
Okay.
Wow.
Goes for the purification right ahead.
I think that we are considering maybe Sina. That's why we interact with Ren right
and
away.
that's it! Wow, revealing double Droll and Lava Golem, but again, Lava Golem maybe not really effective
Were not expecting this at all. Like,
oof, definitely.
Wow, okay.
I mean, what a interesting ending to the game, and definitely not something we were considering. If you see us giggle a little bit, is because our screen has just been switched to the backup future match, which we haven't really been able to showcase all that much, but it's about the Genesis format event that we are hosting, as a public event. So I would say, before we speak about the match with the Sweetness, let's switch over.
And from Radiant Typhoon to
Radiant Typhoon.
To Radiant Typhoon. And Blackwing also, right?
Blackwing, Alberto's favorite deck. So maybe he can...
the year of GB.
he can talk a little bit about what he thinks about this one.
Gladiator Beast, and now we see Blackwing.
Yeah, it's the universe sending me signals, debating about.
Look at these guys, they are just passing back and forth because he doesn't have an out to a monster that cannot be destroyed, and you see they're just, it's like one of those Mystic Minds moments where they just draw the full deck and discard. Did we finally find something for this? That's honestly so funny. Like, look at the field from Senkesen and Gilles just chilling with this undistractable bird. Ooh, when we did find an answer. Because I think that's, is it a Scarlight? I cannot even see the...
It's a Scarlight, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like it.
But I would like to know what is the plan against this field of Blackwing? How do we even out this?
I think the only way you can win this is by decking out. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, but Scarlight is still there.
No, but most importantly, 15 minutes left and it's game one, eh? Quindi, both X2 deck out into double loss. So that's, an interesting scenario. Let's see. Ooh.
And here the Sheena.
Yeah,
I mean, Mike, if you were wondering how to get rid of all those Blackwing monsters, I feel like Gilles here maybe found an option. Let's just see if everything here, every activation was corrected. Our judges are just,
Yeah, compulsory has also changed through the years, right?
Yep.
Yeah, just a little bit, I would say. Yes.
A little bit.
Instead of summoning Starburst Dragon, now you summon...
Turtle
it's quite
race vibes, honestly.
Quite.
Just patience, patience, patience. I mean, both having like 6+ cards, basically, at their disposal. We do see Forbidden Chalice, which of course is a card that maybe nowadays we don't see as often, but in Genesis format is much more valuable because of the point system. And again, as a reminder, they are now in round 8, even though the score would suggest otherwise, I guess.
And Radiant Typhoon has, can we say, the upper hand right now?
I mean, the deck is extremely
It feels like it is in this game stage that it is quite in the spot where both players want to take the upper hand. And Mandate will activate the effect, obviously, to negate.
I mean, of course, in the Genesis format, without having the Varuron, of course, the access to Mandate is quite different than the TCG.
How do you think that Radiant Typhoon access it? If you have it, have it.
You draw it. I don't know. I mean, no. The thing is that the deck is surely good also in the Genesis format, and the thing is, I'm super concerned about the time. Like it's there's like by the time they're gonna be siding in, maybe 10 minutes remain on the round, and by look, okay, there's a Bora. Can he deal damage and win like this?
So if you see only the graveyard and the Bora on the field, does it look familiar?
Bora
yeah, if you just like if SEL Gilles graveyard, yes, and you see Bora on the field, yeah. How much defense has? Is he winning like this? And I can't believe it.
Oh wow!
Phoenix is 0. He's dealing 17. No way.
Wow!
No way.
Wow!
Is he really winning like this? No way. I can't believe it.
Piercing damage.
Is that it? No way.
We may have a droplet.
Oh, and it's it! Bora winning just through piercing in 2026. That was not on our bingo card. Wow. What a way to win game 1. But again, time is a little bit of an issue because again, you have, 2 full games to be played in what was like 13 minutes or so.
How many times you have won like that? Attacking with Bora to a defense position monster.
Like if I'm thinking about it, maybe not many. Like no, sometimes it happens. You attack over a Raiko, you deal 1600, and you call it a
we
day.
are talking about time wizard.
Time wizard,
not Genesis, not advanced.
Because like in Genesis, if you ask me, 0. Because like I think it's almost impossible winning with Bora by dealing exactly 1700 damage.
Yeah.
The main issue here is not only dealing damage, but 10 minutes on the round. Our guys really want to win this one because they want to have a spot and have the chance to advance into the tournament. And honestly, I'm concerned. I don't know. I think it's going to be taking some time for them now. I think they have quite of. I think they're speeding things up a lot while siding in, and I mean, in Genesis now, of course, maybe you can, of course, expect Radiant Typhoon being played. Black Wings, not sure. Like it's one of those decks that for sure relies on a lot of synchro summons. Consistency, of course, is a key factor of the deck. Well, I mean, if you ask me, Zenkas must be super happy of how this game went, because we opened the stream up where he essentially didn't find any answer to Crosea. He was just sitting there and throwing cards for a couple of turns, and suddenly Bora made his appearance and won in the game. So.
Decide. Okay, so yeah, I do agree that we are running a bit low, and so the tension might be there for our duelist. Let's see how they can handle it. I was laughing because in the heat of the moment I saw Senkesen just grabbing by mistake his side deck instead of the deck and starting shuffling, to present it. But then, he realized that the size was a bit different. And yeah, let's see. Of course, it's gonna be Gilles just trying to play as fast as possible. Oh, and look at that! One of the cards that was changed the most in the latest updates, a card that is forbidden for us. Mirage of Nightmare. Do you even know it, Mike? Have you ever seen this card? Because it has been forbidden for a long time. Basically,
if you ask me, I don't even know it.
Yeah, I think also for us it was already forbidden. I mean, it's a cool trick that decks that plays a lot of quick spell can use. Essentially, what it says is that during your opponent's standby phase, you draw cards until you have 4. But I think it's game,
right?
It's already. Oh wow!
Oh, because I think he has 3 monsters. He had the Phoenix, the Varuron, and another Crosea, which he could have not used. And
oh wow!
I feel like
Black Warwin Bora. That was just a crazy way to end things off. Look at that! Bora winning twice on stream. what can you say?
What's the effect of Mirage?
What was the effect, by the
of
way?
Mirage, basically, it's a very strange one. It's a sort like a card of demise, but very different. So you activate it, doesn't do anything. Then you pass, and during your opponent's standby phase, you draw up to 4 cards. So you get a lot of cards. It's good in Runic because then you can activate them immediately. But then the cool part is that during your standby phase, you randomly discard the same amount of cards you drew. But if you are able to use them in the draw phase, you don't discard any. So it's basically like a value engine.
You say quick play.
Yeah, you need quick spell or like entraps. You know, it's good to draw those kind of cards. Otherwise, it doesn't do much. It just cycles. But it can be good in decks such as these ones. So. Anyways, it was definitely a spectacle we did not see coming, but now we can just jump back in time in what was our round and this amazing battle between 2 of the best French players we have in Yu-Gi-Oh! So I think we can go some highlights with Basti.
Thank you, Marcello. I am here alone for the moment because Samir is already preparing for his next round, as that was quite the long match. So I will just go through a couple of highlights from that round 13 clash between the 2 Frenchmen, between Mathieu Ricard and Samir Basha. So many titles already between the 2 of them. Only one of them, of course, though, was able to walk away victorious here on the big stage. Turned out to be Samir Bashar. It was pretty close, though. First highlight we have. It was actually Mathieu winning the die roll, which is usually quite a help, of course, and the Radiant Typhoon deck can put out quite a few things. The big thing here was, though, and also Mathieu told me that right after the match, with the Crosea, we see that is already on the field. We should have just searched for a Mystical Space Typhoon, and from there on he just lost sort of his train of thought, because here, Mystical Space Typhoon on Mystical Space Typhoon, that's not really where you're aiming at. You're trying to destroy a different Radiant Typhoon card so it can set itself back from the graveyard. But as we can see here, this is literally just 2 Mystical Space Typhoons next to each other, nothing setting itself back there, of course, as it's both the same card and both the original Mystical Space Typhoon, and therefore he made himself very, very, very vulnerable to what comes next, and that is, after a couple of Molchami Fuvolos draws, eventually, probably the game-winning move, of course, the pure Mitsurugi deck from Samir is very much known to destroy the opponent's field in seconds, because we are known to the boss monster that Murakumo is. But already on Mathieu's turn, interesting timing here, by the way, to chain the Nibiru to the Radiant Typhoon Vision. Mathieu trying his best, still trying to get out of the situation, at least destroying the Vision so that we can set it back, but losing out on his complete field here. Also losing out on the Varurune Link 2 before it can get him access to the also powerful trap card, the Mandate, and therefore from here on out really ending on a whole lot of nothing. He was still trying his very best. We're still trying to get to the Phonics, which we established, but a Phonics against the full hand of Mitsurugi cards, and when the Mitsurugi deck gets to play, is almost nothing, and that's how it turned out to be. Really, really well played from Samir from there on. He was able to take that first game over Mathieu, going second. Mathieu, I think, checked out his top deck, realized that is not going to be enough, and then game 1 was sealed in favor of Samir. And then game 2, where actually Mathieu was able to find his mojo again, where he was able to focus again, and also he was only answered by 1 Ash Blossom and Joy Spring, which was used early on from Samir. He was able to establish this full field. I mean, look at this. We got the Mandate together, of course, with the Mystical Space Typhoon. Another spell and trap card in here as well. And we got the Totem Bird chilling. We still have the Varurune and more Radiant Typhoon monsters ready, of course, also to come back. One thing that is a little noteworthy is we kept one of the Mystical Space Typhoons in hand instead of setting it next to the other Mystical Space Typhoon that there is, which in theory, you're like, okay, it's just a Mystical Space Typhoon, you're just destroying a spell trap card, how bad can it be? But, of course, in the Radiant Typhoon deck that Mathieu is playing was quite the difference, because that would mean additional negate with the Mandate that we have face up on the field. But then in the third game, We saw it all going into one direction, into the direction of Samir Bashar. Already winning one Jubilee YCS in London and now trying to make it another one here in Dortmund as well with the 300 YCS. And yet, the start that you're aiming for, the start that you really want and need, he had that moment in the draw phase already. Prayers, Tribute, Aramasa. The deck is less consistent, but when you already have Prayers, Tribute, Aramasa in the draw phase, while Matsuri's opponent holds 2 Droll and Lockbird in his opening hand, it's just amazing because you got to search for the Great Purification already before Droll and Lockbird could ever be activated, and all the searches have already taken place, and therefore, in the end, Matsuri was like, well, you're not even really searching for anything valuable anymore, so I may as well just activate my Mulchami Fuvolos instead, which we see down here. In the end, he almost got no draws off of the Mulchami Fuvolos until the very end. Samir was thinking hardly, do I still go into my extra deck or do I just leave it like that? And then at the very last moment, he even already set 4 cards into his Bound Trap Zone. He did eventually decide to go for that Gallant Grey Knight, searching for the Nibiru, the Primal Being. But I'll tell you what, and you also saw it in the feature match itself, he did not even need that Nibiru, the Primal Being, as very clearly on that normal summon of Radiant Typhoon Sven, he immediately was activating that Mitsurugi Great Purification, negating it, destroying it, forcing Matsuri to concede, showing his hand there with a Lava Golem and also those Droll and Lockbirds. In the end, it wasn't enough. Matsuri most likely out of the race for top 8 here in this tournament, but Samir Bashar very much still in it and ready with that pure Mitsurugi deck. A lot of people have doubted that the Mitsurugi deck can still be as strong as it possibly is, because that, of course, Mitsurugi Habakiri is now limited, but guess what? Looking at the top tables, looking at Samir Bashar, there's plenty of Mitsurugi cards still flying over the tables. So let's see whether Mitsurugi will be able to take it all down here at the 300 YCS in Dortmund. Stay tuned, more live coverage coming from here very shortly.
Can adapt utilizing the new cards to not rely so heavily on the higher point cast cards like your Junk Speeder. Utilizing the brand new cards like the Full Speed Warrior gives you quicker and faster access to a much more wider range of synchron plays, which is really, really good to focus on either a Stardust outlet or just a pure synchron operation, for the pure fact that you have so many cool and core reprints in that one. Then if you move over to Black Rose and utilize the brand new cards from Doom of Dimension, like your Bramble Rose Dragon, your Black Rose Garden, and of course your Rage Rose Witch, you don't need to rely on Black Garden as much, which does take a bit of a higher points cost for your total, but it still gives you the ability to utilize Black Rose Dragon itself and its completely destructive field power.
And I really feel like it's all about fantasy, it's all about building your decks and feel confident about the deck that you will be playing, whether it's on your local store with your friends. And I really feel like we really want to give it a chance. You already have some very good ideas, but now it's your turn. So if you want to put your hands on those decks and see what you will be playing next, if it's going to be a YCS, if it's going to be at your regional, if it's going to be at your local OTS store, get your hand on the newest Yu-Gi-Oh! Legendary 5Ds decks and bring your Genesis deck to your next level.
Welcome everyone here to the prize wall of the 300 YCS in Dortmund. For every good YCS, of course, there's a prize wall, and here for this YCS we have some special stuff at the prize wall. For example, a very exclusive 300 YCS special win-a mat that you can redeem here at the prize wall if you play in all of those countless public events. Then also, of course, a classic always now, the Time Wizard, which you can get, that cute little plushie here, and some OTS packs, different sets of them available, and you can already see it in the back, those beautiful giant cards, always a staple. Ecclesia the Dark Dragon, just fresh out of Board's Protocol as a giant card. Nice to hang into a frame in your own home. So you should definitely be playing in all those public events here at the 300 YCS in Dortmund and win all of those amazing prizes that you can get here at our prize wall.
which is your favorite location that a YCS has already been hosted?
Already been hosted. I gotta say Bologna, Italy, because it was my first major event.
I think it's gonna be either Düsseldorf or Dortmund, because I'm from Düsseldorf and it's like short way, you know. You know the guys. Yeah, it's always funny, and I've never been to like a really like far away, like YCS, like America. So always been in Europe.
This is my second YCS I've been to. The other one was in Lille, in France. So I haven't went to many locations, but I feel like this location is pretty nice. But I think Lille was also very pretty. Yeah, I like Lille.
Ooh, honestly, it's gotta be London. It was just a good location in general, and having a YCS on top of it is just really good. So overall, I would say it was just a good location in general.
I think it's this one actually. I like the city. I like the city very much. I've been to Germany many times, but this one has something that's a bit different than others. I don't know why. I think maybe the stadium.
That I've been to probably YCS Rio. In Europe, YCS Barcelona.
I'd have to say YCS Birmingham. It was my first ever YCS, so it holds a special place in my heart. It was just such a great event to hang out with my friends, go and hang out outside of the event and just play the game we love, you know, for me.
Welcome back to your coverage here at YCS Dortmund 2026. Our penultimate round of Swiss is in front of us with our round 14 feature match. Sylvain Verheist versus Julius Schwarzkopf, who we've already seen our previous champion here at Dortmund. They've already done the dice roll, so I get a slightly less dramatic intro here. But Julius has won that and is going to be going first. So with that in mind, I'm going to hand you over to Barcode, Leo and Basti to be your commentary trio for this feature match.
Thank you, Ed. And yes, I mean, we started the tournament yesterday in the morning, which feels like ages ago, with the reigning YCS Dortmund champion, Julius Schwarzkopf, kind of revealing his strategy and deck there already, which was very unique, seeing those Yummy and Fiendsmith cards together. But he's still in the running, he's still out there, he's still on X2 record in the second to last round of the tournament. So we want to check back in and see whether it is still his tournament to defend the title of YCS Dortmund.
But of course, we have already seen Julius, so you might expect something crazy from his opponent there on the featured match table. You know, we always try to show you the different decks that the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG has to offer, some variations of cards. And in this very tournament, the 300th YCS in Dortmund, there are so many different strategies at the top table still.
There absolutely is. So let's see which strategy it could possibly be. We are going into round 14. Let's get the duel started.
Game 1 of the 14th round is about to begin between Sylvain and Julius. Julius, the previous champion here in Dortmund, still there, but he's on the verge of being eliminated if he loses this game. He starts pretty well with the pre-race mat. Be careful, because you have to normal summon this monster, otherwise you will not be able to activate the effect, and we've seen that before in stream.
Oh, wow, really? I mean, it's such a worthy bait. They always have to activate at start of main phase, so is there anything else to follow it up? That looks like a pass from Sylvain. And I mean, we see his deck up there. It is an historic deck. It is a YCS winning deck in the last season.
The chicken. Check the life points of Julius Schwarzkopf, only at 4,000 after the Beery Rice map.
But yeah, of course, if you couldn't play, then you have some non-engine, and this Infinite Impermanence is pretty well. But we have the Miscellaneosaurus, such a good card, getting your dinosaurs unaffected till the end of the main phase 1. But most importantly, being able to banish itself to try to special summon from the deck.
And that is what we are going to do here. And I mean, that also clearly reveals that this ain't a normal Fire King deck, but it is the lately so popular combination of Fire King and Jurek cards here in the hands of Sylvain, in those very successful hands here so far. 11-2 with this deck. A deck that honestly has not been really discussed in the current meta game, but still is very much a contender. And I've been told there's not only Sylvain, but another Fire King player at the top table still in the running.
But now, actually summoning this Jurek Megalo, did he just attack?
I think so, yeah.
No way. No way Julius gets
damage.
another turn after this Puri Rice map Ash into a pass. But then again, for Sylvain, you don't really necessarily need to commit a lot to this field.
True, exactly, because I mean, Julius was not able to play through the Ash Blossom, so if you put a very minimalistic field, then you might be able to just stop the next turn as well. And we know that the Fire King strategy is pretty much able to end the game very fast afterwards.
Oh, we go end phase. That didn't do much. In the end phase, we have to destroy the Jurek Megalo due to the effect of Miscellaneous Source. I mean, I say we have to.
If we have the Garunix in hand, then we are able to special summon the Garunix and being able to have some follow-up or even more interactions during Julius' turn.
And I mean, not only that, we also get to activate the graveyard effect of Jurek Megalo, putting that Jurek Astero into the graveyard, setting up still plenty of interruptions. And I mean, Julius, he has to find a play first of all, because he did not play after that Ash Blossom last turn.
But is it going to be enough? Because you weren't able to play around an Ash Blossom, so now you have to play around a Raigeki? This seems like it is impossible, to be honest.
Well, it's even the combination of Raigeki and Tapia's Feather Duster. It's like all of the cards. And we have established a monster negate now as well with the Fire King Avatar Avarta. Julius, by the way, something that we have spotted there on the judge end, Piri Rice map, not a cost. Therefore, the life points of Julius were on 8,000 and they are now on 7,000 after the 2 attacks flying in there from Sylvain's Dinosaur and Fire King combination.
Well, now that he has lived that turn, I don't even think that matters anymore. It made the situation a little less hectical in the last turn, but now, I mean, there's already some big setup for some heavy damage. And now we have
for hope.
The best draw you could ever ask for when you are playing the Yummy deck.
Which one is it? I haven't captured it yet,
I can see a cup in the hand.
But I mean, how much does one possible Capsy do versus the monster negate that is there?
Put the cat in the cup, bro. This card is going to deal a lot of, I mean, not damage, but it is going to be Arvatat immediately. Can Julius play through this? Maybe the normal summon of a Yummy Capsy is going to enable some other cards in the hand to do something. Arvata is now just popping the Garunix to just negate Capsy, and Pawning special summons itself from hand. You also still have the ability to summon out the Jurek Meteor on the side of Silva.
You do definitely, and I mean, one downside of Fire King Avatar is that it only negates the effect and it does not destroy the monster, and I mean, that is quite valuable as the Yummy player that Julius chose to be for this tournament. Having that level 1 monster still there on the field can turn into plenty of things.
And that is, I think I just saw a card in Julius' hand that could be completely game-changing. If Sylvain only sets up the Meteor as an interruption, Ghost Mana could be...
No, it doesn't matter because you are on your own turn, so it's going to be Chainlink 1. This is a mandatory.
Right.
So, I mean, this is like a trigger, so you have to activate it first, and afterwards, then Sylvain will be able to activate the effect of the Meteor. So it doesn't change anything, and the problem is that you cannot play around
this. Mandatory.
Here comes...
Meteor is mandatory.
Oh, this is mandatory.
Meteor is mandatory, so that would mean that you would have to have it as Chainlink 1.
True that. True that. You actually made a fair point.
Yeah, no, definitely.
So that changes actually everything.
But can we even get to that part?
But does Julius have something to push? Something like a Yummy surprise? There it is.
Oh, yes.
Getting that Capsy out, and now Sylvain is considering, can I do something here? Do I need to immediately respond to this with the summon of the Jurek Meteor? We are going for that Synchro summon.
Oh my. Uses the graveyard effect of Astero that allows us to summon the also powerful Jurek boss monster, Jurek Meteor. And look, Julius, of course, a master of his kind, is reading the card, checking whether it is a mandatory effect, clearly reading up on that, and maybe now responding to that Jurek Meteor with the Ghost Mourner, as you guys were anticipating.
That is insane.
That puts some chill on Sylvain's plan here for sure.
And that changes absolutely everything, because now I think this was the last layer of interruption that Sylvain had, and we know that the Yami strategy with 2 bodies, you can literally just full loop and just get your whole field, your entire field. I mean, the Mourner, it was absolutely insane
Almost
in that
like
spot.
you want this card against this Jurek Fire King deck, even though that is not the deck you build your own deck against. But now, Julius, after this uphill climb, 1 card left in hand, pay attention to the Garunix in the graveyard of Sylvain as well. So that could basically later on, if you are carelessly attacking, come as a further on disruption. But now,
I mean, I think that Julius is not going to trigger this Garunix. I mean, he's going to try to avoid that, of course.
I mean, he has a Lollipop.
I mean, and he also has a Marshmallow now, and I mean, it only makes sense, right? Putting a little Marshmallow over the fire with the Fire King deck here, I think that is probably the proper way to go after this. And also, Sylvain has revealed his last card in hand here. Julius knows it. It is only a Sanctuary that has no impact in this very turn, so Julius can freely design a way to possibly put out 8,000 points of damage here.
Smartly, he discards the Dominus Purge. You know, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is all about interactions with the opponents. This is a hard-drawn interaction. You usually do not want to discard this. You want to build up a field and then have extra interruption for your opponent. But when you know that you can possibly win the game this turn, I do not even think that you want to keep the Dominus Purge. Now, Lollipop Yami is being summoned, puts back the Garunix, another form of interaction taken away from Sylvain, and now he just needs to wait. He has to hope that Julius Schwarzkopf does not find a way to win the game this turn.
But with a player of that caliber, I mean, this is very hard to think that he might choke right there. He's special summoning the Linkuriboh, literally the second copy of the Yami Snatchy now. And he's gonna keep comboing second Synchro monster on the field. He wants to special summon back 2 monsters thanks to the Lollipop Yami Way effect. And yeah, from a game that was pretty much lost on the spot, and I thought that it was unwinnable, but he almost pulls out the victory. What a game right there.
That's what those players are surprising us with every single tournament. Those top duelists that just know what they want to do in the games with their decks. But now the big question is, does Julius find a way to also bridge into the other engine that he has hidden in his deck with only the Yami cards?
I mean, maybe.
Well, it's not that hard, really, right? Because we are playing the Reprodokus as we saw on round 1, and Reprodokus can easily turn those monsters into a Light Fiend, which we want them to be. So if he really needs it here, and I don't even think we need it, because we just rather want to have all the attack points for the battle phase with those Yami monsters. But if we really wanted to, if we have to maybe go into a main phase 2, we have that option for sure.
And you also have access to the surprise that we got back, so we can use it to just get rid of the monsters on the field, trying to bounce them back in the hand, and just remove the ability to trigger, for example, the Arvata.
That's what we do. Now Sylvain is checking whether that's any kind of damage now for the Mourner. And yep, Julius is grabbing the pan, but that damage probably not going to be the most important here, as Julius is designing his way to victory anyways. 5,200 life points only to overcome. We're doing the quick math, but those Yami monsters get big super quickly, and I think that might just be the required amount of damage for Julius to actually pull it out of the cup there in the end to that one Capsy drawn.
Sylvain is not too sure about that damage. Let's actually check the Lollipop Yami Way, sitting at 1,200, so that should be...
I mean, it is pretty much game. It is game, and that was so impressive from Julius. Julius, nothing to play apart from this Pure Race map on the first turn. It was interrupted by the Ash Blossom. After that, I thought it was pretty much over, thanks to the Jurak Meteor. But the Ghost Mourner changed everything and allowed the Capsy Yami Way to put him into this victory.
And who plays that card right now? The Ghost Mourner and Moonlit Chill is a card that has
it is pretty much played thanks to the fact that there are some Radiant Typhoon cards. So you don't want to play Veiler because they play the Crozea in the draw phase. They even try to Shen block it. And therefore, you can just use the Ghost Mourner so that they cannot add the cards.
This also, of course, it's very good versus Drug Meteor. So clearly you want to have it in your deck when you play on the featured match stage in round 14 of YC's Dortmund. So that's clearly a good choice. Some insight from Julius, actually. I talked to him and he was like, because usually he's not playing really those meta decks. He's always going a little off the route with Mermail, with Rika and all those kind of decks. He's like, Well, playing with a meta deck actually is also really fun, and it feels so easy all of a sudden. I will just win this tournament on the spot, which is words that we know from Julius. He's usually quite confident, and he's confident enough maybe to do another deep run here into this tournament. I mean, we haven't had him in top 8 this season yet at any YCSs, and in the previous seasons, he was pretty much guessed every single time in at least top 8, because in Bologna, I think, for example, he was also in top 8 with the Mermaid deck. And then, of course, that second place finish also at YCS Lille. And yeah, maybe another deep run coming from a German man.
And even this deck. I mean, you can consider Yummy a part of the meta, yes, but Yummy's, it's not super dominant, and Yummy, especially with the Fiendsmith strategy and the combos they cooked up, that is something new. That was crazy stuff happening. The Chimera, SP, banish your own Lollipop, summon it back on the opposing turn to interact. That's crazy cakes.
It's really, really cool. It is something that he has cooked himself up for this very special occasion. And I think that is something that we as Europeans can proudly say. For every YCS, there's people just really, really trying to find something creative, a new approach, something that hasn't really been there, to then reveal it on the biggest stage, to make everyone see it for the first time, to make it worth it, right? Trying to keep it a little hidden, and then at the very right moment, at a Jubilee YCS, but this YCS is here this weekend, they are trying to take the title with it. We see that time and time again, really, in Europe.
Yeah, but it's mostly in these tournaments. Yes, of course, you can make the right meta read with one of the meta decks that you're bringing, saying, okay, this is a little bit more well-positioned in the meta game right now. Maybe don't bring Draco Tail branded, because the deck maybe has a big target on its back. You don't want to get hit by Dimensional Fissure or something.
True.
But sometimes when those players find those crazy tech cards or those crazy decks like a Dinkabui with his Fire King deck back in Birmingham, those are the recipes to win tournaments.
Yeah, we really have to praise the creativity of all those players here at the YCS, and it might be a winning decision here once again. Julius showing us why he's such a great player. He's gonna enter the game too, winning 1-0 for now, but still he has to win another game to stay alive in this tournament and try to enter the top 8 to defend his title. Both players are pretty much ready, so we are going to jump into the next game.
Now Sylvan is going to be able to start. I mean, of course, also the Fire King deck has this crazy combo that you can have on your opponent's first turn and absolutely destroy the entire field. But it is, again, one of those decks that prefers to go first, as most decks actually are.
Ooh, Ash Blossom and Joy Spring for Ash Blossom without wasting any time, but there already is the Sanctuary in the hand, so we will get access to that Fire King Islet nevertheless.
But still, this is a very good target, to be honest. You want to Ash the Alchemix, otherwise Sylvan would have been able to generate so much advantage. But yeah, as you just mentioned, being able to get access to the island will get some card advantage, and this Garunix in hand if he doesn't have it yet.
That is what we are trying to fetch here, and it is
Arvata actually.
Okay, so maybe that means we have Garunix already. Do we maybe have Ponix too to trigger it? Let's see, we're forming a chain. There is something we want to activate, and it is the Garunix, and we're also using that Okanix in the graveyard.
So this is pretty interesting, because of course you can only trigger one of the effects. So here Sylvan choosing wisely to activate the effect of Garunix and keeping the Ponix in hand for later on.
Now Garunix gets to destroy another card from your deck, ideally. What are we seeing there in this very deck of his? There, of course, are some nasty non-engine cards. Fire decks, they can profit off of Dominus Impulse, which is true.
Look at this one.
Kirin.
Not really a standard option. I mean, you hear Kirin a lot when you're playing against Fire King, but the Fire King Avatar Kirin is not the usual one. That's the small one, you could say, but it is the one that is able to go after spells and trap cards, right?
It is the one that lets you get access to the Jura cards, so you can just get access to the Miscellaneous.
Very true.
And after that, you can just special summon the Jurak from the deck. So this is how you bridge pretty much between your two archetypes, and that's pretty good here for Sylvan, considering the fact that he also have access to the Continue spell. So on the opponent's turn, he will be able to special summon the XYZ monster, which is another Raigeki.
Yeah, and I mean, true, the spell one was Rangbali, right? That was the one, yeah, exactly.
And we saw it yesterday, by the way.
True, actually.
Which was a bit surprising, because usually players don't play this card.
But we go for a link option instead, and we know this game since Salamangreat Great days. When you have an Ash Blossom and Joy Spring in your graveyard, I will summon Mahita and have an extra monster to link off. It's not Salamangreat Great Sunlight Wolf just yet, but it is the Promethean Princess, which honestly might still eventually get us to a Sunlight Wolf here, to be fair. So we will use the Promethean Princess, bring back that Kirin from the graveyard.
So that's another layer of interruptions, because this princess in the graveyard, it is also scary, being able to destroy a monster on the opponent field. Pretty good for now.
Sunlight Wolf. Everyone here in this venue wants to see it. Everyone, not just me, everyone.
It is one person specifically, I can tell you. It is demanding a Sunlight Wolf. He has not had his daily dose of Salamangreat yet.
That's good enough for me!
It is a Salamangreat monster. It is the Raging Phoenix, though, the Link 4, which does make sense to summon out, as it also is another way to come back from the graveyard. And then, ending here, apparently.
Doolittle Chimera.
On Doolittle Chimera, yeah, that's an interesting one. It is a fire monster at the end of the day. One that Julius needs to read quite clearly.
That is a card that has been used in combos of Fire King, even in Snake Eyes times. Because you can pop this card yourself and then add back a fire monster. And now we're summoning out the Jurak Megalo. Megalo in the end phase, of course, because of Miscellaneous, it's going to get destroyed, and it's going to set up the Synchro Summon on the opposing turn.
So let's sum it up. All the interactions that Sylvan has. You have the ability to special summon the Promethean Princess and destroy an opponent's monster, which is special summoned. You have the ability to just Raigeki everything and also destroy the field spell thanks to the Jurak cards. You also have access to the Garunix, which can get access to the Kirin, so another card will get destroyed. A lot of destructions, and the Yomi Finsmith strategy, it doesn't like to get interrupted early on in the combo, because you want those bodies to stick on the field and to be able to special summon those synchro monsters.
But I'm a little bit confused right now. I know I'm the biggest Salamangreat Andy, and I would have loved a Sunlight Wolf there, but I mean, you could have actually also immediately triggered it. You know, if you destroy the Doodle Chimera, you add back a fire monster.
Of course.
And you could have done that this turn by summoning out the Megalo into a Sunlight Wolf position, and then later on the opposing turn, add back another card, because you can summon something again into the Sunlight Wolf position. So I'm not quite sure why we have decided to summon the Doodle Chimera.
One thing is sure, you really master fire, to be honest.
Thank you so much.
Oh, he's always trouble with the fire as well, though, let me tell you that.
My results with the deck don't say that, but...
Julius thinking his options through. His deck has a couple of pushes. How do you sequence them the best, though? Also a well-timed Ghostbound Haunted Mansion can sometimes stop the plan of the Fire King deck. Oh, okay, we do start with Marshmallow Yummy first of all. As long as our field is still empty, that's what we're trying to do.
I really like it, to be honest, not committing the normal summon and just special summoning something. But I think that the Promethean Princess will get triggered right away, because you don't want the Yummy strategy to go into the Link one. So pretty good here from Sylvan. I think this is the best way to activate the Princess, and it just forces Julius to normal summon something.
It does, but maybe also that's all what Julius planned here.
Oh, I like that, taking the Garunix back into the hand, because then you can actually destroy that later on with your own avatar Kirin in hand, and then in the following turns, completely field wipe again. There's so many possible Raigekis.
Okay, normal summon Capsi has found its way into the opening hand once again. Is going to be used here, probably to get that Yummy surprise, if I would have to take a wild guess here. But maybe we also just need more names. Maybe we have the Yummy surprise already. Let's see what Julius decides on here.
I think you're just going to go for more names, or possibly a field spell, the Akroki, to play through it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I wonder if we could just have waited for the Link one to be special summoned to activate the Princess, so that then the Garunix triggers, you send the Kirin, and the Kirin just destroys the field spell. It could have been something.
Here's a Crocky. And now Sylvan, does that force him to do something? Apparently not. Julius?
That almost looked like a crash.
We're going into the battle phase, yeah.
Oh, we're going to special something out? Well, for now, we're going to...
Oh, no, we're going for the extra deck.
That really looked like an attempted battle phase.
Same, I thought
going
that.
to the Linkuribo, which also has a battle phase effect, funnily enough.
That's why we're thinking about the battle phase already. Okay, and in response to this...
Do we do something?
Oh, there.
It is going to be the Kirin.
Kirin shall be used. That's fine with Julius.
But we're gonna start linking up a lot of these interactions, right? Oh, we're actually destroying the Arvata. That is cool.
This is great. This is absolutely great because you will get access to the negate afterwards, and this is going to be another layer of interaction. You force Julius to still extend with another card in hand, and little by little, slowly, you will just lack cards to just try to push through the field.
Did the Arvata just summon back out the Garunix?
I mean, you can do that so that your continuous spell is then alive. The Sanctuary is able to special summon the XYZ monster from the extra deck and then destroy everything on the opponent's field.
This is just better Mitsurugi, right? That's more field destruction effects than ever Murakumo could offer. So maybe Fire King at the end of the day is just the superior Mitsurugi. But Sylvain...
That's a bold take, bro.
Well, yeah, I was just...
Samir disagrees.
I was fantasizing a little bit, okay? I got carried away, but I mean, for the moment, it definitely looks solid.
100%. So people were scoffing at Fire King for a little while, also after Dinkabui won the YCS, because they said the deck doesn't really do a whole lot. But right now, it looks like there is quite some place you can do. I mean, that was not the most impressive field because it just ended on Doolittle Chimera, one of the first Link monsters that has ever been printed. But I mean, there was quite a lot of follow-up.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it was a very clever decision to get rid of the field spell because it is so annoying. Because if you get rid of some monsters, then you will be able to special summon another monster. So by removing that early into the combo, I think Sylvain did a right decision.
Okay, and that's enough. Fire King takes game number 2. Julius scoops it up, and therefore the fire actually has, in that case, burned down the Yummy cards. And we will head into that also deciding third game, where we'll finally be able to maybe witness that combo that Julius has cooked up. And I mean, he also said it in the winner's interview there in round 1. Post-siding, that combo is even more intense. There's even more options coming into the equation. And I mean, you explained how innovative that Baphomet fusion summon off of the sequence into then the banished Lollipo to bring it back on the opponent's turn is. What if you can bring back something else instead, though?
What do you have
that
in
might
mind,
be the case. I mean, there's good options in the game of Yu-Gi-Oh! That you want to summon out to maybe properly hold back opponent's decks. Maybe it is the case to bring it in here. We will see. I will not spoil it just yet, but we will find out. And look, Julius, you can actually see he's reading up once again on Jurak Meteor there, trying to figure out what's the best answer to it. Maybe deciding whether one of his side deck options is the right option against this specific card. But we will find out. It's really, 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 really a close one. And I mean, going second, if the Fire King deck manages to open up the holy combination of Kirin plus Megalo, everything can happen.
Even with the Garunix, sometimes you can see that it happened on stream before. And I mean, this is destroying everything. This is so impressive. But I mean, this is three-card combos.
Yeah, of course. However, I mean, if you use an Nibiru versus this deck, it doesn't really stop it. Yami, I mean, also thanks to Link Spider, that is pretty good for Yami to just keep on playing. I think there's good ways for, especially in a Fiendsmith variant of the deck, to bait out this combination. If you, for example, just start with an Engraver, and you get to actually play some Fiendsmith, you can force out this huge interaction without a normal summon by just threatening a Caesar. Then your opponent will have to go destroy everything, and then you're like, okay, but what about normal summon Cupseed?
Yeah, that's absolutely right. We are going to see that soon enough during this last game. Remember, those two players, they have to win to stay in the tournament. And after that, they will have to win the last round. But for now, one last game for history to try to be alive in this 15th round.
They're trying their very best. Of course, making top 64 would be beautiful, would be marvelous at that kind of a tournament. But top 8 is where the magic happens. That's the goal. And all eyes are on the goal for these two players as they are ready to head into this third game. So let's get back into the action.
And I actually want to see it. The 3 cards combo that we all dream of. The Kirin and maybe the Jura cards paired up with the Garunix. Imagine if he had that in the hand. But
alrighty, Piri Rice Map, this time resolving, clearly reducing the life points in half. And Kapsiyami is the nice reward that you get for it.
So this time you get to combo.
But I think that Julius also has other cards in hand to pair this with. There could be different ways to approach this. Do you start playing with the Yummy cards? Or if you have it, do you start playing with your Fiendsmith cards? But for now, I think Julius starts with Kapsiyami just because he doesn't want to give any further explanation to his opponent, any further information to his opponent.
And I mean, also Piri Ice Map kind of dictating that, right? Because you need to normal summon that card to really make the effect work. So that is why we go for it in the first place. Now immediately linking it off for the Snatchy, activating the Minion from the deck and going from here.
And Julius playing very, very fast here. He knows his combo is trying to think a little bit about it. And yeah, the Kapsi is back on the field. He's going to go into the Synchro 2, most likely. This is some classic combo for now.
Now let's see how far we get with this, because now that Herald of the Arclight is not in the game anymore because it is forbidden, the deck really struggles to protect itself from other cards. You have no way in your first turn to force out interactions because there is no point in your combo where you can just go, okay, from now on I have the Herald of the Arclight. You can't do anything anymore.
I mean, what an answer that has been found by the players is actually the Forbidden Crown, because when there is the Nibiru, you can just chain the Forbidden Crown on your own monster, and if you just keep one Synchro monster, it is enough to interact during the opponent's turn.
Ooh, Julius considering whether to give up there on some possible non-engine from his hand. Of course, one card has to be sacrificed, and
tough choice.
He almost is revealing it. I mean, that feels like a pretty obvious choice to just get rid of another copy of Piri Rice Map. And that is what ultimately finds its way into the graveyard. No effect, but there's
Fiendsmith cards. The track being activated, probably adding a Lurry to the hand, discarding it. And we've seen that before countless times. We are going to be able to special summon the Requiem and go into the Fiendsmith combo. So this is something that can force the Nibiru.
And look at this. I think Sylvan clearly looks unhappy here right now, as I think he wasn't aware maybe of the factor that there are Fiendsmith cards, as they have not been revealed so far. And of course that Caesar is a factor. There is Kirin. We do not want to see the Requiem hop onto the field to rechain anything to the Kirin. We have our Synchro monster up on the field.
And that looks like just the right decision to do it here, because as soon as there's a Requiem on the field, Julius will get some extra recursion, will summon out a Lacrima that gives him an Engraver to the field, to the graveyard that you can play with afterwards.
And you can see that Julius is thinking very carefully, because having the Kirin doesn't mean that you have the whole combo. You know, you don't know what your opponent has, but he has the Jura card, and this is absolutely scary. Being able to activate the Garunic as well. This is the 3 cards combo that we talked about earlier. That is absolutely insane. Amazing way to interact with the opponent, having access to the whole Raigeki, trying to destroy everything on the field, and on top of that, you will be able to get access to some more Fire King cards thanks to the Garunix.
There is no way, and Julius also kind of having to pause there for a little bit, realizing what Sylvan is putting up on him here with that crazy combination of cards going second.
And now it really gets problematic for him. How does he still continue playing after this? I mean, you will, of course, at some point probably use the Kapsi to tag out, put it back into the extra deck to have some more resources. Unless you want to put it back with the Minion later on and then keep more other cards in the graveyard. But do you have another way to play? You used Marshmallow special summon effect this turn.
True.
Actually,
we've already normal summoned,
right? Yeah.
Yeah, he did.
We've already normal summoned. What else?
And we've used Tract as well.
There's very, very few cards that you could use afterwards that will still get you.
I mean,
back
you still have access to the surprise, right?
You should.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and maybe somehow, maybe the graveyard effect of Track to Fusion Summon. Oh, immediately now, of course, we are going to use the effect of Astero. Let's bring that also powerful boss monster onto the field. Is there maybe again Ghost Monorant, Moonlit Shield to stop it?
Oh, and I think that now Sylvan can actually also just send the Arvata to the graveyard, then pop the Kirin and get the Arvata back. So there is another form of interaction for Sylvan. That is the biggest combo on the opposing turn that I've seen in quite a while.
And this is heartbreaking for Julius, seeing your opponent having access to all those cards. Wow. This is the...
It's Kirin again. Yeah, it's Kirin again. Sylvan is in love with that Kirin. Now
I mean,
Meteor.
Kirin can also send Arvata, right?
Meteor activates and Julius contemplating, but doesn't seem like he wants to chain anything. Yep, it is being destroyed. His whole field gone. He worked for this. He built this up carefully, but that one move by Sylvan, that combination of cards, just wipes it down within seconds.
But to be honest, do you play around that when you know that you are facing Fire King?
Well, I mean, you always have it in the back of your head, right? You're like, okay, that could happen, but how do you play around something like that? I mean, one way to possibly play around it
not activating
would have been
Tract.
not to activate Tract and just try to go into the Fiendsmith cards in a different direction and just try to scare the Caesar early, but maybe we just didn't have enough names for that to happen.
We actually get the Megalo onto the field. Actually, because Megalo is a tuner, right? You send this with Kirin, and then the Jurak Meteor summons a tuner back from the graveyard. But otherwise, I would have said that Kirin can actually just summon back an Arvata if you send that to the graveyard. So that could have been another form of interaction.
I thought about that as well, yeah.
But let's hold our breath. Does Julius Schwarzkopf does he have a way here to extend this combo? Does he have a way to even play on at all? He is looking at his cards in hand once again. Is there anything, Julius?
He needs one more name. That would be everything he needs to play. We know he has Yami Surprise in hand, so he can summon back something from the graveyard. I mean, the thing is, he can play on the opposing turn a little bit if he sets the Yami Surprise.
Is it the end phase? Is it the end phase?
Does he not have Yami Surprise?
No way, that cannot be the end phase, right?
I mean, because otherwise he can summon back the Kapsi Yami way, and then later on in the opposing turn, wait for an effect to activate. And then, you know, get the Snatchy back, get a Corki to the to the field.
Yeah.
And then
you have access to at least Cookie plus a pop.
There's no way this is a pass, right?
We hold our breath right here. Sylvan asking some questions, trying to plan his turn very carefully.
What is going on? This ain't the end phase. I think we're still resolving the cards that were destroyed by that Meteor, so we can bring back the Kirin here.
I mean, it did not look like he had Yami Surprise in hand. Oh, he does.
I think so, yeah.
I think he does. So that must just still be the main phase. Yeah, it is just still the main phase. We brought back the Kirin,
good.
And there is Yami Surprise. Julius has figured out a way on how to extend this. We have not used the second effect of Marshmallow Yami yet to add back a card, so we can even, if we wanted to, add back the field spell here if we desire that to do. But we can also just take the surprise, which we did.
Now that just looks like full combo for him.
Yeah, totally. And I still wonder, why didn't we special summon the Arvata right here? Because it would have been another layer of disruption, and I think that you never have too many layers of disruptions. So I kind of have a question here.
Gets rid of the Garunix. You shall not come back. You go back into the deck instead. And then, look, Julius is picking up the pace. He has found his line of play. He knows what to do now. And Sylvan, all of a sudden, after that crazy combination of cards, he doesn't even look that happy anymore.
No, because he has nothing. There's very little follow-up on the field. Those cards on themselves, they don't really do anything. Yami Way is now used. Summons back 2 more bodies. We can now go for the full Fiendsmith combo because we haven't stopped it. We just destroyed the and we still have Yami Surprise for the next turn in our hand. If your opponent tries to sequence some of the cards that he can have, you can just activate Yami Surprise, get back the Kapsi Yami Way, and you can special summon more monsters. Lacrima now sends Fiendsmith and Graveyard to the graveyard. This is looking glorious all of a sudden for the young German who is looking forward to making it further in this home country, YCS.
Yep, he looked almost defeated, but he is still ready to go. He's still continuing his first turn. He is a man of combos, and he has found a way to combo through that insane combination of free cards, still figured something out.
And now you even get to use Engraver Effect to send something for free. Sending cards with Engraver that really want to be destroyed is the nastiest thing to do.
Absolutely, and it's not going to be the case yet. We are going to special summon the sequence, activating the effect and special summoning the DSC ray from the extra deck, probably.
I don't know whether that's
it's going to be the Lacrima.
Or maybe it's not even. Okay, it's Lacrima.
It is the Lacrima. Yeah, Leo, I was also thinking maybe we do what we have done in our round 1 featured match. Maybe we go for Berthamid again, but not right now. We just use the Engraver as explained by Leo. Put that Meteor into the graveyard. Link off into Aspie Little Knight. Now also clear the Kirin away, and that will also be joined by that DDD
and
Wave Viking Caesar in the end. So full combo, maybe a little bit of an overstatement, but this is still incredibly strong.
That looks great.
That is basically full combo because you have the Yummy Surprise, so you can actually just summon back Cupsy Yummy Way or the Lollipo Yummy Way, whatever you prefer to have on your opponents that's still in your extra deck.
True.
Sylvan is now thinking, how did that go wrong? I had the perfect combination of cards. The 3-card Holy Grail of Fire King, but across from him sits Julius Schwarzkopf. That explains why this card wasn't sent to the graveyard from the deck.
Maybe.
Because it was in the hand.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe, but yeah, it doesn't look great for Sylvan. Only 2 cards in hand, and the only bright thing is that the High Wave King Caesar destroys cards when it prevents the special summon, but apart from that, it looks very hard. The SP Little Light banishing the monsters does not look great, and also the Yummy Surprise, which is set and will be able to perform so many things to Sylvan.
I mean, what does Avatar do here? Just runs over SP, right?
I think that's the plan.
Yeah.
I think we are in the battle phase actually here. That's what Sylvan was trying to indicate there.
You also have the ability maybe to try to crash the Avatar to battle into the Caesar, but apart from that, I don't know what you can do.
Then what are you going to do? You summon your Garunix that was put back to the deck by Lollipo?
Oh, he must have drawn another one, right?
Yeah, of course. And that will be negated by Wave King Caesar.
Exactly.
Is he going to do something preemptively? Or will we make that attack happen first? Okay, yeah, he says that's fine.
So
attack over the Little Knight.
Getting rid of the
no crashing. Okay, no crashing.
I think for Sylvan, the only way to get back into this game is to play it really, really slow here against Julius and just to get advantages where you can. Hopefully, you will live to see another turn after the next one of Julius. With your Arvatas, you might try to force out a battle phase. Or what else do you have up your sleeve, Sylvan? This is your round to prove how good you are. Takes care of the Caesar.
Skyburn is actually very, very good because you get rid of the Caesar, which is so hard to deal with currently, and on top of that, the SP is not there anymore. So, I mean, this is pretty free. Do you have like something like a Garunix in hand?
That would be crazy.
If we have Garunix, there's a last
yeah.
remaining card in hand, that would be absolutely broken. Julius' response with Yummy Surprise to this makes sense because the monster effect that is going to be activated in the graveyard will, of course, try to be responded with our Yummy Synchro monster.
Yeah, Sylvan, if he wants to stay in the game with some card effects, he will have to use it now. Tries to summon back the Kirin. And now this was just an activation. Exactly, Julius now gets to respond, and now he's in his Yummy engine. If there are face-up monsters threatening his place, he can now soon, with the one Snatchy and another monster, just go into a Cookie Yummy way. But for now, of course, Snatchy and probably Marshmallow or the Cupsy are going to be summoned to plus off even more. You have a Crocky still in the deck. The Snatchy can activate the on-summon effect as well.
This is so intense. You could see there Sylvan just folding his hands, almost praying that this somehow is going to be enough. But Julius on the other end, of course, kind of like the end boss, the YCS champion, the German national champion, the reigning champion of YCS Dortmund. It's quite the opponent to face here. And you mentioned it, there is Via Crocky still on the deck and now on the field.
Gets another Marshmallow as follow-up as well. No battle phase this turn for Sylvan. Julius is sitting in such a comfortable position. However, Fire King is a deck that can be quite resilient. Do we just attack over this?
Yeah, we're still in the battle phase, so we can try to attack over this, but we just triggered this Snatches effect, try to book and to put it face down.
Successfully putting it face down. Fire King Island is the last remaining card in hand, and that one does not care, but there is Dominus Scourge. The final move, probably to shut him down here. No searching allowed. Yeah, Viking Island certainly is searching something.
No trap card. No trap card, so nothing gets destroyed here, which would eventually trigger the Kirin, yeah. But now Julius, he's in such a comfortable spot. And Graver can only send face-up monsters from the field to the graveyard, right? So there is another situation where you could possibly just attack into the Kirin to put it face-up with a 0 attack point monster and then send it to the graveyard if you really do not want to destroy it. But I think that a masterful player like Julius Schwarzkopf, he finds other ways, more convenient ways to close out this game, because it's only 10 minutes left remaining, but that should be plenty of time.
It's gonna be enough. Yeah, it's gonna be enough. Sylvain recognized that, and for now Julius, he can literally do whatever he wants and go into a victory.
I think Yummy Surprise is a quite convenient way to just put those cards back into the hand, right? That could be our way to victory. Here comes Minion. We still have that Snatchy on the field, which allows us to bring back another one from the graveyard, of course. Just Engraver also use, we're getting to 8,000 points of damage here so easily and so quickly. And if there is a problem with it, we even could use the Lacrima graveyard effect. Oh, we are set. Wait, hold on. We can send face down monsters.
And this is the end of the game here. Julius winning it, and he will have to win the last round, but still at a record of X2 after a very convincing game. We thought multiple times that it was over for him, to be honest. Remember, during the previous games and during this game, having the 3 cards combo during the first game, being interrupted by the Ash Blossom and having to pass turn, but he is a champion for a reason, and he won his almost last round.
That's just the life of a pro right there. You face a rogue deck, you don't know the strategy by heart, and they, of course, open this divine hand of the 3-card combination.
To quickly go in there, though, I think we just got the information. Because we're so many players, I think we have 2 more rounds of Swiss actually after this, right?
Ooh.
I think we're actually having a total of 16 rounds of Swiss,
16?
if I'm not missing. Oh, no, wait. Actually, this was round 14. Oh, yeah, you said 13. That's how I was confused. But yeah, 1 more round after this. Never mind my words there. But that is going to be the last round we're heading into after this. And Julius with all the chances in his hand now after this masterful display. And I mean, I gotta ask, when this combination of cards couldn't stop him, what is supposed to stop him?
Yeah, it was very, very interesting, because we saw that the combination of the Finsmith cards and the Yomi cards, you have to force somehow this combination. And you said that before, you forced it with the Tract, and after that, you still have the surprise to try to keep playing. You still have some cards. He played it perfectly, and it was very, very impressive.
Yeah, you know what else is really impressive?
What?
White Forest gameplay, and I think that we should just go over to our second table at the Genesis tournament.
It actually is a proto YCS
even. And we see some Tistina.
And it is Tistina versus White Forest. I've seen that people were experimenting with Tistina T-Elements actually in the Genesis format. Not sure whether there is T-Elements cards in this deck, but Tistina in that Genesis format actually a factor.
Actually, it is a very, very impressive field on the side of Luigi. Already 1-0 in this duel. And look at that, you have the Vengeance, you also have the Toy Box, by the way, a card that I pretty much like very much.
There's a Dogoran in the graveyard as well, so that must have been quite the game already that they have been going through here. So that whole field from Luigi was established going second, and that may even mean that we are currently in the turn of Luigi, right? Just still trying to figure out how to play through that field, which he successfully is doing there at the moment.
That kind of does look like a battle phase right now to me as well. Pretty strong turn from Luigi. He's going to attack over here with the Diabels.
And as you just mentioned earlier today, I mean, we see a lot of synchro decks during these tournaments, both in the main tournament, in the current format tournament, and in the Genesis tournament as well, with this White Forest strategy.
I mean, in the Genesis YCS, you don't have that many different options, right? Because you can't play Link monsters or Pendulum monsters.
True.
But of course, synchro summoning is super strong. It is so easy to do. You just need some tuners. In some decks, you don't even need tuners. You just need Link 1 monsters.
Yeah.
That again would be a problem in Genesis decks, but sure.
That's a good point.
And in some, you don't need even non-tuners, like Cool Tune.
That's pretty cool.
Can you cook up something in Genesis with Yummy?
I mean,
I've not seen anybody play Yummy.
Maybe you can mix it up with something. Maybe you can try something, but
I think you can play Go second Yummy, just trying to always have a lot of damage on the field.
Yeah, the thing is, how do you get to Mignon?
Well, you draw it, or you search it with Cookie, Capsy, yeah.
Oh, good shout.
You play 3 copies, right?
Yeah, and then you play Glow Up Bulb and 1 for 1.
Yeah.
To go into Capsy Yummy Way.
It works.
All right, we got it.
You're cooking.
Don't let Leo cook, really. That reminds me of his, what was the beautiful deck you once brought as one of your first Genesis decks?
Oh, yeah. Gatekeeper.
Gatekeepers. Oh, yeah, that was such a deck.
It was so good.
Did it work?
Yes.
Yeah. I had Graceful Charity and I discarded all the spells, and then I could add the Sengajin and Sujin and the other guy. and then I could concede most of the time. But it was a lot of fun.
That's a nice plan.
Not conceding, though, is Joel, as he still has that Crystal God Testina there in defense position, and that apparently carried him through that battle phase here, standing there with 3,000 defense points, and just getting another turn might be all he needs here.
Well, the Crystal God Testina, if you run over it, it puts all your opponent's monsters face down and then sends them to the graveyard.
That's a problem.
Yeah, yes, I wanted to say the same thing.
It is a problem, but also, I mean, is there even a monster with more than 3,000 attack points? I don't really think so.
Yeah, I mean, you can probably shrink it somehow. Oh, now we're going to Centurion.
Delegacia being special summon on the field right now.
That's cool. Centurion card at heart, but used in the White Forest strategy here. Afterwards, just setting a card. And will that be it? In fact, it is. Testina gets to live another turn.
3 cards in hand for now. It will be Force after the draw for turn for Joel. Will it be enough to go through the Vengeance, through also the Synchro Monster, the Diabols, which can special summon from the extra deck? Some very powerful threats.
I mean,
Testina, Crystal God Testina is also a...
It's a quick effect in the... Oh, it's a main phase effect too.
Yeah, you can also just book your entire opponent's field, just for fun.
So we try to get rid of this threat, of course, immediately on the side of Luigi.
Yeah, he immediately responded there with that quick play spell card that is going to make sure to negate it. But oh, look, Joel! He likes that Dark Hole.
Oh man, this is one of my favorite cards, to be honest. Dark Hole, very simple effect, still very effective one, destroying all the monsters on the field, or trying to do so at least.
I mean, this card was crazy back in Zodiac format. I remember when you were playing just breakers to get rid of one Trident, set up your own Trident, and then get it destroyed by your opponent's Dark Hole.
Yeah. We reviewed the YCS final of Joshua Schmidt against Billy Brake back in the day in Prague, and I still remember vividly how in Game 2 he activated that Dark Hole onto a field of Trident and even more monsters next to it. That goes to Emerald for follow-up reasons. Like, that Dark Hole went crazy back in the day, and guess what? It's back with the Genesis format.
People even played My Body as a shield in that format just to negate the Dark Hole, basically. Those were glorious days.
Toy Soldier sent to the graveyard here. And we also use Diabellstar Vengeance, once more halving our life points, trying to destroy that Testina spell card.
Getting into Hayata range is not that dangerous in Genesis format because there are no link monsters.
True that, but we invest actually a lot during this chain. We are going to special summon the Poplar, which is such a powerful card. Joel reading, in the meantime, the Synchro Monster, the Arciela.
Poplar is such a cutie, honestly, when it's not special summoned from the hand after being added by Snake Eye Ash. It's gorgeous.
I mean, unless you have to face it, because to be honest, when you see the Poplar of the White Forest on the opponent's field, it doesn't feel great.
But we have got some solid protection here against the Dark Hole.
That's
so the Poplar was summoned out, and it will also survive, and now...
True, it's the Arciela that protects, right? Or is it the Diabell?
Diabells is normally protecting.
Other Synchro monsters, right?
Oh, the Arciela is protecting Synchro. You might be right, yeah.
Arciela, the best Mitsurugi bridge in the game, you all know that.
Of course.
You can search for a light spellcaster monster, and those can be ritual monsters, and then if you go into Ashlan, you can show this light spellcaster ritual monster, and you get to add Ame no Habakiri no Mitsurugi. Have you ever heard of that card?
I mean, yeah, this is a pretty good card, right?
I mean, to clear it up, Arciela indeed is protecting. I mean, it's first of all putting 500 extra attack points on your Synchro Monsters, Illusion Monsters, and Spellcaster. Like, it's only Illusion and Spellcaster Synchro Monsters that get that boost, but the ones that get the boost also get the protection of not being able to be destroyed by your opponent's card effects, and that is why they survived that dark hole there.
Which is pretty convenient, yeah, in this situation. But we don't have much left, I've got a feeling, on the side of Luigi. You still have the effect of the Poplar, which is pretty effective, of course. But I think this is the last layer of interaction.
Going through the extra deck there again, figuring out whether there is anything else we can do, because of course Poplar can still do that quick synchro summon on the opponent's turn. But first of all, we're adding the Tistina spell there from the deck to the graveyard, and that one is the, I think, play of the Tistina, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it's play of the Tistina, quick spell that can just special summon Tistina monster from your hand or graveyard in defense position. And another dark hole thrown down here by Joel, clearing the field now for once and probably for all.
And that's it. Luigi doesn't have much left. We can see that in on the face of this player. I mean, now you have pretty much free space to just do your whole combo.
Yeah, using the effect of the field spell now as well, the Divine Domain, but Tistina, when something was destroyed, you can also just send one more to Beggar,
and that's gonna be
the game.
Wow!
Joel evens the score out. I mean, honestly, the moment we got into this backup feature match there, into this Genesis Proto YCS feature match, I was like, oh, that looks like a 2-0. That looks like White Forest is just going to take it away here. But then Tistina, with that double Dark Hole follow-up, is actually, that means he must have had Dark Hole in his deck post-siding, going first.
Going first, yeah, and that's...
that's crazy,
that's
right?
That's surprising, but it worked very well. And after the Dark Holes, I mean, the White Forest player, he didn't have much left. He didn't have any interaction, any hand interaction. So, I mean, this is pretty much it. Game 3.
I mean,
are we going to see those Dark Holes again?
I think so, because I think they are just supporting your own strategy. I think even technically you can just use them on your first turn, because as we saw, it is enabling your Divine Domain, your field spell also to activate its effect, and therefore you can establish more combo routes throughout the Dark Hole. I think none of us necessarily an expert on the Tistina matter, but we saw that something was activated there after the Dark Hole, and therefore I think going first, going second, it will always be able to also interact with your own cards, and therefore it seems like a no-brainer to me.
I think it's just a crazy mental power play that you do to your opponent. You're like, hey, you look at this field that I've built up on my first turn, impressive, right? I'm going to Dark Hole it myself, and then I'm going to make a second field that is even stronger. Then I'm going to Dark Hole that too, make a third field, and then you're going to feel bad about losing to me.
Well, the Leonard König logic is always something that I'm looking forward to every single time. He has done it to me before too, yeah. He made a whole Celebrate field and then was like, no, that's boring. Let's just make a yummy field out of it. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it actually makes sense, right?
Yeah. He's always doing the crazy stuff. That's what he's responsible for in our commentary team as well.
I'm just an absolute freak, but you know who else is a freak? Alberto. I don't know, this was a very weird segue, but we have just seen a fantastic round of Yu-Gi-Oh! Here in the main event. Julius Schwarzkopf came back from such a difficult game, and now Alberto is going to break it down for you.
Thanks, Leo. We are living in freaking times that I'm sure of, so thank you about that. Julius had to leave because pairings will be up soon, so we will quickly go through what happened here in what has been a crazy match, I would say, especially because, you know, game one, like, we really thought that it was really going on Sylvain's hand, but, you know, like, you can never know because essentially the game started with Ash on the party race passed entirely. And in the moment when we thought that everything was lost for Julius, he was able to come back into the game somehow. We are really seeing here the Fire King deck in action. And Sylvain is not the only player actually playing the deck this week, and I also see some other players at the top tables where Fire King is super annoying to play against, especially in this current format. And I really feel like that Julius here somehow survived what was an impressive show-off from Sylvain. And here pretty much, I really feel like he didn't lose his temper, which is also something that we saw in Game 3. But this round was essential because essentially Julius gained another turn, and thanks to that, he was able not only to come back but also to OTK and seal game 1. Quickly going into game 2 because I hear that pairings will be up soon for game number 2. Essentially, Sylvain he showed us how powerful the deck is because essentially he had it all. There was the Sanctuary plus the Highland, Hita to summon back the Ash into the Prominence Princess. And although Julius really tried his best, I really felt like he didn't have enough. And going first in game 3, the PRS this time resolved. And there was also the Finsmith tracked. But what really surprised us most was the combination of Kirin, discarding the Jurak plus the Garunix. And at that point, we were all like, okay, he has game because he's gonna swipe off Julius Fields entirely. And this is the combo the deck is really looking for. Going second, the deck has a lot of potential, a lot of disruptions, but what we really witness is something insane because essentially there's the surprise coming from Julius, bringing back the Mashmao, and then he starts things out with the Finsmiths, which is something that we haven't seen in game 1 and game 2, which is maybe something that Sylvain was not expecting because he didn't see any single Finsmith card from Julius at all. And when everything seemed to be lost, Julius ended up with Little Knight plus DDD and 2 set cards. And although I have to say that Sylvain was at certain points smiling, maybe knowing that Julius played out incredibly well, he had the Arvada plus the burn, and the Fire King Island then was heated by the Dominus Purge. I think it was a tremendous job that Julius done here in this game. I think we really have to give credit to both of our guys because now Sylvain is sitting on an X3 record, so he still has another round and gain the win to try to sneak in, hopefully in the top 32, top 16 to get some beautiful prizes. But Julius needs another win to advance into the top 8. He's on the bubble. He really needs to win the last round. And that being said, I really want you guys to keep watching because round 15, the final round of Swiss, is coming up very soon. Don't go anywhere because we will be back soon with round 15 from YCS Dortmund.
It's going to be Utrecht. It's a very nice city, it's very lovely, and the people are always great there. So I'm going to go with Utrecht.
I guess Bologna. Bologna was really cool because it was also my first YCS. So it was a nice experience.
YCS Birmingham is my hometown in UK, England. I love YCS Birmingham because it brings all my friends and family all together.
And the follow-up question is, what is the location that you want a YCS to be hosted?
Definitely in my home country, Sofia, Bulgaria. I'm still waiting on it.
Maybe in Düsseldorf again, just to see like all the guys, you know. But I mean, the places right now are really good. I want to visit like the America YCS or something, but yeah.
I'm from Düsseldorf, so I'd say Düsseldorf or maybe like Cologne, something which is pretty near. Yeah.
Ooh, that's a really good question. Honestly, a YCS in Amsterdam would probably be a good choice in my opinion.
Well, I'm Romanian, so Cluj, Bucharest, please, Konami, hear us.
Probably somewhere in Spain, near a beach probably, or maybe Athens, who knows?
Well, I've travelled over from Ireland, and I'd love for one to be there to save me about money on hotel travel and whatnot. I think there'd be a great opportunity to have it there.
Oh, I think Krakow in Poland, because I also think it's a very beautiful city, and that was a YCS that was cancelled back in the day, so I think 4 years ago, so I would like that it's going to be there.
Be hosted in my home country, in Austria, in Graz, would be really cool.
I would like the YCS to be hosted in YCS Coventry or possibly YCS possibly in Scotland.
Now that the 300th YCS is here, can you tell us about your favorite YCS memory?
Favorite YCS memory? Definitely going 4-0 with Cowboy in time on Bologna 2023.
It's probably in the tier format, the tier 0 format. I was like 6-0 in Dortmund, and I dropped because I was feeling sick, but like the experience was really nice until then.
My favorite YCS memory. This is pretty hard. since I've only been to two, but in Lille, I've watched my friend Kelvin Martian play, and he did very well. So I'd say like watching him from the stands was a pretty good memory for me.
My favorite YCS memory. Honestly, this is my first YCS ever. So if I had to, choose one, it would honestly be organizing, just coming here with my friends. Because overall Yu-Gi-Oh! Is about meeting people and sharing experiences. So you can't really say that you alone experience it. It's you and your friends. So it's got to be that.
I think this will be actually my favorite YCS memory because it's my very first YCS. I've been only to WCQs before, and this time is my first YCS, and yeah, until now it looks great.
Probably YCS Berlin 2014. I was 15 years old, and I topped my first tournament, so that's like the best memory that I had personally. Yeah.
At YCS Birmingham, there was an arcade right outside. Me and my friends emptied out one of the coin pushers at least 5 times. That is a highlight of my YCS weekend, not even playing the game. Well, I love playing the game, but that was just great, emptying out the SpongeBob coin pusher. I still have one of the tokens on me.
Oh, I think it was in 2018 in London when I played Six Samurai Dark Warriors and was almost topping the event, so that was a nice experience just to be up there, and just the experience itself with the Comic-Con and everything going on was beautiful.
My favorite YCS memory? I guess first time meeting Lumpy was a really, really good, enjoyable day because he's my favorite caster and you're my second one too, and so yeah, it was a nice pleasure.
Yes, Sebastian is the best.
Yeah,
my favourite YCS memory is bringing my favourite archetype to YCS and beating so many duelists here and love them to pieces. I love my Yu-Gi-Oh! I love my Galaxy Eyes archetype. Whenever I bring them to YCS, I just feel how amazing they can fulfill and fight for my love.
And lastly, since it is Valentine's, can you tell us which card you love the most?
My favorite card is a trap card, so it wouldn't match. But I would say Vanquisher Raisin, because I'm playing into the deck in the main event.
It's got to be either Tour Guide, because I love Burning Abyss, or Exploder Dragon, because it's the first card I ever got me into the game.
Oh, the card I love the most? I'd say Soul Eating Overraptor. Dino, the best deck.
Ooh, that card that I love the most. Honestly, it's gotta be Runic Fountain. Many people might not agree with me, but I think that Runic is a fun deck, and in general, Runic Fountain, I just really like the design of the art. It just is a beautiful card, especially in Secret Rare.
It's only one correct answer. Blue Eyes White Dragon, SDK 001, one card to top them all.
Snipe Hunter. The card I love the most, well, the 2 cards I love the most, I should say. One is at 1, Miscellaneousaurus, and my second favorite is Ultimate Conductor Tyranno. I always ask my opponents, my friends, how's their spelling, so I can look at them and say, the U stands for Ultimate Conductor Tyranno.
It's obviously the Red Eyes Black Dragon. I love it. It's my favorite card. So yeah, gonna go with that.
My favorite card, I guess Fiendsmith Engraver, because it was my first quarter-century card I pulled, so yeah.
My favourite card is Galaxy Eyes Photon Dragon. It's one of my favourite dragons in all times. This dragon has brought me love and joy. I love this dragon.
Welcome, duelists, to the legendary 5Ds deck introduction video. So today we're going to be talking about the brand new product where you not receive just 1 or 2, but you will receive 3 ready-to-play decks straight from the box. So Alberto, tell us what our duelists can expect to find in this.
Time for your final round of Swiss here at YCS Dortmund 2026, our 300th YCS celebration here in Europe. And what better way to celebrate than with the final round of Swiss, our round 15 feature match. In front of me, I have Connor Zoe and Dario Montali, and they're just shuffling their decks here, getting ready to kick things off. And to really kick things off, we're going to do a high roll. So, roll first for us, Connor. Whoop, that is a 12, okay. And Dario, let's see if you can top that. You can't. Okay, you're going to go first, Connor. Connor is going to go first. So with that, I'm going to hand you guys over to your commentary trio for one more Swiss round. Boys, take it away.
And welcome back to another round of Swiss, the last round of Swiss.
We meet again. Welcome indeed, one last time to the last round of Swiss. We are moments away from finding out who the top 8 players will be battling it out
Last
for a
round
chance to become a YCS champion.
It is the last round before the top cut.
Guys, we need to stop. We are losing it. We are losing it here. But yes, I mean, as we have mentioned, now there is only a handful of duelists remaining even in contention. And I can reveal that even just to pick this match, we didn't really have any options. These were the last 2 duelists remaining that we haven't featured yet. So everyone else we have already seen, which tells you a lot about the quality of the players remaining. And of course, I mean, I am pretty sure that at the end of the day, if the math is correct, there might be one X3 sneaking in, but unless, of course, there are double losses that change the equation, this should be the result. And I think as we have these 2 amazing duelists, only one can advance into the top cut. Let's find out who that will be.
So Dracotale against Malice, it is one of those. The card highlight, it is quite on the spot again, Marcelo, right?
He does his own thing.
And I think we discussed this before, how Impact has the impulse that Malice will probably have in the main deck or side deck against a strategy like Dracotale.
Yeah.
And we see that we start things off with following of the White Dragon.
Let's see what sort of interruption will come from Dario. He's already considering it, and an Effect Veiler. Maybe not the most common choice in the main deck for Malice, but will that be enough?
I mean, right now, as the Malice deck has been adjusted, it is one of those scenarios that you really want to establish a minimalistic field with Hitzel, for example, in order to draw cards like Effect Veiler, as Blossom, and in order to have a lot of hand traps against.
You mean minimalistic field?
Minimalistic field.
I think this really got out of control. We lost our minds, and it's time to change casters, maybe.
Oof, and here is the 5-mana, and it's met by the Impulse. Rough start.
And you told, I think, in the previous round how important Impulse it is against Dracotale. And as we saw, activating Impulse into 5-mana, it is one of those scenarios that the reality Impulse signs, right?
Yeah, and it's also an important order. Oh, and I think we might be done. Because if we use the Impulse, we cannot use the Veiler anymore. So it's really important. And yes, that has been enough to stop Connor. Great news.
And there's also Ash Blossom. Wow, what a hand from Dario. Does he also have any starters here to top this up? Honestly, what a opening hand from Dario. Veiler, Impulse, Ash, and what else does he have?
And all right, is the first Cyber Monster of the duel. I do agree with you, Mike, where, I mean, Its Soul has become a really important card for the Malice deck. And whenever you play Its Soul, just like the Salamangreat deck did back in the day, you want to maximize the amount of entraps that you can draw off it. But I think here Connor is it just another Fallen and...
No, it was a Droplet, and we're debating if we're going to utilize Dropping Card now.
Okay.
But I think there's no scenario that you don't stop the summon of backup Ignition if it is normal summoned.
Yeah, definitely. Maybe it will be just another one of those very simplified game states. And yeah, he's just reading to make sure what kind of attributes are off the table. I believe it's lighter than wind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lighter wind.
And we go for a Link summon. Yeah, just asking for a translation here. I mean, it's pretty straightforward.
And we have the wizard already.
No way.
We have the wizard already.
The hard-drawn wizard, honestly. I think in every scenario you don't really want to see this card, and here it's...
El Magón.
Maybe the answer needed.
I think right now we go for Wicked probably and then to hit soul.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, when you simplify so much,
yeah, Wicked, because hit soul needs different attributes in order to be summoned.
And here it is.
I think it is the new Link 3 that Malice is aiming for right now.
Yeah, I mean, it does so much. Again, you can use it in a lot of different ways, but right here we are just gonna get 2 draws, possibly one now and one during Connor's own turn. And I mean, this is definitely an unusual way to start things off. Oh, and Allure of Darkness!
No way.
What a pickup! And we have
Ash
Ash.
Blossom.
Wow.
However, Dracotail, it has been left only with one card.
With one card, we know that...
Branded Fusion?
Either that or otherwise you don't play. Let's see.
Yeah. I mean, we used 5 mana, so I guess...
It's probably Dracotail monster?
I mean, not necessarily, but...
Like a dragon, for example.
Yeah,
a Pan or Urgula. Because otherwise we didn't have a normal summon yet. For example, to be a Lucius.
Yeah, but I think I see a Urgula indeed, and that's a great draw. It is a Urgula in the end, and what a draw this is.
And attempt number 2 in order for us to fusion summon.
That was probably one of the best cards you could pick up, honestly.
Wow.
Yes, it was Urgula.
Yeah, it was Urgula. What a draw from Connor, completely bringing the game his way. And now the good thing about the Dracotail deck, just like again it was for Salman Great, you can recycle even this Ash if you think like that is the case, or you just want to push damage here, because you know.
I mean, Ash is not the best option against Malice.
No.
Only because it is more simplified.
Yeah, that's why. That's
right
the
now.
only thing. Yeah. And yeah, I mean here you can do so much. I think you can also easily push for game.
Yeah, since you don't need to worry about Nibiru at this point, since Impulse has been activated.
Yeah.
So there's not a real threat apart from a potential Beastel, for example.
Did Dario use its soul right away? I think so, no?
Which one? Sorry.
Its soul in the draw phase, like to draw, or did you notice? I don't know. Usually you do, but I just want to know if he has, you know, a chain block option for the Gulamel. But I'm pretty sure he activated
He
the
has
effect.
already activated.
Come on. Because at that point, if you don't, I think this is an easy game.
Yeah, you need to find your Ash, for example.
Yeah, but like, no, you just easily push for game with Gulamel eventually. I mean, you have a lot of options, but that's like the easiest one if you just want to go for. And I mean, Dracotail branded, it was the most represented deck yesterday, and we'll see how those numbers will change in the top 8.
I mean, we still have Ketu, we still have Cartesia probably.
I mean, we have Rao and Ketu.
Yeah.
And Ra, right?
Yeah. It's like, honestly, quite easy to go for.
And look what that Lucius it's causing by itself, honestly.
Yeah.
It's
no, that was
insane.
honestly a sick draw. Like, we were stuck with Urgula in hand. Basically, you have to get, again, Ketu, Lucius. Maybe Branded Fusion can get you
maybe
there.
You have 4 or 5 cards, yeah.
I think that we have already added back 5 mana from the graveyard. With
No, I meant at the start of the turn, like those were the only top decks you could have gotten. Like there were really few. And yeah, I mean this already is pretty much game on his own. Again, you can see Connor just figuring out the safest path to victory, I want to say. maybe playing around bestials or like.
Yeah, this is where why the Rages has been summoned in order to play around the bestial.
Yeah. Filia Regis, it's the field, and indeed, Figa mia. It's the way you can play through this. Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense. You have enough bodies to just generate game, because you can go for Rao, bring back also Artalion and summon Gulamel, and that's
you just
enough.
banish the target of bestial.
Yeah, if they have a bestial, that's good enough. And yeah, I mean, unless we have seen Dario with the slow roll of Ash, which I don't think is going to be the case, this should be game soon. And yeah, here it is, most likely Gulamel plus, no, just another Artalion. I mean, doesn't make all that much of a difference anyways.
That should be enough, no?
Yeah, this is plenty of damage. And I mean, sometimes you're really one draw away from turning things around, and this was the name of the game for Connor, who looked like he was having a difficult time in this bubble match, but then Lukias came around, and now he's one win away from his first top 8 finish.
And I mean, we get to experience how Impulse can interact with the Tracotail. However, it is the Malice that, as we said, it lacks some starters, right? Because it has been hit a lot of times in the Forbidden Unlimited list. It has been addressed multiple times, yet the deck is still here. However, it's much more weak than what we used to be. Like, it has also, apart from Whitebinder, had also lost a lot of copies of starters, and we got to experience how a single backup is not enough.
Yeah. But now at least, you know, Malice is always threatening when it gets to go first. Artifact Lancia was one of the trends where we discussed if it was going to see play at all. It went from being the most popular side deck cards for a year straight to now being more of a niche pick, and I don't know if we are even going to see it at all from Connor.
No, he doesn't play it. He doesn't play it.
Fair enough.
I mean, I think it's, you know, we said this. I think it would have been maybe a 50-50 for our duelists this weekend, depending, you know, their feeling if Malice would have been brought. I mean, I think there were a lot of Malice, especially the top tables. Let's see if maybe a couple managed to sneak into the top 8. But on the other side, Dario is playing, I think, one of the cards of the weekend, which is Dimensional Fissure for sure.
Absolutely.
I think one of the cards that we have been seeing in most of our duelist deck list this weekend. Paired it up with Dimension Shifter, honestly. So it's definitely cards that we will be seeing from Dario here in this specific matchup. On the other side, Kono doesn't have Lancia, so we will see how he's prepared to play against Malice, and he's one game away from the top 8.
However, he has a side deck options that I really like and have not seen for a lot of time, which is Dinorelser Pankratops. It's one of those cards that can interact with a potential Dimensional Fissure, for example.
Yeah. Maybe we'll see if the good old dinosaur for Ed's Joy is going to shake things up in round 15. But now, as Dario finalizes his shuffling, we are ready for game 2. Let's see. I mean, you know, going through 2 full days, 14 rounds, maybe you even lose 2 times early on, and then you grind all the way to this match, and then you don't make it, must feel heartbreaking. So I'm sure both of them are deserving of a chance, and hopefully they'll give us the spectacle that we are hoping for. Wow, smooth draw 5 from Connor, honestly. I'm impressed by the sleight of hand.
I mean, it is just muscle memory at this point.
I guess so. Ooh, and I do see the Dimensional Fissure, but Connor, it's with Furulia. Let's see.
Yeah, you can activate.
Yeah. Oh, and it's a pass.
No way, really? Did he pass?
Ooh, playing around Pankratops. Maybe. I mean, what can? Is it okay? What do you think? Maybe it's not that bad.
It's not bad, honestly. It's.
I mean, if you're like, I'm not gonna give you any draw.
Pass back.
And it's a pass back, yeah.
Because Dragotail can potentially go for game under Dimensional Fissure, but they need to commit all of their resources into this play.
And there it is. Do we ever bail something? Nope. I liked it. I mean, very bold move from Dario, but absolutely worth it. And now he's in full control. Dimensional Fissure has the additional benefit of stopping some of the interactions, such as Effect Veiler, that won't be able to be activated as it needs to be sent to the graveyard as cost. And I think, yeah, this will resolve. And I mean, you know what's good? Having a battle phase. And so we know that the deck can make a critical mass of just damage.
And the problem right now for Connor is that Dragotail do not have a direct out to Dimensional Fissure, except in the form of, for example, Pankratos, because even Fallen Individuals cannot be activated.
Ooh. And now we see a couple of interactions from Connor. Again, I wouldn't be shocked if Dario just passed, but no, we do have the Ash, and wow, the Mulcharm is party. And yeah, I don't think we commit.
Yeah, you don't commit.
I don't care, honestly, about this.
Yeah. You just attack.
They couldn't out it. I mean, unironically, Pankratops could be in the end, which is definitely not something you think.
But still, you know.
But still, you only have one card left. And
I mean,
one
there
draw.
is some consideration for its soul, but you cannot even go for it straight away. So I don't think that is something you want to go for.
So we are committing one draw for Crypter, which makes sense.
I agree. I mean, we are gonna get back the Are, and we have already used both Dormouse and
I think
Chessicat.
It's game, right? Because Crypter, attack effect on Crypter comes
Crypter,
back and attack for game.
That's why we go for it.
Because Crypter has been... and also we have GWC.
Yeah. There it is. I think Connor just realized it, and there is it. Quick game 2, and the score is tied. We wouldn't want to have it any other way. Of course, these two guys are giving us a game 3, and only one game to decide who will be the first player locked in for top 8.
Yes, one of the things that some people may not catch is that Dormouse has not only the effect to banish a Malice monster from the deck, but also provide all the Malice monster with 600 attack, which in this scenario provides enough damage to go for game in a single turn.
I mean, this was more than enough. A brave move, honestly, here from Dario, passing with the Dimension Fissure. If my opponent has any out, then he can play. Otherwise, you know, I just can win the other turn, which I think he paid off. And maybe this is something that he has already done during the tournament so far, and game 3 to decide who's going to advance.
Yeah. To be honest, I think that Malice in Underground was top deck. Since
maybe.
I mean, it plays around Purulia. You don't provide any draw.
Yeah.
So
it was definitely a top deck, but he did have other monsters, at least the Are, you know, who knows. But in this case, now, I guess another card in the similar style of Dimensional Fissure this weekend has been Retaliating Sea. We'll see what's the plan from Connor on how to play around that card going first. But I gotta say, he has one of the most unique side decks for going first in the Dragotail deck that we have seen this weekend.
Even from Themis with Dragon Mind?
Yes, even from Themis, because it's similar. It's still playing around with trap cards, but it's not something we've seen a lot in Dragotail, I feel. And he is running those Solemns, so that's it.
Yeah, something they don't really see often. Honestly, I really feel like maybe Connor felt this was better than Dragon's Maid. Maybe just tested them and felt like, you know, this was his goal, and just Solemns in general are generically good against every matchup.
Yeah, the difference lies on the fact that Themis, for example, used to play Magistus, which provides more ways to fusion summon and bring those monsters required for Dragon's Minds able to be activable, rather than a more branded Dragotail build that you may not have, for example, a fusion monster if something goes wrong to have 2,500 attack or defense. So you prefer to go for Solemn, which are way safer, for example.
Yeah, but regardless, we'll find out who is right. As again, unfortunately, most likely, never say never, because again, there might be a player sneaking in X3, maybe even more. And so, regardless, we'll wish best of luck to both of these duelists. But again, only one can prevail, only one can lock in their first top 8 appearance. Is it gonna be Connor? Is it gonna be Dario? Let's find out. I mean, the nerves must be, you know, through the sky. I don't know.
And I think that Albe already mentioned which is the card that we need to see right now. It is Dimensional Fissure, but in a monster form. Retaliating C.
Or Shifter. Ooh, yeah. I saw a couple of cards that were quite poor from Connor. Do we have a playable?
I see something that looks like an insect, to be honest.
Oh,
however, Cartesia.
Wow. Cartesia will be stopped by Vader, and honestly, I really saw a lot of cards like Urgula, Sting, and this might be it from Connor. Wow.
Wow. Again.
Yeah, again, and
in Dario's hand, honestly, feels powerful. I see the Dormouse.
And and the top deck was Dre's Room.
We have some
much power.
great interaction. Of course, Cartesia, at least, just like Mululu, can be used again, which is great, but I mean...
So if we are debating about the trap card, it must be either in permanence or droplet in order to play for a potential set, or a horn in order for to bounce back.
A bluff. Just mind games. Because again, I am 100% positive I saw a Sting, and unless he's playing, I'm pretty sure he's just bluffing here. Because I mean, there is no way we don't set it. And yeah, this will be a huge decision, and it's double Urgula. Oof. But bouncing back the Dormouse will actually be quite smart here. Yeah, I like it. Plays around at least the Bestials.
Yeah, but you get punished by Field Spell and Har.
Pick your poison. Of course, very unfortunate that Connor has to use the same name as well, because, you know, you only get that, and now, unless there is some form of interruption hiding in the end, he's pretty much exposed. And Gold Sarcophagus is a great way to continue for the Italian.
And I think right now you go for Chessicat, since you can play around Impermanence or Ash Blossom by just making Link Summon and go for Druid's Room into the Chessicat. Oh, and Hara also is quite a good option, yeah, since I see it right now.
I mean, I'm pretty sure in his mind he's like, okay, what do I play around? There are a few options like, you know, Fallen of the Virtue and the other Dracotail trap cards mostly. So I'm pretty sure we will see a lot of summon in defense when he can, just to play around the Horn. And yeah, he chooses to go for Are, which I can respect rather than the Chessie, just playing it a bit safer.
I mean, you have Bestial, so you can also summon Chessie. It's not wrong.
No, it's definitely up to debate which one is the safest.
The Sarcophagus hurts though, because I think Connor's move was quite smart to bounce back the Dormouse, and then with the Sarcophagus, honestly, you know, it's just back to square one.
I mean, I think it is like Marcelo said, you pick your poison.
Yeah, the only thing I'm wondering, and here I ask you guys, is since I'm pretty sure that is a Sting, is there a universe in which you just activate it before trying to get an interruption? Or you just wait and try to get value, you know what I mean? Because if there you find, I don't know, 5 mana or another... Yeah, Nibiru Veiler, even before... Nibiru would be too late anyways, but I mean, just on the Dormouse, you know? Maybe you can just stop this from happening. Because I don't know how much value you can get out of the...
I don't think you can get any value at all, that's the thing.
You can, slightly, but... just eating a Malice that's already been banished. But again, I don't know how much is worth it rather than just banking on finding an interruption
and
right
also
away.
play with Darius' mind, because right now he can understand pretty much about potential hand-ups, but if an extra card has been drawn from corner, it changes a lot the mind games.
It's close, but here Connor is not really interested in doing that, which gives Dario the chance to go for the first link free of the duel, and it's going to be the red ransom.
It's the second. The first one was Hitchell.
Of this duel.
Oh.
So let's see. We can get the field spell, but we could also get a quick if we really feel like. But yeah, of course here it's going to be the underground. And again, here would also be a pretty important moment to decide whether to use the sting to search for
You sure he has a sting?
an Ash Blossom. I'm sure he has a sting, like positive.
When you're sure, I'm always afraid. Huh?
I know. I'll change my prescription. Yeah.
Or glasses.
Yeah.
Or cat.
No, never. Don't listen to them. Speaking of,
I think that Connor really needs to consider about if it's indeed a sting for a potential draw.
Yeah, I feel like it's rough. He might already have the Nibiru, to be honest. It wouldn't surprise me because he didn't really do much. And we are not using the chassis. Wow. Just attacking over Cartesia. Interesting. And yeah, we're just gonna attack over both monsters.
Yeah, just to explain,
the boost.
It's not only the boost, but also the stats are changed due to ransom. And I think it's banished, yes, since ransom points to Chessicat. Chessicat has a hidden effect that any monster destroyed by a Malice battle, it goes banished.
Effetto segreto.
Effetto segreto.
Effetto segreto?
Yes, secret effect.
Mystico effect.
Ooh, and we do now go for Wicked. And I think it's Bestial, maybe? Yes, it is a Druid Swarm indeed. And I mean, now you go for Sting maybe, but I mean, doesn't feel great. Basically, you only prevent the Bestial from being summoned, which I think might even be bad because
yeah, he gives
you want the Bestials on the field. So I don't really like the Sting here. Yeah, I don't like it.
Do you still side in Sting though in game 3 against Malice? I feel like it is one of those traps that you can afford to keep side out, for example.
You could. Maybe he doesn't have enough in this matchup.
Maybe it's not Sting.
No. I mean, come on, here he kind of gave it away. Like, what else would you consider not chaining? I think that was pretty much a guarantee.
Prescription is ready, huh?
Yeah, okay. Let's see. I still think there might be Nibiru though. Especially after this bit of a count. Of course, it was not a count of the number of summons, but rather on the number of effects from the Malice monsters that has been activated.
But, I mean, you already know that you have bypassed the 5 monsters.
Yeah.
More like
that's
a bluff.
right. No, now it was not accounted. I mean, for sure he was just asking which of the Malice banished effect have you used?
It has been activated,
yeah. But still, I don't know. I smell some rock in the air. Let's see if I'm right, and I am spot on. Here it is, Nibiru. Always trust the instincts of old men. And let's see. how well Dario will react to this. You don't want to write on the cards with that pen, but let's see.
We still add with wicket, right?
We already resolved it.
And
yeah.
So we can go to Link Spider and then go for plays with
and
backup.
we can also pop the Nibiru,
The Nibiru,
since we
yeah.
had the Druid's Worm, which is relevant against specifically sometimes this measure. And now let's see. We knew. Yeah, here comes the Link Spider. What was it that we said? Rao?
Yeah.
Okay.
Rao.
So Rao Sting. Possibly. And I guess if we're going for Wizard,
I think right now you need to find a way to interact with Rahu at this point. You cannot afford to...
No, you cannot let that resolve, honestly.
Yeah, because we know that Connor has one Urgula in hand.
Yeah.
So it's again in a top deck scenario if we take away the Rahu.
and this might be the Linguribo makes a lot of sense, and this makes it so that the Sting will be useless, and this is a big point.
I mean, we can still access code, right?
Access code?
Yeah, hit stall, effect to draw, and then access code.
Let's see. Do you ever go Sting here, like on the effect of Wizard to prevent the access code? You know what I mean? I think it's also something maybe you should have considered.
In order for Dario to lose one body, right?
Yeah, because regardless whether if he uses Linguribo or if he lets it through, he will not access the fourth body. So maybe that was a consideration.
Also, a Cryptor is an option.
Yeah, this is good because you still keep in check the trap. I'm really sure that Dario knows now what the face down is, because there was a bit of,
hesitation where...
Yeah, hesitation in the moment, so for sure you are... Yeah, let's see if I was right. Okay. I was, and yeah. I get to keep my glasses.
And we still can make access code and activate the effect banishing Cryptor. Cryptor will be summoned back, and also we will take advantage of Rahu.
Well played by Dario here, honestly.
Yeah,
I think he's just making the job done, getting rid and take care of Connor's field here, and I think Connor's left with one card in hand, right? So it's just about it.
Yeah, but never count him out.
Okay, yeah.
Do you remember what happened in game one?
Yeah.
Only Urgula in hand and he won.
But still here,
I know it's
we
different.
look here, yeah.
Of course.
We'll not make access
we
code?
didn't make. No way. Ooh, we're playing it slow. And we let Rao.
What is it? Oh, retaliate? Retaliating?
Because we had retaliating, but still.
And yet, why we didn't activate, for example, Cryptor in the draw phase?
I mean, I guess if you have the retaliating in his mind, is probably like, okay, you want to resolve the effects, then I can just banish whatever fusion it brings. But I think you're just putting yourself in a problem you didn't need to be.
Yeah, I totally agree. You have no reason to take those chances at this moment.
Just play it safe.
And let your opponent to find a way to play.
Yeah, you know that they were out of everything, and now we have a match. Maybe not a close one,
but still.
Let's see. Dario looking great, of course, to bring a Malice deck into the top cut. Again, one of those decks that everyone thought was gonna be gone.
Arthalion can still activate the effect despite the fusion materials were banished. Because it only checks where they were sent from.
So one bounce. Yeah, that goes banished. Do you go all after this Crypter? But again...
You cannot afford to take Cartesia here.
Yeah.
You need to force Crypter.
But even then... You can just banish your own Crypter? At the very worst case, if you don't have anything else, you know?
You still get one interruption less.
Yeah.
Then you enter battle phase for retaliating.
Oh.
And we still have MT7.
Yeah. Interesting.
I think we bounce Crypter here, yes.
Yeah, but he didn't go for it. Because it's cost. He didn't pay the cost.
It's not...
No? Ah, no.
It's not a cost. He has set it. It's only cost if it is set this turn.
Okay. Why?
Maybe a prescription is finally needed, right?
No, but I don't understand still why you would go for... Isn't it just better to use the Crypter?
No, because you check for Ash Blossom. If he has Ash Blossom, you can chain Crypter. Yeah. It plays around to Ash Blossom.
Yeah, but if you
correct.
use Crypter, he cannot Ash Blossom anyway. And then you keep...
You have one less interaction.
Yeah.
It's better to activate MT7.
I mean, what
if
does
he
it
has
do with Ash? Like, he needs... You know the card. So, I don't know. I think... Like, if he has Ash, he is out of cards.
Brand Fusion though?
Branded Fusion, but...
There's the... Also, I think Connor tried to attack, but Dario reminded him that with Malice in Underground, the Earth Lion can only attack a Malice Link monster, so the retaliating stays up onto the field.
So we go here for Lubellion.
We don't have cards. We don't have cards.
We have one Urgula.
No, we use it for Apu. We don't have anything in hand.
Yes.
That's why I was saying, even if he has Ash, he wouldn't have any cards.
Only option right now is Sacrifier. Or...
Yeah.
And Lubellion, because you can go to Secretarian here. Yeah. Effect Lubellion, go to Secretarian. You can banish Urgula and Cortesia from the graveyard in order to access either Mysterion or Secretarian.
What a game to end things off here. And finally we are using the Crypter to banish this Albion.
Maybe we want to play around Chaos Dragon or Filia Regis.
Yeah, let's see. One final decision for Connor. I mean, I
no,
really
this
think
is not. This is an Albar fusion.
I really think this game was wrapped up, honestly. And unfortunately, Dario gave his opponent an opening. Again, not a huge one, but yeah.
Yeah, Secretarian will be summoned.
Yeah, plays back here to Dario, which honestly, by handling it differently, maybe we will not be witnessing this.
I mean,
close one,
yeah,
but
close, but still
advantages on Dario, honestly.
Dario just has so much going for him. Dimensional Fissure first and retaliating see this game. You can really tell why Malice has been successful, not only through its engine, but through these powerful banishing effects that come after siding.
And with these fields and no card left in the Connor's hand, I think it might be a game. And also a very nice sequence that Crypter shuffled back MT7 from the banishment zone, and White Rabbit activated the effect to set and reset eventually the MT7.
Oh well, this is about it. As you can see, Connor banishing that Secretarian. And I mean, it must feel bad, you know, winning game 1 with a top deck, by the way. Like, I'm sure Dario was feeling extremely bad. And here is the handshake. It's Dario who takes this round. Wow. Whew.
And I think that Alberto has mentioned a lot of times during this weekend how strong Malice is despite the Forbidden Limit list, right?
I mean, we mentioned it like the deck, and at least one Malice is going to advance into the top 8 of YCS Dortmund. But before seeing it and hearing from Dario, we have some action here from the Genesis. So let's jump into it.
Yeah, we are in what I believe is the last round of Swiss, maybe? And both duelists on an X3 record. So, Magnet Warrior against Art Mage. We are in game 3 with Dennis going first and setting up his field. What's your favorite Magnet Warrior? Which piece of the combo? Alpha, beta, or gamma? Eh? Choose.
I mean, I remember beta. It was one of those
Beta?
monsters. Yeah, I really like the artwork.
Albi?
I like Valkyrion. This is how I will answer.
Okay. I'll choose gamma then, because I just love gamma. The Psyframe one, and so I'll be loyal to the Magnet Warrior as well.
Yeah, I think this is the wrong gamma.
There it is. So make sure to type into the chat what's your favorite Magnet Warrior. Ooh, and we see a sticky Kaiju. Of course, Kaijus are free in Genesis format, so they are back at being one of the, you know, most popular side deck cards. And there is another one. Speaking of, you know, alpha, there is another alpha in the deck. Julio's playing two different alphas, which is Alpha, the Master of Beasts. It's an interruption a bit similar to Pancratops, although they do different things. And in this case, it works pretty nicely with Kaijus, because you can bounce them back to the end and then summon them again.
It's one of those sneaky combos that you can actually do.
Sneaky combo.
Sneaky duelist.
To give a Kaiju to your opponent, and then with Alpha, bounce it back and reuse it, for example.
But Dennis is not gonna be a spectator in his own match. He decides to flip the script and go for a Fusion Salmon.
One of the key differences between Alpha and the Pancratops, it is that Alpha is not a quick effect. And in the scenarios like this, it plays a huge role.
Yeah.
Absolutely, and here we see Beta, but the updated version we could see, the Electromagnet Warrior, which allows you to add another Magnet Warrior from deck to hand. I mean, the beauty of Genesis format is, of course, that it allows to showcase a lot of decks that had not had maybe the chance to shine in the advanced format, but can here. And take a look at that.
And I mean, this is the point that I like about Genesis. Is that you can utilize older strategies with some that are quite unique and are not very, you know, popular in the current meta state, and you can play.
That's a spicy trap.
Yeah,
from the
some
side deck.
spicy options, indeed.
Tell us about it, Mike.
Even I think Julius doesn't know what it does.
Yeah, for sure. I may be wondering here what is going on, and
I can show you. Come on, Paradox Fusion, a powerful counter trap, which just allow you to banish a fusion monster you control, and not only do you negate the special summon, but you destroy a monster and you take back your fusion. So it's kind of like a nice counter trap that you can play in fusion-based decks. And in Genesis format, it really gets creative, the way in which you find these hidden gems in the form of trap cards for going first after siding.
Yeah, I remember that when you were suggesting Archmage, for example, for Genesis, before we had this discussion, you mentioned this card. And do you have any other quiet options for Archmage, since you suggest this?
First of all, what is the card featured on the artwork of Paradox Fusion?
This is not quits.
The five-headed dragon.
Five-headed dragon. Good job. Just because I was highlighting it here. Why do I have this artwork? I want the other one. No offense, but all right, here it is. This could be a quits question, honestly.
This is the new artwork. I love it. The one you just showed. You look at me as if I'm crazy. The one you just showed. The card.
Bellissimo. But this is not the only deck that performs fusion summons.
Oh, tell me more.
And you were asking for it, and here it is. Yet another trap card that you can play in the Archmage deck. And that is, of course, Archmage
Pact Awakening.
Yes, you're right.
I have done my study.
Yeah. So what's the effect?
So, special summon one Archmage monster.
Good luck. You need glasses to read through the... No, I mean, it's just an extender. As you can see, you can get the Mediously Pure, and in general, you know, it allows your opponent not to interact. It's similar to... Have you ever played Invoked back in the day? Or is it too old for you?
Was it before you won the YCS, or...?
I played Invoked with Shadow and...
okay, so you remember the protection effect.
And Dogmatica.
Okay, from the field spell, now that your opponent cannot interact.
Yeah.
It's basically a similar protection effect where your opponent cannot activate
with
cards.
Lost, for example.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. You can tell you're young if you use Branded Lost instead of those cards as an example. But yeah, Julius trying his best and upgrading his fusions at the moment. Time, luckily, is not an issue. But Beta is summoned once more. And I mean, good job from Julius. I mean, he managed to pretty much clear the whole field of Dennis, but danger isn't over yet. Ooh, and now he used his last card.
Nice one.
The Sticky Kaiju is back.
Kaiju has been out of meta for quite a long right now, and we forget that some interactions that they have, for example, if your opponent controls a Kaiju, you can also special summon a Kaiju to your field, for example. And you can only control one.
Interesting. And now they are reading it, just to make sure that this is the case.
Succede.
Oh.
A nice play from Julius that bounced back the Kaiju and give it back to the opponent to tribute the last monster.
I'll be back.
Wrong graveyard.
I mean, look at that. Round of applause from me to Julius, able to just completely clear this field and not only completely disrupt this Archmage field, but establish one of his own, all thanks to these Magnet Warrior cards. Let's see. Of course, already on an X3 record, not gonna be able to advance to the top 8, but you still want to get some of those sweet, sweet prizes.
Do you think that our mates have enough follow-up?
It's a level 7, we can use it.
As an exist material?
Maybe, but no, last second, Julius changing his mind. A draw, we have Cosmic Cyclone, which doesn't do anything at the moment. Can we find a way to push back from Dennis? We don't need much. The field spell is such a good card here.
You think that we didn't commit to exist someone so we can have a Kaijun on the field, and so Dennis cannot make special summon of a Kaiju on his own? Or not?
Well, the thing is that Julius here is left with no cards in hand, right? So I think he kind of went all in trying to deal with Dennis' field, who's now got rid of the Cosmic Cyclone, which, you know, quite useless at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, definitely Typhoon is the most popular quick spell card in the advanced format, when you're not. Of course, Cosmic Cyclone is the superior upgraded version when your only purpose is to get rid of a spell and trap.
I mean, right now we can only see Mystical Space Typhoon though, in the current beta state.
So anyways, for how exciting this round is, unfortunately you'll have to find out the result in a different way, because we do have our first top 8 competitor confirmed, ready here for an interview. So let's cut it to Jean-Alexis.
Cut it.
Actually, yeah, I'm with the winner of the last round, Dario, with the Malice deck, the Malice strategy. Congratulations for making it to the top 8. You must be very happy.
Yeah, I'm quite happy. Honestly, I cannot say anything else. If yesterday they told me I would have made it to day 2, I would be more than happy. And imagine my feelings now.
Yeah, it must feel absolutely amazing. You're in the top 8, so it means that you are among the best duelists of this room in the 300 YCS with the Malice strategy, by the way. And after the recent Forbidden Unlimited list, a lot of players told me that, I mean, the deck is not that good. You lose a very good Enfield piece. So what is your thought about this deck? Do you think that the deck is still relevant in the format? Of course, because you picked it, but why so?
Okay, I think the deck was a good meta call. I have to thank one of my friend Michele, because he came up with the idea and he basically cooked the list by himself. And I have to thank him for the idea. And I think it's very good. It can get a lot worse if people prepare for it and play Lancia. I leverage the fact that not a lot of people were on Lancia today.
Yeah, we've seen some propaganda from some very good players who said that you have to play Lancia in this tournament, and maybe they were right, considering the fact that you are now in the top 8 with the Malice strategy. And it would be amazing if the Malice win would arrive now. Now there is no more any white binder in the format. That would be the dream, I guess, for you. But
nice.
Speaking more about the game itself, during the first game, it was a pretty back and forth game with a simplified game state. You had such a good hand to try to interrupt the opponent with the Veiler, the Impulse, as well as, I don't remember, but a third interaction. I think it was the Ash Blossom. Ash Blossom to try to prevent the opponent from adding or more likely setting the Fallen the Virtues. Tell us more about the lineup of hand interactions that you play in Malice.
Yeah, I'm currently on 3 Veiler, 3 Ash, 3 Impulse, 3 Ghost Bell, and a couple of Bestials. I think that's same perm. That's it. Basically, the main end traps which are good among against everything. And luckily I've been drawing them. Yeah. Hopefully I continue. But, yeah.
That's right. You decided to play, by the way, Effect Veiler, and we've seen that before, but some players decided to play Ghost Mourner instead because of the Radiant Typhoon matchup and specifically the ability to play in the draw phase with the Crozea. Why did you choose to play specifically the Veiler instead of the Mourner?
Okay, I prefer the Veiler because I think it's more flexible in general. Mourner is not a bad call though. I also evaluated that. Another good point for Mourner would be that it works on the shifter. But for example, in this scenario it would have worked, but in game 3 when my opponent normal special summon Cartesia and then activated the effect, it wouldn't have worked the same because of the lack of flexibility of Mourner.
Exactly. So in this case, I totally understand the fact that you picked Veiler. You had 3 hand interactions. That was pretty strong. But indeed, I mean, the rest of the hand was not that good. We see that you had a backup, but your opponent actually, Connor, thought very carefully about it. He waited maybe 30 seconds to activate the Forbidden Droplet, and you didn't have that much of extenders after that?
Yeah, in my hand was Wizard and Dormouse. But I said that if I normal summon Dormouse, if that's an imperm or at bounce, I lose. I thought that if that one would be Horn to bounce it, I still have the Marcher and I can banish Dormouse and then full combo from there. If it was dropped like this, I would have not lost, because then I'll tell you what happened. Well, you know what happened, but I was in a bad spot, let's say. And then I went for the Hitzel line, and I
you drew the Allure of Darkness.
If that Allure of Darkness resolve, probably... Well, but my opponent has cards himself in hand, so it didn't.
But yeah, that was absolutely insane. When I saw that, the fact that you drew the Allure of Darkness, I was like, what a top deck.
Pretty
what
good
a top
in
deck.
drawing cards, yeah.
It was very cool. But you finally lost the game after that, so it was 0-1 for you. Went to the game 2, and in the game 2, I mean, you drew some very good cards, especially this D Fisher, which is absolutely wonderful in the matchup. We can also see that there were a lot of Mulcharmies. But speaking of Mulcharmies, you didn't play into the Purulia during the first turn. You didn't have anything to play, right?
I know, but I wouldn't anyways. With Fisher like this, there's no point of making my opponent draw like an out, like Branded Fusion. So I prefer just to stay where I was and my finger crossed.
Yeah, this is very wise, I think, from you. Speaking about the consistency of the deck, do you have sometimes some problems fighting your Malice names, or do you think it is pretty fine?
Maybe it's me drawing Dormouse a lot, but I wouldn't say it's a bricky deck. It's a normal deck in terms of consistency. Plus, you have Allure of Darkness, which is a great card for card advantage and also consistency.
So it is pretty fine, because I found some players telling me that, yeah, since Dormouse is at 1, I mean, sometimes it is a bit difficult. But yeah, it went pretty fine for you. You were getting hit by the Mulcharmies, double Fuvalos. You had the Ash Blossom, but went into a very conservative play, trying to go into the end of game thanks to the Cryptor. And this is one of the strengths of the Malice strategy, being able to end the game real quick, right?
Also play around Nib in that scenario, because...
I mean, Nibiru that hit you right after during the game 3. And game 3 was very interesting. Very weak hand from your opponent. Veiler, only Veiler on your side, or did you have more interactions?
Yeah, on my side, I had also double Retaliating Sea. So that was good, yeah.
Not much to say. It is a very good card, of course, against the matchup, but I've got the feeling that recently this card is a little bit worse thanks to the branded addition. How do you feel about the newest versions of the branded Dracotail facing specifically the Retaliating Sea?
I think it's still good, because if you still chain it to Branded Fusion, they have to go -2, because the Branded Fusion, the banishing cards from the deck, which doesn't count.
The Lubellion?
And the discard for Lubellion. So at least you're trading 1 for 2.
So that's
if they have Branded Fusion.
Yeah.
Which is not guaranteed.
True, but you can still chain it to something like Rahu.
If they start with 5 mana, it's better, because you can, if they set Ketu Rahu, then you can chain it to Rahu and then gets crazy.
And it's pretty good, of course, indeed. And I mean, your hand was better this time because you had access to the Dortmund. It wasn't very impressive from on the side of your opponent. Not a lot of interactions, but you get hit by the Nibiru.
Yep.
You were playing around in the game too. How much did it affect your turn? And did you plan to play around it, by the way?
Well, my hand could, so I did. From this spot on, if it doesn't interact, I can make Cryptor, and Cryptor by itself plays around Nib, so I was pretty safe in that scenario. I know Nibiru is a card that Dracotel players have in their deck, and yeah.
So you decided to play around it, and it was pretty well thanks to Link Spider. After that, you had an unknown card which you wanted to play around. That is why you special summoned the Linguribo.
Yes,
and you kept it on the field till the end. You decided not to go into an access code play. Were you afraid of that card?
If that card was Flame, I would have lost because of the field spell and negation, and then I lose on the spot. If that card was Horn, which was I afraid of, or if it was Foreign the Virtues, it would have been activated earlier for sure. At that point, I knew that card was Flame or a bluff. Sorry, the Sting.
Or Sting, yeah.
Or a bluff. So even like before, since I could play around it, I played around it, and
I mean, yeah, and
luckily it was Sting.
It was Sting, which was, I mean, the better case scenario. And yeah, you decided to play around it very carefully. After that, I've got a question for you. I mean, I asked it before, but you decided not to ban the Rahu and to just keep the banishment from the Cryptor. Why so? Because you could have just prevented this play.
I don't know if that's the right choice, but I thought that I could have kept the banish from Cryptor for later the turn, and also I have Retaliating Sea, which makes so that Rahu becomes basically a monster. Mm-hmm. And from that spot on, even if my opponent has any card in the game, he loses the game on the spot. Because if that was a Blossom for my trap, I still have the banish for Cryptor.
Exactly, yeah.
And so there was no out of this.
There was still a Branded Fusion, which was a pretty good card, but still...
Yeah, but it was probably the best card in the deck at that point,
yeah.
But still wouldn't resolve my board at that point.
Exactly, and you won your spot in the top 8, so once again, congratulations. I mean, you felt a bit surprised after the game when I saw you.
I mean, I'm not a really good player. I think
no, never say that.
I'm just a guy who passed by, and yesterday it snowed, so maybe today was my day. It had to snow to make me top.
It must be your day, but I'm sure that a lot of players over here would like to be at your place right now, being in the top 8. I'm not gonna take much longer of your time because you have to rest as well and to prepare for this wonderful top 8. At home, don't go anywhere because we have some more content for you before the top 8. And we are back with one of the fan favorite, Dean Cabri is here, and we are going to talk a little bit about one of the most exciting games that we witnessed in Yu-Gi-Oh! Dinka, first of all, how are you doing?
I'm great, thanks.
Well, we are going to go back, but back in the days, you know, back to 2018, where you decided to play at the YCS Milan the Prank Kids strategy, which was something that people did not expect at all, because the meta game was not expecting Prank Kids, to be honest. It was not a very good deck. It was only 3-card combos. Tell us a little bit more about Prank Kids.
Yeah, it was like kind of a sleeper pick. The meta was like Sky Strikers, Altergeist, Danger Combo decks, Thunder Dragons, and Prankers was pretty new. It was released in Hidden Summoners, I think it was the set.
Exactly, exactly.
The deck had some advantages over the other decks because it had a great grind game and some really good matchups into the meta decks like Sky Strikers and Thunder Dragons. But the deck itself was not like consistent enough. That was a problem, but I kind of pulled it off. I got lucky, to be honest, as well. Yeah, That was my
But
tournament run.
you know, you need some luck when you win some tournaments.
Of course,
Of course. You'd better be the best player of the room, but you still need some luck. And as you just mentioned, a lot of decks at that time, they were more consistent because you didn't need to have 3 cards in the hand.
Yeah.
But still, why not play those decks? Why not play Thunder Dragon? Why not play Sky Striker, which were some very, very interesting strategies at that time?
Because those decks were too boring for me, to be honest. I like to play some rogue decks, and I was thinking like Prankits was kind of a surprising deck, and it was possible to catch people off guard with the deck, and if the deck was able to play, it usually won, so I gave it a shot. It was like I play this deck at this tournament, and if it works, it works, and it did.
And it works pretty well for you, especially considering the fact that people, we are going to see that during the few clips that we are going to show, but people were reading the cards a lot. They didn't know at all what the strategy was aiming to do. And even in the final, they were watching every single line of the effect. So was that a very good point for you? And how much did it impact your run?
I think it impacted a lot. People didn't know how to interact with the deck. And of course, if you are playing against a deck you don't know how to play against the deck, you're gonna make mistakes. That's like normal.
Exactly. For those who don't know Prankits, because a lot of us have not seen this match, this game, what does the deck aim to do?
It just generates a lot of advantage by link summoning or fusion summoning the Prankits monsters. If they get sent to the graveyard for a summon of a Prankits monster, they float and summon another Prankits monster, and it's a chain of Prankits monsters. It's pretty similar to the more modern version of it, Yummy.
Yeah,
kind of.
exactly.
But Yummy is like a one-card starter deck, which Prankit was later on with a new Link 1.
Mew.
Yeah.
But so a lot of advantage. We're going to watch this final. I've got a few clips so that you can remember all those moments, which I'm sure you do. But during the first game, we see that you are up against Federico, and you win the dice roll. Was it really important to win the dice roll, or, I mean, going second, was it still fine?
I mean, going second against Thunder Dragons, it was kind of fine. It was not the biggest combo deck, so actually going second into the more common decks was usually fine if it was not like Altar Guides which played floodgates like Secret Village.
Yeah, of course, Altar Guides was something else. And we see that you end on a very, very little board indeed, because we see that there is only the Bark and the Pandemonium which is set. Was it the game plan for you, and what was the game plan, especially against Thunder Dragon?
I mean, Thunder Dragon was not very good at killing through guys which cannot be destroyed, like the Link 2, the Bark, and the Fusion, the Weather Washer. They protect your monsters by battle and card destruction, and Thunder Dragon was clearing bodies by effect destruction and battle, so killing through those monsters was pretty hard for them, and you just kept recycling or cycling your resources and getting them back to play for follow-up and to kill them next turn.
Yeah, and that's what we see right now, because you activate the Pandemonium, and usually, nowadays, we think that you are going to summon the Battle Butler, which is so good, of course, having a Raigeki is so strong, but here, we see the Weather Washer, and that's very, very crucial against the Thunder Dragon strategy, because as you just said, he can't destroy your monsters, so that was very clever from you, actually, and that was a very, very well thought plan. And after that, we saw that he couldn't do anything. Indeed.
That's right.
he has the Colossus, the triple Colossus, which is such a strong field, but still nothing happens.
Yeah.
Was it something that you tested before?
To be honest, not really. I played a lot against the other decks like Sky Strikers and Altar Guys, but I was not too familiar with Thunder Dragon cards, to be honest.
Really?
No.
That's absolutely insane, because the game plan was, I mean, it was...
I had a game plan and it worked out, even though I didn't practice the matchup like a lot. No.
And indeed, it works very, very well because, yeah, one thing which is very crucial is also the fact that you have the field spell, which allows you to gain some attack points and to lower
Correct.
the attack points of the opponents, which allow you to survive and to just manage to go into turn 3.
Yes.
I mean, how important is the field spell? Do you really need it, or is it the cherry on the top?
I mean, it's like more like a cherry on the top. It's, of course, important to get your engine, like it searches a name, which is kind of important. But the attack reduction effect and push effect wasn't just kind of nice to have, let's say that. Yeah.
It was a cool thing, like on top of the rest. And yeah, we see that Federico, I mean, he's a little bit lost because he is watching, he doesn't know the deck, and he doesn't know how to get rid of all your bodies. And as you just said before, we see a lot of bodies. Like, it's just a wall against the triple Colossus.
Two walls on both sides, the wall of Colossus and the wall of Pranked monsters.
Exactly. And after that, we are going to get back on your turn, and now you are not locked anymore into prank hits, and therefore you're able to special summon the big threat, the big monster, the barrel load. Tell us about this strategy.
This is the win condition against Thunder Dragons, because the Thunder Dragon cards, they can protect themselves from destruction, like my cards do. So it's like a staring battle. If both players can't out the other monsters, but Bolo Dragon just steals their monsters without destroying them, and it's kinda immune to Titan because you can just chain block the Titan of destroying your Bolo Dragon. So you just take apart their board step by step.
And you literally just steal the Colossus on your field, and you just get used to it, and you just win the game from that because you attack. You take control of the Colossus, and from that point, Federico recognizes that it's just a game over, and you win the first game in the final against Thunder Dragon, which was supposed to be one of the best deck, if not the best deck of the tournament. You didn't prepare for that matchup specifically, but I mean, this strategy, I think it was absolutely awesome.
It was naturally a very good matchup for Prankets, yeah.
So very good, and then you had to go into game 2, but this time going second. You told us that for you it wasn't that hard to go second, and I mean that's what we saw because the game plan was pretty much the same. We see the triple threat, but this time with the Titan, and we see a card in your hand, the Call by the Graves, which is crucial to just prevent the Titan from destroying, right?
Correct. It was just there to chain block the Titan, and as long as you can perform a fusion summon to get your monsters onto the field, you are actually good to go, because Colossus didn't affect you too much, as long as you have one way to fusion summon and 2 monsters in hand.
So that's pretty good. We see that you were playing the Pot of Desires. Pot of Desires, some players like it, some players don't like it. In Prank It specifically, how is it a good card?
It can be a bit weird. I wasn't sure on the card at the beginning, because banishing the resources can be very hard. But the deck was too inconsistent, so I decided to play 3 Desires, just to get a little bit more consistency in.
And yeah, speaking about that, during the whole tournament, by the way, did you have a lot of problems of consistency, or was it a lucky day?
I bricked like, I think 3 to 4 times during the whole tournament.
It's fine.
It was fine. It was fine. It was like one game per match, so it was. If it's not twice per match, it's fine.
Yeah, even nowadays with some 1-card combos, I mean, we usually break 3 to 4 times as well. So with Prank It, which is 3-card combos, wow.
Yeah. But I played a lot of engine cards. It was basically an engine pile with like 3 Ash and 3 Coldplay, I think.
But at that time, it was enough. At that time. Correct. And yeah, with this board, I've got the feeling that it's almost unbeatable, but still, you managed to pull out the victory. And what was the game plan going second into the Thunder Dragon? Was it also the same thing, like try to survive and try to just summon the ball load?
Yeah. I mean, I think I was locked into Pranked monsters because of Pandemonium, so I was not able to go for ball load this turn. So I just tried to survive one turn with the exact same thing with Bower Bark and the Weather Washer. just to go into Bordeaux next turn after.
Yeah, and it worked pretty well. I mean, was there a weakness to the strategy?
A weakness?
Yeah.
There were some tech cards which were pretty good against the deck. Cards like Ghost Spell and Called by the Grave were both really, really good because the fusion monsters and the link monsters they take out as costs, so you can hit them with Bell and Called by that hurts actually a lot.
And you don't have any more bodies, so
yeah, it just trades 1 for 1 and I lose 2 cards, so
this is pretty hard. But I mean, did you have to face some opponents that had the cards, for example, Ghost Bell or Call by the Grave, and didn't use them properly?
To be honest, I don't know. I
don't
can't remember anymore.
I mean, it was 8 years ago, so I can imagine.
Almost 8 years, yes.
But it actually worked because your opponent didn't manage to end the game, and after a few minutes, we can see that on the clock, the clock is just almost over, but you are able to special summon the Boil Load, you are able to go into the Boil Sword as well, and to win the game after a lot of time. Did you expect that? At the beginning of the tournament?
No, of course not, no. I was like, maybe topping would be cool, but winning was awesome.
It was, it was absolutely awesome. It must have felt so good. And I think that a lot of players were so surprised. I saw a lot of reactions
Me as well.
of people. You were surprised as well. Yeah. And people at home, I'm sure that they were surprised as well. You put literally Prankins on the map with this victory. Mm-hmm. After that, it didn't work very well for players who tried to play Prankins, until the Link one just went out, and after that it wasn't the same deck. But being able to win this one without the Link one, I've got to congratulate you on this one, because Thanks. 8 years after, I think that people still remember that. Dinka, that was absolutely amazing. We hope that you are going to do as well during this tournament.
I hope so as well. Thanks.
Which is very special. Maybe we will find out who will win later on. But for now, we are going to get back to the YCS with some more content for you.
If you guys have been to any of our YCSs recently, you will recognize this behind me, Fine Chaos. Now, this is one of the brands that Yu-Gi-Oh! Have been collaborating with fairly recently. They've got some incredible merchandise that we've had on display at the last couple of YCSs, and they're here again this weekend for the 300th celebration. We caught up with the team to see what they've been up to.
So my name is Mark Mølskov. I'm the founder and creative director of Fine Chaos. The reason why we're here is because we have a collaboration with Yu-Gi-Oh! And this time we have brought a special collection for the 300th anniversary here in Dortmund. It all started with my passion for the game. I am a player myself, and that's actually where the whole thing started. It goes back to my childhood, watching the anime, playing the game. I have a dog now named Yami-Yugi, which is a Shiba Inu as well. So shout out to Kazuki Takahashi, of course, for that one. To now also finding the love for the game again as a player 4 years ago. Playing branded to this day and stand by that, which you will also see with, for example, the first pendant we did with the Fallen of Albus one, and now the ones we have done for this event, which is the Dogmatica Ecclesia, the Virtuous pendant. My favorite memory would probably be my first time at locals in Copenhagen after a big break at Far Cigar. That just sparked like a big fire in me, I would say. The best thing about the community is their authenticity and how people help each other to become better players in general. I feel like that's truly something you can feel when you're playing. The community should come and check out the collaboration because it's made from pure passion. I think you will feel that in the details from, for example, the Blue Eyes White Dragon t-shirt we have made with the studs that imitates the studs on Kyber's jacket, to the small like woven labels, the felt embroidery, to the quality of the things. And I know that players can feel when something is quality. So I've already seen people dueling with the merchandise as well, or the collaboration, which is something I just love more than anything because I am a player. So that's something that, yeah, just fills me with love, I guess.
So if you guys are here at YCS Dortmund, make sure you guys do come down and check out the booth and get your hands on some merch. If you aren't able to be here with us in person, make sure you guys check them out online, follow them, because I'm sure there's loads of great stuff coming that you guys will be excited to see. We've got loads more coverage here at YCS Dortmund, the 300th YCS. Be sure to stick around for loads more coverage.
Welcome back, duelists, to the legendary 5Ds deck breakdown. Today, we're going to be talking about something extra special inside these decks, and they are going to be some amazing reprints that you're going to want to get your hands on one way or another. Starting off with the classics. So not only will you get brand new cards and free ready-to-play decks, but you're also going to be getting a host of reprints, and these reprints are going to be massively important for the competitive scene. Starting off with the classics being Effect Veiler and Drow and Lockbird, backed up by
Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, of course, Ghost Ogre Snow Rabbit, Ghost Motor and Mullet Chill, and Ghost Sister and Spooky Dogbird. Those classics have been played in the TCG format over the last years, and honestly, I mean, I really can't see a deck playing these cards also in the Genesis format, because you get so many different options in the legendary 5Ds decks. But not only that, because we also have some new ones.
Yeah, so branching away from the classics, we're now moving into the more modernly used cards that you're going to be seeing everywhere you turn. So you can now get your hands on Mulchummy Perulia, Mulchummy Fuelos, and Mulchummy Meows. These cards are absolutely incredible because they will provide you with the ability to draw cards when your opponent summons from a specific location. So with Mulchummy Perulia, from the hand. With Mulchummy Fuelos, it's from the extra deck or the main deck. And then with the Mulchummy Meows, draw a card when they summon from the graveyard or banishment. And that's not all. There is one final card, and that is, of course,
the Infinite Impermanence, a card that we have seen over the last years being played most of the time in 3-ofs in every single deck. And it's fantastic because not only you get the chance to put your hands on those cards, but also to counteract them with Crossout Designator, Cold by the Grave, one of my favorites, and Forbidden Droplet. I mean, I think you cannot ask for more.
The legendary 5Ds decks give you everything you need. The decks, the staples, and the beautiful chibi artwork. So make sure you head to your local stores to pick these up while you can.
And we are back to the coverage of YCS Dortmund 2026, and here for YCS Memories, I have the pleasure to be joined by Marcello because something very special happened in 2014. Because I remember we were playing back then, and we as Italians were struggling, I would say, to bring home YCS title, and what has been called the luckiest man in London after the event ended up winning the event with Shadows. So it was a huge moment, especially because I remember there was a huge crowd while you were playing. Very nice moment, especially because there's a whole story behind it that you maybe want to tell us. But looking back at it 12 years later, how was it?
I mean, absolutely special. As you have mentioned, like the Italian community has always been a really, really good one. I mean, we won the World Championship and we were doing really well. Even in terms of European Championship, we had a couple wins already back in 2014 when this was end of October, YCS London. But somehow we had this curse where I think at least 4 or 5 finals we lost all of them, and so it seems like the YCS title was just escaping us until YCS London came around, and it was really a strange event because honestly I remember I was struggling a bit with like university studies and finding the time, so I didn't book a ticket to just plane ticket to come to the event, and then suddenly on Friday night I remember I was like, you know what, let me just, I've never done this in my life, take a cab, go to the airport without a plane ticket and just go to the desk and be like, do you have anything last minute? I remember I paid like 300 plus euros or something ridiculous to just come to London. And was it a good decision? Because yes, it was incredible. 2 days of really hard-fought duels. It was right around Shadows, Burning Abyss, and Satellar Night format. But then the 12 rounds of Swiss are over, 11 rounds of Swiss are over. I read the list and I am 33rd, which was top 30 back then, and I am on the same score as the 32nd guy, which by the way is also the guy I played with on Bubble, and I'm completely crushed. I'm like, oh no, come on, after this week and coming here 33rd. But not many know that even today there is a window of around 5 minutes before those standings are official, and then they can not be changed anymore. And suddenly within those 5 minutes they announced that they were gonna publish the official ones, which I can tell you I didn't even stand up to go check. And then I still remember I hear one of my best friends back then, Luigi Alishu, who suddenly I hear his cowboy scream like woohoo, like this, and then I go and I actually got 32nd because there was one mistake in the standing. And the feeling was just incredible. I mean, I sneaked in, as you said, I was called the luckiest man in London that weekend. I got to play, since I was 32nd, against the first seed, which was the undefeated Patrick Rieder, the winner of the previous YCS London. And I just 2-0'd him, and yes, in the end I didn't stop, and I broke that curse and I won the YCS, and it was just an incredible memory.
And it was a complete different atmosphere, especially because there were no hand traps, for example, back then, 12 years ago. It was a lot of traps, and as you said, it was Shadow meta, and in the final you played against Dominic Barowski, which was playing as well Shadows. I picked up some highlights that I want to go you through, because for example in game 1, just showing you the first highlight was
something else.
I think was 30 plus minutes, but essentially I want to start from this moment, which pretty much changed the whole game, because you were quite in control. And at a certain point comes Black Luster Soldier, and when you try to activate the Shadow Core, there's the Vanity Emptiness, and pretty much as we can see it,
I mean, it's pretty much game over.
Right? And I want to ask you, what were your thoughts? Because like at this, if you look at this field, like you can continue banishing monsters with Black Luster Soldier, and pretty much the game is over.
Yeah, you can check my cards. I mean, I had again Sanctum, and Black Luster Shoulder was limited back then, and it was definitely one of the powerhouse cards alongside Super Polymerization, also limited. And the thing is, you can out the Black Luster, but if it's backed with Vanity Emptiness, especially game 1, you pretty much have no choice. My mind has always been the same in this game, which is just keep staying in the game, try your best, and in the end sometimes it's not up to you, it's your opponent who will give you the opening, and oh man if he did. Yes.
Oh, well, if he did, because right here, the
Armageddon.
Armageddon Knight gets normal summoned, and he got rid of the Vanity Emptiness. And if we look at your field, you had the Artifact Summon, which was completely useless. Like, you could have not activated it if the Armageddon Knight would have not been summoned. And did you realize that, somehow you could have, came back into the game at this point?
For sure. I mean, I remember I got so excited there when I saw the Armageddon, because in his mind, I think he wanted to just try and go for game. He was feeling super confident, but I mean, I was shocked because, as you said, he should just probably mind his own business, not do anything else, ride this BLS plus Vanity, and now the game changes completely because all of my cards are now active again. I was doing better before the Black Luster because, as you can see, also the life points, I'm still on full life. He's basically halfway gone, and that was absolutely an heartbreaking moment for him, but the game was still far from being over.
Yeah, exactly. This is what I want to show you, because as you mentioned, you had 2 Shadow Fusion in hand, so pretty much you start playing, right? I think this was the first Shadow Fusion being activated from your side. But what I think is more crazy to me is that, of course, like Dominic pretty much lost a very good advantage, I would say. But he's sitting on 4 cards, and something maybe unexpected comes, which was super popular not only here in 2026 but also in 2014, because shortly after Dominic goes with super polymerization.
Yeah, and again I'm a bit annoyed in my mind at this point, because as I've been telling you, BLS, Vanity Emptiness, and now even the super polymerization, another limited card, I'm like in my mind, oh my, is this never going to end? All of the limited best cards in the mirror match, and I mean, you still gotta hang in there again, as tilting as it can be. Of course it is, because just look at this, once more we have to start from scratch, but you have to try and hang in there, and I remember at some point I really switched my mind. I was like, okay, I need to get him somewhere else. Obviously the cards that he has are better than mine, so let me come up with some ways to maybe try and get him to make more mistakes, because he already did, and that means that he's probably not super comfortable in that spot. Of course the same was for me, because it was my first YCS final, but I don't know, the experience maybe was still different in terms of tries.
If super polymerization was not enough, I think the entire turning point of the entire game is the next highlight, which is 2 minutes. And I want you to guide us through what happened here.
Okay,
honestly.
so here what happened, which was quite cool on my side, was as you can see, I managed to summon this Falco. My opponent goes to go Sanctum and pop it, but I realized that I'm threatening Black Luster Soldier. So yeah, this is happening really quickly, but I compulsed back my Falco, and my opponent didn't realize, as you can see here, since he declared the effect of Moraltech, I pointed at the Shadow Core, which was face down because it got trap stun. It was completely useless. It was gonna be stay there forever. And then I kind of tricked my opponent because I pointed with my finger, because Winda cannot be destroyed. So I'm like, okay, so of course you target this other card.
One, right?
And he said yes, and that gave me a +1 because it allows me to get back the card. So it was completely a outplaying move. And now, as you can see, I get to attack over the Falco so it doesn't trigger, and I make this amazing Black Rose. I Ghost Rare, I wish I still had it, which is gonna just completely obliterate everything. And yeah, this was just an amazing turn. And yeah, I think, again, it really comes to show that especially back in the day, but even now, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is also a game of bluffing, a mental game. And I was proud for sure of this turn. I remember the crowd completely going crazy and erupting, so it was a hype moment for sure.
Yeah, because I really felt like Dominic was in complete control of the game, not only with the Black Luster Soldier, also with the Vanity Emptiness. Then he had the super polymerization, and somehow you managed to stick into the game, and pretty much here you kind of sealed the game, because like he's left with no cards in the deck. So
I have like 7 cards,
yeah, so pretty much. Yeah. So 1-0 for you. How do you approach game 2?
It's mostly a question you should ask him, because he had so many times where it looked like the game was over on his side, and at this point I remember I felt quite a bit relaxed, because I was like, okay, I just won an unwinnable game. pressure is on him. Because honestly, if you're standing on the other side, you're gonna be in your mind, I threw everything at this guy and he still came back. How am I supposed to be winning this? And I mean, I just again kept focused, trying to stay in the game, and I knew that worst case scenario I would have 2 more chances at it for just winning it. And I felt like I had some spice in the side deck as well, so that was gonna be an interesting factor in the upcoming game.
And for the 5th highlight, it's just it's pretty much pretty quick, because game 2, again he has the Blackluster soldier.
Yeah, Blackluster.
And I wanted to ask you, did you realize you were close to time? Because at this point, you know, it was quite of a fought after game, right?
Yeah, in reality, as you can see here, the previous turn there was a bit of a misunderstanding, we could say, between us and the judges, because as you can see here is the spice in my hand. I have Raiza and Monarch Stormforth, which are unseen cards at the time in Shadow, and it was just because they are really good in the mirror match, because what you usually did was you went for a fusion, but you don't want to leave it up so that they then go Shadow Fusion, and the normal way to do it was self-tributing for a Shadow Beast. But if you think about it, once you move to the side deck and you have more cards like Monarchs, that becomes much better. And Stormforth was amazing at dealing with face-down monsters, so they don't trigger their Shadows and you get to advance. In this game, I gotta say it was quite a weird one, because in reality what happened was the previous turn, before this Blackluster hit the field, he only had the Moral Attack you saw, and then he went and attacked for game, because I was at 59, if you noticed, before this attack of Mathematician. And I look at my face down, I have Compulsory, which obviously you don't want to use, because you are not forced to. But then I remember I asked how much time was left, and unfortunately I was informed that there were like about 5 minutes left, and I took the damage, but there was a miscommunication, and as soon as I took it, time was called, and at that time you only had like 2 turns each, and so basically I kind of threw the game at that point. And in my mind, I remember, obviously, it was quite the heartbreaking moment, but I tried to stay calm, because there was game 3 coming, but it was going to be a full on-time, you know, basically 4 turns match. And in my mind, I'm like, oh my God, I just beat this duelist for like 35 minutes game 1. If I lose twice on time, it's going to be devastating. So I really tried to keep my emotion at pace, and of course, in like 2 turns, everything can happen.
Yeah, no, exactly.
So let's take a look at what did.
For the last highlight, highlight number 6, pretty much, I mean, this was a quick one, because essentially you start things off, Dominic goes set monster, set 4 cards, and it's just a matter of dealing damage, right?
Absolutely.
So you had the Mathematician, which was, of course, a great card to back you up. But the surprising thing was that Dominic didn't have enough.
Yeah, the funny thing here, as you can see in the grave, there is this Felis. I remember I did not use a single time this card in the top cut, but here in the game 3 of the finals, I went for Mathematician and I decided to go for it, just paying this bet and destroying the face down. And here is also an interesting moment, because I hit a target with the Shadow Dragon, and technically you're thinking, wow, that's great. He has 3 face downs, but I actually don't activate it, because in my mind I'm like, I just need to push damage. If this is a bait of an artifact monster, I'm just gonna, you know, risk losing the game. So why take the bet? It's not like we're playing a grind game. The game will end in a turn. So let me just keep my calm, attack with both monsters, and it was good enough.
And it was good enough, and I mean, overall, besides winning the tournament, you only lost 1 match during the entire tournament. Because,
it was a really interesting event again. I remember I lost only once, also on stream, to Fire King of all things, which was a deck no one played. It was basically a 3 structure deck put together, and I mean, it happened when you don't have maybe experience, but against the field, I never lost.
Thank you for your patience. Welcome back. We're here. YCS Dortmund 2026, the 300th YCS Spectacular here in Dortmund. And we are ready to get into our top 8 duelists for this tournament. We have a big crowd ready to kick things off. So let's introduce them one by one. Your first duelist, a previous Italian national champ and a regular topper, it's Diego Ganzelli. Your next duelist, a previous German Nationals finalist in 2022. It's Schulze! Your next top 8 duelist. After a disappointment at YCS Bologna, he's back, another regular topper, Marco Parente! Up next, top of Swiss at YCS Bologna, back with a vengeance at Dortmund, it's Danilo Siracusa! Your next duelist, a two-time Open champion this season in France and the UK, it's Jordan Gallagher! Next, a regional topper, but a first YCS top, it's Dario Montale! And now we get into your feature match duelists. First YCS top for this duelist, your blue duelist in the feature match, Keanu Cockott! And last but certainly not least, top 4 at YCS Bologna, so this is back-to-back tops, and more impressively, top of Swiss for this tournament here in Dortmund with the oversized Another Stratios, it's Gabriel Hua! Well done. Okay, we're going to welcome Keanu back. Feel free to sit down. We'll have someone take that card for you and store it somewhere safely. So guys, just before you get ready with your decks, we are going to do a high roll to see which of you will be starting. So Gabriel, why don't you roll first? And that is a 6. And for Keanu, we'll have to go for this dice again. Roll it one more time. That is high. Are you going to go first? Keanu is going to go first. So with that, I'm going to hand you over to your wonderful casters, and they're going to chat for a bit about what we're going to see in this top cut. It's going to be very exciting. Stick around. Top 8 feature match is coming imminently. Guys, take it away.
Welcome back, everyone. Basti, you made it in time. Crazy. You were the one handing over this giant card, the oversized card. Congratulations. All of our top 8 duelists, phenomenal Yu-Gi-Oh! Players. You've seen so many of them already. Great successes before. We have such big names, so many talents. I'm so excited for top 8.
What a match that is going to be for top 8, right? Top 8, Gabriel Huard. Frenchman as you are,
yeah,
of course,
I must say that I'm very excited about this top 8, to be honest. And I must also say that this top 8 is so stacked. Like all the names, the big names that we see there, and in the middle of all those names, there is Gabriel Huard, who was already in the top 8 during the last YCS, in YCS Bologna. And I mean, this guy is very, very impressive. He's getting better and better every single tournament. And he will have to face a very strong opponent, but for now, I mean, it must feel very good for him.
I was just gonna say, Keanu, I think he now has many fans after this pose there. Calm down, job's not done. You are in top 8, great accomplishment, but the job is not done. Everyone here, they want to get the world points, of course, but they also want the title. You want to be the 300th YCS champion here in Dortmund.
And of course, it is a classic case of David against Goliath here, with, of course, we see Keanu being introduced as a first-time YCS topper. I mean, that pose with it is quite ambitious, I want to say, when Gabriel just sits down with a second top 8 finish in a row on back-to-back occasions, getting that oversized card there as well, just next to it. That will be a challenge, but, I mean, deck-wise, because I think we can already address a little bit what the decks are going to be over on top 8. I'm not going to mention the 2 decks of the players just yet, but I think we had around 15% representation at the start of day 1 for Draco Tail branded, and that number went up because we have plenty more than that. 15% pretty much turned that number around all of a sudden. We have more than half of the players in top 8 on Draco Tail branded. And I mean, if you followed the stream, you saw some of those faces already that you also saw on camera there, and they are really, really, really good with that deck.
There was a short time in this tournament where Draco Tail was nowhere to be found at the highest top tables.
Yeah, true.
But I think that was just in the beginning. After table 10, most of those Draco Tail players, they have been around somewhere in the tournament. They have all made it. Keep in mind, we have 15 rounds of Swiss. Those are so many. There's very few players who can ever finish a YCS Swiss like that XO. So even if you have an early round loss, you can still end up on top.
Yeah, and I mean, that was the talk about decks. We're going to give you the additional decks next to it as well, but we don't want to spoil maybe what's also going to happen in feature. But in terms of country representation, yes, we have Germany versus France here in the featured match, but from top 8 on onwards, Italy is the country that's really making a name for himself, as we have, I think, 4 Italians in top 8 being 50% represented, after actually in the overall representation even falling behind the UK. It looked like the Italians are suddenly declining, but now when it matters in top 8, they are there to deliver.
Absolutely, but for now it will be a fight between France and the opponent. The players are actually ready, so why not just jump into this top 8 right now?
There we are. The top cut is just starting. A quick last shuffle before possibly the most important duels of these duelists' lives. Gabriel versus Keanu. Who won the die roll? Who is going to start here? Is it going to be Branded Dracotail, or is it the last remaining Radiant Typhoon player? Mystical Space Typhoon. It has been a while since this card has been super relevant. Actually, the last time was in, I think, 2018 or 19 in the Sky Striker strategy to destroy your Area 0. While Sky Striker was also part of this tournament, that is not the play you want to go for. But a branded fusion start from Keanu, and Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring is answering that. And honestly, the hand of Keanu, the things that I saw, they don't look like he's going to play a whole lot here.
He's passing over! You gotta be kidding me! In maybe the most important duel of his life, his first Top Cut appearance, his first feature match, he passes to a single Ash Blossom and Joy Spring, and Gabriel starts off with the chant to start a whole lot of more things, but there is also an Ash Blossom answering that from Keanu's side.
But there is something else to activate with the Crozia, still in draw phase, I guess, being able to activate its effect and try to add 2 more cards from the deck to the hand. And yeah, I'm not surprised that you activate the Ash Blossom on the Branded Fusion, to be honest, because we've seen that countless times before during the rounds. The fact that you have access to the Branded engine brings so much more to your ceiling and to your end field. Here, not very good for Keanu, who had to pass after that, but for Gabriel, it looks very promising.
Ooh, and we're not done at all yet. Radiant Typhoon, Eldam. Keanu couldn't even set a card to his spell and trap zone, meaning they can be special summoned here, those Radiant Typhoon monsters, and that is what Gabriel is going to do with that Eldam straight onto the field. And I mean, the Dracotail deck, not necessarily known for cards like Nibiru and stuff like that, so maybe it's just go time here. Maybe just turn 2 is the final turn of this first game as Gabriel starts pushing into this.
I mean, yeah, you have the ability to play around this Nibiru anyway, and you have the ability to just build so much card advantage that your opponent will not have much room for expression.
Keanu wants a piece of the cake as well, though, as he's activating that Mulchamifulos before Gabriel could even access his extra deck. And now the decision will be, does Gabriel want to commit into this? I feel like he wants to.
I think you can actually just use the effect of Sven to search a mandate and then not give your opponent any kinds of draws. Then you don't have to go into the Varuron and just attack with 3 monsters. You have a Mystical Space Typhoon already in your hand, so that would actually set up quite the difficult turn for Keanu already, but we have decided to take the Radiant Typhoon Vision. Are we going to give over 1 draw? This could be a make or break scenario. 1 draw sometimes is enough for Dracotail. We've seen that in so many featured matches already.
I mean, you have the ability to just try to see what you draw, activating the Vision right now.
We're searching
Will
though.
you
Oh no,
search?
for a second it looked like we're about to search.
I think this is very clever to just draw some stuff here. You want to access your non-engine to try to be able to prevent your opponent from playing. You've seen that the Ash Blossom was enough to stop the turn, so now you want to just accumulate some cards and not let him draw any card.
By the way, how insane is a searchable in-engine Allure of Darkness, basically?
It's pretty good. That's maybe also sending the mandate to the graveyard. Oh, that's more attack points coming your way though, as we are activating the effect of Phonix here. And Phonix is healthy. It's 3,000 attack points and it's game 1 for Gabriel Huard. He has been in top 4 already in Bologna and he wants to at least repeat that performance once again.
And yeah, the single Ash Blossom stopping the turn of the Dracotail player. I mean, this is unusual because usually you still have something. You still have the Rahu, the Lucias, for example, to try to play. This time it wasn't the case. And we saw the Radiant Typhoon just, I mean, without any draw and the game. I mean, this fight between Radiant Typhoon and Dracotail, I was excited about it because, you know, a lot of players, they argue about the fact, is Radiant Typhoon able to break the Dracotail field? And I've got some very good players in the room today who told me that they were 0-18 against the deck going second. Okay. So they decided to change and they played Radiant Typhoon for so long and decided to go into the Dracotail because they saw that it was almost unwinnable going second. Of course, if you break or have a very weak hand, it helps. But it's going to be very interesting during the game too, because of course Dracotail is going to go first to see if you can actually break the field with the Radiant Typhoon cards.
I mean, Radiant Typhoon has another tool that is incredibly strong against basically any deck going second. That is the Sheena. That is going to special summon itself and then while doing that, bouncing all of the other cards on the field. So that card is phenomenal at breaking fields. However, is it enough to beat Dracotail? Because Dracotail, even if you take away every single card from their field, if the first turn was good enough, there is a lot of follow-up and even still interactions with a possible 5 mana.
Yeah, I mean, Radiant Typhoon got a new card that is very powerful, the Link to the Varu Rune, but still, I always thought the most powerful Radiant Typhoon card in my mind doesn't have the Radiant Typhoon name because Sheena is a crazy card. That card probably has won so many matches throughout this weekend and probably also for Gabriel has, of course, he is including that card as well. So, last remaining Radiant Typhoon player in the tournament. Top of Swiss, though. That deck really was the talk of the town, the talk of the world, really. Everybody was expecting this deck to come into the meta game, striking, hunting for titles. Will it be a title this weekend here right away? Will it be Gabriel Huard bringing it all the way? We shall find out. Players are ready. So let's get back into the dueling action. Game 2 starts now.
Game 2 for Keanu, trying to show us what his deck is capable of. Surely he will have more cards to play and will be able to play around some interactions. I mean, we hope so for him, because a single Ash stopping the turn is not what you expect.
That is pretty rough. Lucias, do we just Ash this again and hope and pray that this works? No, that Lucias already going to grab us, most likely a 5 mana. Seemingly a better start than in the first game right away. By the way, a little emphasis on the list that Keanu has brought to the tournament. His list is a little different to a lot of the other Dracotail lists, as for example, he's maxing out on the incredible Ecclesia. He's playing 3 copies of that. So a sign of major consistency, which was left to be seen on that first game, but hopefully could help here. But there's the Dimension Shifter from Gabriel Huard. He loved that card with his Malice deck in the last YCS, but now he's onto it with the Radiant Typhoon deck, and he does not even stop there.
And this is very interesting to play the Dimension Shifter indeed. We were talking about the fact that maybe the Radiant Typhoon deck has some difficult matchup going second into the branded Dracotail. At least that's what I have been told by some very good players, but if you play the Dimension Shifter, this is so hard for you. You have to chain the 5 mana, which is the case right now.
Well, but the question remains, why did he not use that in draw or in standby phase? Because in this situation, Keanu was easily able to chain the Dracotail 5 mana to this and now is able to summon out the Arthalion, and you might not even be able to resolve the Rahu if you take out all of the monsters from your hand. So there is nothing getting banished here. You have a decent setup and you're going to activate to
there you go. You're right.
Effects.
I think he confirmed to the judge. Well, I cannot resolve that Rahu anymore. Therefore, only 1 draw for Gabriel. I think an easy answer to this is Gabriel needing good cards, in need of just engine cards, and then you want to kind of provoke 2 draws out of your opponent, but not happening here.
But if you're in the situation where you need cards to actually play the game with, Actually, well, then you probably have a Mystical Space Typhoon, right? And then you're giving your opponent a free Draco Tail Flame, which we apparently don't even need on the side of Keanu, which might indicate something.
And there is something else. I mean, Keanu will have 2 set cards, which will prevent Gabriel from special summoning the monster from the hand. And since we are under the Dimension Shifter, it's not gonna be there's not gonna be a Mystical Space Typhoon in the graveyard, so that might be difficult. And on top of that, all your spell cards will get banished, which is heartbreaking for the Radiant Typhoon strategy.
Definitely.
So this is a high price, a huge price for him, because it stopped a little bit of Keanu's turn, but will it be enough?
Gabriel, really also one of those upcoming players in France, right? He was at the World Championship points playoff already in the last season, did not make his way to Paris there through the playoff, but now with back-to-back YCS top 8 appearances, I wouldn't be surprised if he gets back into those top 16 spots, so maybe we're going to see him in the playoff once more. Maybe an aspiring World Championship player.
I think we just declared the battle phase, trying to threaten, for example, an evenly match. I think so, and this is why we just activate Horn on the side of Keanu.
Yep, you are going to banish the Horn, but you're going to be banishing it face up, so that if evenly match gets activated, you can still activate the Sting and get the Horn back into your deck, so you at least have some sort of trap follow-up. If it even happens, maybe Gabriel is just getting out some of those interactions.
And on top of that, we can also activate the Sting right away, banishing something like the Shifter, for example. We'll get another draw, and at least, as you just mentioned, it will be banished fast up.
That's good, and I'm wondering whether that really was because of the battle phase announcement, or maybe we're heading into the end phase even. I mean, to be fair, you can just end the main phase always, so you don't know whether your opponent wants to go into the end phase or battle phase.
But I'm concerned.
Gabriel sets 1 card.
Because as you just said, maybe he was lacking some engine and wanted to get the full of some engine.
I think he was bluffing, not using the evenly match here, just staring down his opponent going battle phase and then seeing that nothing happens here.
This is the problem of Radiant Typhoon, to be honest. A lot of players have just experienced the fact that you don't draw any engine and you're kinda stuck with some non-engine. It is the case here for Gabriel. Let's see if this non-engine is enough to stop the Draco Tail in his tracks, but no Shifter anymore during this turn, so it's gonna be way harder.
We're done with that for the duel, as Shifter is of course limited, and also there is a card in Gabriel's graveyard now, and that Lukias finally gets to search an Urgula, and Urgula has plenty of options to go after here when it gets to the graveyard as a fusion material with 3 set cards on Gabriel's side.
Fusion, such a great card, letting you get access to your branded engine, and this time there is no Ash Blossom on the side of Gabriel, so it's getting harder and harder.
Keanu actually now contemplating to maybe even throw in another Urgula to go for the Alba Lenatus fusion summon, something that we did not see a lot of previously, but in this tournament it is a very, very valid choice for those branded Draco Tail duelists. Yeah, sends the Urgula.
Yes, Urgula.
I think this is pretty clever, because you want to try to remove the unknown cards, and as long as you have the Urgula in the graveyard, you can just keep extending your plays anyway.
Oh, Gabriel thinking now, is that where we answer it? It is with a call, by the grave.
That's a very solid answer. That's one of the only answers you can have to this effect, because it is non-targeting spell, trap zone removal, and it's also one of the best targets. The thing is, if we have a Draco Tail Flame, we can chain it to this called by the grave, not only to negate it, but you could also use it to shuffle back the Urgula and still get the effect through.
And we force so many things with that, because we will get 2 spell and trap cards out of this chain, which is pretty good, to be honest. Because Gabriel, with only 1 set card remaining, it might be hard.
It's going to be very tough. What can we destroy here? Okay, well done from Keanu. First of all, setting a card, and then the destruction part will come in if he remembers.
Did you see the set card? Did you see the set card? It was such a good card.
Keanu is going to look forward to doing lights out for Gabriel here in game 2. Going to put up a lot of follow-up, even if Gabriel has some cards that stop Keanu from ending the game with life points this turn. It's going to be a lot of... Super Polymerization is a big hit there.
Huge
but there's another card set. Maybe it's double Super Polymerization.
Could be. Would have not done much against the field that Keanu put up there, really. So the pass from Gabriel would be a lot more explained. Now Urgula trying to add back the 5 mana. No response still from Gabriel. And Super Polymerization, even if it is set there, cannot be activated on this, as Alba Lenatus cannot be used as fusion material, of course.
Things I can imagine that there is going to be more fusion monsters, because does Keanu really want to poke for a little bit of damage and then pass again? Can't believe that is going to be the case.
I think that you just go for game here.
Yeah.
I mean, you try to at least.
I mean, there's plenty of cards that you can still use in that deck, even if you get Super Polymerization on. It's going to summon a Secretarian Dragon. Fantastic card in the matchup, of course. It's the most anti-Dracotail card, basically. But there's ways to play around that.
For sure. Also, for the viewers at home wondering, our time rules basically have changed with the starting of top 8, and therefore no more clock on the screen, as all of those duels, all of those top 8, top 4 and final matches now are going to be on no time out. So all the time they need. Of course, they are still supposed to play in a reasonable pace, and they will be reminded for that by the judges too, but there will be no timeout or anything like that.
Activating the Rehu Dracotail and special summoning the Gulamel. So we are going to go after this last set card. What is this set card? I think Gabriel just packing his stuff and going into the game 3. No engine, so that was pretty tough for him. We had the Dimension Shifter, and I think that I want to just talk about that, because Dimension Shifter, not a lot of Radiant Typhoon players have been playing that. You can play something like the Dimension Fisher, which is very, very good because it lets you get your spell cards in the graveyard. But Dimension Shifter, that might be the way to stop the Dracotail strategy going first, because as we just mentioned before, when it goes first uninterrupted, it is so hard to break. And we know that the Radiant Typhoon strategy, you do not play a lot of hand interactions in there. So it was pretty lucky from Gabriel to draw the single Ash Blossom, and even more lucky to just stop the opponent with this single Ash Blossom.
Yeah, but then also the Dimension Shifter in game 2, if it was used in the draw phase or Stamper phase, it would have stopped the turn from Keanu. But you were absolutely right. He had no engine in hand. He really needed a Chain 5 mana draw from the Fualos there. It was really tough. He had to gamble in this situation a little bit, but then again, all of those cards, I mean, they didn't really stop him. He just bluffed and evenly forced out all of the interaction that he gave for free.
I mean, that's all you can do, basically, when you're in this situation. But that's one of the problems of the Radiant Typhoon strategy. This is the consistency. So
consistency, yes. But one thing that really is separating a lot of the Radiant Typhoon players from Gabriel in this very tournament is the inclusion of just a very small package into his deck, possibly going to be seen here in this third game, as he, for going first, really has decent ways to up the ceiling of his end field even higher. I think negating a couple of times with Mystical Space Typhoon, already quite cool, but backing it up maybe with a very powerful Exceed monster, we shall see whether that's going to be the case.
I have an idea where this is going, and it's a really powerful package. We've seen this in multiple decks this weekend. Good for a comeback, has dominated the meta. Many of you might already know what we're talking about, but we're going to keep it concealed.
Write in chat if you know already.
Until it actually happens, but I think our duelists are getting ready for the third duel. Shuffle up your deck. You don't want to break in this last round. So close to the semi-finals, the top 4 of the 300th YCS here in Dortmund.
Who will it be? Only one more game to be played between the two of them. Germany versus France. I think also one important thing to note, Gabriel is the last French player remaining in this competition. So next to you, the only Frenchman really remaining in the tournament. So of course, after winning in Bologna with Pierre Brigal, you kind of want to do it again, of course. And it's in the hands of Gabriel Huart now. Can he do it? He will start off this third game if there are no big surprises. So let's get into the action. Game 3 starts now.
Finally, Gabriel's time to start the match. Going second against Branded Dracotail is hard enough, but he can just confidently decide to go first. Now Keanu is going to have a good hand, to play through a good Radiant Typhoon field. But does Gabriel have engine? He struggled in the last game of playing, but that is looking good. That is an Eldom as a start.
Immediately answered though by one of these side deck choices that Keanu has brought, Effect Veiler. And it feels like an ultimate rare Effect Veiler negates twice, right? But it will definitely negate this Eldam here.
So yeah, you want to go after the first card that is being activated by Gabriel because we know that this deck has some consistency problems, so you don't want them to access more spell cards or monsters.
That's another Eldam here. Okay,
What
that's 2 level 3 monsters. Okay, can we now tell the world what this other part of his deck is?
Yeah.
Yes, we can. Melody, the Brass Djinn. Looks not very impressive when you read the effect. There is a very impressive feeling about him. He is a light fiend. He does transition to the Fiend's Web Engine, but not today, as Keanu follows his Veiler up with the Ash Blossom and Joy Spring as well on the Fiends of Requiem. 1 set card from Gabriel, 2 set cards and the pass! Keanu all of a sudden is maybe the one being able to advance here.
But does he have enough cards to play the game? He has 2 hand traps, that's all well and nice, but you need some pushes.
You gotta be kidding me! What is going on here?
This is past gaming. Both of these duelists really can't play the game at this point right now, but also Keanu has no spell and trap cards, so that means that Gabriel can just pass this on the monsters.
No.
Who is going to find the play first?
Is it
that does
Wizard?
not look like it is.
Is it Time Wizard?
We're passing back. What is going on here? This is 2026 and these guys are not able to activate any cards. But there is a vision.
The vision! And the Ash Blossom in response.
Gabriel has a vision, but Keanu does not want any of it. Ash Blossom and Joy Spring. But is there an answer from Gabriel?
Does he
have a
can reset it? Yes! We can reset the vision. That's huge, actually. Using the Mystical Space Typhoon on the vision, using the Graveyard effect to get it back there, will not help this turn, but possibly on the next turn then. But Keanu once more. Can he find a good top deck here? Just 1 5-mana, 1 Branded Fusion, something like that could have turned it all around.
That looks like a top deck. There has to be no answer for
I think during the end phase we are going to activate the vision again, and this time there is no Ash Blossom, trying to find a good top deck, trying to find some more engine so that he's able to play. We are discarding the Sven.
But I think this might as well be still the draw phase to find something like a hand trap, maybe an Ash Blossom to answer the Lucias. Lucias normal summon here. There's a stop.
It resolves.
Can Keanu play? Does he maybe have something like a Called by the Grave set? So to stop this 5 mana, if this 5 mana resolves, that's huge for Keanu. Then he can snowball. 5 mana is being activated. Gabriel just nods. Can Keanu just resolve here? Yes, he can.
And I mean, Keanu couldn't play the last couple of turns, indicating that there could be something like an Urgula. And Urgula against set cards is the monster card you want to have. Is there something to immediately... Oh, he's considering his options. He is so careful, but it feels like he is now starting it.
3 monsters.
There is an Urgula in there.
And the Purulia from hand is also huge because you have Ash Blossom and the Effect Veiler in your graveyard. So you actually have such good targets here. Urgula, of course, incredibly strong.
Yeah,
target the Ash Blossom, target the Effect Veiler, and maybe the 5 mana or the Lucias. I don't think you're going to target the Purulia, if I'm being completely honest there. Oh, you only have 2 cards. And you can't use Urgula to add back the 5 mana.
Resolving, so Urgula is going to destroy one of those cards.
What
is it going to be? Okay. Yeah.
So first
thing first, exactly. Rahu Draco Tail will be set. And also next to it, the Urgula is going to set the K2 Draco Tail.
Now we are going to destroy 1 card.
Are we going? Yes, we are. Remembers the Urgula. Both of these cards are being set. Massive advantage for Keanu. Is this a point where he starts the sprint, where he's running away from his opponent? Super polarization hit is huge again, but is there maybe another one? Mystical Space Typhoon on the Rahu. So Gabriel is really grasping for straws, but this Mystical Space Typhoon might have ended the turn, actually.
But yeah, it feels almost impossible to play around the Veiler plus the Ash Blossom anyway if you draw another card. So Keanu in a very good spot right now with the Branded Draco Tail strategy.
I mean, I think Gabriel opened double Mystical Space Typhoon, right? Of course, that card can negate if you find access to your trap card, but on its own, it's still only as powerful as it was back in the day.
How is this a brick that you play thrice? That is crazy right there, but K2 is now, of course, also being activated. And even though you can't possibly push on anymore because your Rahu was destroyed, you don't have access to another one, you can just add good cards that you can fuse off with 5 mana. Mululu is at 1, K2 is at 1, but you have such such easy access to those power cards. And next turn, we have a Famena that fuses away a Mululu and a potential other great card. With so many hand traps backed up, Keanu does not have the full field of Branded Draco Tail, but this is Arthalion control.
Gabriel with only 3 cards in hand, will he be able to just go through the entire field of Keanu? I mean, it is in the hand, of course, but still very threatening. We know that there is an Effect Veiler, we know that there is an Ash Blossom, we know that there is a Famena and a Mululu as well. It feels like it's almost impossible, but first of all, we have to draw a play, which is the case with the Sven, which is special summon. But there is the Ghost Mourner, so it will not resolve. Gabriel, can he do anything?
Oh, that is the Shin. But how good is it really? It is going to bounce in Arthalion. All right, congratulations.
Yeah, but it will resolve then. The Sven will resolve, so we will be able to just get another spell card.
True.
That is a good response.
We have added the Effect Veiler. So you can chain Effect Veiler.
I think it's going to be the case. It's going to be the case. It resolves.
We're not. Okay.
Right, okay.
So the Sheena will get special summon. We are going to get another spell card. Which one do you choose? You can go into the Vision to try to draw 2 wonderful cards, or you can go into the Chant, for example, to try to get another level 4 or less. Which one will it be for Gabriel? He is thinking very carefully. Just try to imagine the amount of pressure on his shoulders right now, being 1-1 against Keanu, trying to go into the top 4 and to just advance in the semi-final.
Don't forget, any of those cards could be ashed. I think this is why we're taking the Ascension. Ash Blossom was added to the hand previously on the last turn with Arthalion. So adding a Vision or the Chant here would basically just trade with an Ash Blossom.
So the only choice is the Elation, which is getting activated right now. Do we have something on the side of Keanu?
Radiant Typhoon Ascendance will be answered
activated
with the Famena here. But do we have to fuse away maybe one of our interactions now from the hand? Because
I don't think
there's
we
not
do.
that many cards in hand anymore. Okay, there is Mululu and Urgila.
It makes sense. It makes sense because we are going to special summon the Eldam from the graveyard, and on resolution, it's going to be channeling 1 Eldam and channeling 2 Mululu, so it's it's not going to resolve. And what can you do after that?
That's true. Since Sheena is not a Radiant Typhoon monster, you can't go into the Varuron.
Exactly.
That might be huge. Although Urgila is not finding a spell and trap card to destroy, I think Mululu is going to be very happy to just negate something here. Keanu can, of course, also activate Arthalion, take 2 cards back to the hand from the graveyard. Lucius for follow-up is being targeted first. And then you also get to set a Rahu. You can't set another K2, you haven't recycled it, but you can start setting up trap cards like the Draco Tail Flame, which against this deck is also offensive pressure on your turn.
And I mean, in this particular situation, Gabriel just never even activates the Eldam, right? Because they know it will always be chain linked through Mululu. So if we have another way later on in the turn to get another Eldam out, or maybe the very same Eldam out back from the graveyard, then we can capitalize on its effect. So just activating it here does not make much of a difference.
We add back Lucius and Famena. Phenomenal pushes for the next turn, even if Gabriel gets to set up a field that could be quite decent. It is still going to be extra tough because this is huge follow-up. Lucius and Famena in hand is so strong already on its own. And then maybe, as Keanu will get another draw, maybe even 2 with a trap that he's setting up. Maybe there's also a branded engine at some point.
This is actually so scary. We've talked about that, the ability of the Branded Draco Tail strategy to just build so much follow-up. You have to break the field, but also try to do some card advantage and set up some interactions. And on the side of Gabriel, it looks like you don't have much in your hand because you weren't able to play during the last turn, during the previous turns. So I seriously doubt the fact that he has a whole lot in his hand.
Doesn't feel like it, but we are going to find out. Checking his extra deck. One thing important to note is that we are only able to summon wind monsters, of course, for the remainder of the turn, as we have summoned that Sheena this turn.
So I think we have also... Have we activated Corsair? No. No, I think we haven't.
No.
Oh wait, no, actually, we only need a wind monster on the field for Sheena, right?
Yeah,
but it doesn't...
The card that locks you
we
into
are
wind
using
effects is
Corsair. Yeah, totally.
We are normal summoning Corsair.
No,
we are going to go into Win, which is actually good because you have the ability to special summon.
No, it's Moon, right?
It's Furia, no?
Fuvalos, and
no,
also the Mourner.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is there a Fuvalos? No, it was
It's
Purulia.
Yeah. But the Monarch works here just as well as an extender when the Wind Charmer Verdant, a card that we haven't, I was going to say haven't seen in a long time, but on stream.
Barely ever, really, yeah. I am with you, but here maybe it is a way to just push all of our monsters enough.
So I think you just enter battle phase, you just crash the Wind, and the Wind will be able to add a card from the deck to the hand. We have the ability to add another Sheena if we want to, because as Mourner is a Wind monster, we'll be able to activate it during the opponent's turn, but it will be, I think, too little too late, to be honest.
Actually, you have a level 3 monster in the Mourner now. You have not activated Crusea this turn. Can you just...
You can just add the Eldam.
Eldam, exactly. Special summon that.
But we already went through the Tempo, right? Because the Requiem was ashed in the very beginning. Or the Mellow Melody, not the Tempo. They're both Jins, but the Light Fiend level 3, rank 3 is Mellow Melody.
Gabriel checking his extra deck, trying to find what the next step is, what is the winning play, if there is even a winning play, because, I don't know, it feels like it is almost unwinnable from that point.
There is so much follow-up in the hand of Keanu, on the field of Keanu as well. Sting is such a nice push, gives you a draw. Rahu, of course, is the branded fusion of the Draco Tail deck, if you will.
Maybe Gabriel has found an answer. He's really trying to figure out what the solution could be. That feels like maybe a Link summon, trying to hand over that.
Tribute summon Crusea.
Oh, Tribute.
Engraver.
Tribute summon Engraver. But I mean, now we have to link off the Engraver. With the Engraver, we can then put that Requiem back in the extra deck. But the Fiend's Revenge is so small. Oh wait, the Requiem is still in the graveyard. So this...
You go through Necroquip Princess.
But
if you want, I was going to say you could make a sequence if you're running that package, but I doubt it.
Does the Necroquip Princess does much?
I mean, the Necroquip Princess gets us to Caesar, because then the Engraver
is in the graveyard. You can special summon the Engraver, yeah.
And then we can go for Caesar, but Caesar is not even enough to get over the Aphelion. Next turn, then it can just attack over, really.
That is the biggest issue. If you want to go for Caesar, you have to leave the Aphelion on the field, and that one just attacks over it. Also, I mean, Sting can't be activated this turn, so that's another whole problem. If you're running a big package with a sequence, you could actually go for some more plays here, but I do not think that Gabriel is in the position to do so.
We'll find out. I think this is the Necroquip Princess that we are going to special summon right here, sending the Engraver and the Requiem, indeed. And we are using both of them.
This SP
it must be the SP Little Knight.
Feels like SP. Gabriel linking off that Necroquip Princess is an extra deck monster. Goes for the SP Little Knight, second link 2 that he went for after the win.
And Keanu is just happily banishing the Rahu because he has Lukias and 5 mana in hand. That is more than enough follow-up. The Rahu was just the icing on the cake, and actually he's just gonna get back another one, but now another push. Engraver is being activated from the graveyard. Do you have something to link up into?
I mean, Gabriel trying desperately to stay in the game and trying to remove the key pieces of Keanu's field for the next turn, but there are so many things that you can do. You just mentioned it, the Lukias, which is of course very good.
It's a pass, Bo. It's a pass.
Yeah.
Keanu only an SP, and that is all we have to worry about. Maybe something else on the hand, but it feels rather possible here with all those Draco Tail cards still available.
Keanu picks up another card. This might be another push. This might be another card of value. You still have Urgula in the graveyard, so there is technically another card that he can add to his hand later on if he does not forget about Urgula. But right now, not even a spell or trap card set in sight. There is basically nothing that is stopping you from pushing through this except for the SP Little Knight effect. And I think, you could basically skip your turn, your battle phase, by just running over SP and play in peace. But at this point, do you want to give a player like Gabriel another turn here? I think you're trying to push through the Little Knight, for sure.
He's in a pretty difficult situation anyway, and I think there is no losing play, to be honest. I think there are only winning plays on the side of Keanu. Yes, there is like a wall with the SP and the Engraver, but this is a very small wall between Keanu and the victory in this top 8.
He just tries to take some damage off the field, but the Fallen, the virtuous top deck, wins the game! Keanu picks it up, destroys SP Little Knight, and advances to the top 4 of YCS Dortmund.
Wow, first YCS top cut, first featured match, defeating Gabriel Huard, who has been on a run lately in the European scene. What an entrance for Keanu here. That is massively strong. And I think we actually have even more content to share, to show to you at home, because obviously the Proto YCS for Genesis is still ongoing as well. So while we are going to still have some analysis later on for our match that we just had here in top 8, let's check out what's going on in Genesis. Oh, we're equally so in top 8 here, and a very familiar face comes in here. Johannes Bauer was at the World Championship in 2025, has won our Genesis Invitational in Bologna with Luna Light, and now apparently is a big fan of Vanquish Soul, and still a big fan of Genesis.
And as there are no Radiant Typhoon players left in the current format event, there are still some in the Genesis top 8, thanks to Timo playing this strategy right now. He's down 0-1 against Johannes, but he will try to get the victory over here. At least he has some engine to try to play the game.
Definitely. And going first here in the second game after Johannes being able to win this first game. Johannes just smiling there. You always see Johannes smiling. He just enjoys himself while playing Yu-Gi-Oh! And at what a level this man is playing.
Johannes is absolutely crazy in love with the game. I remember the first time we saw him at tournaments. I think it was the German Nationals. He was so shy. He was so nervous at this. That's a different Jin.
Yeah, look at that. I was also surprised. I was expecting maybe the same Jin that we have just seen with Gabriel, the Mellow Melody.
But this is Muzo Rhythm, the string Jin.
He's cool.
It was very cool, yeah.
Oh, look at that. And we're going to bring out Chimera here. What kind of cookie combos are we cooking here?
Now that is very much cooked. I don't know if you've read the effect of Muzo Rhythm, but I don't know what it's doing, really, for the deck. But we're gonna figure... Oh, it's gone.
Yeah, we have immediately
I think it's
fused
just
it off
getting
for the Chimera, yeah. And then here comes also the Megala from the hand, followed up by the Radiant Typhoon Manifestation. Gets MST.
We are cooking here on the side of Timo, and Johannes is just observing, chilling, playing the Vanquish Soul deck that, keep in mind, is not a K9 variant of the deck. That is a very important feature of the Vanquish Soul in Genesis, because they cost a lot of points, and you basically want to in-engine point yourself up to 100, so that there is not a lot of space for K9 cards. But you can play almost the full engine, I believe. So you're actually having a really consistent, basically last year's Euros Vanquish Soul deck that you can run.
And we've also seen some players play the Red Genesis cards. We've seen that before, earlier today in the tournament. They are pretty good, considering the fact that you can get access to some 2,500 attack or defense points very easily on the field. So let's see if Johannes plays those cards or not. But for now, it is Timo's turns. And I've seen something very interesting in his deck, because we've seen some Lava Golems going first.
Actually, is this Chimera doing something else other than annoying Johannes and ripping a card from his hand?
I mean, that is
This is cool already, right? Especially considering the fact that the Vanquish Soul strategy wants to have a lot of cards in the hand to get some more attributes. It is.
And I mean, please don't forget about the graveyard effect that Chimera also has on the opponent's turn. Like in their turn then, you can just bench it from the graveyard to target a Beast Fiend or Illusion Monster in your graveyard and special summon it back out. I know in Chimera, oftentimes that has been used to bring out Diabells, but I'm not sure whether Timo also has that card in his deck.
This time we saw out the Jin again with null materials.
True.
And then it's gonna look really cool.
For sure. I mean, that guitar, the way he's holding it, I'm all for it.
All the strings being played at the same time, love it. All right, but this is already a rather impressive field. I was thinking, when are we gonna link off the Mega?
Doesn't work.
And the Cresea, but I don't think we're linking them off ever.
Oh, set 5, Johannes, how you want to break that? Oh, rank 6 still available to us.
Okay, what are we doing? What are we actually doing?
That is one that you do not see every day. And also Johannes, even though knowing almost every single card in the game, has one to read up here as well. And I mean, it got to be a wind monster, right? Because we did go through Cresea here this turn.
I would really like to give you guys a highlight of the card right now, but I'm lacking a name here. So if anyone manages to read this, help me. Looks like a something. Oh, we're gonna figure it out soon. Okay, in the end phase, Regenesis Warrior is being discarded, but I think that would be really funny if this card just added itself back to hand, but I think it needs to leave from the field, so that
I am actually not sure. I think you can add it from the hand, even if it is sent to the graveyard on the opponent's turn from another place.
So this actually is Dragonlark Pyron.
Oh wow!
And Dragonlark Pyron cannot be destroyed by Battlelork artifacts, while the other monster other than Pyron is face up on the field that was special summoned from the graveyard. And also during the standby phase, you can attach one material from the Pyron to target a level 5 or lower monster in your graveyard and summon it back. What could we possibly try to bring back with that?
I think actually we are, by the way, still in the end phase, and Johannes already made a move. No, wait, this is the draw phase. He did not take back the warrior, because actually the effect is if the card was sent there at this turn in the end phase. So I think it could have.
Oh, what a great
Guardian
card! Let's slice it up. Guardian Slicer, a card that, when it was released, saw a little bit of play in the current TCG in the advanced format, but now you more so see it in Genesis, and it also is a valid going second option in the deck of Johannes.
This is actually very good, because the Vanquishal strategy, it doesn't revolve around the extra deck at all. Yes, you have some very good cards, but you can get rid of them if it is to play a card like that. Going second, so strong card, but it can, it can be answered by Teemo.
You don't even have a Rock of the Vanquisher on the extra deck. You really do not care about those cards. It's going to be really tough to find something that you would prefer there over just cards on your opponent's side of the field. Also still questioning about the Dragonlark Pyron on the field. Maybe this is some setup so you can always basically have a monster on the field that is a win.
Maybe. That could be the solution. But
so you have Sheen already?
Johannes now going with the Slicer. Still considering which cards even to banish from his extra deck, and he has found an answer to that now. And he, I think, went after the Varurune and also the Megala, right? I think those cards he pointed at. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, get rid of them. The Megala, of course, which wants to special summon the Phoenix.
Oh, but Teemo immediately after says, I have that Chimera in the graveyard there for a reason. I want to summon back.
Oh, that's the Eldon. That is just going to be extra follow-up.
Absolutely. I mean, you can even look for something like a Phoenix in hand, which you will be able to special summon.
Probably bad, yeah.
That will be an extra way to disrupt the opponent.
Yep, exactly as you are suspecting. Makes sense, right? So you are creating another interruption through the Chimera, so that is finally the explanation for it. But here comes Radiant Typhoon Vision, maybe trying to draw into additional non-engine, and the Mystical Space Typhoon right after.
Yeah,
okay.
You want to get some follow-up, and you want to trigger the Phoenix so that he is able to be special summoned on the field right away. And on top of that, you can get some very cool answers in your hand, considering the fact that you can still play some hand interactions.
And discards. I mean, Johannes actually helped Teemo there because he got those Radiant Typhoon monsters back into the hand of Teemo, so he can now just easily discard them for the effect of Vision. Ooh, we bring the Varurune out.
I quickly thought we forgot the Vision, but that is not the case, of course. Teemo knows what he is doing. After all, being 9-2 in the Genesis Proto YCS, but his opponent...
And this is pretty much the same game state as before, because we have access to the Varurune, and we even have access to the Phoenix, which was the point of the Megala being on the field. But one thing is that it doesn't start a chain, so you can still special summon the Red Genesis cards.
That is really, really strong. So maybe those cards can help Johannes push through the field. The one other thing I really like about the Regenesis Vanquish Soul combination is that they have so many different relevant attributes for the Vanquish Soul, so that if you have an Archfiend, you have access to it, you can basically search whatever you want to have the fitting attributes for your other cards. If you need a Fire or a Dark for your Holy Sue, you can find something.
Johannes looking for the graveyard. I mean, oh, another Mystical Space Typhoon now on the Archfiend summon. And there is a Mandate, of course, as well. That card was not even searched. He just had it hard drawn in his hand, I believe.
Indeed, so we are going to try to prevent Johannes from having access to the powerful Regenesis Sage.
And here comes the Phoenix, big brother of the Fire King Phoenix, of course, coming onto the field here. And Johannes reads up on the vision here.
I mean, this is basically part of greed.
Yeah. And I mean, you have even more card draw with the Radiant Typhoon Mandate on the field. This deck is incredible when it comes to value. But now Holisu, another card that is incredible.
Shows you Shifter.
Warrior Shifter must have been the 6th card. You would have activated it, of course, in the beginning of the opponent's turn. Ruron is now going to negate the Holisu. And I wonder at which point Johannes is going to pack up the cards. It is now, because Timo has just absolutely outvalued him. That is a field that he could not break. While you have a lot of agenda in those matches in the Genesis format going second, that was a little bit too much.
It was indeed, but now going first, I like about Genesis that people are forced to go different routes, because Regenesis, Vanquish Soul. If you think about it, the combination makes sense because the Vanquish Soul cards offer you stat lines which are working with the Regenesis cards. But in the TCG, there were always better combinations in the current format, like the K9 cards, which is so natural to combine with, and also just the non-engine is of course, you're more free to pick the options you want to go for. But in Genesis, you kind of are forced to think a little more about what else there could be, and then we went down the rabbit hole and found those Regenesis cards being kind of good as well.
It really promotes the creativity of the players, and that is a domain where you are very good, Leo. So you could be a very good player in these Genesis tournaments.
You could be.
I think so.
I mean, I played one and I won it with my Memento strategy. I don't think it's that valid anymore.
See what I mean?
Because you have some Goblin Biker cards that cost a little bit more now, so that was a really, really tough one to build now. But Genesis is a lot of fun. I have like 7 decks at home. And I really enjoy playing Dragon Rulers.
Ooh, that's a good one as well. Yeah, I like it.
What are you playing in Genesis?
I mean, I'm always having my Apophis deck ready to work, but that has been the case since the beginning, and it is still playable and all right. But I really was trying to also try out Q tunes lately, because I mean, we saw it throughout the coverage of this weekend of the Proto YCS for Genesis that deck is really good. But my newest idea was Ice Barrier, actually. I really want to play Ice Barrier in some kind of a pure version. Leo, what is this look, huh? What are you trying to tell me here? You don't think I can build a good Ice Barrier deck, really?
I really like Ice Barrier.
There you go.
I think it's an incredibly cool deck, but I've heard you say that so many times about so many different decks, and
they all have been glorious and perfectly successful. Thank you for explaining that to the audience.
Remember your Ninja arc?
Oh, it was great.
Yeah.
Thank you. But no, it is all about, of course, Johannes and his opponents here, Timo. And Johannes, I mean, that could be a legacy already in Genesis format, winning back-to-back major events here in Europe after the big invitational in Bologna, now possibly going back and winning the first Proto YCS here as well at the Jubilee YCS in Dortmund. I mean, this man apparently can barely be stopped in Genesis. I gotta say, though, his record was X3 after Swiss.
Yeah.
So he certainly was someone that just squeezed into top 8 there, probably around 7th or 8th place there. Luckily enough to be in, but it was enough. And as long as you make top cut, you may as well win the whole thing.
Absolutely, by the skin of his teeth, Johannes trying to enter the top 4. But first thing first, he's gonna have to win this 3rd game of this round, this top 8. He's gonna go first, so it's gonna be a lot easier for him, but I've seen some very spicy stuff in the deck of his opponent. We've seen some Lava Golems, and I've also seen some Sphere Mode, which is such a great card, especially considering the fact that you want to special summon a lot of monsters thanks to the Regenesis addition in this deck.
I can see that happening. That is, but then you will also need to like hurry up a little bit, because the Vanquish Soul deck, it builds up so much value, especially with Regenesis cards. If you remove them on the first turn, you know what? They're gonna be back. So our duelists are ready. So let's go over to the table for game 3.
We see them drawing their opening hands. Who will it be? Who's advancing to top 4? Who gets one step closer to adding another beautiful giant card to their collection? Will it be Johannes or will it be Timo?
Johannes, always a favorite, has a funny card in hand that we have seen so many times on stream already, but doesn't have too many crazy attributes in his hand. Now is going to start off with a Regenesis core. Oh,
goes unanswered. Okay, we're allowed to do that.
So you get access to your Regenesis cards, and you get access to an Omnigate thanks to the Regenesis Sage, which is a pretty good thing. You can then protect your entire loop afterwards. So good start here from Johannes being unanswered.
Wow, but the Dimension Shifter that we're seeing in hand, it is not really going to resolve anymore since you have Code in the graveyard now. But we have a Fire Monster in hand. That was necessary for him to play the game, so you can activate Stake Your Soul. See, this is what I mean. If you have the Regenesis Archfiend, you can basically decide which attributes you want to have in your hand. And now Stake Your Soul just makes it so much easier to play. You special summon out the Vanquish Soul Razan. Of course, usually you would say, hey, Razan, great, you make a Vanquish Soul, a Rock of the Vanquisher, add it back to your hand, special summon out in the next turn. That won't be possible. You can't have this crazy hand attribute management like in the TCG in Constructed, but still, this is looking good. Razan effect. What are you gonna add? Holly Sue, of course.
That will do. But still, I mean, where is this going to go?
We're
that is
tribute
summoning. Dimension Shifter was the Dark Monster we still needed, therefore we did not activate it. Need to reveal it for Holly Sue to access further Vanquish Soul monsters from the deck. And sure enough, Dr. Madlove wants to have a meeting with you. Appointment with Dr. Madlove always leads to Vanquish Soul start.
Absolutely, and I think that we're very happy on the side of Johannes to have nothing in the hand of Timo to try to stop this combo, because it was kind of fragile, to be honest, relying on a single card, relying on the Regenesis quick play spell.
This is so well played from Johannes. He tribute summoned the Holly Sue because he did not have a Vanquish Soul name in hand. Now gets back the Holly Sue to the hand, but now he's relying on Lady Luck a little bit because you still don't have a name in hand to show for Holly Sue. Did that change with the new draw?
Let's see. I mean, we're thinking about it a little long, so I would personally say no, but
I mean,
maybe Johannes is just taking his sweet time. True, yeah, it's only for next turn, you're right.
Also knowing that the Radiant Typhoon likes to side cards like Sphere Mode or Lava Golem, keeping in hand the Holly Sue until it's really necessary to use it seems really, really strong.
He's thinking carefully. Do he want to play this card? He does.
So Regenesis Warrior also out there now.
We are going to set the trap card.
It is the end phase, though. End phase from Johannes.
So this is a pretty convincing field, to be honest, because we have access to multiple disruptions. Of course, the Sage being very strong, being an Omnigate. We have on top of that the Warrior on the field, and also access to the Madlove and the Trap, the Vanquish Soul Snow Devil. And don't forget that in hand, we also have access to the Holy Sue. So pretty convincing field, but as you just mentioned...
Oh, that is so cool!
Yeah.
Johannes Bauer is playing around these interruptions so well. He's bouncing back his own Heavy Borger, the card that would draw him a card in the draw phase, but leaves another bounce for the next turn with the Madlove and says, hey, I can summon Holly Sue from hand, activate the effect, get some removal, maybe take a card from your opponent, then bounce my Holly Sue back before you can do anything, and then Borger draw.
You know what I think this mainly was about? I think Johannes played around this exact scenario
mode.
Because he got that Borger into the hand to be revealed for the Holly Sue before Timo could even get into his main phase. Well done, Johannes, playing around all of the possibilities. Radiant Typhoon now on the rise as we go with Radiant Typhoon Manifestation.
Yeah, we are going to send a monster to the graveyard and try to, or get access to Mystical Space Typhoon, which is way better, of course, because we can go after the trap card, what I was thinking about.
Yep, and I mean, the trap card maybe forces you out to special summon out a monster. I don't really necessarily think you need to do that, but it forces out the destruction effect. Do you even activate the destruction when it's chained? Do you want to clear your field, get the Regenesis Archfiend into the graveyard, where it's much more useful actually, because you get it back in the end phase?
Actually, you just show the attributes. You maybe special summon, but you don't do anything else apart from burning your opponent.
I think you destroy the Ras Firmod. The deck sometimes struggles with needing more monster zones.
Phoenix activated on the field. It's dangerous though to do this before the Mystical Space Typhoon, because this card could now be destroyed by the trap card as we're activating the Mystical Space Typhoon next now.
But you can also always special summon from the graveyard, so that is very much fine.
We're trying to destroy Vanquish Soul's start though.
Yeah, we go after the start here, so we do not even try to force the trap card on the side of Teemo.
And I mean, that's also cool because we're playing the long game. We're trying to really limit the follow-up that Johannes has. But let me tell you something, the Regenesis cards on Johannes' end, all those cards that went into the graveyard there,
they're gonna go
so
back
much follow-up. Yeah, the end phase is getting everything back.
And this is what's so strong. We force anyway the trap card thanks to the Phoenix effect, which is gonna be chained. We'll show 3 attributes, and therefore we're going to be able to destroy the Phoenix if we want to.
That is a Royal Archfiend that came out in Burst Protocol. That is a lot of text. Contribute this card from your hand or face up of the field, add 1 Archfiend card from your deck to your hand. So this card just searches Regenesis Archfiend while being a fire attribute.
That is strong.
That is pretty insane. A level 7 as well, so you can possibly use it for some Exceed shenanigans, and also looking real cool, I gotta say.
And you can use this card to get another normal summon for a Fiend monster, and Vanquish Soul Dr. Madlove is actually a Fiend.
Wow, what a synergy for this deck.
It's looking like this card
Teemo doesn't look very satisfied, to be honest. 2 cards in hand, but he's gonna get the Surge of the Crozia, which is pretty good, let's say it. So another Mystical Space Typhoon, as well as some more engine.
It feels like we would need to try to end it here this turn.
I mean, you have to.
You have to. Still the Holisu, though.
You have to try, though, because as you just mentioned earlier, there is so much follow-up. The Vanquish Soul strategy, as well as the Regenesis cards, they just get back into the hand or replace themselves so easily.
Sven is now being summoned as well. We're building up quite the offense on the side of Teemo. However, keep in mind, no Link monsters allowed in this format, so it's not as easy to get more damage onto the field. Also, I think that you should have to give the Ras Firmod back to your opponent. Are we realizing this? This is not... Yes, thank you so much. That is not Johannes' card. It is owned by Teemo, so it goes to his graveyard.
Let's see. There is now the chant.
Could be relevant if he tries to go for the Divine Charmer.
Wondering when that one is coming, honestly.
Yeah, that would be really useful, right? Alright, we're going for a chant, Chain Mystical Space Typhoon, so I assume we want to have the Phoenix back from the graveyard to have more pressure, more damage on the field. Chant is searching for a Megala.
But remember, there is still the Holisu in hand, so it might be very hard to end the game here. That's why Teemo is trying to build some follow-up there.
So Megala is being summoned. Now we have 5 monsters in our main monster zone.
With 500 attack points. But all of a sudden, of course, we activate the Holisu at the end of the main phase, trying to build kind of a wall, trying to survive, because we know that if we survive, we might as well just win the game on the next turn, thanks to the follow-up.
I mean, there is a big amount of cards on the side of Teemo. Winning the game might be a little bit hectic, but Vanquish Soul Holisu is now going to special summon out perhaps a Razan that can then attempt to destroy. Do we even have one in the deck?
That's the question, right? With the point limitations, the Genesis, of
there
course,
is one.
Needs you to build your deck around.
I like that we're trying to get rid of the Megala here, because there is no other main monster zone that you could special summon monster into if you chain something to the Razan effect. Razan is now going to get purged. There is no trap card in the graveyard, so Razan won't be destroyed.
Fine.
It is fine, but you don't get the follow-up. You might not get another attribute that you need. Let's take a look here at the Razan. You need Fire and Dark. We know that he has those. He has the Royal Archfiend, and he has not only the Borga that is on the field now, but also the Dimension Shifter. Now, of course, you could try to get another draw here, find some more interactions possibly, but honestly, the offense of Teemo still looks kind of nice. And I think you can still just summon a Lava Golem here, huh?
You can't, because you can't normal summon the turn you special summon Lava Golem.
Is it a normal summon, or is it something that happens instead of a normal summon? I think it's a special summon, and you can't normal summon anymore this turn, which you haven't done.
the rest of the turn or the entire turn? I think this is the entire turn.
I think there was something funny about that.
It's the entire turn. You cannot Lava Golem and Sphere Mode the same turn.
Must first be special summon from your hand to your opponents by attributing to monsters they control. Cannot be normal summon. So that is a special summon, but let's check out Sphere Mode. I think Sphere Mode could be a normal summon. It cannot be special summon.
It is normal summon.
Okay, so that is a normal summon. All right.
Yep, it doesn't work together. That's why you usually don't see them coming together, but in Genesis, we do still do so. We do have plenty of players relying on the combination of both of them, but usually it is one or the other. What would you say in Genesis? Which option do you like more at the moment? Just the Sphere Mode or the Lava Golem rather?
I think the Sphere Mode is so impressive.
More is always better, right? Just take three monsters.
Considering the fact that Vanquish Soul is one of the best deck paired with the Red Genesis cards, so there will always be plenty of monsters on the field that you can tribute of the Sphere Mode, and you want to remove the Omni-Negate as well as cards like, for example, the Holy Shoe if it stays on the field. So yes, Sphere Mode, I think this is the way to go.
This is so intense right now. We have seen the clear of the Resin and the Heavy Bog, and there's only Holy Sue in hand on the Vanquish Soul side. But of course, in the end phase, you get back a bunch of Regenesis cards.
Look at that!
Oh yeah.
Look at that!
It doesn't look so tense when you're watching Johannes, actually. Johannes is so happy. Johannes just enjoys himself playing some more Yu-Gi-Oh! He got the chance to play 3 more matches here in Top Cut, and he is enjoying every single second of it. And Timo also, once in a while, has a smile on his face when Johannes starts giggling about something.
And I say that you have everything that you need, to be honest, on the side of Johannes, because you can literally just special summon the Regenesis Arcfin on the field, and as you just said before, Leo, we can get access to any attribute that we want from our deck, so that our Holy Sue, if you can special summon it or normal summon it, then you are able to special summon from the deck.
Can get a code here that just special summons out a Regenesis card when you want. Also, you have the Regenesis code in the graveyard from last time that special summons out a Regenesis monster from the graveyard, except during this turn it was sent there. So if you activate the Regenesis code from your hand, you can still activate the graveyard effect of the other Regenesis.
And immediately we decided to activate the chance so that we can remove the body thanks to Phoenix.
Which is interesting, since we've just seen the Regenesis code added to the hand, and now we have the Regenesis
So this is the exact game state, unless I am mistaken, but you just lose the Regenesis code.
Yeah.
When now the Regenesis Sage onto the field. We know that all of those Regenesis cards are waiting there. Holy Sue, of course, still also up there. Revealing first would be nice. And there is Caesar Valius, which makes it easier to dismantle this field, of course.
And I think now that Johannes has picked up the pace, he has seen a line. He knows what he wants to do. He is one very cautious duelist. But as soon as he knows where the game is coming from, he is playing very, very fast. That's another Caesar Valius. Now immediately pops the Phoenix here, Raz, and this is already looking really, really strong. So many cards in hand, so many cards in the field. A lot of damage, sets another card. Just maybe wants to have a better overview of what cards he still has available to his name. Now special summons out the Warrior. So much damage, and it is the Fist Bomb. Johannes Bauer advances to top 4.
Another title run possibly for Johannes Bauer in the Genesis department. Looking real strong what he has cooked up there once again. And the thing about him is he just changes his decks like it's nothing really, because in Bologna I had a quick interview with him. He played the qualifier for that Invitational on Friday with a completely different deck. I think it was some wild brew even involving like reptiles or something, he told me. It was real wild, but he made it to the Invitational on Sunday then with it. And then on the Invitational, he played his beloved Lunar Light deck, which he also played at the World Championship. And now he's onto something completely different, which is the Regenesis Vanquish Soul deck.
Did this reptile homebrew style deck include any ritual monsters?
I don't remember. I don't think so actually though.
I mean, Mitsurugi Habakiri is, Ameno Habakiri no Mitsurugi is a very expensive card in the Genesis form. It costs a lot of points. I think it's 100. You can play it, but then
it costs a lot.
That is really hard to build a deck around that when the other cards are costing some points as well. But Basti,
of course, that was Genesis. We are still running our main event, of course, the 300 YCS here in Dortmund, and we have seen Keanu winning his top 8 featured match. So why don't we hear it from the analysis corner with Mike and Keanu?
Welcome back to the main event, and I'm here with Keanu, the winner of Top 8. Congratulations.
Thank you.
How does it feel to be in the top cut of such an important event and managing to advancing to top 4?
Yeah, obviously it feels really good. I mean, there are a lot of like very, very talented players. So yeah, it's definitely good competition. My opponent was also great, so yeah, definitely feels good for sure.
You definitely showcase a beautiful match, and I would like to know about your deck choice. How do you feel about Dracotel in the current meta state?
So I think obviously they got support indirectly, which kind of made up for the Mululu hit, right? So, and Fawn of Albaz, or like the new Albaz, Fawn of the White Dragon, gives a lot of like different lines to play with. You can use the extra deck, Descend, everything. Then you can obviously get Fallen the Virtuous off the structure deck. And then you have like interesting plays, because it's not only a pop, right? It's also like a Reborn if you have Ecclesia. There's a lot of stuff you can play around with. I personally did not like the Magistus cards. They're very, very strong, but I feel like I just want to keep it like more low to the ground like the old Dracotel was. Yeah.
Okay, and I think that it pays off actually, right?
It kind of does, yeah, apparently, yeah.
And I would like also to know your opinion about the matchup against Radiant Typhoon. How do you feel about this?
I think it's actually really difficult because, I mean, obviously MST on something I target with Flame is really, really strong. So I was like I faced this my 4th now. I thought it would be more, but it's fine. I think like specifically post side deck I have a decent matchup, and I tend to just aggressively hand trap them very, very early so they cannot get into any resource loop. I think that works out pretty well.
And speaking of hand traps, I would like to see some clips that we have prepared. Sure. So I think it is one of those scenarios that, of course, we are one game behind, right? It is game 2, and your opponent activates Shifter, and in response, he also activates Fugalos.
Yeah.
And however, you managed to play perfectly and activate 5 mana in response to this in order to send the materials to the graveyard and do not give any draws. Can you tell me more about this sequence?
Oh yeah, for sure. So when he, like, on the Rahu activated Shifter, I mean, I wanted to do that, that's why I added 5 mana before. It's like that's how you play around Fuvalos, because you just like pull out of your monsters out of the hand, so the Rahu don't resolve, you don't get a draw, you get some sets. And when he also chained the Fuvalos, I was like, okay, his hand has to be super, super weak, since he really does need that draw. Because he also like waited until the main phase to activate Shifter. So yeah, I think that was actually quite beneficial for me, to be honest. So I got to get into some resources, get a little bit of my setup, and then yeah, I was able to like quite get off from there.
Giving no draws to your opponent and also establishing a field in order to play against 3 and a 4th card after his top deck, right? And I think that game 3 was quite intense, right?
Yeah.
It felt very back and forth because
yeah.
both of you didn't have a starting engaging at the moment.
No, we didn't. We didn't. I think I drew like double Urgula or something. Like, it was quite rough. I had like a lot of hand traps, so I was like, okay, if he plays, I can do something. And I think it was the one situation where I was able to eventually play, and then my Arthalion adds back my Veiler and my Ash. I was like, I'm in a very comfortable position.
I have this clip.
Yeah.
So we see. First of all, as you mentioned, you passed turn and you had Veiler and Ash Blossom.
Yeah.
And how did you feel about when Gabriel also passed turn back to you?
I was happy. That's all I'm saying. I was quite happy. So yeah, I was sweating for sure.
And since you already mentioned, it was that scenario that brought you back to game, that later you found Lucius in order to find access to 5 mana and eventually your fusion summon.
Yeah.
And here you can see that you activate 5 mana in order to bring back Arthalion.
Yeah.
And can you tell me about the targets that you did with Arthalion?
Yeah, for sure. I think that is actually quite important because we're in this very simplified game state. I know that he can play, so I don't focus on actually advancing my plays. I just want to get control, and I get control with hand traps. So as soon as I like resolved the Arthalion on Veiler and Ash resolved, I was like, okay, I'm pretty chill now. So I can probably go off from there. I'm in a solid position, I get my resources back, and I think that's how you should play the game with against that deck.
So, like an advice to the more inexperienced players, it is that in a simple state game like this, it's better to go for the hand traps to bring back instead of going for advancing the plays, right?
Yeah, I mean, I had the setup anyways. So, like, I had my sets, I had my Dracotel names in hand. I think I also had a Urgula by this now also in hand. So I have follow-up. It's very important in those game states that you trade really well and also like keep the game at close. So I think that's how you can capitalize it, because I know from experience that the Dracotail monsters, they're pretty big. So I think at some point you just like old school, beat down, you know, at some point, and if I can keep him from playing, I think it's a great strategy. Yeah.
Okay. And I would also like to know your thought process behind this sequence. So.
Yeah, for sure. I think that was like pretty crucial. I was thinking a lot about actually also chaining my Veiler, but then I was thinking about, okay, what can he potentially grab? So he knows I have an Ash in hand, or she should know.
And Veiler.
And Veiler as well. So the only thing he can really get off the Sven should be Elation, or Ascension, it's now called Ascension, which he eventually did. So I was like, okay, because any other card he adds, like Chant, Vision, gets always hit by the Ash. So I know, and he knew. I'm like, okay, you have to get Elation here, or Ascension. So, and then when he activated it, of course, I have to use my Mululu to eventually negate the Eldems, because I cannot let that resolve.
You did.
Yeah, exactly. He didn't use it, which was honestly very well played. But I was like, at this point, I just, again, keep my interruptions, keep it at hand. And I mean, I'm not going to lie, that Sheena doesn't really bother me, so yeah.
So you were 2 to 3 moves ahead, right?
I tried to, yeah.
And you already knew that if he goes for Edom, for example, you will have 5 mana, so Edom sealing 1, sealing to Mululu and negate.
Exactly.
Right?
I mean, the Mululu, I went for that specifically because I also want to stop his Link, because I think as soon as they get to the trap, the mandate, their resource game is very, very good. So obviously I don't want to do that. So I want that Mululu negates the Link too, and I'm chilling.
And keep the Veiler in case something goes wrong, right?
Yeah. So the Veiler, I just keep like everything which like gets him pushing, like Crusaders, another Eldems, everything else. It's like these are the ones like, okay, I just don't let you play at all. Yeah.
Those that I need to negate.
Exactly. Yeah.
And lastly, it is the moment I think that you knew that you win this match. How did it feel to have fallen here?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, at that point the SP wasn't really that threatening. I think I had a kill line. Like there were like, multiple ways to kill there, but I was like, okay, I mean that helps obviously, right? So it makes it easier.
And I mean, it worked, and now you're advancing to top 4 of the YCS Dortmund. Are you excited?
I am excited. Yeah, hopefully I can do well and bring it home. Hopefully.
Okay, I hope the best of luck to you.
Thank you.
Best of luck to the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
And please stay for quite close, because we are coming straight back to you for more Yu-Gi-Oh action.
I had a couple of draws, and yeah. For the rest, it was really a great memory. And again, although obviously I've had success afterwards in the years, it still stands as my most favorite memory, because I believe I really remember that back in the day we didn't have a stage like nowadays. We used to play the finals backstage, so no one could see you. They could only see you, of course, on the screen. And then there was a bit of a delay for not having maybe, you know, heads up from the crowd. And then I remember I walked out and there was no one, because still they were watching my match. And then someone turned out, they saw me, and suddenly in like 30 seconds I was surrounded by a crowd of people, like hugging, you know, cheering, and it's really still my favorite memory in the game. And yeah, I'm glad we got to see some of it back.
Yeah, it was definitely unexpected. And talking about flights, last minute, maybe you will be interviewing someone else who bought last minute flight for a YCS in the form of Sami Bashar.
Absolutely.
Who ended up winning the YCS.
Yeah, in London. So London, if there is an upcoming event in London, don't book in advance, book a last minute flight, and you'll win the event. It happened twice. In Italy we say, why not the third time? So we'll see.
It was a beautiful moment, and you know, 12 years later to see it again, honestly, it's still something, you know. Now we are on the other side of the table, I would say, but still a beautiful moment for us, for you, Italy as well, because from that moment on, Daniele Stella, Luca Chedoni, a lot of Italian players.
Basically, I unlocked the way, and we kept on winning events, and I'm absolutely proud. I mean, ever since this year, we won a YCS and the European Championship, so Italy is always doing great, and I'm proud that that is the case. So
we all are, and I mean, thanks for seeing this throwback, let's say, with us. And don't go anywhere, because we will be having more YCS memory for YCS Dortmund 2026.
Hello and welcome, duelists, to the live coverage of the 300th YCS here in Dortmund. And I'm joined by the one and only Tim Geo. How are you doing, my friend?
I'm fine. I'm very good.
Perfect. So, you have been around the Yu-Gi-Oh community for ages. When did you start playing?
I'm start 2002. Yes, it was started at Kaiba with the Legend of Blue Eyes White Dragon. It was my first booster pack.
Oh wow, from the first booster pack.
Yes.
That's a heck of a pull. So what was your first deck that you were playing?
My first deck in German, Haufen.
It's a pile deck.
It's a pile deck. And the first real deck was D&D Control deck, 2008.
Oh, Dark Arm Dragon.
Yes, with one Dark Arm Dragon I pulled myself.
Oh.
Very good. And it's a modifier Dark Arm Dragon deck without the prize cards.
Yeah, I mean, not everyone could get their hands on the Crush Card Virus back then, but still, Dark Arm Dragon was known for swinging games back around. What was you were playing tournaments back then as well, right?
Mm.
So what was the first major tournament you went to?
My first major tournament was German National 2011. With a Naturia D&D deck. I want to play my D&D, and I played Naturia deck with a small Disney hero package with one D&D. Yes.
I was gonna ask why Naturia Dark Arm Dragon, because Naturias are Earth. So what was your favorite deck of all time that you've ever played? Was it something with Dark Arm Dragon?
My favorite deck of all time was the Kashtira Snake Eye Fiendsmith deck.
Okay.
2024?
24 could be right, yeah, or 23, something like that.
Yeah, 24.
Yeah.
This one, I love this deck. The power level is incredible, and I love this deck. I played this deck on the EM,
EUWCQ, yeah.
WCQ. 2011.
24.
2024. And I love this deck.
So are you still playing some Kashtira cards, or what are you playing this YCS?
This YCS, I play Dracotel Branded.
That's a very good shout. I assume there are no Kashtira cards in there?
No Kashtira cards.
All right. But what is your favorite card of all time?
Dark Arm Dragon. Dark Arm Dragon is my favorite card of all time, yes.
I mean, it's a gorgeous card.
Of course.
Where does your love for the Yu-Gi-Oh trading card game come from? Why do you love this game so much? Because I know you do.
Yes, I think the gameplay is incredible, and the community is insane, and...
That's you.
Yes, that's you. I think this is a combination of gameplay and community, and this is wonderful events with 2,700 or 3,000 people. This is incredible to play Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yes, at every
with
single
a lot
event.
Of peoples.
Every single event, I'm like,
Yes.
wow, there's so many people enjoying the same hobby. It's absolutely phenomenal.
Yes, enjoying hobby is the communication between community players. It is insane.
Absolutely. So you've been around. You've been around since 2002.
Yes.
How do you think the game changed? What is more important now in playing Yu-Gi-Oh than back then?
That's a good question. I think the game is faster. The game is faster, and more cards have more effects. And we have not a one-for-one trade. So in the past, we have often a one-for-one trade.
Yes.
And now one card had 2 or 3 or 4 effects, and the game has more option to play, and we have more ways to play. We have more ways to build our end board.
Yeah.
And this is difficult. Also difficult or
It's more difficult.
yeah, more difficult.
There's
yes, I think this is That's it.
I think there's definitely more cards you will have to remember, more effects that you have to pay attention
yes, of
to.
course. We have more cards with more effects, and I think this is the reason.
Definitely. So, Tim, thank you so much for taking this time out of your day. Is there anything you want to say to your friends, to your fans?
Yes, best wishes for our fans, and good of luck for all.
All right, thank you so much, Tim. And we'll go right back to the live coverage of the 300th YCS here in Dortmund.
Welcome to your 300th YCS celebration here in Dortmund. Whether it's the main event or public events, every single one of our participants will be sat at these tables duking it out to become the best of the best. Take part in some of those public events, you can win some tickets to exchange at the prize wall.
For this YCS, we have some special stuff at the prize wall. This is the 300th YCS.
And right now, the magic is happening over here in the analysis zone. This is our coverage area, as well as the feature match zone. This is where all of our duels that you'll be seeing here as coverage will be decided. Stick around, we've got loads of great coverage coming your way.
Hello everyone and welcome back. So I'm here with Nico, one of our YCS champions, and a special one because I think that you won the 200th and now we're 100 YCS more later, we have the 300 YCS. How does it feel to win such a luxurious event?
It was really cool at the time. Like, a lot of time has passed, obviously, it's 8 years ago. But it feels great to still play, and obviously felt great back then.
And maybe a back-to-back.
Well, we'll see.
But for now, I would like to talk about your YCS final, which is one of those unique finals that we had. From the one hand, you played Sky Striker, a very meta-relevant strategy at the time, against going second Burning Abyss. How did it feel at the moment to play YCS final with such a unique strategy?
I was a big fan of Burning Abyss in the past, like back then. So I already lost to K before in the Swiss rounds. He was my first loss in Swiss. So I was super, like, I lost 2-0 in 5 minutes in Swiss. So I was super scared to play him. So I was kind of not mad, but kind of disappointed when I saw like him beat all the striker players. So I knew I had to play him because I knew that was by far the hardest matchup. And I was not prepared for the matchup at all in my deck.
Welcome back to your coverage here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series 2026, Dortmund. In front of me, I have your top 4 feature match, the semi-finals of today's competition. And we're ready to kick things off. We have Danilo Syracusa, the top of Swiss at YCS Bologna, and the first time past top 8, versus Dario Montali, a first YCS top, already making it to the semi-finals. This is going to be pretty exciting. So, Danilo, I'm going to get you to roll first. That is a 4 for Vadillo. And Dario, That is a 8. Dario, you're going to go first? Dario's going to go first. So, gentlemen, take it away for our top 4 feature match.
Thank you, Ed. And first and foremost, let me just say, since this will be the last future match we commented on, that it was an extreme pleasure to work with you for the entirety of this weekend, yesterday and today. You are a real professional, and it's always a pleasure. Rescue Cat. you are the best partner I could have on stream. And yeah, these
what
two.
About us?
These two. I mean,
you want to change?
I'll get along with.
But you need a third cat, huh?
So maybe. Give me someone else. Well, anyways, as Ed said, the spotlight is on these 4 amazing players remaining, and of course, I mean, I gotta give it to Danilo, because doing a back-to-back, top cut finish with these updated rules is unbelievable.
It is like it is a whole new system right now, and being able to not attend only one, but also 2 straight back-to-back, as you mentioned, top cuts, it is insane.
No, I mean, I think he's among the best Dragotail player in the world, I would say, because like it's no joke making back-to-back top 8, now top 4. So let's see how this goes. And I mean, here he has a chance. Of course, playing against Malice, we've mentioned it before. The deck is scary, honestly. He's also won the Dyrol, so we will soon find out.
We have taken a look, of course, at what was the deck breakdown for the top cut, with 5 Dracotail decks dominating and 3 of the different decks in there. Although we saw on stream that the Radiant Typhoon deck was knocked out, the other 2 made it, and that means that first and foremost, I gotta be proud, because we have 3 Italians in the top 4. They have done well in the past at Dortmund, so we'll see if that happens again. But we means that basically we are gonna find out whether Dracotail is gonna make it or not, because we do have Dracotail paired against Malice in the match we are gonna show, and then in the other one we are gonna have another Dracotail deck, which is the one we just witnessed from Keanu, against Diego, the last Vanquish Soul deck. So we do have, amazing matchups ahead of us, but I think we have talked enough. We want to see who will advance to the finals. Let's find out. Here they are at to win 14 matches to be here, and it might come down just to this game.
Are you surprised that there's no Radiant Typhoon in the top 4?
Yes, personally, yes. Because I thought that the matchup against the Dracotail is very strong. However, I was proven wrong, and Radiant Typhoon, indeed, it was one of those good strategies to attend this YCS. However, we had an experience that Dracotail have adapted to its playstyle.
Yeah, I mean, the big winner, of course, was Dracotail, as mentioned. And I guess the biggest surprise is probably Malice. And let's see if Dario can back it up. Here he opens, maybe not the greatest of hands. I think he has both, a copy of the trap, one of the traps, and then the quick spell. So let's see. Basically, he's hoping that his line of play will go through.
I mean, when the Forbidden Unlimited list was released, did you actually believe that we would experience Malice in the top 4?
Honestly, no. I would have not believed it. I mean, we all knew that it was definitely playable. We talked about it.
Double Fuba.
Double Fuba here.
I mean, I gotta say, if there was one person who was quite vocal about Malice being real, it was Danilo. I saw him, just writing a lot of posts about, asking people to play Lancea for this event. My question is, did he follow on his own advice?
Yes.
Yes.
He did.
Then he came prepared.
A man of his word.
Yeah. And wow, this time around, we have seen Dario previously, not give his opponent any draws, but there was a dimensional feature. I don't think maybe you can afford to do the same here.
And we provide 2 draws to Danilo, so he can have again 5 cards in his hand.
Yeah.
Since we prioritize Cryptor.
Oh,
wow. Also the Femena, wow.
That can be extremely punished by Dracotail.
And not only due to the fact that Crypto doesn't have right now a target in the banishment zone, but also playing against double Fugalos and Femena is quite interesting. However, I think that if we have a trap from Malice, we can actually chain it to the effect of Arthalion to bounce, and in order to bring back Cryptor.
Yeah, I think even though obviously I don't think there was an easy way out, there is a universe in which Dario could have passed just to prevent this from happening. And I mean, 4 cards are not a lot, and of course
you lose 2 interruptions, both MT7 and also the Cryptor.
I know. Let's see. The thing is, do you like those interruptions against Dracotail? I mean...
Yes, in the set cards.
Yeah, for sure that's the only way you have to do it, but it depends a lot on what they start things off with, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, but for sure, like this starting hand from Danilo is super powerful, but as you mentioned, Mike, there's the trap.
Yeah. We knew about it. Danilo didn't, because that was the first action from Dario, setting it face down before activating Gold Sarcophagus.
And GWC has been activated in order to banish the Cryptor, so it cannot be bounced by the effect of Arthalion, and she will be brought back by her own effect.
But of course, if we have seen even players cutting Horn and playing around it by summoning everything in defense, if there is one deck that cannot afford to do that, is a Link-based deck. So Horn will be definitely much better against this matchup.
And I mean, Hornet is one of those traps that you really want to see against, for example, Malice, since you really want to activate it into the Link monsters in order to have your opponent to commit again into Link summoning.
But now play is to Danilo.
The thing I really like about Danilo is that it really makes it look like it's easy to play Dracotail. Like every single time you are witnessing him playing, it's like he's been playing the deck for ages.
And Ghost Bell will be activated to Horn.
Good one. Yeah. Good catch from the bell.
Do we decide to actually activate MT7 here in the Ash Blossom?
Wow.
So we have the back and forth between our trap cards and the hand traps.
And I'm pretty sure the last card face down is the Malice in the Mirror. I caught a glimpse of it, but again, I wouldn't trust my glasses too much.
Did the cat catch it?
No, it is true. You see, you doubters. You doubters.
We activate Malice in the Mirror into Arthalion, so we can have Dormouse in the banishment zone, and we can activate finally Cryptor right now, so we can banish the set Rahu and hope that Danilo doesn't have another option to start his engine.
I mean,
this is one of those spots where hard drawing these cards actually pays off, because most of the time, sometimes you don't really want to draw them, and having both the trap and the Malice in the Mirror in this case was very needed.
And here the Ope Slimmer, but we do also have Veiler. But I mean, look at the speed at which Danilo is just completely unfathomed by what his opponent is doing.
Yes, because I believe he has full knowledge of Darius.
But it's not like this, just changed now. He has been playing at the same speed from the start, absolutely confident. And I mean, me and Alberto witnessed an amazing top 8 match between him and Marco Parenti in a mirror match of Dracotail decks that really was a nail biter, and it could have gone either way. And I think after such a tight match, you can loosen up a bit and be like, okay, I'm in here. I didn't lose again in the top 8, so this time around let's get a chance. Yeah.
So have speed things up. Ecclesia has been summoned, and activate the effect to banish yourself, enabling to special summon Cartesia from the deck.
What a card it is, this newly released Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon.
And we activate the effect of Cortesia to fusion summon into Secretarion with Lucius and Arthalion. Effect of Lucius to set the Ketu. And Ketu can be activated, and since Dario controls a monster, we can also fusion summon if we want to. Effect of Secretarion targeting Mululu and Lucius. Lucius has already activated the effect, so Mululu will be special summoned, and Ketu can activate the effect, probably paired up with Pan, I believe.
Yeah.
Or Urgula.
That's okay, yeah. Either one
to
of
give
them.
advantage, yes.
Yeah. And I think what is really paying off for Danilo in the tournament is that he maximized of the copies of Urgula. I think he's always been a fan of playing a 3-off, which of course in the mirror match is something else.
But this is enough damage, and it is Danilo who takes the first duel. I mean, going second against Malice before siding and being one of the few duelists who has come prepared and has those artifact lancias. I mean, he must be feeling so well about this.
Yes, because obviously double Fugalos played a huge role in this play, and also the 5-mana. However, as you mentioned, Artifact Laxia, it is one of those cards that you really like in the branded, since you can also search it if you have, for example, a single copy of Branded Fusion.
No, I mean, but Danilo is super well prepared against Malice because he has the Lancias, he has the Veiler, he has also the Purulias going second. He doesn't have Arpis Feather Duster, for example, just you know, because Dimension Feature is quite of a problem, we would say.
Yeah, I would think they line up interestingly one against the other, because if on the one hand Danilo has come prepared, Dario is the one remaining, and watching his matches, even in top 8, he knocked out another Dragotail. The name of the game for him has been Banishing. Not only is he playing Shifter, but he's playing the full package of Dimensional Fissure and Retaliating Sea. So he's really trying to just completely shut down the graveyards after game 1. And so this is not at all obvious on how it will end up. And you can see it even here siding. Some of these decisions, like taking out the Effect Veiler. It's a powerful card against Malice in a lot of spots if they don't open the trap cards. But if you know that your opponent has triple Dimensional Fissure, it's kinda gets shaky, no?
Indeed, and this is what a very good player like Danilo has accomplished, meaning that he understands that Effect Veiler might not be so good against Malice, since Dimensional Fissure might be there in order to stop the effect of Effect Veiler, since it is a cost to send to the graveyard. And acknowledge this and trying to counteract against your own counter, it is one of those little scenarios that make the difference between a very good player and a YCS champion.
I mean, I feel like anyways the matchup against Malice is not easy, although he's prepared. I mean, of course, like you have to see Lancia, you can search it for sure, but I feel like in general, if you're playing Dragotail, that is a tough matchup. Of course, winning game 1, also losing the die roll, it feels good for sure, but we also saw Dario before on our future match, and he has all the answers needed in the side deck. Yeah. And I really want to see if this will be the case once again. And I feel like our duelists are almost ready with siding in, so I would say let's jump into game 2.
Let's see, nice fist bump. Are we gonna see again a lot of Fuvalos? It doesn't look like it. A lot of spell and trap in the end from Danilo. And Dario opens Dormouse.
And I think that the effect of Dormouse resolves, indicating that obviously there is no Lancia in the hand of Danilo.
You're surprised that Dario kept the Veilers if siding in Dimensional Fissure?
Yeah, I mean,
no.
Either you draw that or you have Fissure, I guess, right?
The thing is, yeah, exactly. Meaning that if he has Dimensional Fissure, obviously, he's winning.
If and when they get rid of it, then you might have the Veilers, it's all right.
As a backup plan.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure Danilo now is wishing he kept those Effect Veilers of his own, since we did not open the Fissure. But let's see. I mean, it's still quite open.
And I think right now Dario has checked for both Lancia and 5-mana, since I don't see a scenario where 5-mana was not activated there to bounce back the Dormouse, as we experienced in the round 15, I believe, 14.
Yeah. So once more, this Attic Nister engine is flowing for Dario. He has the chance to add something else.
We discard the effect veiler.
Okay. Wow. That's a bit surprising, isn't it? I guess it just feels like he needs the extra bodies.
Yeah, I mean, we witness sometimes our duelists just giving up on some of the hand traps.
We're not using...
We didn't activate the effect of Dormouse, right?
No.
And there's the Nibiru.
Oof. And here comes Nibiru. We did not activate Dormouse.
Maybe...
Oh, wow.
And we forgot about it?
I'm not too sure, honestly.
Not sure, honestly, what happened.
Yeah.
And it says one and pass? No.
Come on.
We didn't start...
And we did.
We didn't start with Kolsargovus, right?
No, we don't.
Yeah,
I think we completely forgot about that. Maybe in the moment in which it mattered the most.
Yeah, it's 5 with the Dormouse.
Of course.
Yeah,
we are just counting the defense, but I mean, it doesn't matter at this point. What has just happened? Danilo might be just moments away from walking into his first YCS finals. His hand looks pretty good with that branded fusion available.
I mean, this is what it is difficult, that cannot be understand from a lot when you see a stream. It is that it is a lot of nerves right there. You feel anxious, you feel nervous.
There's a big crowd watching. You know, it's the semi-final of YCS Dortmund, the 300. So 2,600 duelists showed up, and here comes the branded fusion.
However, can be assumed with Impulse.
Let's see if Danilo has something like Ketu, for example.
I think
he does. I think he's...
And Ketu also with branded fusion.
What an opener. I mean... doesn't get, honestly, much better than this for Danilo. Again, can't stress enough how he was vocal about Malice being a real deck after this latest Forbidden Unlimited list, and his chance to walk into a YCS final for the first time is exactly against the deck he predicted would be among the top tables. And yeah, look at this.
And Pan with Faimena will be actually used as fusion materials to summon Arthalion, and I think
he will just try to push for game.
Do we know Dario's last set card? No, right?
No, but I think we know a backup in the hand.
But I think we will soon find out, because I don't think Darius left with any answers in the hand as well. There's a retaliating C, okay. But,
okay. We do have Faimena.
We have Faimena. Does this protect us from the fact?
Doesn't really change much, honestly, in this pot, I think, right?
No, because we bring Gulamel and then activate the effect of Faimena and chaining Gulamel in order to destroy the retaliating.
Change much.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think that Danilo right now, he's focused to go for game.
Yeah, this is it, right?
Ecclesia has been normal summoned.
Is that it? No, Dario.
We need to check one move at a time. There's no pressure.
Saying wait.
It's WC.
And yes, wait a minute. This is not over, possibly yet.
Okay.
And yes, it's not. Dario lives to see another turn. It might seems like.
One other problem of Malice, when it has low life points, it needs to keep count of those life points, because there might be an issue with the effect from banishment.
Absolutely.
And always needs to be counting, but I mean, anyways, Danilo didn't close this up right now, but looking very, very,
and unfortunately, the effect of Ecclesia is only in the main phase, so it cannot be activated during the battle phase.
Yeah. Here we go for Faimena. And of course, we're gonna get rid of the trap card, which goes to the grave, by the way. Yeah, okay.
I don't think that makes so much of a difference
right
now.
No, but sure. And I mean, yeah, this
and
is...
Mysterion against Malice.
The Mysterion, which is obviously really, really good against Cyber's deck. Can we find any help from the top, or is this going to be it for Danilo.
Normal summon backup.
And I mean, here we also have a nice interaction with, even if things go completely south, we can use, you know, the horn or our own Nibiru, which is also a niche interaction.
I think that we go for Harry here, right? Does Danilo play the OG Fallen of Albas?
Yeah. He's playing one.
So Ecclesia also is one extra interruption.
Yeah. But I mean, yeah, he needs to resolve in order to get some cards back, and this is exactly what will happen now. Oh, okay. Change of mind, and we are not using it on our own card. We are just using it to try and stop Dario, but there is an Are. I mean, that Dormouse must have been forgotten at the start of the turn.
But I mean, against the Mysterion, what a single copy of Harry and White Rabbit can do? Because you let White Rabbit to be special summon back, and then you activate Mysterion.
Mysterion, yeah.
Mysterion,
here it is. Exactly. We are out of traps, and this is it! Danilo takes it convincingly in just a matter of minutes. And he is our first finalist here at YCS. Dortmund, Malice is knocked out.
And I just want to put a disclaimer that we need to understand how Dario is feeling, meaning that there's a lot of nerves, all of this crowd is watching him, and it's totally logical to just don't have a straight mind and maybe sometimes do not the optimal move.
I mean, still impressive show from him. Top 4 with Malice. We talked about it throughout the whole week, and then top 4 at YCS Dortmund 300. It's no joke. So congratulations to him.
For sure, 2,600 plus players, and just a completely stacked, top tables at the end, and top 8, and defeating, Jordan Gallagher, which was an up-and-coming, probably considered the best Dracotel player in the world, winning 2 Opens, and he defeated him 2-0, like quite swiftly. And maybe Danilo is the one who got offended by hearing this statement about Jordan, and is like, you wanna see who is actually the best in the world at the moment, and he will have his first chance at a final of this level. He has been consistent but never got a chance of a title, and I honestly think he is deserving of one. He's having an absolute crazy season. I think he's already, yeah, absolutely, but I think he's already pretty much locked in for the playoffs as well, and just again the feat alone of going back-to-back in European YCS is top 8s, I think will be a difficult record to break.
And I mean, as we experienced, Danilo had come prepared for this matchup. It had all these utility cards against Malice, for example, Lancia, and even Mysterion, with this debating if you still play in the current format Mysterion or not, because extra deck is pretty tight right now for Dracotel. However, we got to experience that he came prepared to this event for Malice, and it paid off.
No, I mean, pretty tight, but at the same time, we talked about it before. It really makes it look like it's simple to play Dracotel, which is not at all. Like every single time you saw him playing, it looks as if he has all the solution, but really, I think he's one of the best players in the world playing Dracotel at the moment. But we have some Genesis.
Yes, because we reached the top cut of the Genesis format as well. So let's jump right back into that. And here we are. It's also down to the top 4. And look at that. We have talked a little bit about how some of the decks that were popular in Genesis format were then, being played this weekend, such as the Radiant Typhoon. And instead now we see Cool Toon as a deck, and look at Luigi hanging on to dear life with these 300 life points.
And as our colleague Leo says, Cool Toon is a very cool deck, like cool deck.
Oh my. But I think also he is playing Cool Toon's cards, by the way. Look at the graveyard. Both. Yeah.
Yeah, He's
actually yeah.
he is, yes.
So it might be just, you know, a White Forest splashing or vice versa, which means both decks in the top 4 are on this engine, and maybe we have seen enough, and we have, which means this is moving to a game 3.
And I mean, right now, game 3 against Kultun versus White Forest, how do you feel about this? Meaning that White Forest is one of those strategies that really like to go first. However, Kultun right now, it is also one of those decks that have the potential to interact with you, even going second, and with an engine that also is a hand trap, it can be quite interesting, right?
I mean, Kultun also, like in the TCG Advanced format, I think it's a very good deck with the Synchro Summon monsters mechanic. I mean, we liked it. We didn't manage to see it in action this weekend in YCS Dortmund, but in Genesis, it's definitely one of those decks that can compete, and one of our duelists here has the chance to book his spot for the finals, and you know, also, like, I'm inviting them for the OG playmat, to be fair.
Yeah,
it's been there, so it's one of those memories still, you know, I'd like to have one, honestly.
Brings back memory for us.
I wouldn't
who
mind.
played back in the day, right, guys?
I wouldn't mind a donation from one of these top 8 duelists. But yeah, I mean, it's great that, again, Yu-Gi-Oh! Can be played in a lot of different ways in 2026, and these duelists are competing for some exclusive prizes, including the original printing of the Dark and Dragon in Ultra Rare, which is just absolutely astonishing. It's a card that is obviously extremely popular in Time Wizard, and it's just, you know, cool to take a look at a piece of history that is almost 20 years old at this point. So it's definitely one of those, but not only that, they have additional exclusive prizes in the form of giant cards, so they really want to make it all the way to the finals, because that's where they get the chance as well of being crowned champion. So I think it will be an exciting last duel. Regardless, we'll get some Kultun cards in the finals, because both, again, are playing some of this engine. But the side deck is where it gets a little bit interesting, because in Genesis format, a lot of the time you need to dedicate the points to the main deck, and that's why we saw Kaiju's, you know, as some more niche options. Alpha, Master of Beast, Forbidden Chalice, you know, it gets wild out there. So let's figure out what of these two duelists have decided to include as this niche tech card in their decks, as only one of them can advance to the finals. Here they are, Luigi also, I can assume, representing Italy.
And I saw one card that Andreas is bringing from his side, and it is one of those trap cards that you really don't want to see when you go second. It is the Gravity Collapse. How do you feel about this trap card?
I mean, it's honestly crazy. I'm gonna bring it up on the screen for you know, whoever is not too available. Let's see. And yeah, take a look at that. I remember it was in the talks as an option for the Yami deck, honestly, in advance, even at the World Championship. But essentially, if you get to resolve it, obviously it's quite conditional, because you need to have a face-up synchro monster. But if you do, it completely shuts down your opponent, as they cannot summon a monster for the whole turn. So let's see whether, in this case, we will get it. So, as we delve into this start, I think it's fitting that we hear it from the man of the hour, which is, of course, Danilo Siracusa. We have all mentioned his name multiple times. Thank you, give it back, my friend. And he is absolutely deserving of the title of one of the best Dragotail players in the world. Can he become the best? Let's find out, and let's hear it from him and Leo.
Welcome back, everyone. Yes, our first YCS Dortmund 300 YCS finals. Danilo Siracusa is now in the interview with me. My friend, how are you feeling?
Feels unreal. I was waiting for this day, and let's see if I can make it happen.
You finally broke your top 8 curse.
Yeah.
How nervous were you before that match?
I don't know. I'm just trying to focus on the game and play the best Yu-Gi-Oh! I can play.
Well, now you have eliminated the last Malice deck of the tournament.
Yes.
You have been predicting this for months now, that Malice is still a deck. What were your thoughts when you knew you were going to go up against Malice in the semi-finals of a YCS?
Hopefully I drew Lancia. I didn't, but that's enough.
Well,
That's
yeah, exactly. So losing the dice roll against Malice, usually that is pretty tough already. Yeah. But you had quite the hand. Can you explain me what went on in that game?
So I had 2 Fuvalos and 5 mana without a name. So I have to draw or lose the game. So that's why I dropped double Fuvalos immediately, which is fair that my opponent was going to give me one time the 2 draws. And the moment I saw Lukia's being drawn, I'm like, okay, now we can win this game. And also the Ashes 6 card helped a lot to stop the MTP, which was pretty good.
If your opponent didn't give you the 2 draws, would you have won that game still, or would you have been?
I didn't have a play.
All right, yeah, sometimes,
I did not have a play.
Sometimes it's that gamble you take. Maybe you pass on double Fuvalos, maybe
because my opponent
don't.
had Valor, and I would have drawn Lucius, I would have passed on Valor. So.
And then there was something very interesting in that game as well later on, when you were going for a game as well. I think the other scenario was in game 2 rather. But when your opponent passed the turn, did you know you were winning?
Yes.
So
I was confident when my opponent said the end of main. So yeah.
So you played out this this turn. When you started playing it, and your Dracotail Horn got belled in that turn as well, so you couldn't really out the hard Crypta immediately. Did you have a complete line in your head?
Yes, it was fine because I knew if unresolved or not, it doesn't matter, because then I forced my opponent to use every card they have to prevent Rahu from reactivated, and that means like I cleared multiple cards with just setting that horn. So that was pretty good, I guess, yeah.
By the way, did you play versus multiple Malice in this tournament?
Yes, I played against at least 1, maybe 2. I can't remember right now.
Did you draw Lancia there?
Yes.
All right, so it did the job. It did the job. Did you miss that side deck slot in other games?
Sorry?
Did you miss that side deck slot in other games?
No, because Lancia can also be played against Mermaid, which I think is a good deck, and Lunalight, which is also a good deck that is a good matchup against Dracotail. So I sided also into Lunalight.
All right.
It was good.
Very well, so it's still a very reasonable side deck card. Let's actually go into game 2. And there on the banishment, you see a Dormouse. Do you know what happened there?
My opponent said I made a mistake, and we're grateful for that, I guess.
Yeah, sometimes...
my hand wasn't great, so we need the miracles to happen. Sometimes and it did happen, because I only had Nibiru, and yeah.
I think at this point it is fate. Your opponent, forgetting the Dormouse, forced to play into Nibiru very hard.
Yeah.
The Wizard, and then, of course, when you make a mistake in the semifinals of a YCS, it is going to be
I mean, Twins Defense is a pretty high-pressure game. I also made a mistake, game 2. So, no shame to them. It can happen to anybody. It's a long day. We have been here since 9 a.m. It's like, what, the 9th game today, as 8th game today. It's fine.
Oh, absolutely.
It happens to everybody.
And semifinals is a crazy performance as well. So, still congratulations to your opponent there. But then in this game, there was also retaliating C. Did that worry you a little bit?
Nah. I mean, I didn't play around it at all. I was just trying to win, as you see. But it was okay. Like, I knew I had, like, a lot of advantage, so it didn't really bother me, no. I knew the last card was GWC, and I didn't want to lose into Nibiru, so yeah, that's why I just didn't kill. It's fine.
Were there any other loose conditions you saw at that point? Anything else other than Nibiru?
When I saw having that many cards over my opponent, I was confident, yeah.
So, and then you set up a little field. How well does Mysterion play into the Malice strategy? Because
it's insane.
Is it?
It's really good, yeah.
Can you explain the theory behind it?
I just add, I love Ophelia Regis as an extra card. It's probably my favorite card for 2-play in Dracotail, and I had to give it up to play Mysterion because I was anticipating Malice. And just when your opponent is trying to play banishing the cyber stuff, it just clears the entire board, and they can't record the one-offs like Dormouse. So yeah, it's just really good.
It's really good that the Dormouse is a one-off now when you're playing versus that
I mean,
deck.
I would rather White Rabbit to be at 0 personally, but...
Well, I mean, you still beat the deck even though the cards were there. This is very close to your opponent forfeiting the match and giving you the handshake. But Danilo, I want to say congratulations on reaching the YCS final of the 300th YCS in Dortmund. You have a little more time to calm down now. Don't stress yourself about the finals, and we will be right back for the grand finals of YCS Dortmund.
So it was very scary going into it. Like, I knew a lot about his deck, luckily, like because I played him already. But still, like, super scary matchup, and he built to beat my deck. So and I didn't build to beat his deck at all. So it was super scary.
Okay, so let's include also the audience on this and trying to explain the strategy back then. So Burning Abyss used to utilize Kaijus against Sky Striker, because at the time you could not activate any Sky Striker spell if you control a monster in the main monster zone, and also Ray could not trigger the effect from the graveyard in order to special summon herself, since the monster was tribute and not destroyed or leave the field due to an effect. So can you tell me how it feels when you play against a deck that has already been built to play against your strategy and having a Kaiju on the field at that time?
You kind of have to take risks to some degrees. Like in game 1, my hand was not really good, so I had to take the risk to just leave my Link monster on board. Your way to play against it was to remove your own Link monster if your hand enabled you to. Like, you need a really good hand to do that. I luckily had really good hands in game 2 and 3. Like, you had to adapt your playstyle to that. It was still very rough, even if you don't get Kaijus. Your deck was not built to deal with all the monster spamming. And back then, the Link Trisbaena that banishes all your spell traps cards, that one was really, really broken. As you can see here. Like, basically what happened, they Kaiju you, so you cannot use your Widow Anchors and Shard Cannons. They just link 3 monsters into Trisbaena, summon a monster in the zone, and banish all your spell traps, and you take 500 damage for each. So you kind of die on the spot, usually. So that was a genius pick from him to play this.
And one thing that I want to also mention is that Burning Abyss, if they are special summoned to a Link Pointer of Trisbaena, they are destroyed by game mechanic. However, Trisbaena still triggers in order to banish the spell and traps of yours. And as we can see later, Kaiju also Jogoran is special summon, and later Hydralander to go for game. And I think it is one of those scenarios that even if he wasn't going for game right there, he still has a lot of advantage having banished all of your resources at the moment.
The issue was you had to try to survive, so you had to commit a lot of cards to the board. At the same time, even if he doesn't win this turn, he has a way to banish all your cards from the board this turn. So you don't have a lot of follow-up cards in your follow-up turn to break it back. So and Burning Abyss is a really good deck in grand games, so it's kind of impossible to come back after losing all those cards, especially all the Widow Anchors. It's no chance of coming back there.
And as we talk, I understand that it is very difficult for Sky Striker to deal with such a unique strategy like Burning Abyss that have been prepared for exactly this matchup. However, in order to be a YCS champion, you have to think on the spot. And as we can see right here, I think that you find the solution to your problem. Can you talk about this play?
I think it was multi-roll here, I'm not sure, to get rid of my own monster. So even if he has a Kaiju, he cannot summon it because I don't have a monster to tribute. So I'm guaranteed to get to be able to use my spell trap cards. So it's almost impossible to die there if I sequence correctly. It's still not easy, but as long as you sequence correctly, you will always survive, and multi-roll will provide you with infinite follow-up on the next turn. So, but you need a really good hand to be able to do that, because it's really card intensive to set up. And you need access to multi-roll to clear your own board, etc. Luckily, I played him in Swiss, so I already thought of that after losing to him in Swiss, that's a possibility to beat that. But it's still heavily favored for him, I think, either way.
I think right here you started a chain reaction that, yes, people started to play Burning Abyss due to Dinka obviously having such a success going to the final of the YCS. However, you brought to Sky Striker players the way to counteract with the Kaiju strategy, and against also Cyber Dragon matchup that it was quite popular at the moment, to destroy your own monsters in order to pass without any monster and just having your back row and just pass to your opponent without a monster in order to play around Kaiju, right?
Yep, correct.
And I want to discuss on this because at the next play that we are going to discuss, I think it was quite the opposite, and I want to see your view on this.
Yep.
So you had multi-roll on the field, set to activate multi-roll effect to set anchor and engage, and Shizuku was still there. Can you tell me your thought process behind it?
In that game state, if I remember correctly, I used multi-roll earlier on because I wasn't sure if he sided in Ash Blossom. That was one of the reasons. And that I think he already used Beatrice. I think I activated multi-roll and he chained Beatrice to that, if I remember correctly. So, or something along those lines, I added it. So that was my big misplay in the finals. I basically, I had the setup to remove my own link there, but I was too scared of Ash Blossom, which I knew he was siding, but it was unlikely for him to side it in. So I should not have respected it. I should have just stuck to the game plan and sent my own link, because in this spot, I think I know one of his cards in hand and I don't know the other one. And if the other one is a Kaijo or he top decks a Kaijo, I lose on the spot because all my cards are dead. So that was a big misplay, I think I made.
Yeah, but I mean, in a YCS final, obviously you're nervous. So many plays come through your mind, so it is very logical to have a second thoughts about the play and just focus, for example, to play around an Ash Blossom potentially.
Yeah, I think the main issue was I kind of went into autopilot a bit on my turn, because you always do multi-roll on something and activate your spells after, because they're gonna not be responded to. But I think before I set the cards, I realized I messed up and I forgot to send my monster. But I didn't sequence accordingly, so I could send my monster. I could have also set up afterburning, just destroying my own monster, I think, even. So there were ways to definitely ways to be more safe into Kaijus in that game state. That was not not perfect.
I think that the most important part about playing a YCS final is that even if you make a misplay, try not to be frustrated and think about how you can advance from this spot. Okay, yes, misplays can happen to anyone, but I think that you need to think how you can advance and how you can retreat from that scenario.
You cannot take back the misplay anyway. If you're in that spot now and you make the best of it, there's no reason to stop playing good now, to start making mistakes because you're tilted because of the misplay. You just have to get that out of your mind, and you can be tilted afterwards, that's fine, but not in the match.
And the next one, I think it is one of those clips that I really want to hear your thoughts. I think it is one of the most beautiful plays in the final. So right now, effect of far targeting your Shizuku has been activated. However, you choose not to activate effect of Ray to be special summoned from the graveyard. And I want to think the reason, because I can tell that at that time you thought that I had Ash Blossom and Veiler. At the time, it was not easy for your opponent to go for game with 2 interruptions in hand. So I think that you thought that there are no other threats rather than Kaiju at the moment, since you will get Shizuku back and have follow-up. And I want to think to hear your thoughts behind this play.
I think one other reason was, I can't remember exactly, of course, it's 8 years ago, but I think one of the other reasons was that at the point where he normal summoned Fafa, I kind of knew he doesn't have a Kaiju, because he would have Kaiju'd me right off the bat. There was no reason to summon Fafa otherwise. So by summoning Ray here, if he just keeps his monster in defense, I have 2 monsters next turn, so I can not use my striker draw my striker spells instantly, because I have no way to really get rid of my link monsters. Because there was no Sky Striker Link 2 back then, now there is, but back then you couldn't just link off your striker link and your Ray and make a new link, striker link, and then use your spells again. Back then I had to make sure that on my next turn I can use my link, make a new link, and all my spells are activatable. If I don't do that, it's hard to get rid of the Ray potentially. I think that was probably the main reason there.
Okay. And lastly, it is my favorite clip of the final. I think it is also yours. It is the time that I know that you feel that you are the YCS champion. Can you tell me how it feels at the moment to have the feeling that, yes, I finally made it, and the feel when you know that you won a YCS?
I was super not kind of nervous, because I knew the play. I had the play in mind for 2 full minutes, but I just double checked everything again and again to make sure I didn't miscount the monsters or anything, because I knew I was winning if I don't miscount or make any misplay. And yeah, it felt really all the pressure was just off instantly. It felt really great to just especially because I wasn't going to finals saying I can't win, but I knew I was heavily unfavored. So that felt really, really great there. The moment I realized I have game on board, and then I double checked it 20 times, and then I realized, okay, it does work, and that felt great.
And after 8 years and 100 YCS later, do you still remember this day?
Oh yeah, I don't remember like every single detail, of course, and I also was I didn't really sleep, I didn't eat anything all day, I didn't drink anything all day that day. So some things are a bit not there exactly, but of course like I remember most of it. I also remember most of the match still, but yeah, not everything, of course.
I think it is one of those finals that the audience and the people still remember to this day.
Attention duelists! 2,658 participants have battled their way over a long weekend here at YCS Dortmund for our 300th YCS celebration to get to this table here. It all comes down to this. Introducing your two duelists, your blue duelist, Diego Ganzelli, and your red duelist, Danilo Siracusa. Now, these two Italians are ready to duke it out to see which one of them is going to be crowned our 300th YCS champion. Let's go for the high roll. See who is going to be going first in this grand final. That is a 4 for Diego. And for Danilo, that is a 10. Danilo is going to be going first. So one more time, we're going to hand you over to your amazing casters to take us through another huge YCS Grand Final. And I get to say the thing I love saying every single tournament. It's time to duel.
We're about to write some more Yu-Gi-Oh! History, the 300th YCS. We have started this weekend and we're going to crown our 300th YCS champion in this very match between two Italians that have made their way through all those players, throughout all those matches. They have successfully become a part of this final. But who is it going to be? We shall find out. What are you guys thinking? Two different decks as well.
Yeah, that's absolutely insane because, of course, we have the Draco strategy in the final. That was expected because it was the most represented deck and also probably the most powerful deck, going first, going second, with the branded addition to the deck. It was so good. But in front of this deck, we've got something that probably went a little bit, under the radar after the Forbidden and Limited list, and arguably stronger than before.
Yeah, and we've got the, I want to say, counter matchup, a deck that likes to abuse some hand and graveyard effects of the opposing side. So it is going to be Vanquish Soul K9 versus Branded Draco Tail, and the players are ready for the finals of the 300th YCS here in Dortmund. So let's go over to the table.
You say that this Vanquish Soul K9 deck become a little bit unexpected, not as popular anymore, but at the end of the day, this deck won our last YCS. We just had Vanquish Soul K9 win the YCS in Bologna and is now back for another title, but Danilo will do everything he can to stop him from doing so, as he's now starting off with Cartesia fusing away Nibiru the Primal Being and Pan, and that is one of those cards, Nibiru the Primal Being, that I have not seen in too many Draco Tail lists, but Danilo has brought it, and in this very matchup, honestly, it's so sweet to have it.
Just being able to add it back with Arthalion at some point when you need it the most is so strong. But also the normal summon of Cartesia is such a strong play for the deck because, first of all, it is a tuner. So if you at some point go into Secretarian Dragon, summon back a Lucius, you're actually able to fuse off your monster or synchro summon off your monsters and go into the Ecclesia, the Black Dragon. But then again, if you start off with the Fallen of the White Dragon and you go into your Ecclesia, the card you want to get out of this whole thing, you want to have Cartesia.
Yeah, definitely, I agree. Two set cards now off of the Draco Tail effects. And on the other hand, right now not playing. Actually no access to branded cards, everyone. We saw this before this weekend. Just the Draco Tail cards available to Danilo and Diego. Even though the Razin is nowadays not often available anymore, has access to it with the reinforcement of the armor. One of those classic cards, but still being an all-timer in nowadays Vanquish Soul decks.
Indeed, but But, I mean, Danilo not having access to the branded cards is something that is not very good. But there is the Nibiru in hand, which is so strong against the Vanquish Soul strategy if it is paired up with some other interactions. And we know that Danilo must have some very good against the deck of Diego. We, of course, normal summon the Raisin. We have the knowledge about this one. Will there be anything to answer? Ooh. There is the Horn.
This is good if Diego doesn't have another Vanquish Soul monster in hand. If he does, though, we can immediately dodge it. Oh, look at Diego.
Well, even if he doesn't dodge it, he can just add the Holisu, reveal the Razin, and then special summon out Holisu, have a fire attribute in hand. But the Heavy Bolga is the answer immediately. That is so strong.
This is absolutely strong, of course, because not only you dodge the interaction, but also you remove the ability to draw another card and to draw another end interaction to try to prevent Diego from playing the game.
Fallen and the Virtues. Danilo really going all in with his interactions here right on the first summon of Diego. Sends Alba Lenatos to the graveyard to make sure that the Heavy Borger stays in hand. But Leo, you mentioned it. We have the Surge still resolving off of Razin. This gotta be the easiest Holisu in his life.
I mean, yeah, but you gotta have a fire monster attribute to resolve the special summon from the Holisu, and if Diego got some fire attributes, I mean, it's gonna be absolutely insane because Danilo is through everything. He threw not only the Fallen Virtues, but also the rest of the cards, so it's gonna be pretty hard if there is fire attribute.
But I mean, we know that Danilo is having the Nibiru, the Primal Being in hand. He does not have the strongest of starts. He's going to have more access in the next round. But there's a Pot of Prosperity as well. So much consistency for Diego. He got the no power spells, but consistency spells, because the power of the deck is just high enough. Danilo's last hope is the Nibiru, the Primal Being. However, this card is now known information for Diego because of the last turn, and that makes Nibiru significantly worse.
And this is a crazy approach by Diego. Everyone is running all of those quick play spell cards. Everyone is running the Fallen and the Virtuous, Forbidden Droplet. And Diego went, I don't need any of that. Wow. I play my monsters and I play them good. And we are about to... Ooh, is there a 5-monster? There's Shallow, yes. And
this is so strong
too.
That this is so strong because you can get... There is case, and you know that there is a Nibiru in Danilo's hand. So if you want to play around it, you can take the case and get access to the K9 engine.
I like this though. We picked the Jialong. Jialong can be revealed for the Holisu. There it is, immediately doing that. And then the Holisu and the Jialong together can still lead to a Ripper.
This is so strong.
And the Ripper could immediately answer the Nibiru, and I think that would not be 5 summons yet.
Yeah, the thing is that is then the 4th summon. So that means if Diego decides to activate the Holisu effect, that is going to be the 4th summon. And then 5th summon is Ripper. So he's actually really, really free to go.
Oh!
But yeah, we decide to activate the effect of Cartesian.
That is huge. And Danilo thinking heavily, not using another card from hand as it seems, or maybe he does. Oh, he can't decide. He is, I think, considering to give up on his very own 5 mana in hand because he doesn't see a chance to fuse with that anymore. So 5 mana fusion summon gone for the rest of the turn. And let's resolve this Shade Mysterion. Danilo told me not many people find space for this card anymore in their extra deck with all those new branded cards, but he still has access to it. He's still found space for it and therefore is now able to summon it out here in this very situation.
Now this is a little bit, I call it double wobble, because he has Pan effect and he has Mysterion. Pan could pop the Holisu and then Mysterion could be used later. Yeah, that is what we're doing. Mysterion is just chilling. There is going to be an... No, we used Mysterion on the Holisu. We didn't use the pop effect of Pan. So Rahu Dracotail is being set. Danilo is just hoping that this is all the pushes that Diego has. Which cards do we know from his hand? We know that there is a Jialong that afterwards I think can still trigger. You can still summon out the Jialong. You have the Heavy Borga in hand, but that's all we know so far. How many cards are left there?
It cannot be that many anymore, as we have also activated the Pot of Prosperity and the reinforcement of the... explosiveness in one card, bringing two monsters at once to the field. That's the one unknown one that is so good. And it doesn't seem like Danilo does have any more answers.
Yeah, what a way to extend the mono Jokul is so strong over here. We can activate the effect of Jokul to add some more canine cards, and on top of that you are going to get access to the Reaper, which is so strong into these interactions.
Yep, that is only 4 summons that have been used so far. So if you go into the K9 17 Ripper next, you're going to be proof of Nibiru, and your opponent has not gone for any kind of recursion in his place. No Arthalion this turn. The Pan effect was not used to destroy the Holisu. However, Holisu is limited now, so if it comes to a crazy grind game of Vanquish Soul versus the branded Dracotail deck, Vanquish Soul is actually just... It's just old Vanquish Soul. This is YCS Dortmund from 3 years ago.
Definitely. Here comes Izuna onto the field.
I mean, and this is pretty strong. Historically, Vanquish Soul K9 had a very good matchup into the Branded Draco strategy thanks to those K9 cards, and it is still the case. Diego special summoning the Lupis and getting access to another Xyz rank 5 on the field. But yeah, as you just mentioned, having the Holisu banished is not good news if it goes into the grind game, so you'd better end the game pretty quickly. The Lantern as well.
This looks like a Saryuja line almost to me, unless you want to overwhelm your opponent with... I mean, this is also a lot of damage already. If you get a case for K9, a hand effect was not used this turn, so you do not get the attack push.
Yeah, that's right, but there was a graveyard effect.
That will do just fine.
Absolutely true, yes.
You get...
Of course, Pot of Prosperity was activated, so the damage would be halved. So I don't know whether it's going to be too easy to end this game here this turn. Another option, though, that could be appealing here for Diego is that Divine Arsenal AA Zeus in his extra deck, because just sending those Rahu, Dracotail, and Draco Sting there to the graveyard with Zeus could be massive. We do need to focus, though, on having our Holisu back in hand before that, though.
Basti, if you Zeus, I mean, there is so much gone from your side of the field as well, right? You committed so heavily into it, and if you wanted to Zeus, you could have just attacked with the Ripper over the Cartesia, and then just, you know what, Zeus then, and then start playing on.
Exactly, and on top of that, you still get the Cartesia effect in the end phase to just add it back to the hand, which is even more follow-up.
And you play into Nibiru if you use the Ripper.
Exactly, yeah.
So actually, maybe I think you lose every piece of follow-up that you have if you go for a Zeus here.
So Ripper, nothing to worry about anymore here, or the Nibiru rather, because Ripper has negated Nibiru there. Danilo just tried to activate it. The one material from Ripper that was left was used onto it, and now we go for Nash Knight. And honestly, I don't even think we would need the Zeus, as we can just take apart this field here easily, make that Arthalion a material of that Nash Knight there.
Which is very clever, because now the Arthalion will not end up in the graveyard, so you cannot special summon it back.
And there is VC XYZ Nash Knight right on top of it. Just can't put it over, and that is not even done yet there, because number C104, the Umbral Horror Masquerade, comes on top.
And this card just pops a spell trap card when it's summoned. Usually on your first turn you use this to pop a case for K9 to set the release, but now Ripper is attacking over Mysterio, and that is quite the bunch of damage on that field.
Diego going second with this deck looks so strong. On the first turn, he didn't even have any massive answers, but to be fair, Danilo didn't present him with much to answer anyhow. So here, with all those engine cards going second, and specifically that remaining Jokul that he still had in hand, he is just taking everything apart here.
So we remove the Cartesia from the field, but of course it's going to get back into the hand of Danilo at the end of the turn. But thanks to the number C104, it removes a lot of good top decks on the side of Danilo, because the Cartesia, if you normal summon it and you activate the effect, you can literally just chain the effect of the
Honestly, we could even go for SP Little Knight here still, right? Like just also getting rid of the Cartesia. I wouldn't be surprised. Maybe also appealing to get rid of the Spell and Trap card, though, which of course we know to be a sting.
I think you actually removed the trap, I guess?
It's interesting. SP Little Knight definitely is the card to summon, but what are we banishing? Of course, Alba Lenato still sitting there in the graveyard, but no longer, as that is additional follow-up that could have been generated.
Oh, now Cartesia activates in the end phase, still gets to add itself back to the hand. Izuna is chilling there as well. It's always nice to have a level 5 open on the field when you have Lupus in hand.
Only one unknown card, the card that was drawn by Danilo this turn. Will it be enough? We are trying to get another one, activating the Sting now to get another draw. But there is the Ghost Bell to prevent Danilo from creating more advantage and trying to find a solution through this field.
This is crazy. Danilo picks up his cards. Diego Gonzelli takes game number 1, going second with the Vanquish Soul K9 deck. Is it going to be back-to-back YCS wins for the deck? Is it going to be Diego Gonzelli taking the crown here?
It's not only back-to-back YCS wins, but the last YCS Dortmund also had Vanquish Soul in the finals, even before Holisu. Yeah, Lukas Janssen not winning that YCS back then. It was Julius Schwarzkopf, in fact, who also played a phenomenal tournament here.
All those people in the venue.
We love that.
It's a special YCS and everybody wants to see who walks away victorious here with that crown, with that title, with that beautiful trophy, which actually is now standing in the middle of us. I'll try. Can I do the pose now? That is going to, of course, only be for the winner of this match. And it is such a pretty trophy with the prize card also involved in there.
Gorgeous.
But,
What a final. What a final. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Danilo not very happy about his hand. We saw the Nibiru being used as a material, so we saw that it was pretty much a very, very good hand for Danilo, but after that, not much. Historically, as I said, the Vanquish Soul strategy very good against the Dracotel strategies thanks to the K9 cards, but after the support, it wasn't that much the case because of the Brandy strategy. But here, it won the first game.
You were mentioning the Nibiru, the primal being that took a material off of the Ripper. And I think that was maybe a little bit of a desperation play on the side of Danilo. However, that enabled Diego to just link off the Ripper, go into SP Little Knight and banish the Albalenatos. Without that, there would have been the Fallen and the Virtuous as follow-up. So I think
more interesting.
Maybe he should have just kept the Nibiru to force the K9-17 Ripper.
One more thing I want to bring up. I feel like the innovation that Tom Kleinegreber brought in this tournament by including more ways into your branded engine with branded opening and A-Looper also in this deck, having access to branded fusion more often, feels so good, right? Because we saw multiple times now how much of a struggle it is for the branded Dracotail deck when the branded part is missing. So maybe just putting a couple more branded cards into your deck is the way to go from now on.
That way of the deck has also found itself in the top 8 of this YCS with Ernst Schulze, our previous German Nationals runner-up from 2022, who piloted the deck phenomenally. But our duelists are ready. The final of the YCS Dortmund continues. Game 2, we're going to the table.
Danilo will go first once again. Will it work out better for him here this time around? In top 4, Diego already beat Danilo's very good friend Keanu, but now it is on Danilo trying to stop Diego's run here.
So for now, there is no shifter, which is already good news. But there is an Ash Blossom
on the round Dracotail. But there is incredible Ecclesia on the side of Danilo, which can now, of course, not be ashed anymore.
Yep, and this is now going to summon out the Fallen of the White Dragon, always treated as Fallen of Albas, even on the deck list. So you're summoning back the Ecclesia. But Holisu, the one of Holisu with the Risen in hand.
You gotta be kidding me.
That is
Ash Blossom from Danilo, trading Ash Blossoms left and right. No further Vanquish Soul monsters for Diego here. So it looked promising, but Danilo's still in the driving seat.
That is absolutely insane, because not only you get some card advantage if you get to special summon the Raisin, but on top of that you get another Vanquish Soul monster to try to interrupt. But there was the Ash Blossom.
Okay, so this is of course a synchro summon in the fusion deck. Adding new addition from Burst Protocol and the usual line Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon coming in here and using its effect as well, resolving it.
Now that looks a little bit like a bait from the Rahu in the beginning. If the Rahu gets ashed, you can actually still go for a synchro summon there. I wonder if Danilo would have preferred for this to still resolve that. The Cartesia on the field. Does he have some Draco Tail names? We're shuffling up the deck, offering to cut it here. We know the Holisu didn't resolve. Sends a card. This is so tough for Danilo. Diego, we have seen his hand. He has the Holisu. He can activate it, and he has a Razn in hand for follow-up. This is looking fantastic for the previous Italian national champion, Diego Ganzelli.
And this time there is no Ash Blossom, so Diego is going to be able to special summon and win the YCS Dortmund. A convincing victory, 2-0 on Danilo, giving the Vanquish Soul strategy another win in the 300s YCS. Congratulations!
History is made. We have a new champion, and it is Diego Ganzelli on his first YCS title. You mentioned it, he has been a national champion before, but now he can add that YCS champion title to his resume.
There is a group of Italian duelists that is so incredible. For some years we have been waiting for Italian champions again, but now they are on the rise. Lorenzo,
dominating.
Muselli, they are dominating. It is absolutely incredible what they're bringing to the table.
Let's face it, European Championship, close friend of Diego Ganzelli, it was Lorenzo Muselli winning.
True.
They're basically always trying to play the same deck most of the time.
They're like one person.
Yes, it always feels like that.
Always the same deck list.
Yeah, Lorenzo told me, I'm just rooting for Diego. If he wins, it's like if I won.
Exactly. And then, of course, let's not forget about Diego Zilia, also part of that group, winning in YCS Lille with the Apophis Primite deck. So the Italian players are just really dominating the European scene at the moment and trying to win every single tournament that they can. And I mean, they have also just in numbers dominated top 8. Like half of Top Cut was consisting of Italian players. His finals opponent, of course, also chapeau to Danilo Siracusa, another Italian with a crazy season out there as well. So we got to tell to the Frenchman and the German specifically to pick up the pace a little bit maybe again.
I mean, we are trying to do our best. We did our best in Bologna, but this time it was pretty hard. And yeah, I have to congratulate those Italian players. So consistent, so good actually. The group of Lorenzo Muselli, of Diego, of everybody, they just keep winning. They just keep producing some very, very good results on some very, very good deck list as well. And they really like the Vanquish Soul strategy, giving it another victory after the Forbidden and Limited list. It is still one of the best decks.
Diego Ganzelli and Lorenzo Muselli, they did not play the same deck this event, but they won their big major events with the same deck. It's Vanquish Soul for both sides. I don't believe at Euros we had the K9 cards yet, but Holisu was a pivotal part of these strategies. And sometimes we've seen that also at the World Championships. With Vanquish Soul K9, if it's your day, I mean, it's your day. If you have the one of Holisu, you're forcing your last interaction from your opponent out, you summon it from hand, you have the Razn in your hand, the deck is just unstoppable. If the deck draws well, it has some issues with bricking, but if the deck draws well, it's the best deck in the room.
It is, and I mean, specifically when you expect so much Draco Tail in the room, and we saw the numbers once more, most represented deck in Bologna, most represented deck again here also in Dortmund, it was the Draco Tail deck, then this deck just makes so much sense, as naturally the matchup is amazing. So, obviously, such a good call, and I think he played Draco Tail in top 4. He now played Draco Tail in the finals, and I think even in top 8, I think all 3 matches, Diego just played against Draco Tail, and quite clearly, he beat them all.
I mean, it looks like it was a very, very good decision. We can tell that by his victory. But the Vanquish Soul strategy is such a good strategy, as you just mentioned. If it is your day, it looks like it's unstoppable. You've got the Holisu, now limited, of course, but still, I mean, there are so many. If you have it, it is absolutely unstoppable because you get so much advantage. And if on top of that, you've got the Izuna, which the Vanquish Soul players always have.
Easy.
What can you do against that?
Also, commiserations to Danilo, of course, a fantastic run. He finally broke his top 8 curse. But if we were looking at the hands of Danilo Siracusa in that final, with those hands, you're not necessarily winning finals.
It was the complete opposite, right? First game, no access to the branded cards. Second game, only getting through the branded cards because Virao Draco Tail immediately was ashed. But I think
not
you
even
were
that
right.
really, because if it was a branded fusion, I think it would have been fine. But it was normal summon, Ecclesia, the Virtuous, and that is really not what you want to do.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. But in the end, we can of course now crown a new champion, and that is Diego Ganzelli. And I mean, you saw it. He jumped out of his seat. The emotions were taking over. He stormed over to his friends. He is now a YCS champion. And of course, what's better than hearing from a newly crowned Jubilee 300 YCS champion than interviewing him right now. So let's go over to the analysis corner with Marcello and our new champion.
Give it up for your new YCS champion, Diego Ganzelli! Diego, it has been a pleasure, of course, witnessing history and you becoming the 300 YCS champion here in Dortmund. It seems like Italians do well in this venue, so it's absolutely great. How are you feeling, first and foremost? Emotions through the roof.
It's crazy. Because I won a YCS, but I won a YCS with the deck that I love play.
Absolutely.
This is a double victory for me.
Yeah, it's a dream come true, and not many maybe believed, even within your own team and friends, about the deck. You were not as maybe united as always, playing the same strategy, and you were right.
Yeah, and we play in 3. We play the same strategy, but in my opinion, this strategy was so risky. But at the start of the tournament, we say one of the group have to win.
Absolutely.
If one win the tournament, always all the team win.
And I mean, that is the great spirit that we want to hear. And of course, we started the new season with a victory from also your friend and teammate Diego. And it's only fitting that we end it with another Diego winning it. So it's been absolute blast for all of you guys. But of course, I think you have had a bit of a unique career in the game where I think you have taken a deck and got the most out of it and repeated the same scheme over and over. One common, factor has been this dimension shifter maybe going around. But what is it that you differentiate from others about just taking a deck and always playing it, mastering, let's say?
Because in the first thing, Vanquish Soul have a very good matchup into Dracotail board and into Radiant Typhoon board. And I think the most important thing is not the level of the tier, is tier 1, tier 2, is the confidence that you have with the deck. I played this deck by European this summer, and I never stopped to play it, and I think I created the best Vanquish Soul list in the format.
I mean, you definitely have rights to say so. So let's go just through some of the amazing moments, because it was a dominating finals, but there were a lot of intricate moments, and it all started with, of course, losing the die roll, and then there was this opening with a bit underwhelming, maybe just Cartesia showing you the Nibiru as well, but here there is a series of interesting plays. What were you trying to play against the most? Like, why that sequence with Ornn and the Fallen and Virtue?
At the first, I think that the better way to force the Dracotail board is Raisin when you have a Borger or Caesar in the end. In this game, I have Borger, and I say that if I normal summon Raisin, my opponent have to do something, and after that I can play. I can continue to play. In this case, one Borger and one Raisin force a 2-set.
Exactly.
And one of the 2-set didn't draw.
Yeah,
so this Raisin and Borger,
it was an incredible
amazing
combo, yeah. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, often this deck is about bluffing. So it's about not giving your opponent away what cards you're holding into the end, what attributes, if you have the Borger, no? It's a lot about mind games as well.
Yeah.
And I think we can see how this continued, because there was another interesting decision. So with the Prosperity, your decision to take the Jai along, for example, which was also interesting. And of course, after the Olisue, now it was back to Danilo to choose what to do. Did you expect, what he was going for, this Mysterion line, or again, what was going through your mind?
In my mind, I think that
if that Olisu have to force Nibiru or Cartesia or Faimena. Because if my opponent interact with Olisu, in my hand add Jokul and Jiaolong, and I can summon Reaper at the 5 summon, and I can play into Nib very, very well, because I can do my board and nothing.
Yeah, just force it out to the Reaper, and overall, I think what was the key card was the Jokul, because it was unknown in the end. We thought that maybe here there might be a chance for Danilo, and then you revealed the Jokul, and I mean the crowd went wild. I don't know if it maybe got to you even through the headphones.
I think it's the reason, because he's at 1.
Yeah, absolutely. But let's say that this match you were good at drawing, the limited cards. I think.
Yeah, but in my deck I have a lot of limited cards, because if are limited
for a reason.
Because,
exactly. And of course, what followed after that Jokul is you absolutely dominating the field, still using this C104. I saw you summoning it a lot this weekend, but not playing any quick spells. So can you tell us a bit about that decision?
Because in my opinion, the quick spell is very bad into Radiant Typhoon matchup. Because he can use MST and out it. And the Under Charmis is too much expensive setup it, because the trap under Fuva is so good. For example, in this tournament, when I open with only Vanquish Soul and my opponent drop Fuvalos in my turn, I don't use Ash Blossom sometimes, because with 1 draw I can make full board and 6 card in hand. And the quick spell is too much expensive. I have to do at my opponent so many draws.
Yeah, I absolutely get your point. And also going second, I think maybe after the latest Forbidden Limited list, the deck lost a bit of the power going second, and going first is more consistent.
Yeah, so. The consistency now is perfect.
Yeah, it's crazy. And of course, here again we see Ghost Bell, another of those cards that made the cut, and it was working out wonders for you. If I'm not wrong, you were just facing Dracotails all the way, no, in the top cut.
I play with 3 Dracotails in top.
So I mean, that must have been just one more reason why you absolutely dominate this matchup. And I mean, game 2, I guess, was not so close, as we can see, because again, I mean, Danilo opens up, and here there is a little bit of, early of plays with this Ash Blossom, and then you did draw another limited card, no?
The best card in the deck.
Shout out to Olisu, of course. And although, again, it looked like Danilo was somewhere getting close just a little bit, because in the end he didn't have enough Drago tails to play with. And I think you revealed me before the interview that you were actually holding other responses in the end, no? What was your end?
My end was double Ash Blossom. That is good, because I have Ash for another trap. And Raisin, Medlov, and Holisu.
I mean, yeah,
the dream end.
It doesn't get much better than that. And as we can see here, Danilo tried a little bit, but in the end, he didn't have Dragotail, so he just went for this Ecclesia, had to pass. And then, I mean, the ending was just really, really sudden. And what were you feeling when he didn't activate Ecclesia and just passed?
Maybe I say in my head, maybe I can win this final.
Yes, and you did indeed, because he didn't put up as much as a fight as we were hoping for. He reveals this draw, he reveals the Stinger, and this makes you a YCS champion, and you're absolutely deserving of it. So now, before we move on and give you your unique trophy, I want to give you the chance to give a shout out to friends or family or whoever, and take it, it's your moment.
I shout out all my teammates, all my friends that support me every day, all my family, and nothing else.
Nothing else, and I think it's enough. So again, I'll ask you, all of you guys, to give one more round of applause for the 300 YCS champion, Diego Ganzerli. And thank you guys, but now we'll just transition over, because we need to give Diego his trophy. So stay tuned for the prize ceremony.
Attention duelists, we have a new YCS champion, a 300th YCS champion here at Dortmund. Give it up for Diego Gonzalez! I mean, you've just spoken to Marcello, you've said a lot. How do you feel right now?
He's crazy now. He's crazy. He's fantastic.
You have loads of your friends who've been giving you hugs and cheering you on. Is it nice to have that kind of support?
Yeah, my friend always support me and are my force.
Well, fantastic. We have our Konami representative, Dom, here to give you that unique 300th YCS trophy. So lift that aloft for your adoring fans. Give it up for Diego! We have crowned ourselves a new champion, and with that, I'm going to welcome on all of my wonderful casting colleagues. Thank you so much, all of you guys, for joining us on the stage. But thank you very much to all of you who've been watching at home. That is going to be it from us here at the 300th YCS here in Dortmund, and we have had an amazing time. Thank you very much to all of our judges, to all of our partners, and also thank you very much to every single participant who took part in these duels, and all of you for watching at home. Without all of you, this would not be possible. But give it up one more time for Diego Gonzalez! That's going to be it from our coverage. We will see you at our next YCS very, very soon. Take care. Goodbye.